Hey everyone, my name's Ali. Welcome back to the channel. I hope you all are doing good, great. I've been back with this new video, and it's going to be a banger of a build. This is like one of my comeback videos. I know I haven't been there for a very long time on the channel. But this is really such a comprehensive build, and it's really gonna blow your mind. It's a fully new Instagram rebranded app, and it's going to be one of my, literally not one of my, it's actually the best build on the channel. And this is not a typical Instagram clone. This will be a really modern application with all of the new features in Next.js 14, Server Actions, and a lot of new features, ShadCN we are using for the UI. There's just so much stuff in this build, and honestly, this is one of the builds which has taken me the longest yet to build. Like, this is like one of the longest builds I've done. Like, I think even the video is gonna be fairly long. And all of you said you wanted Prisma, me to use Prisma, SQL, and just move away a little bit away from like the NoSQL Firebase way, because even though it's really good, it's not mostly used in production. In production, we mostly see SQL databases and Prisma being used. So I've got you covered in this one, and let's just demo the build. I know I've been on this screen, but let's like properly demo the build. I've of course changed the name to Pixelgram, because I mean, you can't just keep the same exact name because it gives you some issues when you deploy. But anyways, this is like our home page. So if I just refresh this, we see these beautiful. It's in production. It's deployed, by the way. So that's why it's really fast. But we see these nice loading skeletons. And by the way, one of the really coolest features also is optimistic updates. In using like Next.js, the use optimistic hook, and this is like one of the really newest features, which is really like nice, and this is exactly like what Instagram does as well, right, out of the box. So, and these are really like some of the like really complicated features, which I'll try my best to explain as we code along and I do this build. But even for the comments, so if I say hello world, that's my favorite comment, you can literally see that it's immediately updated on the UI right away here. And let me see if this is actually 100% zoom. All right. And then like I can click on view all three comments. This is, by the way, an intercepting route, which is like basically it opens up in a modal, but it's actually it's actually the route on the post page. You can see it's like /dashboard/p/ the ID of the post. So basically, it's called an intercepting route. And what it means is, like, when I refresh this page right now, this will redirect me here to the actual post page. So there's a lot of new features in this build. And there's really a lot of, even these blur effects, as you can see, there's just a lot of things that has gone into it. And this is not it, of course, it's just the beginning. I haven't demoed all the features. Now there's this delete post, the edit post screen. So if I'm the owner of this post, I can, let's say if I decide to add a caption now, so I can say this island looks really amazing, let's say, all right? And I'm just gonna press enter and it submits. And here you go. This was my latest post. I just updated some pictures like 12 minutes ago, some new pictures. But basically, you can see I have my caption now, and we have 3 comments. So it will only show you like the 3 comments in the post page, the home page here, because we can't show every single comment. But if it's more than 3 comments, if a post has more than 3 comments, you can click on view all 3 comments, and it opens up in this beautiful intercepting modal. So this is like an intercepting modal. You can also comment here, by the way. So if I press enter, you can see the beautiful loading animation, and here we go. Now, because I commented this, I can also delete this. So you can see I can delete, and this is really fast, by the way. This app is really fast, and of course, it's completely responsive. It's using ShadCN UI out of the box. I mean, of course, we have installed it, and you can see like there's just so much stuff. We have a bottom menu bar here, so I can just basically scroll through the entire thing here, and this is the bottom menu bar. This is really beautiful and elegant because of the ShadCN UI. So I can click on the plus icon, and you can see I can basically create a new post, right? This is, of course, this is the feature which we're going to be using, right? We're going to have a create post feature. And by the way, for the upload functionality, we are using upload thing here. So let's choose like a random file. Let's say I want to upload this picture. We can see it's on 0%. So this is going to basically upload our image to the upload thing server. And then once that upload is done, we will be this view will change, and we'll actually see the picture here. And you can see upload complete. We get these beautiful toaster notifications throughout our app, and we see this beautiful image. Now we can, if you want, we can add a caption, but it's optional. So it's not like necessary that we have to add a caption, because we can see the create post button here. Now I can just click on the create post button, and we can see we have our beautiful post right now here. Now I can just like, and you can see it's immediately like optimistic UI, right? So this basically, you click on it and it just updates immediately on the UI, but behind the scenes, what's happening, it's actually going through the server, and we are not showing any loading in between. So it's immediate. It's really, really fast here. So we got optimistic updates in this build. You can see immediately for the comments and for the likes. We also have bookmark functionality. So any of the posts I bookmark actually will be gone to my bookmarks in the database. And we have something really cool as well. So we have profile management. So in this build, I have also done a complete, like, not complete, but like you can manage your profile fairly easy. And this is like one of the things which is really, it gets really complicated when you're using something like Firebase and stuff, because you have to handle a lot of different like edge cases. But with Prisma and SQL, this is like really, really nice. You can see this is actually my profile page. So I can basically, this is dashboard / my username here. So this is me. But for instance, if there's someone else, you can also like just like basically change the URL here, and you will go to their profile page. But there's more to this build. That's not it. There's so many features I have added, and there's the following follower functionality, which is also something which I have done for this build. So you can see right now I have 1 followers right now, and basically only 2 users are registered in this app. It's me from my one account, Ali Codes. That's my like main account, and I'm signed into another account here. So this is my personal Luke Cage. This is like some spoof account I created. It's another account. But I can unfollow this user here, and you will see this is loading. This is basically submitting this unfollow event. And once this is basically, this is the unfollow thing is done. I'm not sure why this is. Yeah, you can see here, right here. So you can see right now the unfollow thing is done. So now this button actually changes to follow. Now you can see also I am following 0 users, but I have 1 follower. So this guy is following me, but I'm not following him. So I can click on his profile, and I can go on his profile. This is what I meant, right? So now the URL will be changed to dashboard / this username, right? And we can see this white follow button. Now I can click on the follow. And what this will do is we'll send a request to our database and our server, and basically this will change this to following once this is done. It's taking quite a while. I'm not sure if this is actually submitting. Okay, so there's there might be some error in production here. So I'm not sure why this is not updating. But yeah, when I refresh it, actually updates. There might be some error in production we'll have to fix. But I mean, of course, this works locally. I have tested it before. For some reason, right now, it's just not updating here. I think there's some error, and this is what happens, right? Like it happens. It's quite new. Again, some of these things I'm using are specifically in Next.js 14. Like I'm using redirects and revalidate stuff. So again, it's very, very new stuff from Next.js 14. So there were some errors I was facing like in the beginning, but I think the team is working really hard and like they're just updating a lot of the stuff. There are like, unfortunately, it's like really new stuff. So there are still some issues. Like we are also using like the unstable no cache store, which is also one of the things which we are using. So that could be the issue as well. I think what I might have changed here is that I was only revalidating my home page. So what's happening right now is I'm not revalidating this page, so it's not getting updated in the proper way. But we're gonna see how we can fix this as well. But there's follow and unfollow functionality which we have. We can go to our profile back again, and we can also click on edit profile. Now this is another feature which I've added, of course. And again, this is really a cool feature because you can see I don't have an image right now, so I can also update my profile image. So I can just click here and choose a file from my downloads. Let's say I want the Elon Musk picture to be my profile image. I can just click enter on that, and again, this is using upload thing behind the scenes. So basically, it's gonna upload our image to upload thing server, and then basically we're gonna upload this directly. Once this gets done, we're gonna upload this directly to our DB as well, and update our user model, which we will be seeing once we start coding. But you can see now, if I go back to my home page, everywhere where I have my post, like even if my post was old, my picture has been updated, and this is why this like SQL, Prisma, and this is really like really cool. We can also delete our post from here, of course. And again, if I go back to my profile screen, this is the added profile. So we can see we can also add our bio. So if I try to add, and it limits us from adding only like 150 characters. If we try and spam this out, what you will see is we are using really nice ShadCN UI form handle. Like we're basically using Zod and stuff to handle like our form submission. So what happens is, as soon as I reach the mark, which is more than 150 characters, my submit button gets disabled, and it's protected on the client and the server both. So it's protected on both the places. So let's say I'm just gonna say Elon here. I'm just gonna press enter 3 dots, and we can also change our genders and stuff. It just works just like Instagram, basically. You can see updated profile here. And now if I go back to my profile, you will see we have a bio here, right? Very nice. And we can also, by the way, if I save any posts, you see I only saved 2 of my posts. So I only see, you can see here, I have this post saved. And if I go click on this one, this post is saved as well. And again, this is intercepting modal, remember? So if I refresh the page at any time, we will go to the actual post page, and we can see more posts as well. So let's just go back, and let's go back to our post. We can see all the posts we have uploaded in this screen right over here. We can also, by the way, this is also doable just like Instagram. So we can also click on our profile picture here, remove our current photo. Let's say we don't like the photo, updated profile. And it's really fast because it's in production right now. In local server, it's just a bit slow because you're in the development mode, but in production is really fast. So you can see, and by the way, we got this nice little menu bar just like Instagram, and on top of this, we also have a light and a dark mode. So this is the dark mode, of course. As soon as I switch this, and I'm sorry if you to flashbang anyone's eyes, and if you really don't like light, I don't prefer light modes usually. I'm typically using the dark mode, but you can see like it looks really beautiful even in your light mode here, and you can pretty much change a lot of the stuff. You can create posts, you can edit your post, you can basically delete your comments. Again, this is all, by the way, let's change it back to dark mode so it doesn't flashbang our eyes. I really don't like that. But you can see we have a complete login logout flow as well, and we are using NextAuth to do this. So NextAuth is being used in this build. I wanted to use Clark, but and I did use Clark in the beginning, but then I thought it's going to be really cool with NextAuth because Clark doesn't seem to fit really well with Prisma. So with NextAuth, you have like a Prisma adapter and everything, and it works really nicely. So we have a Google authentication here, as you can see. And now I was using this account. Let's switch back to a different account here. And now I'm on my Logout account, so I can click here, delete my post, add my post. Of course, we also have this protection, right? So I can't, like, I'm not being able to delete the post here for the other user, right? That's not doable for me. But I can only delete my own, like my own post, right? So that's something which we have. We have really good client and server protections. So it's protected on the client as well as on the server. That's what we're gonna take a look in this video as well. And of course, there's loads of features. There's loads of things to build here. And of course, the way I teach is like I always you can't build an entire Instagram. I mean, that's like really crazy. But what I do try my best is I teach a lot of the things in this build, which is gonna help you all in production, especially like using a lot of the new stuff like server actions and not, because they're really fast and you don't have to waste your time when you're like building or shipping an app. You don't have to waste your time in really like API endpoints and stuff now on. And I really like the server action approach a lot as well. And of course, you're gonna learn a lot of nice techniques. So if you want to extend this build as well, like for instance, have your search feature or maybe like a notification feature or stuff like that, you can go ahead and easily extend this build because the way it's done is to teach you a lot of the fundamental concepts about these things, right? So yeah, let's just get started. Honestly, let's get started in building this entire application. And I forgot to, I think I did demo the mobile responsiveness, but of course it does have a nice responsive sidebar as well. So you can see the sidebar on a medium screen size looks like just like how Instagram deals with this kind of stuff. And we have a beautiful menu navigation. I really like the menu navigation because it really, if you use the app on phone, I mean, you can just, I'll upload this link in the description basically, so you can try and check it on your own. But basically what I mean is like, if you use this app on your phone, this is, it will be such a nice experience because you have a really nice looking menu bar on the bottom here, and it will be really nice. You can see also the profile page looks really, really clean, even the edit profile page. And you can see even the upload, everything's so responsive, and it feels like a native, like an app kind of. So you can really go really crazy with this kind of stuff. And I really, really like the ShadCN UI as well, which is what I'm going to be teaching you guys how to use it in production. So let's get started now, guys. I hope I have demoed every single feature. I'm not forgetting anything. But yeah, let's just get started. Let's dive into the code now. So, and you're going to also learn a lot of the things about my workflow and how I like to build my stuff. And I've basically changed a lot of things in the past, like gone through a lot of iterations of doing the same thing. So for instance, for this Instagram app, I literally went through like 5 different iterations of using different databases because I wanted to experiment on really the best performance or the best stack to use, and like, you know, the best way to build this really, really fast. And really, this is the most optimal one which I've come to date. And also, you can see this is the link copy to clipboard feature. It's using Sonar, which is done from a guy over at Vercel. His name is Wall, and it's a beautiful toaster notification component. You can see you can even drag and do a lot of cool things. So it's really, it looks like an app basically. So yeah, let's just get started. We're getting carried away. Let's get started. So you can use Warp to basically set up your entire project. You can use whatever. Let's just use the normal terminal, honestly, because it really doesn't matter. Warp is just a cool new terminal. I've been testing recently. I've been using it. But let's just stick to our basics. Let's use terminal. So I'm going to navigate to documents, builds, where I have all of my builds. You can see there's a bunch of stuff in there. But yeah, we're going to create a new Next.js project here. And basically, the command I like to use is create next app. So what I just did right now is I pressed Control-R, and that's called recursive search. So you can basically search through your old commands. It's kind of like a history thing with terminals. It works with any terminal, honestly. So you can really search through your commands, and what the command we need is we need this command called create next app at latest. In space, we're going to name our project here. So let's just name the project, it's called Pixelgram actually. So say Pixelgram YouTube. This is what I'm going to name my project. You can name whatever you want. And basically you're using npx. So create next app at latest. We want the latest version of Next.js. And Pixelgram YT, press enter. And now this is going to basically set the project up for us with the all the next dependencies and everything. The Next.js 14 one, of course, the latest and greatest, which is what we're going to be using. And I'm going to be using my second screen as for a lot of the code stuff, which I'm going to copy paste from that screen. Of course, we'll be going through majority of the code, but there will be some instances where I'll just be, just for easier like kind of things, I'll just basically copy paste those things. So it's just nice. And you can also see the active states, by the way. There's just so many details in this build, which we're going to be learning. And it's amazing how fast you can build a full stack app nowadays, especially using things like Next.js, Vercel. It makes it really great, easy to develop really performant apps, honestly. Even it's so fast. Like it blows my mind that how fast this app is, right? And with optimistic updates, it's just clean. So if it asks you like something like okay to proceed because it wants to install the create next app, just say yes, and then you're gonna get these instructions like would you like to use TypeScript? Yes, we are going to be using TypeScript. ESLint, yes, we want to have nice linting and accessibility things. Would you like to use Tailwind? Of course, can't live without Tailwind. Source directory, you can say yes if you want. It comes pre-configured, so you don't have to. It's not like the pages directory anymore because we're using the new app directory. That's the approach now. Pages is deprecated. It's old now. So in the source directory, if you want, you can. I really don't think. I mean, it's not a very big thing, so I'm just gonna say no. Would you like to use app router? Yes, that's what's recommended. I do not want to customize the alias, so I'm just gonna say no. And yeah, this is going to install all these, you can see all these dependencies. And by the way, another thing I want to mention is I'll try my best to be as beginner friendly as possible, because I know there's a lot of people who are really frustrated by like if something gets too complicated, you get frustrated and you just leave. And that's what happened with me in the past as well. I'll try to be very much beginner friendly in every way possible, but there will be some instances where some things might just go over your head. So if that happens, please just feel free to go into the link in the Discord or Discord server, or just reach me out anywhere on Instagram or anywhere you feel like, and I'll try my best to help everyone who's in this kind of phase. So you can see we have it automatically initializes like a Git repository for us. Now we have the project set up, so we can navigate to this project. It's called Pixelgram YT. And now I'm in this directory. So when I cd into it, I'm in this directory. I want to open this in my code editor. I'm just going to say code insiders dot. If you are using VS Code, you just have to say code space dot to open it inside of VS Code. If that doesn't work for you because you have to configure this command, you can just go ahead and open this folder in your VS Code. Just open that folder, right? Here we go. We have a new instance of our app, and we can see I can go to my page here. By the way, I'm also trying something new with the recording. So again, I'm using like Screen Studio for that because actually I face a lot of lag with other software. So I'm trying my best, honestly. So if there's some terrible audio quality issues, I apologize for that, really. But this is really what works for me. Everything else just lags on my Mac, and this is the only software that actually is a bit more optimal, I would say. But yeah, okay, so this is my Next.js app. This is what we've initialized. Now we have this boilerplate code here. So the first thing we want to do, we should start the server. This is what I like to do. So I like to expand my terminal. So just press Command J, open up your terminal in here, and just basically say npm run. So I'm using npm, by the way. Now you might be like, why is he not using pnpm or bun or all these different tools? I just stick to the, honestly, just whatever works. Honestly, I know this might be slow. If you want to use bun or pnpm, just feel free to use it. Honestly, no one's stopping you. I also have package lock in here, so I just don't just use whatever you feel like, honestly. So npm dev, okay. And again, for the browser, I'm not using Chrome because I can't use Chrome. The reason why is, again, because of the lag I'm going to face. So I'm just trying out Arc right now. It's really nice. Works really great. So let's open up like localhost here. And if it's like works really nicely, I'm going to keep this side by side so you guys can see. I hope the code is also readable. I made it zoomed in a little bit so you guys can read. But yeah, this is our instance of Next.js app. This is what you're going to see when you first initialize your project and start the server, right? Now there's loads of things we're going to be building, so I'm going to move at a pretty like faster pace, or I'm at least going to try so. So the first things first, let me just go and navigate to my home page on the finished application. Yeah, so we are not going to be doing basically we're not going to be using the home page at all. Basically, we'll have a structure of our app. In basically, I'm going to delete all of these things. Let's just delete the main as well. Let's delete everything. Okay, so I select everything, delete everything, and the structure we're going to follow is like we're going to have a /dashboard route in our app, and everything protected will be under that route. So this is a really nice pattern because you can just have in your middleware a check where you can say everything under the dashboard route has to be protected. So anything, if the user might log out or do whatever, if they incidentally log out or whatever happens, basically they're going to be redirected to a default login page. And if they ever try to access anything under the dashboard route, they will be navigated back to the login, right? So they won't be able to see those things because we're going to use a middleware to protect our routes. So something of a nice approach. If you really want to have a homepage though, like a /route, you can, but then you'll have to configure your middleware if you really want to do that. I think this works really nicely for most of the app, right? What I'm suggesting right here. So how do we do this is I just copy pasted some code on my home page here, and basically what I'm doing is I'm saying that I want to redirect. So redirect is again a new thing in Next.js basically 13 after the server components and stuff. So you can import this redirect and you can use this on the server side, right? So by default, all the pages right now, of course, in the new Next.js thing, the server components, by default, they're all server components. And I think I've went into this. There's loads of videos on this. So if you're confused with server component stuff, you can just really watch any video, and I've also made a video before, so just feel free to watch any videos what server components are. Basically what it means is all this code runs on the server, and this is not a client component, so this redirect we can only use on a server. You can see you can redirect the user to a target page. So what you can do is I'm redirecting every single user who comes to the /route to a dashboard route. Now if I just save this right now, and you can see immediately on the right side, I'm redirected to a dashboard. So if I try accessing localhost 3000 again, I'm redirected to dashboard. Now it's giving me a 404 thing because I don't have this page. This is what the default Next.js 404 page looks like, right? Now, of course, we're going to have a /dashboard route. So let's just go back to my dashboard and let's see what I have in there, right? So basically, we have a dashboard route. So the way the routing works in Next.js is like in the app directory, the way it works is that you have basically a really nice convention. So every time you create a file called page.tsx, basically that becomes your route. And what it means is like this page.tsx has no folder above this. So this is basically our home route. Now, if you want to have a dashboard route, we basically create a folder inside of our app directory. You cannot do it outside app. Remember, it has to be inside app directory. So you can create a new folder called, let's say, dashboard. And basically, when you create this dashboard folder, again, it wouldn't just work like that. You have to then create the file And that file has to be named exactly page.tsx. You cannot name this anything else. You cannot name this dashboard page or anything. This is a convention which we have to follow now in the app directory, is that we have to name it page.tsx for the pages. And there's going to be layouts, there's going to be error pages, there's going to be loading pages, suspense. There's so much stuff which I'm going to be teaching in this build. But for now, let's just stick to like the pages. So we have a dashboard page here, and basically I can just say RFCE, and I can say, and again, RFCE is one of the extensions which I'm using in VS Code. It's called ES7 React Redux native snippets. So if you type ES7, you will see this is the extension. You can install this extension. It's pretty useful because it gives you a lot of these snippets. So you don't have to type them yourself. I just use RFCE snippet. I like that one a lot. And let me just close the sidebar, and let's just save this. So once I save this, you can see I get no more 404 page error. There's a page to be found now. We have this dashboard page because I have the dashboard page. So this is how we do things in the app directory, right? Now we have our dashboard page. So let's see. I'm just gonna go to my actually I'm just gonna go to my dashboard page, and I'm gonna see what's the stuff we're gonna have. So let's maybe navigate now to Arc, and let's see what stuff we're gonna have on the dashboard page in our finished build, right? So this is my finished build. I'm just going to keep it right here next to this. So you can see this is our, this is my home route. This is my dashboard route, right? So first of all, we can see immediately we can see a sidebar in here, right? So there's this left side sidebar, and there's this mid side, and you can see the sidebar is actually fixed, right? It's not moving. We can only move the mid section. That's like the post section. So on the dashboard, we're going to have the post in the middle and the sidebar. But if I try to go on the profile page, you can see I still see the sidebar, right? And behind the scenes, what's happening is it's using something called a streaming, which is a really powerful concept in Next.js, in React or whatever. But basically, streaming is like it allows you to stream content in, which is like available. And yeah, it's only in Next.js. It's not in React. Basically, streaming works in Next.js out of the box like this. When you follow this hierarchy, this structure in the app directory, is that this sidebar is going to live in a file called layout.tsx, and that's a special file. It's not a page.tsx file, it's a layout.tsx. So what's going to happen is anytime you switch any route, what happens, the sidebar is never going to be re-rendered. So when I go on the home page, you can see only the stuff which is re-rendered is my home, my post section, right? If I navigate to profile, the sidebar does not re-render again, right? It still stays, and I only render my, so even if I refresh, let's say, you will see everything on the sidebar stays, but only my stuff which is changing is re-rendered here, right? So this is really a powerful concept in Next.js, and we're going to utilize this concept. So this is what we're going to be using. So basically, what I wanted to tell you is we're going to have on the dashboard, on the home page, we're going to be basically having the post section here, and the layout, the sidebar is going to live in our layout.tsx file, which we'll be creating just in a bit. Let's minimize this again, and let's see how we can do that. So firstly, we want to have a layout. So we can see we already, by default, when you install this app, initialize the app, you have a layout.tsx file. Now if I close it and we look at this layout file, you can see we have some imports here. We are importing our global CSS file, which lives under the app directory as well. Then we also have a font called Inter. It comes by default. It's a really nice font. If you want to change it, you can literally just go here, put a comma here, and try and navigate. You literally get all the Google fonts with the next/font/Google, which comes by default installed. So you can use any of the fonts you would want to, and just replace this here. Just change the name of the variable here, replace the font here, and you'll be all good if you want to use some other font. For now, I'll just stick to the Inter one. And you can see in the layout here, on the top level, we have a HTML file, HTML tag, and then we have a body tag, and we have some children inside the body. Now, where is this children coming from? What are the children, right? Now, you might have guessed that what these children are. Let's go back to our app here. So these children basically are getting populated from the page right over here. So this page, of course, we are not returning anything on this page. We're just redirecting. So what this basically means is this children content becomes whatever you have inside of your pages, right? That's what it becomes, right? So this is the dashboard page. Now the layout is really, layout file is really powerful because you can have multiple layouts at multiple levels of your app, like at multiple routes of your app. So for the dashboard, I can have a separate layout. Let's say for the profile page, if I want to have a separate layout. But in this case, in this Instagram's app case, we're not going to have separate. We're just going to have one single layout, but it's going to be a really powerful sidebar component, right? So if I go and navigate back to my my root layout, which is going to be, actually it's not root, it's actually this is called the root layout, right? Because this is the root layout. This is our top level layout here. We're going to have a bunch of stuff. We're going to have our theme providers here. We're going to have our auth provider here from NextAuth, and we're going to do a bunch of this stuff. But what we want to do right now is, if you guys remember, that we also have a login page. And if you see this clearly, if we understand the whole concept really clearly, is what happens with the layout file is everything under the layout gets populated on each of your page. So this is the root layout. This means that everything inside this file will be populated inside of your each of your pages. So if we see some example here, I'm just gonna show you guys some examples. So if we say, let's say a sidebar p tag here, right? And if I just save that, you can immediately see there's a sidebar tag here, and we then get the dashboard page here. Basically, on the bottom of the sidebar, first we get the sidebar, then we get the children. The children populates our dashboard page right over here, right? So what's happening is basically everything inside the layout gets populated on each of the pages. So what I was explaining before is that we're going to have authentication pages, and the root. If we put the sidebar component in the root here, what will happen is, even for the login page, we're going to see that sidebar, and that's something which we do not want to do, right? We do not want to see the sidebar because that should only be under the dashboard thing. So in that case, this is the reason why the app directory is insanely powerful, is because this is really easy to fix. All you have to do now is you have to go inside of your dashboard and you have to create, because remember I said in the beginning, everything is going to live under the dashboard, right? So you can go create a new file here, and you can name the file exactly the same, layout.tsx, and this is going to be a layout file. It's giving us an error because you're not exporting anything. So I literally just copy paste this layout into here and close the sidebar once again. Now remember, we have to be extra careful here. We cannot render the HTML and the body tags again in this layout file, as this should only be done once in your app, only on the root level. We shouldn't be, because it's going to re-render the entire app, and that's something which we do not want. So we do not want to render our HTML body tags again, right? So we have to be extra careful here. What I'll do is I'll go and navigate to my my dashboard layout, and we'll see what stuff I have in there. So here you go. So I'm just going to remove this HTML. The things I'm going to remove here, we do not want to do the font again, because remember, that's done in the root layout. That means it's going to be applied to every single layout and every single one of your one of your pages and everything, right? So you do not want to do this again. Same goes for global CSS. And the metadata is another a powerful API from Next, so you can really utilize this to improve your SEO for every single layout, every single page. It's a really powerful thing. We're gonna take a look at that as well. By the way, there's loads of things we're gonna take a look in this build, right? But firstly, let's actually remove everything because we're not gonna need this. And I'm going to rename this root layout to dashboard layout, just like that, right? And we're gonna still have children here. So children we're gonna accept as props, and the type of these props is gonna be react.node. And I'm just gonna return a div here, a simple div. There's gonna be another div here, and this is where we'll have our beautiful side nav component. So we're gonna create this beautiful side nav component in this here, basically. But let's give some styling to the top level div. Actually, before we do that, let's create the side nav, so we can see something on the screen. And now, if you want to create all these components, there's loads of patterns and loads of ways on how to do these, how to create these components, but I'm gonna keep it very simple. So what I'm gonna do is, at the root level, I'm gonna create a components directory. Now, here I'm just gonna name this components directory. Now everything inside the new app directory thing is like, it's not inside the app directory, but in the components as well. Whatever component we create, it's going to be a server component by default. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be necessarily in the app directory to be a server component. It can also be inside of the components directory, and it's going to be a server component. So we're going to create this sidenav.tsx component. I'm just going to press RFCE, remove the React thing because we don't need that anymore. So I'm just going to save that, really. Close the sidebar once again, go back to our dashboard, and I'm just going to press command space auto import this. And you see these nice import aliases, so we don't have to type ... because we configured them in the beginning in the installation. And now we see our side nav. Beautiful, right? So we get see our side nav component. And our side nav component is going to be a really powerful component. It's going to power a lot of things, and it's going to be really nice. Just trust me. And I'm going to give some styling for the top level div here. We want this to be display of flex, height of screen. It needs to be relative, flex column. And on a medium screen size, we want this to be flex row, just like that. And also on a medium screen, we want this to be overflow hidden. Now, if you're not familiar with Tailwind CSS or something, I really recommend go check out their website. I've done this extensively in all of my previous builds. I'm not going to do it here because we have a lot of things to cover, but really, you have this. If you can install this extension for Tailwind CSS, if you don't have this, go ahead, type in Tailwind and just install this Tailwind. It's actually an official extension by Tailwind CSS Labs. So you get this nice, when you hover over these class names, you get this intelligence of what this is doing. So you can see it's really powerful. All these media queries, you don't have to write yourself, and you can just rely on these breakpoints. And it's really powerful. I really love Tailwind CSS and use it in all of my projects in production and also my side projects. So for the immediate div here in the side nav, for the side nav here, I'm going to give this a width of 20. And width of 20 means, again, 80 pixels. And I'm just going to say flex none, large. On a large breakpoint, we want this to be having a width of 64. And on a medium breakpoint, we want this to be having a border right. So on a smaller screen size, we don't want a border, and we don't want any borders. But on a medium screen size, we want a border right. So I'm just going to save this, and let's see if anything basically changes here. If I make this bigger, you can see this this border. I mean, the color is not the right color, but we can see there's a border here on a bigger screen, but on a phone screen, we don't have any borders, right? Really nice. Now let's create another div on the bottom here. Remember, every layout needs to contain some children because that's where you will be populating your pages, right? Now for our dashboard page where we're gonna populate now, we're gonna do this because remember the parent is a flex container. So what we can do is actually we can just have it right over after this div, and we can say class name here. And what we can do is we can say give it a flex of grow. So we're gonna say flex grow. So we want this to take the maximum space. Margin top of 12. On a medium screen, we don't want any margins. And flex 1. Again, flex 1 is what allows you to take the maximum space. I don't know why I did flex row though. I mean, they're pretty much the same. But yeah, let's just keep them. Width of full. On a medium screen, we want the overflow Y to be auto. That's only, we want this to be on a medium screen size. We want this to be, we want to allow overflow Y auto. And on a smaller screen size, again, we want padding of 6. So we want some padding. On a medium screen size, we want padding of 12. And we also want to give a max width of 7 XL. Now, again, the reason I'm giving this max width is so it stays in some constraint. And we want this to be in the center. So remember to do MX auto to make sure have a max width, but then MX auto to make sure that it's in the center. And again, lastly, we want to populate our children right over here. So beautiful. We see our dashboard page now. Now, if I make this bigger, you can see immediately we have this border, and then this dashboard is starting from here, has some nice padding, and this is our like structure. So really nice structure flowing in. And we haven't yet initialized or installed ShadCN, by the way. We have only initialized Next.js, so we're going to do that as well in just a bit. So our styling updates, because we don't get these proper border styles and all these things. So we'll have nice styling from ShadCN and everything. So the next thing we can do is we can work on our side navigation, right? So the side navigation. Now, before I work on this side nav. Again, this is a server component by default. Everything is a server component by default unless you specify on the top level something called use client directive, right? So unless you specify use client, everything's by default will be a server component. So on the side nav, let's create. Before we do that, is I want to do some like ShadCN installation. So let's make this a bit bigger. Actually, let's just make this bigger. Now, what is ShadCN? ShadCN is just nothing. It's just basically a beautiful component library, but it's not actually a library. Like, you don't have to install it like with, the library itself. But it basically gives you reusable components. It's basically a wrapper, you can say, with Radix UI. So, and it's really popular. It gives you, all of these components are thoughtfully designed so they're accessible. And if you're not familiar with Shad, the dude's awesome. Just go give him a follow on Twitter. He created this entire like library, and it's beautiful. You can see you can build really clean stuff with this. Dashboard layouts, tables, forms, especially for forms, is really powerful. Like, you get really nice, you can see as soon as I click update profile, you get really nice looking styling. And if you're wondering that, hey, does it come with this style only? Like, you can't change these styles. You can actually, you can go to the themes and you can really pick any styles you want. So you can even customize this. So if you like yellow, or if you like rose, gray, whatever styles you like, customize this, and basically you have this copy code button. So all these styles are basically available via CSS variables. So it's using CSS variables, and by the way, of course, it's using Tailwind CSS, right? This entire library, and it's also using the new Next.js 14. So you have like server components and a lot of nice things, right? So you can see this. These are all CSS variables. Now they're going to change depending on what theme you choose. I'm going to stick with the default one, which I think is this one, right? This is what I'm going to stick with. And again, really cool thing about this ShadCN UI is it also has pre-configured styles for light mode, dark mode, and everything. You can see it's pre-configured, so it works beautifully in light mode as well, in dark mode as well. So it's really nice. You get all the components. So let me show you guys the component. This was just the home page. Is some things you can do with ShadCN, but of course you get these nice components now. So you have an entire range of components. It's really vast. You can have calendar, checkboxes, a lot of things, and every example contains really nice examples like about form and like a lot of different things, right? So let's just get started. Honestly, you're gonna fall in love if you have never used ShadCN UI. Just trust me, and you're gonna really fall in love with this library. You're gonna use it for all of your projects. I use it for all of my projects now. So installation, let's getting started. Installation, we want to use Next.js. It's for other frameworks as well. We want to use Next.js. Now, we have done this command previously with Next app at latest, so we're not going to do this one. If you're starting from scratch, you can just start from here, but let's just basically run the CLI command here. And I forgot to mention, every component you want to install using like ShadCN, we're going to take a look at it. It's installable via the CLI, by the way. So you can just use the CLI. You don't have to like keep on copy pasting code. You just really just use the CLI to get all the code in a nice directory. And it's really like a nice it's really like a nice developer experience you get with ShadCN UI. I really like it, honestly. So let's initialize this. Let me make it like this so we can see. On our app, let's open another terminal. So I like to keep this terminal running, the server running, and open a new one, and just basically npx ShadCN UI at latest. And what this is going to do, again, it's not going to install a component library or something, but it's going to initialize our project with some of the stuff. It's going to ask us some questions like, Do you want to use this? Do you want to use React Server components, or do you want to use like CSS variables? We're going to get in just a bit. Yeah, here you go. Would you like to use TypeScript? That's recommended. Yes, we are using TypeScript. Which style would you like to know? These styles, it might confuse you in the beginning that what are these default or New York styles, but it's actually really simple. If you go to the themes here, you can see basically all these styles, they have a particular a theme, right? And you can see they have a style here. You can see this style actually means what is the difference between New York and default style. It comes with different things. So default style comes with Lucid React package. That's like for the icons. And Tailwind CSS animate for your animations. If you prefer the New York one, it ships with smaller buttons and cards and uses radix icons. So if you go and click on New York, you see the icons are smaller now. And it's a bit more like nice, and you can see it's more rounded and stuff. And the default, you can see it's a bit bigger, right? So like choose whichever pleases your eyes or like pleases you, whichever you think is best. I'll stick with the default, honestly. But this is what this actually means. In the beginning, when I read this, I was confused as in like what this means, right? Okay, let's get back to here and let's go back to the installation. I'm gonna pick the default. And now it will ask you which color would you like to use as, again, it's the same thing. In the themes, you can go and choose any of the colors, but remember to choose the same base colors. So the base colors are the base colors for your like borders and like your light mode, dark mode, and that kind of stuff, right? I'm going to stick to, okay, no, I didn't, oh, we had to use neutral there. Okay, my bad. I'm going to Control C again, and let's just do it once again. Okay, so I messed up because we wanted to use the neutral one, not the slate one. Because that's what matches the base styling with Instagram kind of. So that's the reason I use that. So default, and instead of slate, just pick neutral now. Where is your global CSS file? Now you can see our global CSS is inside of app directory. So that's the proper one. So just press enter there. Would you like to use here? Yes, this is very important because we want this to be like automatically configured when we copy the file from the themes. If we ever want to like decide to change this, we don't have to go ahead and change every color in our app. We just basically change all the CSS variables, and it will automatically update the theming of our app. So it's really powerful, the CSS variables. So press yes here. Where's the Tailwind config? That's also on the root level. And if you're not familiar, you can just go ahead and check. This is what our Tailwind config looks like. There is one important thing which I was gonna forget, but it's good that I navigated here. So the important thing, if you can try to guess it, is actually the extension, the file extension. In the newer versions of Tailwind, you get this new like Tailwind config.ts files now, instead of the old .javascript ones. But the ShadCN, it needs to be updated. It's still using the old here. So what you can do is type it in, tailwind.config, and make sure not to misspell this. Otherwise, it's going to create a new file. So make sure to name it exactly like tailwind.config.ts. What's it going to do? It's going to basically populate all the variables and all the styling ShadCN needs in this file, and it's going to merge it nicely with this one, right? So let's just press enter. Configure the import alias for components. Again, we just want to stick to the default, so let's just say yes. Let's just do it. Configure the import alias for utils. It's going to create a lib folder for us, and it's going to create a utils file inside of the lib, which is a nice convention we like to follow. So let's just press enter there. Are you using server components? Yes, we are. And write configuration to components.json. Press yes here. As soon as I press yes, you can see our Tailwind config.ts file updates, right? And you see it's installing some dependencies it needs. Again, as I mentioned before, it's using Radix UI behind the scenes. So, and Radix UI is really damn amazing. It's really accessible, really, really nice components you get. So, basically, you get those Radix UI. So if you go and take a look at package.json, you see it installs like class variance authority and CLSX packages. But the good thing about this library is it will not install everything from the beginning, only the stuff which you need for the specific component. So it didn't install any Radix UI right now. It's because you didn't install any components, right? We didn't install any components. So if you install any components, it's going to then, if a component needs some external dependency, then only it's going to install that package in our project, right? It's not going to install every single package out of the box, which is what usually happens. A lot of the other component libraries, they install everything from the beginning, and then you have a huge like basically dependency list, and it's horrible, right? So this is why ShadCN UI is different, right? And now you can see project initialization completed. Close the terminal, Command J, maybe switch it to the one here. And you can see we get no errors here, so it's success. So let's just switch back and really just close the terminal now. So you can see we have all the color theming here. So all the color theming, and these are all using CSS variables. So you do not touch this file here. All you do is you go in your global CSS, and if ever for any reason you want to change your theming, let's say you want to pick a different theme, just copy that file which I showed earlier from the global CSS and literally just like replace this one with that, right? And you're going to update your theming. You don't have to touch all these things here, right? These are all using CSS variables and some really nice animations as well. Let's go back to global CSS. Let's see what else do we get. This is really beautiful. Let's go back to our site nav. Maybe let's finish the installation. I think we are already done, honestly. And we have this components edition. This is the last thing I'm going to explain, and then we're going to get back to coding. Components, the JSON file, it creates on the root level. And what this file is basically, if you ever, let's say, want to change some configuration, like where do you want your components to live? Like your components are going to be, all the ShadCN components are going to be inside components under the UI directory. And then you have your utils. So if you ever decide to change any directories or file names or whatever, you can basically configure these aliases. If you do not want to use CSS variables, you can say false here, base color, you can change it, and a lot of these things, right? So this is where the ShadCN basically reads from this components to JSON file. It's a super important file in your project, right? So let's close the sidebar and let's actually see what else it uses. So we can see on the fourth step we have fonts. So he's saying that he uses inter. This is what I mean by default with Vercel. With Next.js, we get this inter font by default, so that's nice. And then he talks a little bit about app structure, as I explained. Every single ShadCN UI component is going to be under UI. And then we have this utils directory. And then basically he explains how you can start adding components. So let's say we decide to add a button, which we will be using ShadCN buttons. So let's just copy this command. And let's go back to our next terminal, and npx ShadCN UI add latest. This is only going to add the button component, nothing else. That means only the dependencies the button needs is going to be added. No clutter, nothing else, right? So you can really go ahead and take a look in your folder structure now. You can see a UI directory is being created, and as I expand this, you can see we have a button.tsx file. And let me just close everything. So you can see we have some button variants. We have different variants of your buttons. Again, you do not want to get confused there and do not want to basically, just play around with this file. This basically has some nice Tailwind styling and different variants. If you want to use default, destructive, outline, you can play around with this file. Honestly, if you want to add more variants, all you have to do is really, you can add another variant, let's say the brand or something like that, and just maybe just have some styling for the brand, right? So this is why it's really good, because you can really customize this however you want. If you want to add more props, maybe you can add more props in here. You can add really different things, right? And you can see again, now you can see we have this package called Radix UI React slot. So this is why it's using Radix behind the scenes. Now that we are familiar with how to install components using ShadCN UI and how to basically configure all of this stuff, let's actually get back to our site navigation component and let's start coding again, right? And you can see immediately I get this light mode right now, which I do not like this. I don't like the light mode. So a trick I like to use is I go into my root basically, and what I do is on the HTML here, if you put class name, you can say something called dark, and as soon as you do that, all of your white theme basically changes to dark. So what this does is basically it enforces dark theme on your app instead of the light. Now this is just I'm doing it right now. Later on we are going to add a nice little mode toggle thing. So it's going to allow us to toggle between light and the dark mode. And it's going to use the system theme as the default theme of the user. Right now I'm going to do this in dark mode. I really don't like the light mode. So let's stick to this. Let's go back to our site nav now and let's start building this component, right? First of all, we have this top level div, and now we're going to have another div inside of this where we're going to have a bunch of more components, right? There's going to be really a lot of components in this build. First of all, we're going to have a logo, and then we're going to have another component called nav links. Now, the logo is going to be purely for the logo only. The nav links, again, are going to be these links. So if we go back to our finished app, where is the finished app? Okay, yeah, it's right over here. So you can see these are all the nav links. Of course, this is on a smaller screen. If you make this bigger, you can see these are all our nav links. This is our logo, and then we're on the bottom, we're going to have a more drop down, just like Instagram basically, right? So this beautiful drop down thing, right? Now let's go back to our app and let's get building. So we're going to have these two components, nav links, and then we are also going to have something called profile link here. But this profile link will only be available, so I'm just going to comment this out right now, if we have a user, right? So once we get done once we basically get the authentication done, we're going to add this profile link component, and it will only be available if the user is there, if the user is present, if the user is logged in. We do not want to show the profile link otherwise, right? So that's how we're going to have another profile link component. On the bottom, you're going to have another div here. And here we're going to have another component called more drop down. And again, I'm just going to comment this stuff here just so we can see how the app will look like. So we have a div, logo, some nav links, profile link, div here. And again, let's get started with, first of all, creating the logo components, because that's what we need to do first, right? Go back to our components, create a new file. Remember, not inside UI. Actually inside of this inside of components, so you have inside components, you have UI directory. This is where all the ShadCN stuff is going to go. So do not create a here, like if you can create it here if you want, but I prefer not to. Like basically all my components which I'm basically creating is going to be inside of components instead of UI. If you want, you can, but again, I don't recommend that. Just stick to this this approach. And you're going to say logo.tsx, close the sidebar, RFCE. And here we're going to have a nice little logo. I'm again going to just copy this from my components. Honestly, it's just a very basic file. You can just pause the video here, and I'll explain everything here. Don't worry. But you can pause the video and really just copy all this code. But it's a really simple component, right? So basically in the logo here, what we're going to have here is we're going to have a user next/link from the link component from the next/link, and we're going to have a custom font as well, by the way. So that's I'm going to also teach you guys how to add custom local fonts, not just custom fonts because we saw it previously, but custom local fonts inside of our app and how to optimize them, right? So we're going to take a look at that as well. And here we will have something called CalSense actually. For now, we haven't created this. Actually, we can. This is a good point. We can start learning about this CalSense font as well. But yeah, I mean, let's just keep that for later on, honestly, because we really don't want to get into this right now. So what I will do here is I'll just comment it like that. Okay, you can't comment this. This is inside CSS. Sorry, stupid me. Okay, I'll just remove it, right? So basically, I'll just keep this comment right here. So we know that we're going to import and learn about a local font. But let's explain this logo component first, right? So what's happening in this component is we have something called a link, again, as I explained. And then we have a class name. And this is where we are using button variants. Now, what are button variants? This I'm importing from my button component. If you remember, we were exporting some button variants here. Basically, what this allows you to do is for any component that's not a button, you want the styling of a button, but you do not want to use an actual button, but you want the styling. So you can get the styling of a button by using button variants. So it's a really nice thing, a nice trick, which is shown in the ShadCN documentation. If you go and read that, you will see that if you ever want to style something which is not a button, but you want the button styling, you can use button variants here. And what I'm doing here, as I'm saying some custom my styling. So basically, you have these props in here. So this is accepts an object, and the object is, you can see, is configure your variants and stuff. So I'm using the ghost variant from ShadCN. You have different variants like outline, secondary, and destructive. I'm using the ghost one. And for the size, I'm saying I want the large size button. And again, you can have your class name in here. So this is like your custom class name if you want to customize the button, right? Because in all the cases, you do not want it to be exactly like ShadCN. Sometimes you want it to be like a different button, right? So you can just customize it like really easily. And then here, switch camera. This is not a component. This is just an icon. Do not get confused with this with the component. This is an icon coming from Lucid React package. And that's the package with ShadCN like UI. It uses that package basically for the default theme, right? So switch camera, and then we have a p tag here. So I'm just basically keeping it hidden. This p tag, and this is where we're gonna use our custom nice looking font. So it looks like a logo, but it's actually, I mean, this is just text, right? So it's not actually, I mean, a logo picture or something. It looks really nice because of the font, the CalSense font we're gonna use. And CalSense font, by the way, is coming from a cal.com GitHub open source project. Basically, our competitor of Calendly and stuff, but they're really amazing. I really recommend that you should check out if you want to book your meetings and all that kind of stuff. So it's cal.com, and this is where the font is coming from. And it's open source project. It's really nice project as well. So let's save this. Go back to our side navigation, and let's auto import our logo. Let's save the file, and let's see what do we see on our UI here. Okay, so let's make it bigger. All right, so you can see we don't see the logo on a very small screen. So this is the screen where we are not going to have the logo at all, right? So if you go on our finished app, you can see there's no logo here, right? You have the logo, but this is actually a different component. This logo will be in the header here. But this is our side navigation, right? So there's no side navigation here. So we're not going to see the logo, right? So you can see the side navigation is hidden on the default screen size. But as soon as I go bigger, you can see we have this text on the biggest screen. Then if I go a bit more smaller, you can see we have a nice icon. And this is an icon button. And this is the styling from like the ShadCN. I'm using something called... what's the icon? Switch camera icon from Lucid React. You can change the icon again here. I really don't like the sidebar, honestly. It freaks me out, and there's no way to configure this on Arc and to make it on the right side. But if I use Google Chrome, it's gonna lag a lot for me. So I just prefer using Arc instead because it's like really optimized. But yeah, whatever. Just like let's get back to this. Let me make this bigger maybe so we can see the logo. All right, I mean, you just saw the logo. So we know that there's a logo there, right? So we have a nice little logo component now. Let's get back to our important nav links now. Now we want to create nav links as well. Before I do this, actually, what I'm going to do is let's go back and let's just give some styling here for these divs overall, right? So first of all, the whole parent is going to be a flex box. And the height is it's going to take the full height. Flex column, and it's going to have px3, the padding horizontal of 3, padding vertical of 4, and on a medium screen size, we want padding horizontal of 2. So we're basically reducing the padding on a bigger screen size, right? Now for this inner div, which we have over here, we're going to have some more styling. Now this is a bit more styling here. So we're going to have some like border top here. We are also going to have negative margin left of 3. Now, negative margin left basically means that it pushes to the left, right? That's what it means. The reason I'm doing this, again, you might be thinking, oh, why is he using negative margins? There's a reason, there's a very good reason why I'm using this, is because this is a nice trick I'm using to make it exactly appear on phone screens, exactly appear like 100% of the width, because we're going to be making it fixed and stuff. So just trust me. Right, but on a medium screen, we do not want any margins, right? So I'm just going to say ML0, BG white, so it's going to be white background. Now, this is where how we can basically, if you're thinking that how do you do dark mode and light mode styling in Tailwind, it's really easy. All you have to do is you just type in something called dark, and this is a modifier, just like medium and stuff. What this will basically do is it will check in your class. So we are using the class strategy here. You can see for the dark mode. So it's a class. It means that we are going to change it in the class. And we're going to say if it's a dark mode. So if I just save this for now, you will see that if I just save this, the background white, it's not appearing. We don't see the background white, right? But if I do dark mode here, and then if I do something called BG neutral, because that's the background we are going to be using, and it's going to be BG neutral 950. That's the one which we will be using. Now this should probably change. Now if I make this actually bigger, this should be like basically 950, and let's just change it to maybe red. So maybe now we see something like red here. Yeah, so you can see now this section, I mean the parent has no styling, that's why it's not taking the full height. But you can see now it's maroon. But basically this only applies on the dark mode, right? So if we remove the dark mode, it's going to have BG white. This is how you style light mode and dark mode with Tailwind. It's really, really easy, right? Now all I'm going to do is I'm going to stick to neutral 950 because that's what we will be using as our color theme, right? And height, I'm just going to say 16. Actually, this was missing. That's why we didn't see that height. So it's going to have 64 pixels height, justify evenly, and then it's going to be fixed, of course. And we're going to keep it Z50, so we want it to be on the top of the everything and not under everything. So flex 1, again flex 1 means take as much space as you can. Width full, on a medium screen we're going to make this relative. We have it fixed, but on a medium screen make it relative, and on a medium screen make the height also of full, bottom 0, and on a medium screen border none. And we want this to be flex box, flex row, and on a medium screen we want this to be justify between, space x of 2. Space x of 2 means there's gonna be like, I don't know what's the value here, but basically if you do gap you'll see the value. So 8 pixels spacing between the children. You can use gaps and you can use space, whichever you prefer. I like to mix both and use whatever, honestly. But you can use gap as well. You can stay more consistent by using one of them, honestly. But use like SpaceX, and then we can see on a medium screen size, flex column, on a medium screen size, SpaceX of 0. And also we can see on a medium screen, and then also on a medium screen size, we want the space y to be 2. And the overall padding, we want it to be 2. So this is what we, I know it's kind of very, like a lot of styles for just this container, but honestly it's worth it because this is a really dynamic component which we're going to be having. As you can see, there's a lot of iterations, like on a medium screen it looks like that, on a bigger screen it looks like this, and there's a lot of things changing on a phone screen. We don't even see that, right? So that's the reason, I mean, we have some really nice styling here. But anyways, let's just save this here, and we're not going to see again because we don't have the sidebar, but now we can see here. Now it's visible, but now there's some issue here. We're not getting this exactly as we should have. All right, I mean, it should be in the center, but I might have missed something. Okay, let's just carry on. Maybe I'm missing the nav links or something. That's the reason it's happening. So let's just maybe carry on, and let's just keep going through this, right? Okay, so let's also see where the side nav is, right? So our side nav is actually inside, not here. It's inside of the layout, but it's inside of our dashboard layout, right? So it's right over here, and we have some styling here as well. So we already did some styling here, the initial styling. So that's completely fine. Let's actually work on the nav links now. So the next component we're gonna have is our nav links. So I'm just gonna uncomment this and copy the nav links, and let's go ahead and create navlinks.tsx here. Close the sidebar, RFCE, remove the React import. Again, if you guys are wondering how I'm doing these things so fast, like creating these files and closing sidebars, I'm just using keyboard shortcuts. I like to use them a lot because it saves my time and not do everything. Like imagine if I do these things with mouse, it just like, it looks like really like a junior. I mean, it's not junior or senior, but like it's kind of a slower approach. I mean, it doesn't save you a lot of time. So I mean, it's good to learn those shortcuts, like really, like, you know. And even for the imports, like the way I remove this is I don't select it, and I like to use something called Command Shift O. This is the VS Code shortcut which removes your imports, like because React is not needed, so it sorts your imports and stuff. So really nice thing I like. I don't like to select and do it So I have shortcuts. Maybe I'll make a video about this. I think it will be helpful for a lot of people. What are my key bindings and shortcuts I like to use. Yeah, it really helps, guys. It really does. So let's go back into the nav links and let's maybe import this. All right, let's save it. Go to nav links here, and maybe I'll just do it like that so we can see what's happening here. Okay, nav links. Now for our nav link component, we're gonna have first of all a fragment here. We're not gonna have a div. We're gonna have a fragment. Again, you use a fragment when you don't want to like style, or you do not want to have a parent. I mean, you need to have a fragment, otherwise it's not going to work. But when you have multiple children, but you do not want a parent, like you do not want a div or something, you can just use fragments, right? It's really helpful that way. However, for our nav links, we're going to have something called links now, and that's going to be an array inside of our project. Now, this is something I'm going to copy right now, but you guys can really just pause the video, and even it's in the GitHub source code, which I have linked in the description below. So go ahead, copy this array. It's a very simple array. It's basically we're importing some icons from Lucid React, and basically each thing inside an array is an object. We have each object. So each object contains name property, an href property, and an icon. And what this means is like it's gonna make it really easier for us to really build this. But basically, what I'm gonna do now is I will just a second, guys. I'm checking something out. So I have my more drop down, my like. Okay, I was checking something out actually. All right. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna again get my import for the icons. Again, you don't have to type all these things by your own. Just go ahead in the description, and it's really simple. Just an array of some links basically, and you can see that we have icons, and like there's this hide on mobile property, which means that I do not want to show the search link on the phone, so I'm just saying hide on mobile. That's a custom property I have assigned. If you want some more properties, you can really just go ahead and go crazy with this. Just have more properties in there, right? It's a really nice way to have your links in one place, because imagine like you don't want to do this like for each link. You don't want to just copy paste, keep copy pasting these links. Like you create a component and just keep copy pasting. It's not a good way, right? So you can just change this from the array here. So it's a nice approach to use, right? Now in here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna map through each link. Again, if you're not familiar with all these things, like what's map, and I think you need to learn the fundamentals and go ahead and watch some videos about for loops and maps, how do they work in JavaScript. But yeah, again, we're going to map through each of these links, and what we're going to do is we're going to return a component. Sorry, it's going to be link, and this is going to be make sure to import it from next/link and not from a Lucid React or something, because it's going to come from next package. Right, so this is going to be a link component we're going to be using inside of Next.js. Now, whenever you map, remember you need to pass in something called a key, right? So whenever you map something, always have a key, and the key is going to be the link.name. That's going to be the key. There's going to be an href, which is link.href, and then you have something called I don't know what pass href is. Forces link to send the href property to this child. Now we don't want to use that actually. I'm not using that, but that's a really nice property to know. They keep adding new things, I guess, in the link. So it's a really powerful link component, by the way. It does prefetching and a lot of the things under the hood, but it's really nice. So class name, we have a class name. Now again, I'm just gonna copy this class name in from the what I've done here. But again, it's going to be a fairly simple class name. So we have some button variants, so make sure you import that from your button component. Again, I want this to be a link, an actual like next/link, but I want this to look like the button. So what I'm doing is I'm just saying button variants here again, right? And now here, what we have is we have something called isActive. Now isActive is going to be super important because we can see in our app, if I go and show you guys the app here, we can see this is highlighted because we are on the home page. Now, as soon as I navigate to my profile page, you can see now we are on the profile page. So this is highlighted. So we're going to have active states as well here. It's going to be super important to track these states. And the way we're going to be doing this is we're going to be making this a client component first of all, the nav links. And there's a very good reason why we are doing this is because the nav links is going to use a hook called use path name, right? And you cannot use hooks inside of server components. You have to make sure you're using a client component if you're using any hooks, right? So any client-side interactivity, any window object, any event listeners, or all of that stuff needs to be inside your client component. You cannot be using a server component for that. It's going to crash here and you're going to get an error, right? So make sure you convert this into something called, actually, let me just show you guys if it's the first time for you. Let me show you guys if I do this right now. Let's say if I use a hook, const path name is the hook name, and this is again coming from next/navigation. Now this use path name hook comes from next/navigation. Now Next.js gives us these really nice handy hooks, and this will basically get your current path name which you're on, your actual route, and it will return you that route in this path name as a string, right? A really useful hook. I use it really a lot in my projects. But before, let me just actually comment this entire thing out. So let me show you guys and let's see. Boom, there you go. So use path name only works in client components. Add the use line directive at the top of the file. That's exactly what I did before, right? You cannot use hooks again. So be careful when you do this. You're gonna get an error anyways, and the error is self-explanatory as well. However you say that. All right. So let's do that. And let me uncomment this actually, first of all. Let's uncomment this and let's do use client. Now, what is CN, by the way, if this confuses? Again, CN is going to come from something called lib/utils. If you remember in the beginning of our project when we were installing ShadCN, we had something called a utils directory. That's something which I didn't show you guys, but if you control click on it, like the CN thing, it's going to take you into the utils directory, which is inside of your lib here, you can see. So what this contains is all the utility functions and all the utility stuff, right? So you have something called class value here, CLSX, and this is already configured for us. So what this does is basically it uses something called Tailwind merge, and it merges your class names in a very smart way so you don't get like duplications and stuff like that. So whenever you are doing like some dynamic stuff, let's say when we're going to be doing here, if it's active, then only I want this to be secondary, or in the class name, what I'm doing here is I'm saying I'm basically applying a custom class name here, and then what I'm doing here in the next part here is I'm basically having an object, and basically I'm saying I want this to be hidden in medium flex, but I'm putting a call in here, and this basically means that I only want this to happen if my link contains the property hide on mobile. Otherwise, I do not want to basically apply these styling. And if you just do it without CN, it might work, but sometimes you get duplications, and sometimes you get like styling. You should be using CN for what it does. It uses this Tailwind merge and basically combines your styles and only uses each style once in a really nice order, right? Again, you don't need to get a whole lot into it, but again, remember that this is coming from your utils, right? Now, the last thing here is active property, and how do we now get the is active? Now, there's a really nice thing. What we can do is we can do something called, we can create a variable here, but again, here, this is an implicit return, so we can't just, for each link, I want to do a variable. Now, you can go ahead and convert this into a separate component, but what I have done here is instead of implicitly returning here, I've used an explicit return. So what I mean is use curly braces and just do return like that. So this is an explicit return. That means we can write some code here. We can write some JavaScript. And an implicit return, you cannot do that. So here, I'm just going to say, const is active, is going to be equal to, so this is my variable is active, and I'm saying path name needs to match the exact link.href. What this means is this href I'm sending, this needs to match with this path name, right? So this path name is going to return us exactly what the path name user is on. Then only we're going to apply this is active styling. And once the link becomes is active, what I'm doing is in the variant property here is I'm saying I want this to be a secondary variant. So if I save this right now, there's one thing which I missed. and that's actually my thing inside the link. Actually, I didn't do stuff inside the link. Inside the link is going to look fairly simple. It's going to be just like this. It's going to use the link icon. Now, where is the link icon coming from? Again, what I have done is I have basically done this in a very nice way. Is I have used something called, I've created a variable here, sorry, not here, right over here, link icon, and I'm saying link.icon, so it looks like a component, right? But what I'm doing is I'm populating it with this. You can go ahead and do it like this as well, like you can do it like that, that's fine. But React components, remember, they have to be capitalized. So it's just gonna be, it's a good practice to do it this way, right? So make sure you do link icon. So you have link icon. Now again, for each of the link icon, I'm giving this width of 6, the class name, and we have a p tag here. Now this p tag, again, we are conditionally using CN. So because we have some conditional styling here, whenever you have conditional styling, always go with this approach of using CN. Whenever, so it doesn't matter if you just have normal class names, like just use the normal CSS class name. No need to use CN. But whenever you have conditional class names and stuff, use this CN function, which is a really nice function to combine your conditional stuff with this normal class names, right? Now here you can see if this is active, I want the font to be extra bold. Now if I save this in, hopefully we don't have any errors. All right, might be having some errors here. We're not getting to see the link name actually. Let's just refresh this. All right, for some reason, okay, yeah, so that's going to happen because I'm still missing some class names here. You can see on a bigger screen, we can actually see our links here, but of course, we are missing some class names. I have given a custom class name here. If I show you guys, here I have something called navlink. Now navlink doesn't have any styling here. Now this is in Tailwind, you can give custom class names as well. And you can have them inside of like global CSS, so you don't clutter your file here. So if you have too long class names, you can separate them in a nice way, right? This is exactly what I have done. So on a bigger screen, you can see we have the links, create, search, explore, and all these links. But what I haven't done is I haven't done the navlink, the custom class name here in here, right? So what we can do next is I can go into my global CSS and let me navigate there. And let me actually get this for you guys. So in here, we can see we have some base styling. Again, this comes with ShadCN. So to apply some base styling here. And the one thing which I want to add here is I want to add my a thing called anti-alias. Now, what is this? It basically makes your font smoothing to be like does your font smoothing in a nice way and stuff. So if you want, you can do this. Honestly, it's not super important, but yeah, it's a nice thing to have. Again, you can say anti-alias there. And another thing you can do here is you can have the layer and the components. So let me just say components. So when you type in @layer here, you get these 3 options of base, components, and utility. So where do you want the custom class name to be applied? Again, it's not very super important, but again, it's just a nice way to separate your things. I want to apply this in layer components. And you also want to make sure, another thing which I did not actually do here, so this layer base is used, and now we want to use layer components. And in here, I want to basically apply some class name for my navlink. Now remember, this is the same class name which was in the navlink here. So navlink, right? It has to be the same one. In here, we can use something called apply. This allows you to use Tailwind CSS inside this file, which is a really nice thing. Again, this is all working because we have these 3 things right on the top here, right? This is why this works really nicely. So for the navlink on a medium screen size, we want this to be justify start. Now, the exclamation mark is not a typo. This means that I want this to be an important class name. And again, the reason I'm doing this is because remember, I'm applying something called button variants here, and that means button variants already had some styling previously, right? So I'm basically overriding those styles. So that's the reason I'm using exclamation mark to override these styles, because it's already pre-configured styles, right? We are overriding these styles. There are many ways to do this. You can change the button here as well, but I don't like to do that because there might be cases where we are using the exact button, but we want to customize it just for this purpose, right? So on a medium breakpoint, I'm basically putting exclamation mark before the class name. That makes it, you can see, important, adds this important thing here. So just if I start, the space is gonna be 2, medium screen size, again, I'm gonna say margin vertical of 1.5, px of 3, again, this is gonna be important. Everything needs to be an important class name. And as soon as I do that, this was the missing piece, right? This was the missing piece. We can see now it's in the center, properly done for all of our icons. It's just taking way too much spacing though in the middle of it. But right now we can see we have these beautiful icons now. So we have width, we have these stylings in here. And if I make this bigger, we can see it looks like beautiful. There's too much spacing in between, but apart from that, it looks kind of nice, right? So we have our nice icons, and this is a really nice looking sidebar now, right? It's all in the center and working. Really, really good, right? So that's the thing which we wanted to change in the globals. Now, let's go back to our nav links, and let's see if we are missing. We are missing something for sure, because we haven't, there's too much space in here, so maybe we're missing something in the layout, or we're missing some spacing or something. But I think that's something which we will have to figure out, right? So let's maybe try to debug this. Let's see where this is coming from, because of course we don't want this much spacing. If we look at the finished app, it kind of looks like this. It might be because we don't have a drop down yet. So that's the reason this might happen, actually, because I might have given this flex one or something. I really don't exactly remember, but yeah, let's just keep going and keep building this stuff. So our nav links component is complete. We have a fully functional nav links component now. Let's go back to our site nav, which is where we have all our components, right? Now we will have this profile link component once we set up our authentication. Right now, we don't have our authentication, so we cannot work on this because it's gonna require the user section and stuff. So let's maybe create the more drop down. That's the one which is important. And I think I got it. I think the styling here is missing. That's why we have too much space. So let me go back to site nav, and let's get this styling here for this. All right, let's get this styling for this div. So we are basically gonna keep this hidden. On a medium screen size, we're gonna make it flex, and you can see here flex 1. That's what I said, right? And we have this relative on a phone screen, but on a medium screen we want this to be flex box, and on a medium screen we also want this to be margin top of auto, which basically means that it's gonna take as much space as possible, and it's gonna push away from the top. And basically items end, it basically means that on a medium screen it's flex, so it means that items end, it's going to align the items on the end of the screen, right? And then the width full. Now inside this, we're going to have this more drop down component. So let me just do this, uncomment this, and copy this. Let's create this more drop down now. I'm just going to open up a new file here, more dropdown.tsx. Again, if you're confused what this is this finished component. It's this thing here. So this, remember, is the profile link, and this will be there once we have the authentication set up. This is the more dropdown where we have more stuff. And if I make this bigger, you can see more. This is what it's written. The naming might confuse you a bit, but bear with me here. It's a huge build, and there's so many components. So I tried my best with the naming, but yeah. If you feel free to have a better name if you can, really. But we have this drop down, and we can toggle some appearances here, and it's gonna be like a beautiful. So you can see it's really looks like exactly like Instagram. So I've designed this with ShadCN, so it looks like really nice. But yeah, let's actually work on this, right? Let's just work on this, and let me close the sidebar RFCE more drop down. And let's go back to site nav. Let's maybe get this more drop down here. And we have our drop down. All right, let me save that. And as soon as I save it, you can see we have our beautiful nav links, and it looks exactly as the finished build now, right? So really, really clean, really nice styling with ShadCN. I really, I don't know how many times I said this, but I really love ShadCN. Honestly, it's really beautiful. Yeah. But we have the more drop down here. So the more drop down, let's see how this component looks like. All right. So in here, we're gonna again coming back to ShadCN, we're gonna be using a drop down component from ShadCN. So we're gonna be installing that and all the dependencies that it needs for this to function, right? So first, let's go to ShadCN here, and let me show you guys this nice component. So drop down menu, and when I click on open, this is a beautiful looking component. Again, this is all supported with light mode, dark mode. So you might be thinking we also have light mode support. Now, of course, I have to tweak this a bit to look like Instagram, because there's no point in doing an Instagram clone if it doesn't look like Instagram, right? But this is how it looks out of the box. So I have changed some styling, but of course we're gonna take a look at that. First of all, you can install this through CLI. If you don't like the CLI approach, just go with the manual one. Honestly, I don't like the manual approach because you have to like really install the dependencies. But you can take a look at what's going on in here, and you know. But yeah, that's like a manual approach. I like the CLI one. So you can copy the command, and it shows you the usage here. So how to use it with a checkbox, for instance. So you can use it with a checkbox, a radio group if you want. Yeah, so really, really nice, right? So again, go back and open up your second terminal, install the drop-down menu. It might ask you that if you want to install this, just say yes and press enter. For my case, I don't think it does ask me, it just installs it. So let me get all these imports. Let's just copy that. And let's paste the imports on the top, just like that. And you can see it's installing right now, so this is erroring out. But once the installation is done, this is gonna be fixed, right? You can see installing drop-down menu. It's gonna take a while to install. And the drop-down, if you guys guessed it, this is gonna be a client component. Why? It's because we're gonna need a lot of client-side interactivity here. So this is done. And now, as soon as it's done, now we don't get any more import errors. And now, if you are wondering where these imports are, again, they are inside of your UI directory under components. So you can go ahead, take a look here. If you'd like to, let me close this in. And you can see you have all these styling. Now, again, you don't have to like just understand everything here, but it's just a simple drop down. And honestly, it's just simple sub components. So you have a menu, you have a trigger, group, portal, sub, radio group, and different things, right? So it's a really nice thing. I recommend that you read the documentation and figure things out rather than going through this entire chunk of file. So let's get back to our component. This is gonna be a use client. Remember to make it's a client component. And now let's go back to our app. And let's build this beautiful dropdown. All right. First things first. Instead of this, we're not gonna have this anymore. We're going to be having a drop-down menu. So let's do this line by line, actually. So first of all, we're going to do a drop-down menu like that, okay? The drop-down menu is going to contain the drop-down trigger. So trigger. And now drop-down trigger is basically, it's a button. And if you hover over this, you can see it's an HTML button element. Actually, this is what the type is. And basically, this will be your trigger of your of the drop-down. So when you click on this, your drop-down is going to appear. And this is what the trigger actually means, right? And now, what I want to do, however, is like I don't want to do the default setting. So there's a really nice prop ShadCN it gives you, is like it gives you something called as child. And I don't know if it's ShadCN or it's a radix thing or whatever, but the as child props basically allows you to have a custom component here. So I want to have a default looking button which I want. So what it's going to do is going to give that functionality to this default, the button which I'm going to be creating here. So instead, it's going to trigger based on the button click here instead of the drop-down menu trigger. That's what's going to happen with as child, right? It's a really nice prop because sometimes you might not want to use trigger. You might want to have your own custom stuff. So you can say as child and going to now forward this same thing to this one here. So I'm going to have a button. And inside this button, we're going to have a menu icon. So I'm just going to say menu. And there's going to be a div here. And that's going to say more. Again, there's going to be some styling. The styling is going to be, it's going to be hidden on phone screen. On a larger screen, it's going to be block. All right. The menu is just going to stay the same. It's just going to be an icon. Now for the button, we're gonna have a variant, and the variant is gonna be of ghost. Again, I really like the ghost variant. Again, and the class name, class name, all right, is gonna be on a medium screen size. The width is gonna be full, and it's gonna be justify start. And again, I'm using exclamation mark. The reason I'm doing that is because I want this to override the button class names. That's the reason. Sometimes it doesn't do that actually for some class names, so I like to do this just to be safe, right? So I'm saying give a padding, justify start, because usually these buttons, they're justify center, and when you are using an icon, it doesn't look nice in the center. Typically you want your icon in the text to be on the left aligned side. So in some cases you might like want the text to be in the center, but most of the cases like this should be left aligned like this. So that's the reason I do justify start here, right? Okay, so what else do we need for the button? We also need the size prop. Now the size prop, there's like four default, four different sizes. Now I like to use the large one here for these buttons. And again, it's pretty similar to the styling over here for these buttons. The reason I haven't done like created a custom class name. You can if you want to, honestly, but I think it was just a very small thing here, so I just copy pasted from this button to this button. But it's pretty much the same styles here, right? So the nav link styles, if you remember, right? All right, so we have this. Now we're gonna also have a piece of state here. So we're gonna have a custom state. And that's the reason we made this a client component, right? We're going to have interactivity here. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a piece of state. It's going to be open and set open. Now, I don't like to use React here, so I just like to use useState. I'm going to import it from React. So this is going to be open and set open. And what this will allow us to do, it will allow us to control the drop-down menu. It will be a control drop-down menu for us, right? And this is very important because you might be thinking this is an overkill. Why I'm doing this, because it automatically works, right? But I'll tell you guys why I'm actually doing this, right? There's a very important reason here. So if I show you guys the actual drop down here, you can see whenever I click on anything. So let's say if I click on profile, it actually closes that, right? So whenever you click on any action button or something, it actually closes the drop down menu automatically. So this is how it's like default, it's configured by default, right? This is how it works, right? And even when you close on outside here, it also closes. So that's why this is really nice, right? So it also closes when you click outside or when you click on any of these action buttons, right? It also closes. And that's the main reason we want to make this control, because if you look at our finished build here, even in the actual Instagram app, you're going to find the similar behavior. Is that when you click on let's say the switch appearance, it doesn't close, right? It actually opens up another screen, another thing here, and that's the way to configure your dark mode, right? But if I don't control this, it's automatically going to close that, right? So you can see whenever I click on this action button, it actually switches the mode, but it doesn't close that. So I can close it whenever I want by clicking outside, but it doesn't close it. I can click on this to close it or outside, but it doesn't close on clicking on action buttons, right? So that's the reason I'm making this control like that. I hope you guys like got the reason behind this. It's not an overkill. There's the reason I'm doing this, right? Okay, but where do you actually apply these things? Now, on your like parent drop-down menu, you have these props called open, modal, on open change, and this is where you control it from, right? So you only want this to be open when your open is true. So by default, it's going to be false. And when do we want to make this true? Is when we actually click on the button, right? So on click, and Copilot is going to figure out. So set open to be not open, right? So whatever the open state is. So you can see I can basically toggle this, right? So you can see I can toggle this open, close, like that, right? So this is what's going to happen when you do it like that, right? So you're going to on click of the button, not on the trigger, remember, because we said S child there. So on the button, it's going to toggle your drop down. So this is how we want to control this, right? Now this will fix something, but it won't fix everything, right? And what I mean is if I actually save that, I don't know what that error was about, but if I actually save this and Actually, we don't even see the more drop down, by the way. So for some reason, it's not even showing me the drop down. So let's click on it. Actually, let's see. Okay, let's debug this. So the set open to not open is not working. Let me first see if we have this saved properly here. We also see the icon. That's weird. Why it's not actually working? Okay. Oh, all right. My bad. So I have the trigger, but I don't have the other part of the drop-down menu, right? So we have the drop-down menu content. That's something which I wasn't even rendering here. So what's going to happen is when you trigger the drop-down menu, it's going to show something in the content, right? So in the content, there's going to be some items. For now, I'm just going to like keep it the default Copilot items, but it's not going to look like that. Now if I click, there you go, boom. Right? Now you guys can see one problem here, right? So whenever I click outside, nothing actually happens. Like even when I click here, nothing happens, right? The reason is because with ShadCN by default it was configured, but we are making this control with our state now. And if I just keep the ShadCN one, we know what will happen is when we click on any of the buttons, it's going to close, which we do not want, right? So to fix this, what I am doing is I'm using a useEffect. Yeah, I'm actually using a useEffect to fix this. And the way this will work is we will use a useEffect. So let's first import that, and I'm going to explain each bit of this code. Don't worry about this. I literally just got this from Stack Overflow or some website. I don't know. But basically, we're using a reference, right? It's important to understand this instead of just like copy pasting and not understanding. I think you should understand, but do not like delve too long in this. That how does this work or whatever, right? Basically, what we are doing is the concept here is that we have a piece of reference here. And if you don't know what references are in React, references are basically like pointers. So we're going to use ref here. And before I forget this, I'm also going to say HTML div element. Basically, I want this to be of type HTML div element. This is where I want the reference to be attached on. So it's like a reference, like a pointer to something. And where do I want this reference to be attached to? Is I want this to be attached to on my drop-down content, right? Now, it will all make sense once I explain this. What this basically means is, right, this means that the reference here, I want this to be attached to drop-down menu content, and what I'm doing inside the useEffect is, you can see, close the drop-down when the user clicks outside. I want to basically close my drop-down when I click outside of this, outside of the content, right? So you can see this entire thing is part of my content. Whenever I click outside of my content, I should automatically close my drop-down because we purposely made this controlled with the use state, right? So what I can do here is I can just set open to false, and don't worry about this show more toggle. We're gonna have this piece of state as well. But before, I just created like a function handle outside click, and here you can see it. What it's doing is basically it's saying it's an event of type mouse event. If this is not present, just return. Basically, what's happening is that it's taking this reference. And basically, it's checking that if this contains the event.target as no, this is some way. I don't completely honestly understand this, but I mean it works. And basically, what it does is it checks if you are clicking outside of this content area. This is how it checks. So with the contains, if it doesn't contain that that node, right? So then it says that you set open to false. So whenever you click outside, right? And then after the function here, so you can see this is a function. After this function, outside of this function, what we are doing is we are adding an event listener called mouse down. So we're listening for a typical event listener that's called mouse down, right? If we want to listen to that event listener. And then we're cleaning this up. Now, this step is super important because you might leave it at this step, but you should always basically clean. This is called a cleanup, basically. This is what it's called, right? So what this means is we're then removing the event listener, the same event listener, and we are sending back a function. So this is a super important thing, and you shouldn't miss this step ever, right? And then we are basically making the reference inside of the dependency array inside useEffect. And the reason we are doing this is because it depends on that reference, right? We need to track where the mouse is happening, where the click is happening, right? So now, if I actually save this, you can see it's automatically closed right now. But if I click on this, there you go. If I click outside, it's closed. beautiful, right? Exactly how ShadCN works. But let's also verify if we click inside, it does not close, right? So this is how you can handle these events in a really nice way. You can see whenever I click outside of content, it closes. Inside, it does not close, right? Exactly how we wanted this to be. Beautiful stuff, all right? So now let's go back to our drop-down menu trigger. Now we have our drop-down menu trigger, which is actually functional. It's working. Now let's work on the drop-down menu content. What will we display in the content? So first of all, I will get a bunch of this stuff from on the content. So alongside the ref, we're gonna have basically a class name, right? We're gonna style this in a different way. So on a dark mode, we want the background to be neutral of 800, a width of 64, a rounded XL, again using exclamation mark to override that. And basically, I'm also saying give me a transition on opacity. And the reason I'm using CN here is I'm basically toggling this, and I'm checking if my drop-down menu content is not open. I want this to be an opacity of 0, and this is a really nice trick to not have it like very instant, like, you know, just have it a nice animated way and not have it like instantly close it. And I'll show you guys the difference, what I mean about this. So first of all, I comment this out, and the rest two props I'm doing align to the end, and I'm also giving a negative offset of like 40 to push it from the left side. Now you can see it kind of looks like this, but you can see basically what's going to happen is we're going to have an inner sub thing, which is going to be this show mode toggle, which we're going to be having. And once we close that show mode toggle, if you don't have this thing in here, it's going to close instantly, and you're going to see the difference once we do that, once we start doing that, right? So it's not going to be like nicely animated, but you can see this actually looks really cool now. Now let's style the inner items here, right? Let's style these drop-down menu items, right? So now, first of all, we're going to have a piece of state. So let's have this piece of state. This piece of state we're going to have in here, just over here. This is going to be for our show mode toggle. And what this will control is basically this thing right over here. So not here. Actually, let's go back to our app. Okay, right here. So you can see when I click the drop-down menu, we click on switch appearance. So this is why we have this state. So when I click on this button here, we want the set show mode toggle to be true. So we want to show this thing, this appearance thing here, right? And when I go back, it again switches back. And the nice, you can see there's a nice, when I close this, it's not fully snappy. So it's a really nice, the way it closes is in a nice way and not in a very snappy manner, right? Especially when I close this, you can see it goes by default back to this one here, right? This is how we are doing inside of a useEffect here. So first of all, we are closing the set show mode toggle, so we can go back to this here, and then we are also closing this. So once we open it the next time, it's gonna be on the default one, right? Exactly like how Instagram works, right? This is how it works. So let's go back and let's keep on working on this one. All right, let's see. We have a reference handle outside click, nicely done. So let's create the drop-down menu item now. That's the most important thing. Again, I'm using a CSS class name here because it is really beneficial to use that class name to style this. I'm just gonna copy some stuff here. Okay, and again, you can take your time to copy this the stuff, but again, I'm gonna explain this fairly quickly because I don't want to invest too much time in the drop-down menu. We have a lot to cover, honestly. So I'm just gonna paste this thing here. Again, we have some icons, so make sure you import these icons like the activity, bookmark, just like how I'm importing this moon icon and some stuff. So what I'm doing is I'm basically using this something called if the show mode toggle is not true. So once remember the show mode toggle for the theme one. If that's not true, we want to show a particular fragment. And the reason, again, I'm using a fragment here is if you don't use a fragment, it's going to error here. So you need to make sure you use a fragment here. And I'm basically having 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 drop-down menu items here. And basically, each of these drop-down menu items contains an icon. Again, this menu item is just a simple div. You can see it's an HTML div element. And the class name, a custom class name of menu item, which we're going to see in just a second. And each of the item contains an icon and some text. Then we have this drop-down menu item. Here we have an on-click event, and we're checking. We're basically saying that set show mode toggle to be true when we click on this. And then we have a moon icon by default, and then we also have some text called switch appearance. Now again, this one I'm just going to comment this out. This is going to be for our sign out functionality once we set up our authentication. I think after this component we'll set up our authentication. So we are working with all the database stuff and all that stuff, and we're really fast and up to date on that, right? All right. So before ending this here, let's comment this out and let's focus. Let me just save this first of all. So let's see what do we get here. Right now the show mode toggle is not gonna be true, right? So we can see we have this stuff. Now again, it's not styled, but we see this stuff. As soon as I click here, we don't actually see those things anymore, for which we're gonna have some different states. So here we're gonna have some different states for our if our show mode toggle is true here, right? So if our show mode toggle is true, we're gonna again have another fragment, and here we're gonna be showing this theme section, right? So if you guys remember this theme section, when I click here, this switch appearance, and we have the option to go back as well. So we're gonna be showing this thing in here if our show mode toggle is true, right? So again, chevron left, make sure you get it from Lucid React. And there's actually a label thing here as well. And again, where is this label coming from? I think it's coming from, okay, so let me see if this label is coming from, okay, so this I think is coming from ShadCN UI. I think we haven't installed this yet, but I'm pretty sure this is coming from ShadCN UI. So this label is coming from ShadCN UI, which we haven't installed yet. So no worries, we're gonna install that. Basically, it's gonna also have a switch component. Now again, this is also coming from ShadCN UI. So we're gonna be using this, and I'll explain this. It's gonna be fairly easy. We're also gonna have a theme variable here. So essentially what we're gonna do is we're gonna be using some package. So there are a few things which we have to install here. So what I'll do is we also have this thing called use theme hook. Now, where is this hook coming from? This is gonna come from our next themes package, which we will install with ShadCN. Like we'll have the dark mode and everything. And what we will basically do here is we will check that if our theme is a dark theme, we want to display the moon icon. If it's not, we want to display the sun icon. And this div basically will control the first part, the switch appearance, and the chevron left and everything we're gonna have is when we click on it, we want to go back, set show mode toggle to false, and then again, of course, we're gonna have a switch from ShadCN. So let's quickly like install all these different things, because this is gonna be like super important for us. So let's first of all install the switch and the label from ShadCN, right? So let's go back to ShadCN UI, and I'm gonna just press Command K. So this is how I like to search through all the components. I press Command K and type in switch. So you go to the switch screen, and you can see this is the beautiful switch component, allows the user to toggle between checked and not checked. And now again, the same way we have been installing previously, copy the command, open up your terminal, and just paste that switch thing in. Now what it's going to install is going to, I think, install your switch thing, and I think you can, there's an example on how to use this with the form. We didn't get into forms yet, so we're going to take a look at those things as well. But let's just really install the switch here, and let me go back and let's honestly close it. This is going to install in the background. Let it install, and let's go back to ShadCN. So we can also search for dark mode here, and when you search for dark mode, you will have an option again to which framework you're going to add the dark mode. Again, everything is handled by ShadCN. Like it is so well documented that you don't even have to, for dark mode, go to any other library or any other thing. Basically, you go in here, click on Next.js, and ShadCN uses Next themes package for the dark mode and light mode functionality. So here we're going to learn about higher order components and how we can basically, because our root layout, if you remember, is a server component, so we cannot just wrap that with the provider here, because this is the client component, right? So we need to create another file, and I'm going to explain how we do this, right? So first of all, let's install this package, npm install next themes, and this is done. So we can see switch is done. So we'll have the switch imports now for us available. Let's install the Next Themes package. Now close the terminal, and you can see exactly as documented inside of our components, we're going to create something called theme provider. Now I'm just going to take double check and confirm with my code. Right. So here we can go back to our code. Inside of components, we can have a theme provider, and here we can create basically a new file called themeprovider.tsx, like that. And we just want to copy paste this entire stuff, what it's showing us here. And again, this is going to be a client component. So we have this function called theme provider, which is coming from Next Themes package. And what it's doing is basically wrapping your children inside of this Next Themes provider, so it gives you all the theme functionality, right? It's a really nice package and works really, really well with Next.js, right? Then it's telling you that you wrap your root layout, add the theme provider to your root layout. So basically wrap your entire root layout, your body, with this, your children with the theme provider here, and there's some default props here which you can send, right? So what you can do is literally just copy the theme provider here and go to your root layout, and what you do is remove the children and just paste this in, right? And then you see the theme provider you will get from your components right over here. Now what this will do is, you might be thinking, if it's your first time using server components and stuff, you might be thinking that because theme provider is a client component, everything inside would become client, right? But that will not be the case. Why? Is because Next.js will, like, it will know which will be a server, like all the stuff inside the children will be server components, and it will smartly like detect from the file names, and only if you specify use line on the top, then it will become a client component. Otherwise, it will smartly know that no, this is server stuff, and it will keep them a server component. It will not, just because it's a higher order component doesn't mean that it will make everything under that client component. So you should it's important to know that thing, right? So the theme provider is the client component, but everything under this, it doesn't mean it will become client. So make sure you know that. And here's the attribute. This is super important because, again, we are basically going to be changing light and dark modes, and the way we are styling this is based on the class attribute. The default theme is the system. And just to make sure, actually, let's go to my theme provider, and I'm going to check this as well in the root layout if I have something else here. So I have the attribute of class, the system theme, and we want to make sure we enable system. This means that if the user has turned on the light mode, the app will run in the light mode. If they have dark mode, it will run in the dark mode, right? And this is also an important prop called disable transition on change. Basically, it prevents, like, I think it prevents, there's also like there's a slight transition that happens when you switch the themes. And also there's one more important prop which I just forgot, is going to be on the HTML thing here, which is, you can see it's right over here, right? So this is suppressed a hydration warning. So there are sometimes there's a hydration warning that happens, but you just want to suppress that, and this just like fixes it. It's just a quick fix for this, so it doesn't like show on your app. But yeah, you can really, at this point, we have our theme provider. Inside here, we're also going to have our auth provider. I think I can just comment this out, or maybe we'll just keep it like that, and I'll explain that later. But here we have our theme provider and the children under that. And remember, we are doing this on the root layout. This means it's going to apply to every single layout and page under that, right? So that's like super important to know. And then we can place the mode toggle button. So you can see this is a nice button which you can place anywhere in your app. And you can see this is also a drop-down menu. We're not going to do it exactly like this. We're going to do it, I mean, the functionality is going to be the same, but we have our own drop-down menu already. So let's go back to our app. And when I click here, first of all, this looks terrible, so let's fix that. Let me go back to more drop-down. And the way we can fix this is we have a custom class name. Now, again, I'm going to go to my global CSS and get this menu item, actually. So I'm quickly just going to copy this and paste this right over here. Now again, I'm doing this under components because it's a part of my components, not my base styling. And I'm just giving some styling, like on dark mode, Hover is going to be BG, this color. Cursor pointer, we want this to look like a button. Flexbox, item center, GapX, round and large, font medium, and some of this stuff, right? As soon as I save it, you can see this looks beautiful and just looks like kind of like Instagram, right? Again, when you click there, you see nothing because we haven't created that section yet, right? So you can see settings, your activity, save. Now, of course, I haven't implemented each of these sections because it will take too long to. Right now, it's already like 2 hours into this video, and we haven't even completed the sidebar. I know the pace is a bit slow right now, but really the sidebar is our main, like you can think of it as like a main components that it powers up a lot of stuff in our app. And once we get this done, I'm gonna like really pick up the pace and explain things in a really fast manner. I don't want to get too quick, so not to explain to beginners, because I really want this to be a beginner friendly and for everyone to understand the things I'm talking about, right? So the switch appearance thing here, I think it's not working right. Of course, we haven't implemented, but you can see it looks nice right now. And we have this drop-down menu. So yeah, I was saying that you can implement each of these sections if you want and extend the build however you like. That's exactly the way I thought this is like, you can really extend this to, there's like limitless possibilities the way you can extend this, right? So really, you can do a lot of the cool stuff, but of course I am only focused on the majority of the stuff, which is like the changing the dark mode and the logout functionality. So we can, let's finish up the sidebar quickly. All right, let's go back, and now for the use theme, let's import this from Next Themes. So we have the Next Themes now. We still didn't install the label, so that's something which I will install right now. We have the switch, so auto import the switch, but make sure you import it from UI/switch, not from Radix UI, because remember, that's the one ShadCN using, and he has customized it a bit to look like how ShadCN looks like. So do not by mistake import it from Radix, import it from UI/switch. And as soon as I do that, you can see in here, we have basically a checked property, which basically it's going to be checked. The switch is going to be on when the theme is the dark theme, and on check change is basically the toggle function. So if it's checked, it gives us a check state. If it's checked, make it set the theme to dark theme. Again, set theme is coming from the function use theme hook here, and that's the reason we have to make this a client. There's a lot of client interactivity here, right? So you can see set theme to the checked. If the checked is true, then make it dark. If it's not true, then you make it light, right? So basically, we're toggling this inside of the switch right over here. Again, I forgot to import the sun icon. And now I think everything looks good except one thing. I don't want to save it because it's going to error out. We don't have the label yet. So let's go to ShadCN. And let's search for the, not collapsible, let's search for the label. And let's install this label. Let's go back here and let's install the label. Let it install in the background. Let's go back to our app and let's get ready to actually see how it looks like. Of course, I don't want to press save yet because we are still installing the label. Once the label is done, we will basically have the label. And what I'm doing here, by the way, is actually this is a really nice thing which I didn't explain nicely, but the label, I'm wrapping everything inside the label. Remember thinking, what am I doing? Is this a mistake? Actually, it's purely intentional, the reason I'm doing this. If you go on the Instagram app and if you click on the button, you can see basically anywhere you click inside the button, it basically toggles that. Now you can, of course, have a button and toggle it there, but we are basically toggling it on the switch. So what I'm doing is I'm basically assigning an HTML4 attribute here, which can only be done on the label. So you cannot do this on a div. If I change this to a div, you can see this doesn't work. It does not exist on divs. That's the reason I'm using a label here. And then I'm putting the same ID on the switch. So anywhere inside the label you click, it's going to basically switch that. It's going to do that functionality of switching. And it's purely intentional from my side, right? That's the reason I'm doing it like that. So if we click here, let's see how it looks like. Switch appearance. Here we go. Looking really nice. But now you can see, actually, this just switched. It was not the correct one, but it does switch. And you can see how beautifully our icons update. Right now it's in dark mode. As soon as I click here, now it gets in light mode. I really don't like the light mode, but you can see And once you do, and here, this is what I want you to see, right? So as soon as I actually close this, you can see that flicker, right? Like it first like switches to the old one, and then it actually closes, which is not like really good, right? It's a really little detail, but it doesn't look nice, right? And that's the main reason I basically had this opacity if it's not open. So what this will do, it will basically turn off the opacity. We don't actually see that because it's going to be closed anyways, right? But it's going to do it in a very nice way instead of doing it like that, right? So you just want to put a comma here to make sure that it because it comes in under the CN thing here. And let's save, and let's see if we don't have any errors anymore. Now you guys will see when I turn this to light mode and I close it, you can see no more flicker there, right? So that looks really clean, no more flicker. As soon as I close this, even when you go here, no more flicker. So looks really nice. I'm going to keep this on dark mode. Now you can really change it to light if you like, but I'm going to keep this. And even clicking here, you can see you can go back, and it works really nicely like that. All right, so I think we have our more dropdown that is actually fully complete. We have, and if you didn't understand anything here, please feel free to reach me out or just go ask for help on the Discord server if you don't understand anything, or just use ChatGPT, honestly, and that's like the best thing you can do. And just like copy the chunk of code on ChatGPT and just ask it to explain step by step, and that will be easier for you to grasp all these concepts used there. All right, so we have our nice more drop down. All right, let's go back to site nav, and beautiful. I think the next step, when I refresh this, you can see it actually looks really nice right now, and it looks really clean, even on a bigger screen. We have this more here. You can switch appearance. I'm sorry for flashbang in your eyes. If you really don't like light mode, I'm not going to do it anymore. I just like playing around, honestly, but I'm not going to do it anymore. Okay, so it looks really clean. Honestly, you have a dashboard. We have the structure laid out now, right? We can be really fast now. Next step, I think we should naturally proceed towards authentication, because that's the main. It's going to be like, of course, not the main, but it's going to be like one of the main parts, right? Because we need authentication, authenticated user access, and the middleware and all that good stuff, so we can protect our stuff. All right, have our logout functionality, have our profiling, which we haven't done yet. So naturally, let's get to the NextAuth stuff, right? Again, from scratch, let's go to NextAuth. Okay, let's open NextAuth. I'm just gonna search for it, and let's go. Next.js. This is really easy authentication for Next.js, and if you're using this first time, it's really easy. It's not gonna be hard to install this, and it's really easy to customize everything within NextAuth, right? So what you want to do is you want to get this command npm install NextAuth, and basically this is the documentation which we're gonna like breeze through. Honestly, I've used NextAuth a lot in my projects. I really like it. So even in my previous projects, I've used it extensively. If you don't understand, just go ahead, watch previous of my projects, and you will see how I've used it really in most of my projects here. So npm install NextAuth, and this is done. Okay, nice. The next thing we'd want to do is, you can see here, it's using the old pages directory. You can see under pages API, but there's a nice comment here which says, if you're using Next.js 13.2 or above, with the new app router, you can initialize the configuration using the new root handlers by following our guide. So you can click on that guide, and you can see this is the guide for the new app directory, because in the app directory we have something called root handlers, which are the preferred way, you can see, to handle REST-like requests. So in the pages, you used to have API routes. In the new app directory, basically it's the same thing, but it's more optimized. It's more nice now, the root handlers. So what you want to do is follow this exact approach. So under your app directory, you want to have your API route. And again, just for any beginners out there, I'm going to explain a bit more about this. So the way the root handlers work inside the new app directory is that you don't necessarily have to have the API directory anymore. What you can do is you can really basically have a file called root.ts just like page.ts basically, but root.ts is specifically going to be for your routes. So any of your routes, whatever, however you pronounce it, any of your like get, post, update, delete, any of those routes, it's going to be basically the root.ts file. So it's going to read from those files, which is, again, it's a good convention to follow. But again, you don't necessarily need an API directory, but it's again nice to have an API directory so you separate your API routes with your page routes, because technically your page is also a request. It's also a GET request. So if you don't have an API directory and if you make the mistake, these both will clash, and basically they're both, if you have a GET request on the route here, right? Because technically this is also a GET request, your page. So you have to make sure to have nice separation. So let's just add an API folder here. And what you can do then is copy this entire thing. Honestly, you don't have to create separately auth and NextAuth. Copy this entire route, go inside API, create a new file, and just paste this all in. And you can see we have API auth. It automatically creates the auth folder. Then inside we have NextAuth. And then inside NextAuth, this is, by the way, this ... means it's a catch-all route. And this means that it's not going to read from any other routes inside of your auth, and it's a catch-all, so it means it's only going to read from this NextAuth / root.ts file. So it's a really nice way. Let's close up the sidebar. Inside here, you can just copy the code here and paste it right here. But of course, this is not going to be ... We need some configuration here. And you can see internally NextAuth detects that it's being initialized in a root handler by understanding that it is passed in a web request instance. What this means is by using the root.ts convention, right? And we will return a handler that returns a response instance. And this is how it will work in the first time. And you can see it expects you to export some named handler functions that will handle basically your request and return response. That's what we're going to do next here, is that we're going to have some configuration. Now, the way I did this is, let me see, my NextAuth file is basically a very simple file. So I've done it exactly like this, but the only difference is instead of like handler here, defining the handler itself here, what I've done is I've exported a config object from my file called auth.ts. So I'm using a auth.ts file. And you might be thinking, why am I following these specific file structures and conventions? Actually, I'm following with a very nice Next.js Learn course. They have a new Next.js Learn course, so you can go on the nextjs.org/learn, and basically there they teach you all about nice patterns and conventions, and also they teach you about adding authentication. So I'm basically following the same exact similar structure there. It's a really, really good course. It's really comprehensive if you want to get started with all this. But basically that's what I'm following from. So we're going to have our auth.ts file on the root level. So I'm going to go on the root level, create a new file, auth.ts, just like that. And here we're going to be initializing our Prisma, our adapters, and just in case, let's make this bigger because there's no point in showing you the half screen right now. Okay, so now I think you might be able to see much nicer. And here we're going to be using our Google providers and all the NextAuth stuff, right? So what we want to do, if you remember, in the root.ts, we have a config object which we are passing right over here. This is exactly what we're going to create here. So we're going to create export config object, right? So this is what we're going to be creating. Now, you might be thinking that, well, how do you know that what stuff to put inside this config, right? There's of course, you don't have the typing here. Like, you can just put anything right now, right? You can put, like, literally anything, and it's going to work just like that. So if I put this, it's going to work, right? But there's no constraint to this, right? And the reason this is happening is because we are not doing it inline here. So if we do it inline here, we will get the typings, but because we're not doing it here, you can see here we will get all the types. So because we're not doing it here and we're doing it outside of NextAuth, it's not that easy to actually get this, right? And just one more thing, guys. I just want to see one more thing, if that is correct. Okay, I was confused if it's NextAuth / React or Next, but it's actually Next. It's not the React one. I just want to double check actually what they were showing in here. Actually, they were just showing NextAuth. Honestly, they were not showing /next. But I think this is the new way of doing this, honestly, we can use NextAuth. Actually, I think this is the one which they are showing in the documentation, because I'm actually using Next and I'm not using this NextAuth one. But let's see if we get the proper typings now. Okay, I mean, it doesn't make a difference. Let's stick to Next because that's what I'm using. But yeah, I think it's a new package they have for specifically for Next.js. But yeah, whatever. Okay, let's go back to auth. And how do we now get those typings, right? So all we have to do is we have to say satisfies NextAuth options. And what this is going to do, make sure you import this from NextAuth. It's going to give you these nice typings, and boom, it errors out right now. So the reason it errors out because we're not passing in the right types. So it needs to satisfy this NextAuth options type here, right? And this is a nice way. Basically, it's a shorthand of saying it like this. So you can also do it like that. So both the approaches are fine. So you don't have to then do NextAuth option satisfies. This is also going to work. But that's what they had in the documentation. So I like to stick to that. So that's the reason I was using it. All right. Now, inside here, first of all, we can see we have all these props we can pass in to the NextAuth config object. Basically, what we want to do is, the first one we want to do is the pages, right? Now here you can see, if for any reason, ever you want to have custom pages, because Instagram login screen has a custom login screen, right? It's not a default login screen by NextAuth. So we want to pass in something called pages here. And what it will allow you to do, it will allow you to customize all these different routes. So you can have them in your own separate way, basically. And we're going to only customize the sign-in one here. And we're going to make sure that it is, so you can see you can have auth/sign-in or however you would like. We're going to keep it simple, and this is going to belong to /login page here. All right, the next thing we want to do is an adapter. Now, adapter is going to be of a certain type here. It cannot be anything. It cannot be a string value, you can see, right? So adapter has to be a proper type. Now, how do you know this, what typing is in here? You can see, you can hover over this, the adapter, and you can see it's of adapter type, right? Now, where are these adapters coming from? What the heck are adapters in the first place, right? Adapters basically allow you to connect to your database instances. And basically what we'll be using is we'll be using a Prisma adapter. If you have seen me previously using Firebase, I have used like Firebase adapters. So what NextAuth basically does, it has adapters for a lot of these NoSQL, SQL environments. And what it does is basically, if you're using Prisma, it's kind of like an ORM, not kind of, it's actually an ORM between your database and your app, right? It's basically it's a middle ground you can think of, which runs in between your app and your database. So what happens is, like, when you have your models inside Prisma and everything, because you're not directly communicating in the SQL language, you're using Prisma to easily use the SQL language, right? That means we need some way of knowing in our database, and because we are also using NextAuth, right? So that means we need some way when the user logs in, how do we have that user record stored inside of our database, right? And that's where adapters come in. So Firebase adapter, for instance, will allow you to, when you log in with NextAuth in a Firebase environment, in a Firebase database, it will put that user, make a collection inside of a Firebase, and this happens. This is done by, all of this is done by the NextAuth team, by the way. So we're not doing this ourselves. Adapters are created by the NextAuth team. It's created by them, and it's really flexible because then we will have that user record stored in our database regardless of what database we use, right? It does not matter, and we can use a lot of different adapters. And you can see on the NextAuth here on the documentation, we search for adapt. Oh God, I can't type in A. All right, adapters. You can see you have DynamoDB, you have Drizzle, you have Keisley, Firebase, but the more most popular ones are like Prisma and all these different adapters, right? So these are the most popular ones. So you can see we have a schema for a Prisma adapter. We want to make sure we are on the version 4, not the old one. So Prisma adapter here, you can see Prisma adapter again. For some reason, it just switches me. All right, let me search for Prisma here. For some reason, it just switches you to version 3, but we're not using version 3 anymore. Okay, this is the one. So here they actually show you the migration guide. But again, I have made it really easy, honestly, guys. So I'm going to go through step by step. Documentation sometimes can be confusing for NextAuth because they do a lot of updates and migrations and stuff. So sometimes it gets overwhelming, really. But don't worry, I've done it in a really easy way, so for you guys to understand. But here, we're going to use something called Prisma adapter. Now, again, as I said, we're not going to be writing all the adapter code ourselves. This is going to come from a package. This is going to be coming from a package called auth/Prisma adapter. And this, make sure to use this package and not on the documentation, the version 3 documentation, because remember, they have migrated to this one now. So this is the new one. If you use the old one, your app is not going to work. So make sure you install this one. So let's go to our terminal, npm install auth/Prisma adapter, right? And what this will allow is basically, first of all, we have something called Prisma adapter. Once it's installed, you will see the typings there. But what's going to happen, what's really interesting is this is going to accept something called, and you can see, here you go, this is installed, nice. Now this is going to, you can see accept, okay, where's the typings? Okay, I can't see, I think it's loading, that's why. Oh god, okay, let me see if I can go here. Okay, yeah, it works. So you can see it actually accepts, if you go and read through here, you can see Prisma adapter, just like how I've done. It accepts a Prisma schema, sorry, not a Prisma schema, a Prisma instance here. And basically we need to create a Prisma file, and we have to initialize like a Prisma instance there, right? Because we'll be using Prisma. Again, if you're not familiar with Prisma, basically it allows us to write SQL in a very easy way. Like we're not writing SQL, sorry, we're basically doing the SQL queries, but we're not actually writing SQL. So that's the main difference between using Prisma as an ORM or doing the SQL the raw way. Because doing the SQL the raw way, it's kind of difficult, it's kind of like intimidating, and you know, it's really not that easy. So using Prisma as an ORM, it allows you to write, like basically do the SQL queries, but it really simplifies the entire process. I don't know if I explained it exactly, but you're gonna see when we use it in the project, right? So Prisma adapter, you can see here, and this needs a Prisma instance here. So I was just typing in Prisma before, and now we need to actually create this Prisma file. Now where do this Prisma file will live? It will live inside of our lib directory. So let's go back to our beautiful lib directory here. Let's create a prisma.ts file, and I'm just going to copy the Prisma initialization code. This is how we instantiate Prisma. So again, don't be scared away by this. But basically what we are doing here is we are just importing Prisma client from Prisma/client. That's something which we have installed. Prisma/client. I don't think we actually installed this. Let's check the package.json if it's there. Actually, because I'm not sure if we installed Prisma. Okay, we did not install this. For some reason, it does read it, but we haven't installed the Prisma client. All right, so you can just copy this. Honestly, you might be getting this error here, but for me, for some reason, it's not giving me an error. But what you can do is, honestly, npm install Prisma/client, and then what you do is you get your Prisma client from this dependency here. And what you do, and now if you go back to my package.json, so always make sure, double check and check these things if you're really like actually installing these things. And I think this should be a dev dependency. Honestly, it shouldn't be a regular dependency. So I just forgot to do that. But anyways, it's fine. You have the Prisma client now, so you can see you have Prisma adapter and the Prisma client. Next thing you should do is like we are initializing this, so we are basically getting the Prisma client. And we're declaring a global. We're basically declaring a global scope here, and we're assigning a Prisma, and the type is going to be Prisma client. So this variable now will have the access to your global Prisma thing. If it doesn't have access, we will initialize a new Prisma client. Now this is similar to what we used to do with Firebase.ts, Firebase.js files. We always used to instantiate one singular instance of the app, so we don't have multiple instances running, right? That's super important, because if we have multiple instances of the app, it's going to be very bad, right? We don't want to have multiple instances, right? So we are basically initializing a single instance here, and this is how we do it. If the node env is not equal to production, then we use the Prisma client which we created. And in the end, we are basically default exporting Prisma here. So now if you go back to, I think it was auth, right? If you go back here, you can just get this Prisma from your auth file. So you can, from your lib file, sorry. So you can get this Prisma from your lib slash Prisma. And again, if you go and navigate, this is coming from your lib file. So make sure you do that, and this should turn blue. And now we are passing in your Prisma client in here. So that's very nice. I do want to check one more thing actually before I proceed. I want to check that if my Prisma client is of the same thing, actually same version, because we want to make sure we have the same versions, right? So we have 5.6.0, which is the correct version. So that's completely fine. That's the exact version which I'm using. All right, let's keep moving. So we have the adapter setup. We have our pages. Let's look at what more options do we have. We have providers, and that's a mandatory option. We need to send in providers. So the way NextAuth works is actually it needs some of the providers, and as soon as I do that, you can see it actually stops erroring out, right? So this is the mandatory option we need to send. Providers are of different types, so we can have like OAuth providers, we can have like credential providers, social providers. There's a lot of different providers NextAuth gives us. Again, I recommend you go here and just search for providers. Actually, there's a very nice, if you make this bigger, there's a really nice little drop down here, and you can see it has a lot of different providers. Like I think it's the largest authentication package which has the most amount of providers NextAuth has, right? So you can see it has every single provider you might need in your app, right? So you can configure all of them, and it's really nice. So what we are going to be using for this build, however, is we're going to be using Google Provider. That's the easiest one, and I didn't want to waste too much time into authentication, so I just went with the Google Provider. I might make another video with the credentials provider with some magic links and stuff, just a separate video on that, which might be useful. Now you can see the providers is an array basically, and it basically wants something called a Google Provider. Now where is this Google Provider coming from? Again, this is all in the documentation. So if I search for something called how to have the Google Provider, you will see if I press enter, you can see an example is given here, and you can see Google Provider, and this should come from NextAuth / providers / Google. This is where this dependency should come from. Again, all these things are handled by NextAuth, so we're not writing any custom code, and we are offloading the authentication to people who actually know what they're doing, because it's a very sensitive part of your app, and you don't want to mess that up, right? So it's really great that we have NextAuth for that. Now, in here we have two things. Actually, we can have more things if you want to customize. You can have profile, URLs, regions. So Google Provider has all these different things which we can basically pass on. But the most important is actually the client ID and the client secret. And that's basically the process.env.clientID and the process.env.clientSecret. Now, where are these environment variables going to be stored? They're going to be stored inside of our env file in our project. And we're going to take a look at that in just a second. After this, we're going to also have something called here. So if we go here, we can see we're also going to have something called a session strategy. Okay, not in the provider. I was messing that up. Now here you can see we have something called session. So session is going to contain some options. Now we are interested in something called strategy, and strategy we're going to keep it JWT. That's the one which we want to use. The reason we want to do this is because whenever we use an adapter, it automatically, you can see, if you use an adapter, however, it will default to database instead. And if you're not sure what these strategies are, JWT, JSON Web Tokens, and other strategies, I recommend give it a read. Give it a read and search on ChatGPT and stuff, and you're gonna know what. Basically, it's just a session strategy as it implies here. So we want to make sure we force and override this to be a JWT strategy. All right, and then we're going to have custom callbacks. Now, the reason NextAuth is really damn powerful is because it allows us to have custom callbacks as well. So what these custom callbacks are basically, if I go here, you can see we have different callbacks. And what these callbacks basically means, if I make this bigger, you guys can see we have session callback. So for instance, a callback is called, you can see whenever a session is checked. So whenever we invoke our API session endpoint by using like get session, use session hooks, this is where the callback happens. So this is super powerful because when this happens, you can change a lot of the stuff. You can have a custom username field. You can have a custom token. If you want to have a custom roles like admin roles, admin functionality, you can, there's endless possibilities here. You can manage with the callbacks. It's really damn powerful. And I've messed around with this before as well. And also in this build, I do mess around with these callbacks so you guys can get a better idea of how powerful the callback option is inside of NextAuth. Okay, so the first callback we would want to modify would be the session one. So I'm going to try my best to explain each of these. So first one would be the session. I'm doing asynchronous here because this is going to be an asynchronous function. So basically it's just going to be a function. And if I destructure whatever is there in the function, you can see we get these 4 things. Actually, these are 5. So you get these 5 different things here. And we're interested in the session and the token, and that's the only 2 we will be interested in. Again, you can customize as many as you want. You can there's honestly so many possibilities here. But for now, we are interested in the session and the token. Okay, here we're going to say that if we have a token, so I'm just going to make a check and we're going to see, because if you hover over this, you can see it might not be, actually it's not showing here, but it might not be defined, right? So you want to make sure you check here and only do this if the token is present, right? Then what I'm doing is I'm using the session. Now this again is an object, and this session is coming from the callback session whenever that get session or use session is invoked, right? So I'm just going to modify the session.user.id, and I'm going to say this is going to be equal, it's going to be equal to the token.id, right? And again, these are erroring out right now because we don't actually have the typings. So you can see when I press dot, I don't have the ID typings, and you can modify them in a separate file, which I'll be showing you guys. But for now, just know that what we are doing here is we are basically assigning a custom ID property with the session.user.id, and we are basically saying that make it equal to the token.id. So whatever the ID of the token is, right? That's what we are doing. Again, all of this, most of this stuff is coming from actually the Next.js Learn course. It explains everything in a really easier way as well. So you can check that out if you want. So there's I think they were doing the credentials authentication. But basically, we're not doing credentials. We're just doing Google here. But the reason we are doing this is we'll be doing something really nice with the username, as we will be modifying the user's username and getting a separate usernames for each of the users, right? That we cannot get in Google, right? We only get some different properties. We cannot get the usernames. Here, in one single place, we will be having consistent usernames for all the different users, right? So the next thing we want to do is the name, token.name, session.user to email. I'm just going to use ChatGPT because it knows what we are doing. Token dot, it's not going to be image here. This is going to be picture. So make sure you double check. It's not going to be email. Picture image. It's going to be picture. Session.user dot not access token. We are interested in the username, right? And that's something which we're going to say token dot username. Again, this is unknown because we haven't modified the actual typings. And once we modify that, we'll get all the typings here. All right. And then we want to basically return the session. Now, let's actually modify our typing so we don't get these errors here. Now, how do we actually modify the NextAuth typings? To do that, there's a specific way, and again, this is all in the documentation. I just made all this easier for you guys to understand, so we don't have to just navigate to the documentation. Basically, what you do at your root level, you create a new file, and this is going to be a TypeScript definition file. So you can see it's .d.ts. So make sure not to just mess this up and .ts, because .d.ts will imply, it will make sure that this changes the actual NextAuth definitions, right? And that's exactly what we want to do here, right? We want to have a definition file. And here in this file, I'm going to paste some bunch of code, which I'll explain. So basically what we are doing is we are extending some of the modules in NextAuth JWT. So these are like different packages. We are extending some of the modules, and what we are doing is the JWT interface we are accessing. You can see this is returned by the JWT callback and the get token which we are using, and we are basically assigning an ID and a username as we were doing in the file there, right? And in the next one, we are extending our NextAuth package with the interface session, and we are saying inside of the session we want for the user, and the user is again the user type, it's again the user interface. We want to extend that user interface with the username property, which could be undefined, right? So we are saying make it a question mark. So there might be a case where the username is not defined, but in most of the cases we'll have a username, but there might be a case where it's not, right? So we're doing it like that. And then of course here what we are doing is again the user interface. We are also saying that we want the username, same username property. So that's essentially what we are doing. We're basically extending our typing definitions so we don't get these different errors. And as soon as I save that, you can see I was getting those errors and now I'm not. It's because we extended the TypeScript definition file so we don't get those errors anymore. All right. That's amazing. Let's go back to our callbacks here. And now we are still not finished. We still have more callbacks to work on. The next one we want to work on is the JWT callback, right? That's the JSON Web Token one, right? Here we are basically interested in the token and we are interested in the user. All right, we are interested in the token and the user here. And here what we are going to do is we're going to first of all create something called, we're going to create a variable called Prisma user. And here we're going to basically interact with our Prisma. Prisma, again, remember it's an ORM. So basically it connects with your database using a URL instance. And what happens is it communicates with the database without you needing to do it yourself. Like it makes a really easy connection with the database. And then you can communicate with the database in a really nice way. You don't have to write SQL. It does a lot of the things out of the box, right? So here we have a Prisma user, and the way we want to get this user is we want to say is equal to await. And remember, we created a Prisma instance. We remember for some reason it does not give me an import. I think that's because of my naming. I shouldn't have named it Prisma, but I think that's the reason it's not giving me the import suggestion. But we're going to do it manually. Oh, we already did it. Okay, my bad. We were already doing this. So it's already blue. I did not check that. So we have await Prisma. And as soon as I press dot, you should be seeing. Okay, so we're not actually seeing our typings. And I think I know why we're not actually seeing any. Basically, what should happen is when I press dot, I should be getting all my models and all my stuff. The reason we're not seeing this is we haven't created the schema file, right? We did initialize prisma.ts, but we forgot to do one thing, and that was the Prisma schema initialization, right? And now you might, if it's your first time hearing about schema and what the hell am I talking about, because with NoSQL and Firebase, you don't even, I think this is some of my extension. For some reason, it's not showing me. Okay, you might be confused that, hey, in Firebase, it's just like collection documents. What the hell is schema? So in SQL, basically, we have schemas, especially in like Prismas and stuff, right? We have object models and different things, right? Which is, trust me, if this is your first time, stick with the project, honestly, and you're going to really, once you understand the higher level Prisma, schemas, and everything, you're going to be blazing fast through your projects, and it's widely used in production, a lot of different companies. So please, this part which I'm going to be explaining is really important, and you really like just trust the project and just keep sticking to this, and you will understand, honestly. Okay, so how do we get started with the schema thing now, right? So in every single like Prisma project, we need to have something called schema.prisma file, right? Now we can have this in many places, but of course it's recommended, actually not in many places, it's actually recommended to have in a specific Prisma folder. So you want to go to your root, create a folder called Prisma, okay? And you see you have this nice icon because I have an icon extension installed. And here you want to create a file, and do not mess the naming here. Make sure to name it something called schema.prisma. It has to end with .prisma because it's a .prisma extension, right? So schema.prisma. It has to be this file. Now this is the file which we're going to be using. All right, and this file will basically we will be creating a lot of the different models, a lot of the different schemas. And when we were initializing with NextAuth and everything, let me actually show you guys, because this might be helpful. When we install like Prisma adapter and all these different things with Next.js, I know even though it's legacy one, but the schema is actually the same. It's not any different. So let me just show you guys. So we have, you can see, create a schema file in Prisma folder, schema.prisma. This schema file is coming from NextAuth. So basically what this is essentially is how the NextAuth has basically constructs their models, right? This is how NextAuth actually does it behind the scenes, right? They have account model, they have a session models, and models are basically the tables in your database. That's what models are, right? So if it's your first time hearing what the hell are models, they're basically tables in your databases. So you have your account table, session table, user table, and your verification request. So you have all these different tables, different models in your database. And this is how NextAuth creates them, right? So these are some, and if this is a really like first time seeing this syntax, I know this might be intimidating, like in the beginning, in the first, like when you're learning Prisma, this might be too much, that what the hell is going on? There's some maps, but these are really widely, these are things that are used widely in production, really. And you really should invest some time into learning all these, like these are basically just relations, like we're mapping. So we have like, in SQL, we have basically foreign keys, and we have primary keys, and we have like relation, like foreign key relations and stuff. But the reason we use Prisma is it makes it so damn easy to learn SQL, right? In the beginning, all the SQL syntax might be very difficult to understand and very difficult to write, right? So that's where Prisma comes in. It allows you to write really nice. It allows you to work in SQL way, but really makes it the whole process so much more easier, right? So what you can do here, honestly, this is the entire, you can see schema.prisma file here. And I can copy this. Is essentially the same file when you're using with NextAuth. This is what the stuff you need. And we are going to also have our own models later on once we work on the project. But this is what the authentication will require us to have, right? So what I'll do is, for now, I will go back to my project. I think it's pretty similar, but I recommend that you go in the GitHub repo, which I have given in the description, and copy from that schema, not this one, because we will be using a specific database. We'll be using PlanetScale in this tutorial. So we will connect to PlanetScale, and for some databases, you need some other different stuff. So make sure you copy it from my repo and not here, because there might be certain differences in the schemas, all right? So make sure you have it as a reference opened, and you copy the schema to Prisma. So here you go. I'm going to make this bigger, and I'm going to now actually copy some stuff from my finished build and paste it in and explain you guys what I'm doing. All right. These ones, I'm just going to comment them for now. So these models are not defined yet, but we will be having, these are all our, these will be also our models. We will have posts, saved posts, likes, comments. We will have followed by following functionality, and we'll have different things here. For the beginning, you can see I haven't changed anything, but only the relation mode is equal to Prisma here, because this is what PlanetScale in the documentation, when you connect with PlanetScale, which we're gonna see, we're gonna do that actually right now. That connect with PlanetScale, and this is what how you need to do that. And then you have, again, the same verification tokens, which I was showing you guys the same way NextAuth basically handles. You can see model verification token. It's pretty much the same, except the end part, I'm changing it to add at unique. And it's not, and by the way, I forgot to mention, guys, one important thing, you might not be getting this, this syntax highlighting. You might be confused that, why the hell am I getting this and you're not getting this? That's happening because I have an extension installed. I almost forgot to mention this, but basically you need this Prisma extension. You can see it adds the syntax highlighting for you. So you install this and you're gonna refresh this, and then you'll get your syntax highlighting here. Okay, so basically I'm just changing some of the stuff, like instead of map I'm using unique, and again this is specifically for some databases use some different things here, but basically for the ID you think it's pretty much the same. We have an integer ID, and these are all the fields, right? So in a table in SQL you have different fields, ID, identifier, there's going to be token field. This is all coming from NextAuth. I'm not writing them myself, but only things I'm changing here, the only things which I'm changing are these things here, which we will be adding later on. So the post, saved, likes, comments, which I'll be adding to the user table, because all of these things will belong to a single user. A user can have many posts, a user can have many likes, a user can save many posts, a user can follow many users, and the user could be followed by many users, right? So all of this will make sense once we create these different models here. And for now, let's just save this file. And what we can do, the next thing is actually this URL, right? So this, you can see, this has a particular syntax. It's called env database URL. Now, where the heck is this coming from? This is basically coming from our environment file. And this database URL, by the way, is going to be inside the environment file. And this database URL will be the URL of the database which we are connecting to, right? So for instance, we have Vercel, Postgres, we have PlanetScale. We have like so many different SQL databases, right? Like, and not just SQL, sorry, we have like Postgres, which is, sorry, the PlanetScale is MySQL actually. We have Vercel Postgres, which is, I think, which is Postgres SQL. It's not SQL, it's actually Postgres SQL. So we have like different databases we could be using. And again, there's no like the best, I think PlanetScale offers a really generous free tier. That's the reason I like to use PlanetScale. But really, there's different ones. If you want to use Vercel, all you have to do is just change the database URL, and you will change your database URL will be changed inside of your env variables, and then your database will be changed, right? So it's really easy with Prisma how you can work on with different databases and stuff. But for this build, we are using PlanetScale DB, right? And actually, let's go to PlanetScale now. Let's open up a new instance, and you want to go to planetscale.com. Actually, this is where you should navigate to. And once you go here, go and log in with your GitHub account or your Google or whatever, and just go and log in with your account. And next thing you want to do is you want to create your database. Now here, I think because I already have a database, I can't have a new database. I think it's because the hobby tier only allows you to use one single database. The free one only allows you to have one instance. You cannot have multiple. If I want to have multiple, I have to upgrade to Pro Plan. But for this build, if you're using this the first time, you can probably have a test account or something, or you can, if you are already existingly using PlanetScale, you can just upgrade to Pro, or you can delete your previous project if it's not an important production project, it's just a side project or something. You can do whatever you want, honestly, but it allows you to have one single free project. So I think I will basically just delete this so I can show you guys from the beginning on how to actually do this. So I will go ahead here and I will type Instagram ShadCN here. This was my instance of the database. Okay, so I'll delete this, and what I'll do is I will create a new empty database. And what I'll do is I'll not choose the Scalar Pro, I'll choose the Hobby plan, which is the free one. Okay, and here you can see total monthly cost will be free. So you can click on create database, and you need to have a database name, of course, right? So I'm just going to say pixelgram in here, and no need to say YT. Again, they allow you different regions where servers can be located. So they are using Amazon Web Services, AWS by default, but you can use Google Cloud if you prefer that. I'm just going to keep this default, honestly, and let's just create this database, right? You can also read about PlanetScale. It's really beautiful and it's really good. It uses MySQL, but it's like it's very amazing for the tier they offer. They allow you to have like 1 million requests or something. I haven't checked again, but I'm pretty sure that they allow you a very generous tier they offer. Okay, so here you can see now the next step is connection to your database. Now they are asking for language or framework here. Now we want to make sure we choose Prisma here, right? This is what we want to choose, right? Because we want to connect it with Prisma. So choose Prisma, And then you will have to, for your security, each database password can connect to one branch. So they have different unique passwords for every single branches. You can connect to, you can have a development branch or a production branch and have like different passwords for both of them. So you don't mess around with the dev branch and the production branch, right? But for this case, we're only going to have a password. You can see it has a unique name, so you can identify them. So create the password. And this is where you're going to see your password. Make sure, and this is going to be an environment variable. Make sure you have this hidden somewhere. So what you do, make sure to copy. It cannot be displayed again. So you copy this stuff here, okay? And what you do is now, the next thing I'm going to look at my env, and let's see how do we have. Now, we don't have an env file. So what you want to do is go ahead, create a new file, keep it .env. We're not using .env.local is because the Prisma schema file only reads the .env file. So you cannot use the .env.local here. You can just use .env. So make sure you have one single .env file. And when you do this, a very important thing just came to my mind is go into your git ignore, because Next.js by default does not ignore this. You can see it does not ignore .env, and you can see it's not grayed out actually. All the files which are grayed out are actually by default ignored by Next.js, but this is not ignored, right? Because this is not grayed out. So make sure to do this, because you don't want to like expose your environment variables to the GitHub, right? You don't want to do that. So say .env here, right? And just save that, and you can see now it's grayed out. So now it will never be committed to your GitHub, and it will always be safely secured into your local instance. All right. So here in the env file, what you want to do is you want to create something called a database URL, just like that. And this database URL, it will be a string value. And this database URL, by the way, this will be a database URL. Right now, we are interested in actually the password, which is, I'm just checking. So here's the database URL, and this contains your password itself. So make sure you just copy this one, honestly. Just copy this entire thing, paste it right away here. Right, basically this database URL contains your, you can see PW here, so this contains your password here. So this has your password. Now you can separate them into two different environment variables, but I just like to keep it like this, the database URL as an environment variable. And then we are also going to have a Google client ID, and we're also going to have Google client secret. So we're going to have Google client ID, Google client secret. We are also going to have another environment variable which is very important, and that's going to be NextAuth secret. Now this is like when you're using NextAuth, you require the secret to be used in production. That's required, actually, it's mandatory. So make sure you, if we have a secret environment variable, we'll be having all these. I'll show you guys how to get all these different ones. So NextAuth secret, then we also have something called NextAuth URL. And this is going to be HTTP. Again, make sure you do this in a string way. So just like that, HTTP localhost :3000, like that. And then we are also going to have two more environment variables later on in the project, and they will be called upload thing secret. All right, and other one will be upload thing app ID. So this is these two environment variables we'll be needing later on when we integrate the upload management solution, right? So we will be needing this one once we do that. All right. So NextAuth URL is going to be HTTP localhost 3000, because this NextAuth URL is only required for the local development. It's actually not required for the production, because in production you'll be using Vercel, and it will get replaced by Vercel URL. So it will not use NextAuth, it will use Vercel URL. So we don't need to concern with production, just for local it's needed. All right, let's save these files. And we need to still get the Google client ID and client secret for our authentication to work. Now, how do we do that? So I'm just going to make this bigger. And if you have connected with your this PlanetScale here, you can see the PlanetScale schema.prisma requires you have relation mode Prisma. That's the reason I was having that, right? Let's just safe check actually if there's anything that's changed. I do not think that something changed. Okay, it's actually the similar one. Okay, so everything's same. We can see we have this thing. One very important thing which we have to do once we have the schema done here is we have to do something called npx prisma db push. So you can see finally once you're ready to push your schema, you have to do prisma db push against your database to update the schema. So what happens is, because you're using Prisma, how would you update the tables in your database, right? Because you're not directly interacting with the database. You're using Prisma as an ORM in the middle to interact with the database. You're not creating the tables in your database, right? So the way you do that is you do with db push. What's going to happen? It's going to sync all these tables with your database. So for instance, you don't like the name here to, let's say you want to change this to website URL or something, right? And then you want to sync it again. Now you have to again run the npx prisma db push command to make sure you sync it with your database. You have to make sure you do that every time you change your schema, right? Because in your database, this won't be updated unless you push it and sync it. So it's going to allow you to sync your database that way. All right. So here we can see once we have created this, we also have TypeScript code here, how to connect to Prisma. You can see this is how we connect with Prisma and how we use Prisma. But I think we are pretty much done with this. So we can really just click on go to database overview, and now we also have a connect button here, so we can also use that. And you can see now we don't have our password displayed anymore, because it told us that it will only display it once. Okay, so it won't be displaying it again. All right, now we can see we have connected this, but we have 0 tables. The reason we have 0 tables right now is because we haven't actually pushed and synced with our database. So let's actually do that before we try and go to Google Client ID, right? Let's open up a new terminal here. And what we can do is we can write here, first of all, if you have done this the first time, the Prisma schema and everything, you want to make sure you also run npx prisma generate. What this will do is will generate your Prisma client, right? And I'm using npx here because I do not want to install my Prisma. You can do it with Prisma CLI as well. So you can install the Prisma CLI and do it with Prisma. But honestly, I just like to use npx, so I'm not installing the Prisma CLI. I'm just using the npx command, which is the equivalent of that command. You can see it needs to install the following packages. So I'm just going to say yes, because I forgot to install the Prisma package, I think. So that's the reason it will install that. Here you go. Let me make this bigger, and you can see, now you can see generated Prisma client. Now, you might be wondering, what is this Prisma client? This is the Prisma client inside of our node modules. So you can see if I navigate here, this is the client file here inside of node 1. You don't need to understand this, but basically every time you update your schemas and stuff, it generates like a Prisma client for you. And then after running this command, you want to make sure you run the other command, which is to sync with your DB, because it's not yet synced, right? So if I refresh this, you will see it still has 0 tables. Now let's close the sidebar and let's run npx prisma db push. This is the command you would wanna run to sync the schema.prisma with your database. Now let's see what happens, right? So you can see need to install again. I think what we can do is Control-C here, cut this, and we can install our Prisma dependency. So we don't, every single time we don't have to install that, right? So if once we install it globally, we don't have to install it over and over again, right? So what you want to do is npm install Prisma, and make sure you write -- save dev here, because this is going to be a dev dependency, not a normal dependency. So make sure this is a dev dependency, npm install Prisma -- save dev. So we don't, every single time we run this command, we don't have to install that. Now Command K, clear up the terminal, then run this command again. And now if you go to your package, you see now it loaded your environment variables from .env. That means loaded from your environment variables right away here. And then Prisma schema loaded from Prisma /schema.prisma. This is the main reason why we need to have this exact pattern, right? If we change these file names, then it won't work. We need to make sure we have .env at the root level, and also at the root level we have Prisma folder and schema.prisma inside that. This is the reason why I need to have, because it reads from those areas. So we need to make sure we have that exact shape, right? And then it's saying data source DB MySQL database at AWS connect.psdb, that is like the PlanetScale db.cloud. Your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema. So let's refresh this here, and let's see, now we have 4 tables successfully. So if you go and click, we have beautifully, and if we verify in our Prisma schema, it indeed does has 4 tables, right? We have verification token, we have account, we have session, and we have user table, right? So we have all these different tables. So you can see again, this is the SQL syntax, and this is a I really don't like using SQL, honestly. It's really complicated, and Prisma just makes it so damn easy. And this is the SQL-like syntax. This is what NextAuth team is. I mean, they're doing with the adapter stuff, right? So again, really nice. Right now, we don't need to bother ourselves again and again with PlanetScale. We really just work our way with Prisma, and everything's gonna work inside of PlanetScale. It's gonna sync with the PlanetScale database, and it's gonna be really nice once you get the hang of this, honestly. Okay, so you can see we have our main database. Now, we're not finished yet, so let's add the Google Client ID and the client secret, and also generate a NextAuth secret. All right, so let's make this bigger. First of all, let's generate the NextAuth secret. The way you can generate is you can go to this nice URL. It's called generatesecret.vercel.app. It's a deployed URL or something. It gives you like the random super secrets. You can also use this for your passwords if you want, really. It's a really nice thing. But you can close that, copy that secret from there, and just paste it right over here. It just has to be a super secret key, right? Next thing you would want to do is go to cloud.google.com, and we're going to create our Google Client ID and the Google Client secret, so we can have our auth setup in the right way. So you want to make sure you go to console. So log in with your Google account, of course, and then go to your console, and then what you want to do is you would want to create a new Google a project here. So the way you can do that is you can go here, click on this thing on the top left, right, and you can click on new project here, and then you have to assign your project name. So I'm just gonna say Pixelgram. That's my project name. If you have an organization, you can select that. Well, let's just create that. Now it will switch you to your project screen. So first it will create, and then it will switch you to the project screen. So select this project, Pixelgram. Now you see you are on your Pixelgram project. You are working in Pixelgram. Now you would want to go to your dashboard here, and make sure you click on API and services and credentials here. This is a super important part. We're gonna initialize the client ID and the client secret here. And now in here, you want to make sure you click on create credentials. Now, what credentials do we need to create here? We need to create the API key, and we need to create the OAuth client ID. Actually, I think it's the API key is what we need to create. I think it was my OAuth client ID. So let's just click on OAuth client ID. I think it's this OAuth client ID. That's the one which we need. So it gave us the API key. I mean, you can create an API key, but the main thing is actually the client ID is what we need. Now you can see to create an OAuth client, you must first configure your consent screen. Now don't get scared by this. What the hell is consent screen? It's basically just a screen. So whenever anyone tries to access your app, you have a nice little consent screen which allows them to select what do they want to show, like do they want to allow their profiles or whatever, what scopes do they want. So that's actually the consent screen for the user. Now you can see you can have user tab external, so you can say available to any test user with a Google account. So create this in here, and here you need to give your app name. This is a mandatory thing. Pixelgram. Support email, just give your email account here. You can have your logo. So all these things the user is going to see when they access your Google consent screen. So when they click on login with Google, they're going to see this consent screen, and they're going to see the logo of your app and your domain and different things, right? Now, I'm not going to do all of these things, of course, but it's very you can see that it's very easy. You can have a logo file, domain, and some stuff. Here, you want to do the same thing. So I'm just going to type my email out here. I'm just going to say my same email. So that's my developer information. And everything else, you can see here's the screen. Right? This is what you see when you actually sign in with Google. So I'm just going to click Save and Continue. In the next screen, you can select all the scopes, which scopes you want. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say Save and Continue, Save and Continue again. And I'm just going to say back to dashboard. Now, I think once I go back to dashboard, there's an option to publish your app here. And you can see your app will be available to any user with a Google account. You do not need to submit your app, so you can confirm and publish your app to production. So the reason you need to do that is because we need to make sure that it is available for any user, right? And now we can go back to credentials again. And here we want to basically have no OAuth client. So let me see actually how do we create the credentials. Now I think when you click on OAuth client ID, yeah, here you go. Now you can basically create an application tab because you have configured the consent screen. So again, application tab is going to be web application. Web client one, you can keep it default, honestly. And this is the most important part. This is where we need to have the redirect URIs and the domain of your app, so from which you are basically doing the request from, right? So these two things are super important. So make sure you take your time and go through this step by step. If you don't understand, just pause the video, go back and watch it again, and do this in the correct way, right? So we want to add these two URIs. First of all, what is the authorized JavaScript origin? What is this URI? This is your URI when you are developing the app. So you want to make sure this is localhost 3000. And once you deploy your app, this is going to we're going to add another URI for the production URL, which Vercel is going to give us, right? So that's when you deploy your app. But you have authorized redirect URIs, you have the authorized JavaScript URI here, and the redirect URI here is going to be something which NextAuth will tell us here. So let's go back to NextAuth, and if we go search for callback URI, here you can see every single provider has a certain redirect URI, and this is what the format is, right? The format is it looks like that, right? So you have the origin, and then you say /API /auth /callback / the provider's name, right? So that's how you do it. For instance, for Twitter, it's going to look like that, right? So I'm just going to copy the Twitter one, and we will see how we can change that for our OAuth client ID here. So we'll paste this in here, and instead of Twitter, we're just going to say Google. That's it. And make sure it's not HTTPS because it's local, right? So it needs to be HTTP. And then you click on create here. And that's the last step, I promise, guys. And here you go. You get your client ID and client secret. Now you copy this safely and go back to your client ID, paste this right here, your client secret, go back in here and make sure you paste the client ID, client secret. We have all the environment variables now except the upload thing, which we're going to be configuring later on. But now we can save our env file and we can close this. And if for any reason you don't get to see this, you can again click on web client ID, and here you can see on the top client ID, on the bottom client secret there. So if for any reason you want to access this in any other way, you can access this right over from web client 1 here. Okay, let's actually close this for now because we don't actually need that anymore. And let's go back to localhost 3000. Okay, now we're into some really nice stuff here, and I think our authentication is almost complete. We will be getting it done soon now. Let's first of all open up our server, and you can see here we get an error called no HTTP methods exported in the build root.ts. Export a name export. That's happening because we are not still fixing the root here. So what we need to do is this file, we didn't save it. We forgot to save that. Okay. So we need to make sure we actually save these files, right? And now where we were right here. So let's resume back in the auth.ts file. I'm just going to go open my auth.ts file. And now because we have our Prisma setup, we'll be able to access this as we were doing it before. So here you will be able to see, actually I'm just going to do this again because okay, let me first of all see if we get that. Okay, so we get the asynchronous JWT, and we are interested in the token and the user, right? These are the two things we are interested in, token and the user. Now here, we're just going to name a Prisma variable called Prisma user, and we're going to interact with this user. Now, when I press Prisma dot, can you see this, guys? We get the nice little IntelliSense. Why? Is because we get the nice TypeScript IntelliSense now because we have the schema.prisma file. And we have actually synced it with our database, so we get it nicely here in the typings here. And this is why it's really nice to use Prisma as well, because we get these really powerful typings out of the box, right? And you're going to see throughout the build, we'll get these nice typings, and it's really nice to have them, right? Here, we're going to use the Prisma.user model. In here, you can see we have these different functions we can use: find many, delete many. These are all equivalent SQL queries, by the way. So behind the scenes, they're using SQL queries, but we don't have to learn them. Like, we don't have to actually, if you're not familiar with SQL syntax, you don't have to know it. You can just use Prisma and easily do these things, right? Because this you can easily understand here, right? Find unique means find unique means it's going to find a unique user, but we're not going to use find unique here. Actually, we are using find first. That means find which the first user. You can see if I hover over this, find the first user just matches the filter, right? Whichever user matches the filter, just find that user. So you can have find unique, find first. You can have different ones here, and this accepts an object. Now the object will be of type, you can see, where. Where, take, skip, select, order by, and all these different options here, right? Now we want the where query. Now where, if you're not familiar with SQL syntax, SQL has something called a where query. So you can say where, like find from the table of user, where the ID of the user is equivalent to this, right? So this is a helpful syntax here, but this is basically just the SQL one, right? So where, find which user to fetch. So here, again, where is going to be an object. And here you can see we get all these different fields. We get email, we get here we get like different sessions, updated ad, website, we get gender, we get bio. We can basically filter by any of these fields, right? But which we want to use the email. And we want to here say token.email, right? Token.email. We want to filter using the token.email. So we want to find the user where the email is the equivalent of the token.email. And then we want to see if there was no user found. So this means if no Prisma user was found, all right, then we want the token.id to be equal to user.id. So if there was no, then we are assigning the token.id to the user's ID. And then we want to basically just return the token. That's all we want to do. Return the token as it is, right? We don't want to change anything and just return it as it is. Return the token here. And then after this if statement here, we're going to create another if statement. And then here we're going to check if there's no Prisma user.username. Now remember, we are basically doing this callback to assign a custom, not a custom, but a username from the user's field, right? What we're going to do here is we're going to say if there was no username, then we're going to say await Prisma.user. Now again, I want to access the user model, and here you can see I can do update. So we can use the update here. Again, this is a SQL syntax, so you can use update in SQL and update your tables. So here we're updating that, and we're going to say where ID needs to be the Prisma user .id. This means the ID of the user needs to be the Prisma user.id. But here in the update function, you need to also pass, and you can see you need to also pass in the data, not just the filter, because what do you want to update, right? You said that this is the condition, but actually what's the thing you want to update, right? So we want to update data in here. The thing which we want to update is the username. Now we don't want to do it user.username, but instead we want to say Prisma user.name, and we're going to use a split here. And again, this could be undefined, the name. So we're saying use a split and basically do it exactly as the Copilot figured out. So what we are doing is the name is going to be in this format. So I'll explain it here. So name is going to be like this. So, oh wow, I just said Ali and it said it's a genius. That's weird. All right. Okay, let's just say maybe Elon. All right, let's say Elon Musk, right? So name is going to look like that. And this is exactly turning into this, right? So what we're doing is split it in the space here. So this is how the name will look like. And then join it, right? So we are splitting. Split, we can use it on the string, and we're splitting it right over here. Split returns us back as an array. You can see it's an array. So then we are using dot join to convert it back to a string again, and then we are saying dot lowercase. So this is how the username will found, because the username needs to be no spacing here, right? It needs to be combined together. So that's how I'm basically defining a username for each user. And of course, after this, because you see still we're not returning something, so we're getting an error here. Now we want to return in here. So what do we want to return? The ID will be the prisma.user.id, exactly as Copilot figured out. Name is going to be the .name. Email is .email. Image is picture is going to be .image. So instead of image, we said picture here, which is fine. And then we have email, name, and everything else. All right, beautiful. So we have all these different things, and now you can see this won't error out anymore, and that's it. That's literally our auth configuration here, and that's it. That's pretty much it, guys. Like, we're done with the auth configuration here. One last thing which I have done, and it's a really nice trick if you didn't know this. What you can do is you can really first of all, you want to export default, and you want to do NextAuth here. Actually, you want to do export default NextAuth, and the NextAuth, basically you get it from your NextAuth here. For some reason I think I'm getting it from, I'm basically getting these imports. Okay, so let me just go ahead and save these imports. So I'm getting my NextAuth here, and not from here. Okay, so I'm getting it from NextAuth, but I'm getting this NextAuth. This is the function here, and what I'm doing here is I'm just saying export default NextAuth, and assign this config like that. Basically, this is how I'm doing this. And again, this is all in the documentation, so I'm just referred to the documentation, made it easier for you all to understand. But this NextAuth should come from the NextAuth dependency here, and what we're doing is exporting this. And the neat trick I'm using here is to use this in server context. We can basically do something like this. And now these are some other imports which we want to get. And again, these are some imports which we are getting from Next.js itself. So we're getting get server side props context, next API request. And again, this is also in the documentation. So it's a really nice trick which they said you can do. Is instead of, sometimes you might have seen people do like get server session a lot of times in different server components, and you might be seeing this syntax like they have used get server session, and every single time they pass in the config, right? And then you'd have to like import two things, like the get server session and the auth config, and then it's kind of unnecessary. So what you can do is you can just export a handy, this is like a utility function. I named it auth here. You can name it whatever you like, and you can send in the arguments here. And again, this is a very ugly syntax, but this is how you basically send in these types. This is of type get server side, context request, all these, and in the end you return the get server session, which is again coming from NextAuth. And what you do is you pass in these arguments right over here, and the configuration only in one place. So now when we basically import this, we only have to import auth, and we don't have to unnecessarily do all the other imports, right? So it's a nice thing which you can do. Now let's close that, and here I think we have configured everything. So let's also now go back to our side nav component, and let's actually okay, first of all, let's actually go to localhost here, localhost 3000. Okay, so we are basically on the dashboard. We did forget one important thing, and I promise you this is the last thing related to the authentication, and then we're going to have some fun creating the UI again. So I'm going to go to, we forgot something called the middleware, right? And the middleware is going to allow us to basically redirect things. But before I actually add the middleware, let's first of all actually see if we can have the login page. So we don't have the login page yet, right? So when I navigate to /login, it's 404 because we didn't create the login page. Let's first create the login page and go through this authentication flow, and let's see if this even works, right? So I'm gonna go inside of my login page, and let's see what we have here. So for the login page, if you remember in the beginning, I said that we're going to have the layout here, and this layout is only for the dashboard here, specifically for the dashboard, and the auth has nothing to do with the dashboard. It's going to be outside, because remember, it's not /dashboard/login, it's /login, right? It doesn't make sense to have your login under the dashboard. So here, what we can really do here is inside of our app directory, in the app directory also, you can create something called grouped routes. Now, grouped routes are basically nothing, but what they basically allow you to do is you can create something like auth, and what this will do is this will not be a part of the route itself when you do when you put like parentheses here, right? So this won't become the part of your router here. This would be excluded. Instead, this is just for the reading purposes, right? So like if you're working in a big company or if you're working in a big organization, it's really good idea to organize these routes into different parentheses, because it's just purely for the reading. Because imagine if you had like thousands of like pages and all the other things, it would be a horrible mess, right? Like, and not any readability. And not just the readability, another thing it offers you is also you can have different layouts under these grouped routes, right? That's a really handy feature of grouped routes in Next.js, right? So they won't become a route, the part of the router, but what they will allow you to do is have different layouts based on the grouped routing here. So that's really powerful, and we're going to take a look at what I mean basically. So inside of auth, I will create something called a layout.tsx again. So this is again a layout file. Now, I cannot do this layout file on the root level here because I already have a layout file here. You can see I already have a layout, so I cannot have multiple layouts at the same level, but I can have it inside the auth. In fact, what's going to happen, this is not the part of the router, so this is actually my home layout, but what we can do is something really nice here, is we can have this separately for the authentication itself, right? So what we're going to do here is we're going to have a directory here called login. Now, this is not under parentheses, so this will become a part of the router. And again, inside login, I will have page.tsx. Now, inside here, rfce, this is going to be the login page. I'm just going to rename the login page. Now, the error we were getting, this error is we are getting because of we don't have anything in the layout. So in the layout, I'm actually going to save this in. I'm going to copy paste this from my project. And this is basically our function, auth layout. And what I'm doing again here is I'm getting the children, and I'm going to pass the children in this div. And here, what I'm doing is I'm just centering this. I'm saying grid place item center height of screen. So this is really super useful. You're going to see in just a second. And you can see my login page is centered right now. Even though there's no styling here, it's because this is actually getting rendered as a child of the layout, right? So this is what's happening in the login page. But you can see something really nice here. I don't have the sidebar anymore, right? And that's the power of grouped routing, right? The reason I don't have the sidebar is because you can see first of all, I'm not doing the auth inside of dashboard. So of course it's not going to have the sidebar because this layout, the sidebar we have, is only in this dashboard route. So it's only going to appear when you do / dashboard, right? But for the auth here, you can see something really interesting is this layout here will only apply to the auth, and it won't apply to your main our main like layout here. So we are not doing this layout. If we did it here, then it would center everything in our app, right? Because remember, this is the part of root layout. This is your root layout. So if we did center here, this will make, basically what will happen is everything in the app will be centered then. So to solve that problem, we created a grouped layout, and that means that the auth is not part of the login. So if I show you guys again, just to confirm once more, if we try to go to, you might be thinking if you try to go to auth/login now, this will work, but this is not going to work. This is not the part of your layout. Instead, what it did is really nicely, the login is only the part of your layout, and because we have a page.tsx inside here, this becomes the part of your router. And what we did here, in fact, is we had a layout. So everything under the auth now is going to follow the layout here, this one. This is what the layout it is going to follow. So that's why I named it auth layout here, right? Now, if you're just starting out with Next.js or something, this might be a bit difficult for you to understand in the beginning. But honestly, if you keep doing this, it will all make sense. In the beginning, it might be a bit difficult or complicated. That what are these group routes? And before we didn't have to do this, but trust me, it's really good practice and allows you to write better code and better organize your code as well in different ways. Because you have immediately, you can see everything for related to the auth would be under this auth grouped route, and you can see we have a login page here. So it really works, trust me. It's a really nice thing, nice pattern to do. Okay, let's close up the sidebar and let's actually make this smaller so we can see the code area. Okay, now let's create the login page. Okay, in our login page, what I'm doing is basically I have another component. So you can swap this with any of your own component, login form. Now I didn't do much of the UI here in the login section of the app, because again, the app itself is such a huge app, like you have so many different sections. So I wanted to better focus on those things, and in the login UI, I mean, it's pretty straightforward, and you can like really go as far as you want with the UI stuff, right? For the login. So that's the reason I created this as component. If you want to replace this with your own, just have a different separate component here, and you can have a different styling. But for my one is going to be very straightforward. So login form.tsx, close the sidebar, rfce, remove React here, and then inside the login form, it's very straightforward. I'm just going to copy paste it. Honestly, it's very straightforward. What we are doing here, again, the app font section we haven't integrated yet. I think it's a good idea to actually do this before I forget to integrate the fonts. I mean, I actually don't want to do it right now because okay, we'll do it. We'll do this. Okay, we'll do this later. Okay, so in the login form, you can see I have basically a simple function called login form. This has a div, it has an agent tag called please login to continue, and then I have something called a login button, and my entire login form is a client component. The reason it's a client component is because we have this on click here, and this on click is basically a sign in event, right? That's what's happening, and we're basically signing in with Google, and we're saying the callback URL is basically the URL which the user will be redirected to after he successfully signs in, right? So once the user is successfully signed in, they'll be redirected back to /dashboard, where they should be seeing their the main dashboard thing, right? So sign in is coming from NextAuth /React. You can see we have another interesting thing called use form state, and you might have not seen this before, but basically the way this works is your button. Actually, I mean, we don't need this because the way this works is you have a form, and then when you submit a form, you basically have something called a pending state, and this allows you to have the pending property, right? So I'm not sure if you can use this without a form. I don't think actually you can. You need to have a form as the parent. I was using the form before, so that's the reason I think I probably added this. But you can see this is also some code which was on the, I guess this was on the Next.js learn repo, so we can remove that. And I don't think we will be needing the form status, but I mean you can have it. But basically it only works when you have a form as the parent, and that's the reason I created this separate function for login button, because the use form status only works when you have a child inside of a parent, right? And this is a very simple login with Google. It has some variants, area disabled, and some stuff. So very simple, very simple login form. Not too much to explain here. What we can do is we can go back to login page, import our login form, and let's just save that. So we'll see this should update. Here you go. Now, only thing that doesn't update is actually the font. That's looking terrible right now. We're going to take a look at fonts as well, how we'll integrate. But let's first of all finish the most important parts of our app, and then we'll take a look at how we can add the local font to make it really look nice, right? But you can see we have the login with Google button. So let's actually try. I'm going to open up my terminal, and let's try clicking on login with Google. Let's try if this actually works, right? Because we have the sign-in function. Here you go, and boom, here you go. You get your nice consent screen, right? This is what the consent screen looked like on the cloud console. Now, I'm going to use my main account. That's Ali Codes, okay? And I'm going to click into it, and let's see if you're redirected successfully to /dashboard, if everything works. Here we go, guys. So, if this errored out, this wouldn't have redirected us to dashboard. That means we're successfully authenticated right now. That's what this means, right? So now, way to verify this, there are plenty of ways. Actually, you can go check on your PlanetScale console, but the best way I like to do is set up the Prisma Studio. Now, Prisma Studio is very fascinating. It will allow you to see all your models and users, and you can run it locally. And there's like Prisma Cloud nowadays, so you can also use like deployed as well on the cloud. But there's different ways, honestly. But what you can do is you can do npx here, Prisma Studio. Okay, npx Prisma Studio. This will open up your Prisma Studio, and what you can do is you can basically see all your models. And because we are successfully authenticated, we should have a record in the user table, right? It makes sense, right? Because we're successfully authenticated. So you can see this updates here. And if I make this zoomed in, let me just open localhost. It's gonna always open in localhost 5555. So make sure you're on that localhost version. It's gonna take a second to update. And you can see we have one instance of the user, one account. If I go click on the user, make this bigger. Here you go. I have the name, and just look at that, guys. We have our nice little powerful callback, which we did with NextAuth, is working right over there, right? So we have a nice Ali codes username here. That happened because of our nice callback, how we basically merged the name into a username field like that, right? Then we also can have bio in this build. We're going to take a look at how we can do the added profile screen. So we can add all these different things: gender, email verified, image, created, updated. And you can see it is connected with your accounts, right? Accounts, which is a model, right? So when I click into it, you have your account ID, is the type, you have different access tokens and different things here, right? Super useful, right? So that's the reason I really like Prisma. Honestly, you can see all these. You can search through models. You can see what records are there. You can search, filter, whatever you like. And so it's really nice that way. For now, I'm just gonna cut it, honestly, because I think it's gonna take a lot of resources on my computer. I'm just gonna close that. Let's go back to our nice dashboard page. Okay, and let's keep on actually building that. Right? I actually made this bigger, so that's why I was looking like that. Okay, let's go back here, nav links, and I think we were working on this more drop-down thing, and I think there's still some things which I did not do here. I think I forgot to add we didn't add the profile link component because we didn't have the user before. So let's also update those things, right? Because now we have those little things. Let me make it side by side like that. All right, and let's go inside of your side nav component. Right here, I'm just gonna uncomment this out, and actually I'm gonna uncomment this out, but it needs to be a JavaScript expression, right? So here you can see this is the user, and the user needs to be there, right? So first of all, what we can do is in the side nav here, I'm just gonna look at my thing, and now we can use our NextAuth functions here, right? Because we have it all set up. And what we can do is we can use something called await auth. So if you guys remember, we created this beautiful auth function here, which will allow us to use this auth really nicely, and we don't have to always pass in the configuration every time. So we have this now. The reason I'm doing this at the top level here is because everything in Next.js, the new Next.js, like app directory server component, right? So what I'm doing is I'm saying const session is going to give us back the session, and the user is going to be the session.user, right? So that's what I am doing here. So I can do this because we are in a server component right now. This is not a client component, so I can actually do that, right? So user, if user is present, then you have a profile link, and the profile link we're going to send in the user in here, right? Now let's create the profile link. User will be sent as a prop here. That's what we'll be doing. And first of all, let's create this component. So let's go create a new profile link.tsx. Close this in RFCE profile link, and now I'm just gonna take a look at my profile link component, In my profile link component, let's actually create this. I don't want to just keep copy pasting the entire thing. So let's try to have some fun, maybe creating this thing. Actually, it's going to be very similar, as to my other links. But yeah, let's just create this. So first of all, this is going to be a next/link. All right. And inside here, we're going to have another component, a reusable component, which we're going to be using in a lot of places in our app. And that will be a user avatar. And here also we'll be using something from ShadCN called the avatar, which is a really nice thing we can use. And we'll have a p tag. The p tag is just going to say profile, and it's going to have class name, which what we're going to do is we're going to have a string interpolation here, and I'm just going to basically do cn and again combine some stuff. So first of all, it's going to be hidden on a phone screen, and large screen is going to be block. And then here, what we can do is we can simply, not here, I think I made a mistake, right over here actually. What we can do is we can do font extra bold when this is going to be active. Now, how do we determine when this is going to be active? First of all, this profile link which we have is going to be a use client. Again, the reason we're making this use client is we need some interactivity. Every time when we need interactivity, we need to make sure we convert it into a client component. Now here we're going to say const path name again, because we want to know which path we are on. So we need this use path name hook. We need the href here, and the href is going to be equals to, sorry, not like that actually. So it's going to be /dashboard, and it's going to be /dashboard/user.username. Now the user, if you remember, we're getting back as a prop, so we're going to say a user. And what I'm doing is I'm just destructuring here. We get the props like that, and I'm just like basically destructuring, and I'm just going to provide a type for the user. Don't do any, because then there's no point in using TypeScript. If you just have too many any's, I think there should be a limit to some any's in the code base, right? Because some people might be like, you can use infinite number of any's, and some might be like, oh shit, no, you can't use any at all. But yeah, I think you should have like a balance always, but not a balance. I mean, it should be more like not using a lot of any's, but like, yeah, just use as less as you can. But the user here, it needs to be imported from NextAuth, just like that. And what you can do here, by the way, is instead of, like, you can see it calculates the import cost here, but if you do type, because we don't need the user, actually, we just need the type of the user, right? You don't need the user entire class. When you do type, it's a bit more optimized import in that way. So you can do user, and here you can say href. So href is going to be /dashboard/user.username. Then we're going to create isActive. Now, isActive variable is just going to say if the path name is exactly the same as href, then it's going to be isActive, and it's going to be font extra bold on isActive. The href is going to be the href. Then we're going to have a class name property. Again, I'm just going to quickly copy this. Honestly, it's pretty similar to what we have been doing previously for all the other links. We will have a button variance property, and isActive, we'll keep a secondary button, otherwise a ghost. And that's what we'll do here. Now we will have a user avatar component. So let's actually create that one. So we're basically going to show a nice user avatar. So if I go on the finished app, which is most probably somewhere here, okay. So you'll see that in this, our finished app actually, okay, something went wrong here. Okay, I'm not sure which one this is, which instance this is. Oh, okay. I think I changed my database, and that's why we can't see the finished app, because I had only one instance of PlanetScale, and I actually deleted that instance. So now we don't have that instance anymore, and that's why it was crashing, because I'm just using the same one again, but I'm using it for a different project. Okay, all right. So that's fine. But I think if you guys remember, basically what we had is like basically we had this user avatar here, and I just completely forgot where I was. But yeah, we are on this p tag. Okay, let's actually save that in. And yeah, I was on the user avatar part. Okay, so we're gonna have the user's profile picture right over here in a nice manner here. So first of all, let's actually get the profile link. All right, let's save this and let's see if we see something in the first place. All right, we should at least see the profile thing or something. Okay, we do get the profile. Of course, we don't have the avatar yet, but we do see the profile here, right? Which is fine. Okay, so let's create the user avatar here. So user avatar is going to be a component here. It's going to be just look like this basically, and we don't have it yet, so actually let's just create it. And user avatar is going to accept the user prop again, and it's going to be very usable component which we are going to be creating. It's going to be very variously used in entire parts of our app. So let's go ahead, user avatar.tsx, not just ts, because we want to return some JSX here. All right, RFCE user avatar, and I'm just going to go in that user avatar. And I really don't want to create this one. I'm just going to copy and fairly easy. I'm just going to explain some stuff. Okay, first of all, we'll be using avatar from ShadCN. So let me show you guys what that looks like. So let's go to ShadCN. And you want to go Command K, search for avatar, go back here. And you can see it has a nice fallback. So you can see it loads in and has a really nice fallback. So that's the reason we're using the avatar here. So it's a very nice looking avatar here. So just like copy the command, the CLI command, paste it in here, and basically we are going to be, what I'm doing is I am, and this is not a mistake, I'm doing this intentionally. The reason I'm getting these avatar props from Radix UI is because what I'm doing is something really powerful here. The partial thing actually allows you to merge some types with the types of the user. So what it will do is basically whatever props I accept here, it will merge those with the user. So it will also accept, because the avatar here is imported from ShadCN avatar. But if you remember, behind the scenes, under the hood, it's using Radix, right? So typically it's using those avatar props here. And I think I couldn't find the avatar props here. You can see these avatar props here. If you take a look closely, these are coming from Radix, right? Radix UI. So avatar props are coming from Radix UI avatar. And what I did is I said partial. So when you do partial, and basically it combines all the avatar props with the user here. So it merges them together. So you can also pass in user alongside those avatar props. Because what usually happens if you just do user, you will only be able to send user, but you might have a lot of other useful avatar properties here, such as you can see. So if I go here, you can see we have a lot of other avatar properties, right? So these might be useful, right? And the way you can do that is spread the avatar props, whatever you are getting back from the user avatar, and it's a reusable component. And here we are just using Next.js image component, and what I'm doing here is I'm saying if I have the user image, use that image. Otherwise, you do something called, basically you do something called image here. So what you do is you use this image, and this is a fallback image coming from Instagram. So it's an Instagram fallback image actually. So if the user image does not exist, then that means they maybe remove the image, or they maybe don't have an image, and that's going to use the default Instagram image, right? And it's going to be fill property, and we have alt here as the usernames, and I'm just doing like a nice usernames profile picture here, so it knows which user's profile picture is as the alt. And fill basically means that we have the parent as relative, and we have a height of 8 and a width of 8, and we have a class name here, right? So this looks reasonable. Let's just continue from here. So what we have to be really careful about is here, once we add any URLs, like for any of the images in Next.js, we always have to whitelist the domains, the host, basically where they're coming from. So for instance, if I just, let's say, let's just save it now, right now, and let's just see what happens first of all. So let's go back to our profiling component, and you can see here I just have to import this. So once I import this, we also know that this is accepting a user, and this user is of type user or undefined. So it could be undefined, right? So the user could be undefined or it could be there. So I mean, that's why we are just saying user or undefined here. And then we're combining with all the props as I explained before. But basically, we can see now it's not erroring out anymore. And now let's just save that. And let's actually go to our create next tab. And as you can see, here we can see hostname ls3.google user content is not configured. So this is not, so bear in mind that this is not this host actually. This is a different host. And this is the host from our actual Google image. So if I just open this on a new window and we go to this new tab, okay, so it just combined this together with HTTPS. So if I just remove the local host here, and if I just remove this bracket here, and you can see this is my actual Google account image here, right? So this is a different domain. So we need to whitelist two domains right now. One of the domains host is for the fallback ones, and the other one is this one. So here all you need to do is you just simply copy this ls3.googleusercontent.com, go to your next config.js file, which is at the root of your project. So you go at this file, and what you want to do is it actually accepts an object. So here you want to specify images, and the images basically is an object again, and it contains something called, before you might have done something like domains here, but now you cannot do domains. Instead it's remote patterns. So this is a new approach with the Next.js team recommends. Domains is deprecated now, and for all of your remote patterns, each of the remote patterns is actually accepts an object here, and the object can have a host name. The host name now it has to be this, and then what's really nice about this, it has a protocol. Now protocol consists of HTTP and HTTPS. So if for any reason you want to make sure that all the user traffic or the images are coming from a HTTPS, a secure domain, so you always protect it with HTTP. So for any reason, if this changes to HTTP, or it's a vulnerable image or whatever, because it could be anything, right? So then it's going to protect that. So it's a really nice way to do this, to make sure that it's HTTPS. You have port and path name, but again, we really don't care about that. We only care about this. And if we refresh right now in the newer Next.js versions, it automatically actually restarts your whenever you change anything in the config, it restarts the server, as you can see here. So it automatically does it. Now we just have to refresh this, and you can see now it's ready as well. It's just going to take a while to actually okay, I think it's just taking a while to even. Okay, let's just try navigating to localhost 3000. I mean, it's still compiling, so I think it's taking a while to compile. Probably because of, I think my Mac is kind of lagging. Yeah, okay, it's a bit slow. For you, it might be faster here. Okay, so you can see now it's compiled with the favicon and the dashboard page. And here we see the new image we have for the profile here, right? So we see the nice image. Now, what if we don't have an image? So remember, for any case we don't have an image or anything, we need to whitelist two domains, right? As I said before. So what we need to do is not just save it right here. We also need to add another two domains. And I'm just gonna really just copy paste from my project here. You can see we have a host name called utfs.io. Now, what is this host name? This is from uploading server. So whenever we upload an image to uploading server, it's gonna have this host name. So we are also whitelisting this, and now we are whitelisting Google one, and we are also whitelisting our fallback image one. So for any case the app doesn't make, and if there are any other URLs, it will always not allow those URLs. So it will never basically Next.js API won't optimize those things, right? So this will only optimize the following URLs here. So here we go. So we have our nice user avatar. So we can go to profile link, and we have our nice user here. Now there was one more place, as I remember, and I think that was in the more dropdown. So we don't have the sign out right now. So let's navigate to more dropdown. And here where we have this dropdown item commented out, we can just uncomment this, and the sign out will be imported from Next.auth/React. So make sure you get this from Next.auth/React. package. And the logout, again, it's not a component, it's just an icon here. So you just get this from the C React, and you just basically have the logout text in here. And all you do is on the on click, we are basically saying that we want to sign out, right? So if this is a bit too weird, you can see on a bigger screen, this is how the on click looks like. So it's an inline function which says sign out. Now I guess you can just we can just test this out actually. So let's see. We have our profile. Now if I click on my profile, actually I clicked on my profile. It's taking a while to actually load this in, and again you can see the URL, actually it read the URL correctly for us because that's what we said. It has to be /username, but we don't have this page yet, so it's giving us a 404. Let's go back and let's try actually logging out. So let's see what happens. Now let me click on logout. So as you can see, I click on logout, but we are still on the dashboard page. We should be redirected back to login screen, because this is how it happens on Instagram, and usually this is how apps should work, right? When you click on the sign out, you should maybe redirect it to your home, which is like your hero page or something, which has some branding stuff or something, or maybe you should redirect to your login page, depending on the use case. And if you ever want to change this, what you can do is you can go to the sign out here. And what you have to do, if you want to, let's say, navigate not to the login, but you want to navigate to, like, let's say, a hero branding page or something, you can always like have a callback URL and a redirect property here. So you can always change it around. For us, however, what I'm going to do is we right now don't have a middleware. So first of all, I'm going to optimize my imports here. So we don't have a middleware, and that's the reason we didn't got redirected. I mean, we don't see the profile link component anymore because there's no user, but it should actually be redirected to the login page, right? So we don't have a middleware, and that's the reason this is not working in the proper way. Oh, I just closed my editor. All right, so let's go and let's set up our middleware. Again, it's gonna be fairly easy, and I've like fairly made it easy for everyone to understand here. So I'm not gonna go ahead and show you the documentation. In fact, you can go ahead and search on NextAuth, basically how can you use middleware with NextAuth. It's really easy. What you do is on the root level, you create a file called middleware, and make sure you spell it correctly because this is a special file. It's read by Next.js. So middleware.ts should be the file name, and this is what the content is going to be inside of our middleware. Now I'm going to explain this, what we're basically doing here. So we're getting a function called withAuth, and that's coming from NextAuth/middleware package here. And you can see this checks that if the user is authenticated or authorized, and if they aren't, they will be redirected to the login page. Usually you don't have to actually add the callbacks here. Like, it should work without the callbacks as well. Like, all you need is just this one little thing here. And even if you try this right now, I think this should probably work. And it should typically take you to the login page. Yeah, but you can see it actually takes you to the login page. The only thing is you can see here, the localhost redirected you too many times. And that's happening because we don't have the callbacks. And that's the reason I think I added the callbacks here. So in this withAuth function, this accepts an object, you can see. And this object could be middleware options, basically. And you can have cookies, JWT pages, secret. You can access all these things in here. But we are interested in the callbacks, and callbacks give you these things like authorized. Actually, it just only gives you authorized here. And then you basically, what you can do is, you can see here, it gives you back the token, and then you can use the token. So if you have a role access, like let's say you want to check if the user is an admin, and if they're an admin, you want to maybe have a matcher object here, and you want to basically redirect them to only the admin page, and you want to protect the admin pages. You can do it like this. But basically what we are doing here is we are getting the request and token, and the first thing which we are doing is the double exclamation mark here we use to convert this into a boolean. As you can see, the logged in now is a boolean property, and the way this works is, what it basically does, if the token exists, then it's going to convert it into true. So it's going to convert into true or false. If the token is not there, if it's null, then it's going to convert into false. If the token is there, if the JWT type is found, then it's going to convert it into true. And then the next thing which I'm doing is I'm saying if it's on dashboard. And again, a lot of these concepts are on the Next.js Learn course. So I again recommend that you go and give it a read. I'll also put the link in the description. But the next thing I'm doing here is I'm checking if we're on the dashboard, the request.nextURL.path should start with /dashboard. And this was my main reason, guys, to have a dashboard route in here, because now what we have done here is we have said that if the path name starts with /dashboard, because we know everything protected should be under the dashboard, then we are saying if isn't dashboard, and then we are checking if it's logged in, right? It has to be it has to have a token, right? It has to be logged in. Then we return true, meaning that we allow the users to access the pages, the dashboard pages, right? Otherwise, we return false. And when we return false, it means it will redirect the unauthenticated users to the login page. And the login page, if you remember, on the NextAuth configuration options, if you go to the auth file, you can see here in the pages, we have a custom sign in here, right? So it's going to redirect to the /login, which we have created, and we have like the login form in the login page, right? And if this isn't true, then also we're going to return true, because we have to return something. But if this is the case, then we return true if it's logged in, otherwise we return false. If it's outside this, we also return true outside this here. And then here, export config. This is again, if you follow, go along this link, you will see this is basically a matcher from Next.js. Basically, this allows you to filter the middleware to run on only specific paths. So let's say if you want to, in our case here, if I show you guys, actually, let me just show you guys like this. So in our case, we want to protect all these things. So whatever routes you want to protect, you put it right here. So in our cases, we want to protect all these different routes. And again, if I go ahead and show you guys, you can see you can match a single path. So if you want to protect everything under dashboard, the way I'm doing this actually here in the middleware is I'm doing it inside of the callback. But this is also another way actually where you can have all your protected routes. So you can also put the dashboard here. You can put any protected routes. But the way I am doing is I'm using a callback and an authorized way to check this. So if I'm on dashboard, then I'm basically returning a true, which means I want to allow access. Otherwise, I do not want to allow access if there's no users and if they're not on dashboard, right? So this is how I hope this was clear. If this wasn't clear enough, I recommend you go ahead and giving all of this a read, the matcher options. And if it seems easier for you to use the matcher configuration way, you don't have to write the callbacks. But I just think that I wanted to show a bit different approach this time in order to use, or you can also use callbacks in the middleware. I just wanted to cover this as well. But yeah, it's really powerful. You can see this is what we are doing. Match all request paths except for the ones starting with API and all these. So the exclamation mark here, it means accept the API and everything. And then you can see matcher values need to be constant, so they can be statically analyzed. And this must start with /. And you can read all this stuff. So I recommend giving this a read if this middleware concept confuses you. But basically, all we are doing here is we are protecting our routes. And if I refresh this page right now, actually, let's just try accessing localhost. And you can see right now, we are properly redirected back to the login page, right? So now if I try to access my dashboard, right, you see I am immediately redirected back to login, and this gives me a callback URL because what it does is it saves the URL which I was trying to access. So I was trying to access my dashboard. So, and this is really nice because what's going to happen now, because I was on the dashboard, I wanted to like access the dashboard page. It saved it here in the callback URL. And now when I try to log in with Google, it's going to redirect back to me to that callback URL which we had in the URL, right? So if I try, let me log in with a different account this time. Let me log in with this account, not my main account. So let's log in with this account. And this time you will see that if you check right now, if you log in with two different accounts, if you check your Prisma Studio, you will have 2 users because you have a total of 2 users in your app then. And you can see I can safely access my page now. And if I try again going to the profile, this is not going to work because it's 404. The page doesn't exist. If I try signing out again, you can see this time I'm not on the dashboard, I'm actually redirected. So that means our middleware is actually properly working, right? I can log in with Google. Let me log in with my main account this time. And yeah, so our authentication flow is done, guys. This is it for the authentication. Honestly, and you can go as crazy as you want. You can have admin functionality if you really want. And it's not. I encourage everyone to like dive into it and just try it on your own if you want to add like admin roles and stuff, right? I had done it previously in builds. Actually, not in builds. I've done it in production. So I'll be happy to make a video on that as well, on how you manage different roles. But honestly, just dive into it and try it yourself. It's really powerful on what you can do with the callbacks and everything. Okay, so now let's actually go back to our roots. Let's go back to layout, dashboard, and I think we have our proper functionality. Now we're ready to actually start building the really fun stuff, the posts and all the nice interactive stuff, the forms, the ShadCN, and all those things, right? So we're ready to build those things. So let's first of all go into our page here, right? So I'm gonna go and navigate to page, the dashboard page here, and let's see what do we have on the dashboard page, because that's what we want to work now. And before I start here, I want to see one more thing, and that thing which I wanted to see here actually is that inside of my dashboard there is one more thing we should be actually looking at, right? So I made a really big mistake by using the same PlanetScale thing, because now I don't think I can access the app anymore because it's gonna crash and it's not going to have the correct Google accounts. Okay, never mind. I think I could change the environment variables there, then it's gonna work. But okay, let's not get into that. So basically, what I was saying is we are going to have on Instagram. If you try to see, actually, I can show the actual Instagram. I guess I can show the actual Instagram app. Yeah, I can actually show that. I have the actual Instagram app, right? So I'm just following some random accounts. This is not my main account. This is actually one of my, again, test accounts. I'm just testing here, and I'm just following some random like people because I was testing here the app. But if I make this bigger, and what I was actually trying to explain before is that on the actual Instagram app, you can see this is our home route, right? This is our home route. Now, if I go on search, you can see we still have the sidebar, but on certain pages, like if I go on the profile, we still have the sidebar, but on certain pages, we actually don't have the sidebar. I'm pretty sure on certain pages, there is a few pages. Okay, so what I'm trying to explain is we are going to have another organizational, we're going to have another grouped route, and the reason I'm trying to explain is the reason I'm trying to do that is there was a page which did not include the sidebar, right? Now I'm not sure what page it was actually. I'm not actually entirely sure, but there's a reason why I'm trying to why we're gonna create a grouped route here in the app, right? Okay, so let's actually dive into it first, so we will understand what it means. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you is that here, as we add the auth thing here, we are also going to create another group route, but not inside app, actually inside dashboard. So don't make that mistake as I was doing right now. And here, just put in the brackets home. Now this is specifically going to be for the home, and I think I did get what I was trying to explain. On the home, we do have something. So there's some difference here, as we can see on home. Yeah, this is what I was trying to explain. Okay, so on the home, you can see in Instagram, we have the header, which looks like this. We have a logo, we have a search bar, and then we have notifications on the right here. If I click on the Reels Instagram here, this is actually a different this is actually a different layout structure here. Then if I click on Reels, I'm not gonna click on Reels because I think a video might play on and then I'll get a copyright thing or something. So I'll not click on Reels, but you get the idea what I'm trying to explain. Now, if I click on messages here, you can see that I have a different different account here, and again you can see there's some differences here, like right. So the header is different, the routes are different. So I think you get the idea what I'm trying to explain here, right? So there's a certain difference. Whenever there's a certain difference in the layout of a page, what you can do is you can put it inside of a grouped route, and then you can separate that page's layout from the other layout, so they don't actually look the same, right? Because what's going to happen is the dashboard layout is going to apply to every single page. So we cannot have the header here. So we need a separate layout for the home, specifically for the home page. So what I did, I do not want this to be a part of my router, right? But I do want to organize now. So I did home here. And what I basically did inside is I had a layout here. Now what you can do, create a file, layout.tsx. I'm trying my best to explain it is as easy as possible, because I know some of the concepts here might be too complicated, too many grouped routes, and it might confuse it at why do we need these many extra. But really, again, it's very important, and it's really good practice to do it this way, so we don't combine a lot of different things, and you can keep separate layouts, and it's really faster to edit stuff once you do it in this manner. When you want to edit things, edit your components, you can be really fast, and you don't have to think about all your architecture stuff, because you're already thinking about it right now. So it's really nice that way. So RFCE, and this could be your home layout. I'm just gonna go and check what do I have. It's gonna be very simple. So I'm just gonna copy it here. I'm just saying home page layout, all right? And here we have a header. Now what header am I talking about? I'm actually talking about the main header of our app. Basically, we're gonna have a top header, but this header is only in this layout, right? So you can see the difference. I did not include it in here because again, this layout applies to all the pages inside dashboard, and we don't have the header on all the pages. We only have it in home, and that's the reason I created this layout in the grouped route here, right? Now we need to create header component. So let's go back to our components. Let's create a file called header.tsx rfce. Let's have the header, and I'm gonna go navigate to my header. Let's see what do I have. Let's create this top header right now, so we can get it done, get it out of the way. First of all, I'm gonna change the div to nice header to have nice semantics. Always have nice semantics, and always try to make your components very accessible, very nice, right? So you get more SEO performance that way as well, right? And here we're going to have some class names. So we're going to make this header fixed, because you can see the Instagram header on the home page is actually a fixed header, right? So we want to make it fixed. On a medium screen size, it's not there. So it's actually not, if I show you guys, you can see on a medium screen size, the header is not displayed. Sorry, not in the phone screen. In the medium screen, you can see the header is gone, right? We don't have the header anymore. So that's the header we're trying to create right now. I'm also going to close a lot of these pages because my computer is starting to feel a bit slow right now. So let's actually close a lot of the things which we don't need. I'm just gonna keep this one definitely. So let's go back, and the background is gonna be white but on the light mode, and then we are gonna have top 0. On the dark mode, we're gonna have a separate background, which we're gonna do in a while. But we're going to make it a flexbox item center. We're also going to say justify between. So every thing in the header would be justify between, away from each other. And on a dark, we want the background to be 950, because that's what we are using. A width of full Z index of 50. Again, we want the header to be on top of everything. So you want it to be Z50. And then we want the border, a very nice border on the bottom. The border color needs to be zinc of 300, not bright. Make sure it's border zinc 300. And on a dark, again, the border needs to be neutral 700. PX3, PY2, small, negative margin left of 6. If you remember, I also give a negative margin left in my side nav. And there's again a particular reason for this, because we want it to be take the full width, because when you do it fixed, for some reason it does not take the full width, and you have to make it so it looks exactly in the in a proper way, right? And that's the reason I'm giving a negative margin here to counter that. All right, inside of the header, we have a link from next/link, and this is going to have a p tag. Actually, I'm just going to quickly copy this because a very straightforward link component. There's not much to it. It's just a link, and again, this link actually, this link, by the way, is just a very simple text of pixelgram, and again, we are just using that font. I think I should just integrate that font, honestly, because there's so many places where we are using the font, and I haven't actually done that. But yeah, let's just let's just keep it for later on. I want to focus on the more important things right now. Okay, so a link, and then we have a p tag, and basically it's a very simple thing. And the reason you might be thinking I'm not using the logo here is because in the logo, we're actually keeping it hidden on a phone screen. So we're not even showing the logo on a phone screen, right? If you think on a phone screen, we don't have the logo here. So if I use this logo, I mean, I could send the class name and do it that way, but I didn't think that was such a big deal. So I just used another link here, and it was not a very big deal here. All right, so let's use a div here, and this outer div is going to have some class name called flex. It's going to be item center, and the SpaceX is going to be 2. There's going to be a div inside, and this is will be our search input basically. So we're going to have our search icon here, and the search icon is going to have a class name of height 4 and the width 4, and basically we're going to have an input field, and this input field will have a placeholder. So just like Instagram, it's going to say search, and it's going to have some class name in here. The class name is going to be BG transparent, and there's going to be placeholder. The placeholder is going to have a color of text neutral, and I'm not sure if you guys can see the benefit of using Tailwind in these cases, right? So if I just show you guys, like, this is the CSS equivalent of this, right? So you can see it gives you really nice modifiers. So if I want to change the color of the placeholder, because with the normal input fields, you can't just change the color. When you change the color here, it changes the color for the text you are actually writing, not for the placeholder. But Tailwind has these nice modifiers you can use, and really it's insanely powerful when you do. Even for disabled, you have states. So for all these different modifiers, and this means when the button is disabled or when the div or input or whatever is disabled, right? What color, what styling do you want? So yeah, I mean, I absolutely love Tailwind. It's really, really amazing. And here on the dark, we want the placeholder color to be text neutral 400. All right. Flex 1 because we want this to take the maximum spacing, and the outline of none. Now the last thing is remaining. This class name right over here, we want to make sure we have this as flex, item center, text is neutral 600, and on the dark screen text is going to be neutral 400, and we're going to say BG zinc 100, and we're also going to say on dark screen we want the BG neutral to be 800, and gap x of 2, rounded medium, and we want px 3.5, py 1.5 as well. And by mistake I just said 3.6. It should be 3.5, just like that. So we like to be really specific here, so I'm using point values here, but yeah, it's like just to be like super specific, honestly. But you can see, I mean, we don't really see the header yet because I think we forgot to import it. So let's go. Okay, we forgot to save this homepage. All right, so if I save this homepage, we should see our header right over here. And the reason we should see the header is because we are on the home page right now. So we should be seeing our header actually. Okay, I think we just need to refresh this most probably. Let's also check the terminal if there's any errors or anything. All right, I think I have done some mistake somewhere, and that's why we are unable to see the header. Okay. Yeah, I think I have. So the mistake I did actually is we have this dashboard page, which is on the dashboard here, but really, I mean, here, this page should be in the layout here. So, and the reason I'm doing this right now, you might be thinking that why am I doing it like that? And I'll actually explain this. Let me just check something out here. The reason we're doing it like this again is because remember, we want this the layout here to apply just on the home page here, right? So I'm moving this page to the home here, but because this home is actually not part of the router, so this will be the same exact page actually, but the layout will now actually apply here, right? So as soon as I do that, you can see we have our nice pixelgram logo here, and we also get our nice beautiful search bar. Just to double check, let's check it in, let's make it bigger, let's check it in light mode. So let's switch appearance to light mode, and let's go back, and you can see even in light mode it looks absolutely killing. The only thing missing right now is the font of our logo, which we're gonna integrate, but it looks absolutely gorgeous right now. I think it looks gorgeous, right? So let's switch the appearance back again to dark mode. Okay, I promised you guys I'm not gonna flashbang again, but I broke that promise. All right, let's keep going on. So this, I hope you got this, the idea here. The page on the home, this is not, the home is not part of the router again. So this page actually just means /dashboard, right? That's the route here. But the benefit here is we are applying this layout on the home page here. So that's the benefit we are getting here. All right, I think we weren't complete with the header. We had some more stuff. So let's go back and let's just finish the header first. So we have space x2 here, and after this div here, we have a button. And this button, if you can guess it, is going to be from ShadCN, and it's just going to have a simple heart icon. Heart from Lucid React, and the size of this button. So ShadCN has a really nice prop here called icon, and that's where the icon, like for instance, if you just have an icon in a button, you can just do size icon, and makes the padding and everything lesser and reduces that. And again, I'm just gonna save variant of ghost, save that in, and you can see this, we have this beautiful looking button right here. All right, so, and that's it for our header here. That's it for our home header. So this is how the header looks. Again, if you want to make it fully functional, right now it's just a simple server component. I haven't added the search functionality here. Again, because the build already, there's so much stuff I'm going to teach already. We haven't even started, guys. Like really, I mean, there's there's loads of stuff remaining. Like there's post, following, and I'm not saying that we haven't started in a bad way. Like we haven't covered, like we already have covered a lot of things, but there's just so much in this build already. So if you really want, you can go ahead and really extend it in whatever ways you want, really. Or I'm also thinking if I can make like different separate videos after this huge build on different topics, like, you know, role-based authentication, searching, and all the other functionalities, because there's new features in Next.js and there's a lot of new things, right, which we're learning. All right, let's just continue with the dashboard page now. So on the dashboard, we're gonna have, this is, first of all, I'm gonna change this div to main. So we're gonna have a main tag here, because remember, this dashboard is part of this. So we have this div, there's a header, and basically the children starts from inside of the main tag, right? This is what's happening here. So inside the main tag, we're gonna have a div, and inside the div, this is where we're gonna learn about suspense. So if you've never used suspense boundaries before, you're gonna learn about suspense in this video and how suspense actually works. And even Next.js team, they made a really good course. The course which I was talking about, it has really good resources to learn about suspense. They explain it in a really, really nice way. But basically, well, what happens in the app directory is now we have something called loading files, which are basically just suspense boundaries at the top level. So what happens in your page, if you have any fetching logic, because we are using server components, so we can do top level fetching, what happens is by default, the loading files are suspense boundaries, right? So it automatically kind of does you can have your loading separated if you want. But we're going to mix and match these things. We're going to use suspense component like boundaries, and we're also going to use like the loading file. So I'm going to show you guys when to use the suspense boundaries and when to use loading. Like where is the case when you want to use suspense. You might be confused that why do some people like use suspense here and then use loading? Some like where do you actually use what, right? So this is what I'm gonna explain in this video as well. Right, so let's just have a suspense. So when we have a suspense here, we want to import it from React first of all, and I'll also tell you why suspense here and not loading. So suspense, and then inside here we're gonna have a really nice component called post. Now post, as you can guess, it's gonna contain all of our posts, right? So it's gonna have a nice post component. This is where all the functionality is gonna go, right? But first, let's style our our main tag. Our main container here is going to be flexbox, width of full, and it's going to be flex. All right, it's going to be flex grow, just like that. And our inner div here is going to be flex as well. We're going to say flex column, flex one. We want it to take as much space as it wants. Gap y, okay, not 8 like that. Gap y, so we want vertical gap between each of them of 8. Max width large. And whenever we give max width, we want to make sure it's in the center. So we want to say MX auto for that. And padding bottom of 20 to have some bottom padding, right? Because we're going to have a lot of posts here, and we want to have some bottom padding here. Now again, let's first create our post component. And once I start doing the fetching logic, and once we start creating the post, you're going to see why suspense is really nice, and a really good thing which I have of course done in this build again. Again, for some reason, I can't actually show you. I'm thinking to actually change the credentials so we can see the finished build, because I shouldn't have used the same instance there, and what I did is I deleted that. But basically, I can show you the Instagram app. Is when I refresh this, it's pretty much like you see these loading skeletons, right? This is why something like suspense is really important, is because we have these like nice like loading skeletons when the data is fetching, right? So again, like this is a really good video on how you can not just build applications but really build them in a nice way, so you have these nice loading skeletons. Because imagine if Instagram was loading a lot of this data and there was no feedback to the user, right? What's happening here, right? So you can see like there's always good to have these nice skeletons and nice feedbacks, right? So we're going to focus on those things as well. It's not just building pretty apps, but also doing them in the right way. So let's actually go ahead here and create our post, right? This is the component we're going to create. So let's go to post, create a new file, post.tsx, rfce, post, and let's first of all go back. Let's auto import this. Save it, and we have suspense post, just like that. Beautiful. Now, where would we have our loading states, you might be thinking? So in suspense, it actually accepts a prop. So there are these props called fallback. Now, this is the fallback React tree to show when a suspense child is actually loading. So inside of these fallbacks, we can have custom loading components, and this is how the Next.js course actually tells you to use suspense in this way. They actually give a really nice overview on how to use this and how to have nice skeletons. So you might have seen me previously using just spinners and stuff. Skeletons in these cases are more useful because they actually tell the user on what type of content is actually loading, rather than just a big ass spinner, right? So you actually know what type of content you're loading in. So just like rough skeletons, rough overviews of your posts, right? So that's what we're going to be creating. So basically what we're going to be doing here is we're going to have a fallback. I'm just going to comment this out for you guys to know. And here we're going to have a nice little component called post skeleton. And we're going to follow this approach throughout our app, that for every like fallback, I'm just going to comment this fallback right now. But throughout our app, wherever we have our suspense boundaries, we're not going to just randomly do some loading here. We're going to have nice skeletons for those loadings. And I have thoughtfully designed them, of course, by like just mimicking the Instagram UI, and you know, it works really, really well. So yeah, I've got you guys like very nice skeletons here. But yeah, you can change it, do whatever you want. So we're gonna be doing like that. But let's go in the post and let's see what we have to do here first of all, right? Because in order to do that, we need to first have post in the first place. In our post, we're gonna basically have some data fetching logic here on the top here. So we're gonna just say to do right now. We have implement. The to do is gonna be actually So I'm just gonna say implement data fetching logic here, right? So this is gonna be the place where we're gonna basically implement data fetching logic. Then this is gonna be just a fragment here, and here we are going to basically have our map through the post, map through posts, right? So we're gonna get all the posts here. So this is the place we're gonna get all the posts. We're gonna fetch them, and we're gonna map through the post and display a nice, display a really good looking post component, right? This is how we're gonna be working on this thing, right? But first, to fetch the data, we need to be able to actually upload the data into the database, right? Because we don't have anything in the database yet. So first, let's actually do that, right? So now we're gonna look at creating some of the really nice like forms and like really nice upload management and all that stuff, right? So that's what we're gonna create right now. So for that to work actually, and what I'm trying to actually say is, again, I'm just gonna use the Instagram app as an example. You can see here the create button. This is what we are gonna create. So we're gonna create new post functionality. Basically, this is what we're gonna work on now. So we should be able to upload new posts and stuff and do all those things, right? So before let's start doing that, so let's first go to the nav links. I want to show you guys something. You can see that when I click on create here, I'm basically going to a different page, right? So if I click on create here, you can see this page is 404, and if you see the URL, this is actually /dashboard/create. So I'm actually navigating to a separate page here, and this is why I think this app is like so powerful. Is that I've also shown and demonstrated in this app that you can have different routes instead of like, so if you look at an Instagram app, right, you can see that this is not a different route here. So if I make this bigger, you will see that this is just Instagram.com. So if I, let's say, refresh this at any point, and I know it's not like that much of a big deal. I mean, you don't have to have this as a route, but I'm just trying to demonstrate like you can have this, in fact, as a route as well now, especially in Next.js and the newer versions with all these nice layouts and everything, and combining it with ShadCN, it's really damn powerful. You can do a lot of things. So I am doing this in a way where even if we refresh this page, we are still on the create. So if we can just copy the link here, we can send it to someone, and they will be on this create page, right? So it's really powerful. Like, it's just little things which are really nice, right? So to do this, of course, we need to first create this page. Now we can also it's really nice because now we have a separate create logic like page. So we can put all the logic in that page itself. We just know that there's a create page, there's a nice page. We can go directly into that page and look at all the logic instead of figuring out where that component is, right? So even for the app structure, it's really nice. So let's actually go and basically let's create a route now. So what we can do is in the dashboard here, we can see that we have basically a create. So now remember, everything's under dashboard, right? So what we have to do now is inside of our dashboard have a new folder, right? Not inside home, remember, inside dashboard, because we don't want the header to apply to this, right? So it's not home, it's actually just inside the dashboard. Here I'm just gonna say, and by mistake I think I misspelled this. Okay, I'm just gonna say create here, right? Okay, and here we're gonna have a file called page.tsx, because that's what our route looks like, right? So that's what our route is, and we're gonna just say create page, right? Now as soon as I do that, you can see we have our beautiful create page here, right? And this is exactly where we want it. Now I'll just go into create page and see. This is a very big like component where we're gonna have a lot of our logic in. And firstly, before I do anything else, I'm gonna convert this into client component. The reason I'm doing this at the top level here is because this entire page, you might be thinking that why am I doing this at the top level? Because you should not be converting your pages like, basically you should put really that at the back of the tree, your client components, right? But on the front you should have server components, right? So here the reason I'm doing that is because this entire page it will be a dialogue actually. right? Because the create is actually a dialog component. It's not a page technically, it's a dialog component, but the way I'm doing this is I'm having a dialog on a page, right? So that's how I'm actually achieving that behavior. And here we're going to also create a custom hook as well, which I'm going to explain in a while. But firstly, the dialog. What is a dialog, right? So dialog is a really nice component in ShadCN. So let's take a look at how the dialog looks like. Let's go to ShadCN. Okay, let's search for dialog. So you have two types of dialog. You have a dialog called alert. Alert is the one which actually tries to alert. It's the same as dialog, but it's a really nice thing where you want to confirm something. And then there's also a dialog here. Now this dialog, you can see it's a window overlaid on either the primary window or another dialog window. But basically what it is essentially just a modal, right? So in other words, it's just a modal component, but it's just a fancy way of saying it as dialog, right? So the dialog, we want to install it. And again, it's fairly easy to use it. You have a trigger, you have a content stuff. Similarly, how we use the drop-down menu, it's pretty similar to that. And you also have a custom close button if you want to have that. So it's a really nice, powerful little thing here. So let's install the dialog. Let's try to install. Let's see what error we were getting here. Okay, I think that we are getting because we didn't have the page. I'm just going to clear that. Okay, let's install the dialog. And I'm also going to get some dependencies here. Now, these are again some dependencies which I will be needing on this page. So you just take your time to import all these. I know there's quite a lot of dependencies here, but we'll be needing all these dependencies. We'll be needing a lot of these things. Basically, we'll be needing a form. Okay, so we'll be installing a form from ShadCN. We'll be using an input from ShadCN. This will be for our custom hook. Then you will do some server actions, right? This is the juicy stuff, right? We're going to do a lot of server actions. So firstly, let's also install the form while we are at this, because let's install all these dependencies so we can just start like coding this stuff, right? So the form, if I just go and navigate to the form, you can see there's an entire section on form on ShadCN, and it's absolutely beautifully explained on how like well-designed HTML form should be. And trust me, it's really, really nicely explained, and this allows you to write the forms in the like most optimal way possible. You should be using Zod and a lot of these things as it's written here, right? So you see, you can read the anatomy, and I'm not going to go into detail here right now, but you can read this entire page if it's your first time using, and just try to grasp the idea on how the forms should be used, right? But basically, forms, you can see, you have to install the same way. And when you do this installation, bear in mind that it's all using React Hook form behind the scenes, and it's going to install Zod for you. It's going to install React Hook form. So the good thing about this is I don't have to separately write all those things and say npm install React Hook form and all these things. You just install this one single thing. It's going to do all this stuff for you, right? Then we have our beautiful Sonar. Now, Sonar, again, I want to give a shout out to ML here. It's a beautiful, beautifully designed toast notifications. Now, again, you can use definitely, there's a toast component on ShadCN as well. Like there's this toast component. You can also use this. This also looks phenomenal. But I just like Sonar more. So again, ShadCN is not like it's not like a component library. So when you're using ShadCN, it's not that you should be using everything used in ShadCN, right? Use whatever you need to use from there, and you can mix and match with different things, right? So you don't have to be using everything because it's not a component library, remember. It only installs the stuff a component needs. So what I'm going to be doing for our case is I'm going to be using, so if you like ShadCN, just do this toast notification installation here, and this will work. Honestly, pretty much the installation is the same, but you can use Sonar. Sonar is really beautiful. You can see it has the really nice looking states. You can have description, info, warning, if you say error, and you also have rich colors and stuff. So and there's an entire blog on how it was made. So definitely you can see this is the rich colors. This is what we'll be using. Looks really gorgeous. Good thing about this is you can see, just look at this interaction. It's really, it looks just like, it's just an app like feel which you get, that you're actually using an app instead of like a website. So you can see you can just honestly close them as well by just doing like this, you know, and they all stack on top of each other. So it's really, really good. I really like this. Yeah. So let's just copy this one, honestly, and let's install Sonar. Okay, so let's install Sonar, and we are also we're going to create a few folders and few files. I mean, for this create, and it's a majority of our application like it's going to look like that. So once we do this, it will be really faster for us to start building a lot of the app concepts here, right? So let's go back to the smaller screen here, and let's see what else do we have here. So we have upload button, which is going to come from upload thing. I'm just going to comment these things out right now, and actually, okay, by the way, we just install the input as well. While we're at this point, I'm just going to comment this out, and I'm also going to, okay, so we are also using aspect ratio, and then we are also going to have custom error component. Okay, I'm going to explain all these imports, don't worry, like why we're using error and why we're using certain things once we start building this. But let's also install the input, and let's also install the aspect ratio. So let's just install everything we need from ShadCN, right? So first of all, aspect ratio. Aspect ratio is a very nice content kind of thing. It's like a card like this. Basically, it has a aspect ratio properties here. So you can, if I look at the code here, you can see the ratio is 16:9 here. So no matter what screen size you are on, so if I'm on a bigger screen size, you can see it is still a 16:9 ratio. So it respects this aspect ratio. It's a really nice component I'm using recently, and it's a really, really good to use this one. All right, let's also install the input field, because we're going to be needing this to submit our inputs, right? This is what we'll be needing. So let's also install this beautiful inputs, and let's go back to our app. I think that's the last thing which we want to install here, the input and the aspect ratio. All right, so that's also done. That was pretty fast. All right, so now we have our button, aspect ratio, and we also have a custom hook, which I'm going to explain in a second. Why do we need actually a custom hook? So let's first save this, and let's start actually building the majority of the app here. So first of all, we're going to have a div, and firstly, we are going to have a dialog as the parent. Again, just like drop-down menu as we did before. And then we're going to have dialog content. So it's going to be a bit different to the drop-down menu here, because we're not going to have a trigger here. And the reason we don't have a trigger for the modal here is because, remember, when we route to the create page, we want the modal to be automatically opened, right? We do not want to click on a button and like open the create modal, because that's an unnecessary step in between. Then there's no point in having a create page. Right, so we want to instantly open up as soon as we navigate to the create page. So that's how we will be doing this experience. Firstly, we're also going to have a beautiful dialog header. The dialog header is going to contain dialog title. Title is going to say create. It's going to say create, but it's going to say create new post, just like that. And on the dialog, we're going to have some things here. So first of all, when do we want the dialog to be open? So if you remember in the drop-down menu, the way we did this is we had a piece of state to toggle this open. But in the dialog here, we're not going to have a piece of state. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something really like clever here. Is we're going to use path name. If you remember, path name is a hook. Again, this is a client component, so we can use this. Use path name hook. Right, and what I've done here is I've basically created a variable called isCreatePage, and this is going to be a create page if the path name is equal to /dashboard/create. We know this, right? Because this is the /dashboard/create route, so it is going to be create page if it's this thing. And what I've done here is I've said it's going to be open if isCreatePage is true, because this is the Boolean value, as you can see, right? So if this is equal to this becomes true, and if this is true, then I want the dialog to be open. Otherwise, I don't want the dialog to be open because it's not a create page. So this is how we are basically doing this right over here. And then on open change, I'm basically saying that it gives you the open state. I think it's the open state. It gives you back the open. You can see when you hover over this, you can see it gives you back an open, which is the Boolean. and it's just a state which tells you if the dialog is open or not. And what I'm doing here, actually we don't even need curly braces. I'm saying if it's not open, then I want to basically use the router. Now we're going to use router. Router is another thing which is in Next.js, and we're going to say router.back. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to say const router, again, is going to be use router. And this, be very careful, do not import this from next/router. Always make sure it's next/navigation. That's the new one. That's what you should be using. And same goes for use path name, right? So what I'm doing is I'm saying that if this is not open, we want to go back. So wherever we are coming from, if this is not open, that means if you're not on this page, we want to like go back on open change, right? So when I click outside the dialog, what happens is basically this means that it's not open, and that state changes to not open, and I should be going back to wherever I actually came from, right? Because whenever you click outside the dialog, this is the function which gets triggered on open change. And what happens then is it actually checks what's the state of the open. It becomes not true. So when it's not true, we want to go back to whatever page we came from. So this is how I'm doing this. Now, if we have the dialog content, I think this should already work right now, and you can see it works, right? So you have a create new page. Now, if I click outside, you can see I'm back on the home page. Now, if I click here again, you can see, I don't know if you guys can see, but this is also highlighted here as the header button is also highlighted. And it's not very visible because of the backdrop opacity, but you can see it's actually highlighted because we are on the create page right now. Now, if I refresh this, we should probably get an error. Yeah, as expected, we get an error, right? We get 3 errors. And when I click here, you will see that there's an hydration failed because the initial UI does not match what was rendered on the server. Expected server HTML to contain unmatching. This is a very like it's an error which is very common in development, especially using server-side like frameworks like Next.js. This is a very common error. You're gonna face this once at least in your lifetime if you're using Next.js. You know, you're definitely gonna face this error sometime. So basically, what this means is the hydration usually fails because the initial UI does not match. So whatever was rendered on the client, that's not the same as what was rendered on the server. And that's why we get this annoying error. And the way to fix this is not to render anything, actually, not to render anything until the component actually mounts, right? That's a way to do this. Now, what I've done to achieve this in a very nice way is I've created a custom hook here in my project. So the way, if you want to create custom hooks, the way I like to do it is I like to have like a separate hooks folder at the top of my root. I like to create hooks, and inside hooks, whenever you want to create any custom hook, you basically create it. You start it with use because typically that's what the pattern hooks use. Like they actually always start with the use, use keyword or whatever. So use mount.ts will be my hook name, and it's going to be the very simple hook. You're going to see what it's going to function. Again, you want to make sure it's actually .ts here, and what you can do here is you have to make sure it's a client because you're using a useEffect and useState, so you have to make sure it's a client component. So do not forget to add this. So make sure it's a use client. And what I'm doing here is I'm just having a piece of state called mount and set mount, and I'm only setting the mount to be true once the component actually loads in, right? And what we can then do now is on our page here, we can use this hook like this, and let's say const mount is equal to use mount, and have the hook, and then we can simply say, as I was saying here, we can simply say do not mount the component if it's not mounted, return null. So do not return null if it's not mounted. Yeah, and what this is going to do is going to prevent this hydration error. Only when the component is mounted, then only it's going to render this dialog, right? Because what happens is it's mounted on the server, and then the client mounts, and then the client side is also mounted. So it's kind of like juggling in between, and this is why the hydration happens. And here we're just making sure that this doesn't, and you can see the error disappeared now. So even if I refresh right now, okay, so I'm on the home page. Let's try going back to create. Now let's try refreshing. You can see we're on create. Let's try refreshing this. There you go. So you can see initially the mogul is not rendered, right? The reason that's happening is because it's not mounted yet. So as soon as it mounts, it immediately shows you the dialog, and you don't get the hydration error. So this is a way to fix that. And there's other ways as well, as you can use the window, and you can check if the window is available, and then only you can do these things. But this is honestly the simplest way I found this to solve this. And you can really use this hook and a lot of different components if you really want to, right? Okay, now we're gonna have some really nice stuff. After the header is done, we're going to have our nice looking form. So this is where we're gonna take a look at how ShadCN forms work. They're pretty, I'm not gonna say they're very complicated, they're pretty easy to use, and the documentation is very well written. So we'll see how to use these forms, and basically what we'll do inside here is we're going to be having a nice little form tag as well. So we're going to have form tag, and this is intentional. So what we do is we basically, this form is coming from ShadCN. You can see it is erroring out right now because we're not spreading the form props. So these are all the props which we need to send, and you can see these are all mandatory. You can see get values, handle submit, these are all mandatory props we need to send. And these are all coming from a React hook form, hook called useForm. That's what we're going to be using, right? And inside here, we're going to have the normal form tag. Now, this normal form tag is going to have a class name. And here we're going to say space y4, so have some spacing between the children. And also, we're going to have an on submit. This is where we're going to have our first server action. So we're going to create a server action called create post. And we're going to take a look at how we can protect on the client as well as on the server, how can do all these things. And once we really get used to this pattern, we'll be really, really fast in building these things. You might be thinking that, hey, like, you know, why server action? Why not API routes? But trust me, you don't need to have all the, you don't need to write all the boilerplate code like fetch and all these things when server actions are really, really easy to use. So yeah, we'll have a form like this. And before I actually start doing the implementation here, let's actually go back to ShadCN and actually take a look at how forms work. Let's just read through a bit here. I'm not going to read the entire thing from the beginning. I'm just going to show you guys a bit of an example on how they work actually. So you can see that this is the first step which we already completed. The second step is we need something called a form schema. Now, what the hell is a schema, right? If it's the first time for you, what is a schema? And there's like too many schemas in this project. There's like Prisma schemas, now form schemas. But really, these schemas are really, they're really, really, honestly, I would say they're game changing. They're really good, right? So basically what happens is we use something called Zod. And what Zod is actually, it's a validator package. So it allows you to validate your inputs on the client as well as on the server side. So the reason Zod is really, really powerful, it allows you to do validation both the client side and the server side. So just using one package, you can do both the things, right? On client and server both. So you can see this is a client component here. And here we have a schema. Now, this form basically expects you to have a username with a string. The minimum characters needs to be 2 and the maximum needs to be 50. It's very straightforward. So the string value, the minimum character should be 2, max should be 50. That's exactly what it's telling you, right? Then the second step is you have to define a form. First you do the schema and then the form. Now the form here, you can see we use the useForm hook from React Hook form to create a form basically. And what we do again is React Hook form, if you have never used, it's a very popular a library to manage form submissions, like form handling and stuff. And you shouldn't be doing this stuff on your own, trust me, because if you are, you're going to get into all sorts of headaches, and really the solution you're going to come with will be terrible compared to something like React Hook form, right? So I encourage to be using this useForm hook from React Hook form, right? And we also need Zod resolver, and that's basically, you're going to see what it is. It's a resolver from Zod, right? And there's a specific hook form package for that. And you have the schema here, and you can also pass in like custom error messages. So if the user types in something which is less than 2 characters, it's going to say it must be at least 2 characters long, right? And then we have a profile form here, which is our component. Here, this might be similar if you have used React hook form. What we do is we just use the hook. And here, we're basically just inferring the form schema which we defined, right? So inference means that whatever, basically what you can do from Zod is you get these z.objects, right? So this is username is an object, right? So you get this object. So you can basically infer and create typings from these schemas. So what we are doing is we are creating a type here, and we're saying this has to be of this type, right? So it needs to contain username, which should be of minimum 2 characters, and has to be of that type. And then we are using Zod resolver to actually send the schema, and then the Zod will come in and it will basically validate this, right? Then we have some default values, and then we have a submit handler. Again, the values will be type saved there, and the inference, again, it means we're creating a type. It needs to be of a certain type. So we're inferring from our schema, and then again, all the values inside of this onSubmit function will be type saved, right? So it will be properly type saved. Otherwise, it's not going to submit. Like, it's only going to submit once the user has properly done the fields and everything. Now you can see, since it's a control component, you need to provide a default value, and that's something you can really read about it. But yeah, that's the second step. The third step, we can build the form, and we can start actually implementing the form logic, right? So the form logic, the way we use ShadCN form is really, really nice. It's done in a very conventional way. So the way we do this is we have a form as the main parent, then we have the form tag, and that's where we actually do the onSubmit. Now we will be doing onSubmits and actions. You might be thinking with server actions, don't you actually use action instead of onSubmit? No, you can also use onSubmit to submit a server action. You can also do that. You don't necessarily have to use action, but there's some things like progressive enhancement and stuff, for instance, that gets like disabled if you don't use like action and stuff. But we will talk about those things later. But basically, you can also use onSubmit to submit a server action. There's a certain way to do that. And you can see there's an onSubmit from the handle submit. We have a function, and this is what's interesting, right? So each of your fields, you're gonna put it into this form field nice component, right? So this will be a controlled component, and this will be completely type safe, right? So it will give you the field, and here you can render out whichever form item you want. So all the examples inside of ShadCN. So for instance, you can see you have all these examples with forms, right? So let's say you want to use a switch, right? And you want to use the switch with a form. You have this nice example here. You can see the code. Now the switch component will be inside of the form field there. You can see there's a form field, and there's going to be a switch inside of your form control. So a lot of these things, you can see you can have a select, you can have a date picker, you can have a checkbox if you want to be inside of a form. Again, it's going to be very similar. You can see there's a big form field here, and you have your checkbox inside the form control. So it's going to follow a very similar convention. So it's really nice to use in teams as well. So if you have a very large team, you can really just whenever like a new developer gets in, or like someone new joins in your team, you can tell them to read this page and be like, hey, this is what the convention we are using in our company here. This is how we build our forms. So it will be nice if you can read this up and get up to speed with this, right? So it's a really nice way. Trust me, it's really, really good. So you follow these conventions, and everyone does the same exact job then in building these components, right? So there's no inconsistencies. Like for instance, one developer is using like the native form validation, the other is using React hook form, the other maybe is using like Yup validation or something. You get like jumbled on, and there's no consistency across your app. So it's really nice to follow these patterns, right? And now you can see if I try to make it less than, even if it's like 1 character, you can see because it's not 2, it's not going to submit. As soon as you submit 2 characters, you can get these nice little toaster notification. So this is fairly the structure on how you can submit forms. I hope I explained it well here. If it's like your first time learning about forms. But yeah, I mean, this is what we're going to be following. So let's actually blaze through this right now. Let's go back to our app. Let's see how we're going to build this entire form. Right. So first of all, inside the form, we're gonna have a div. So we're gonna have like some pieces of state as well here. So we're gonna have something called the file URL, and we're gonna have a lot of different things. Before this, I think let's go to step 1, which was to create schema. Let's not rush too much into the form. So I haven't explained and I haven't created the schema. So let's actually do those things first, right? Now, for all of our schemas, I'm not doing them inside of the component. You can if you want to, but the reason I'm not doing it inside of the component is because remember, we will be using the same schemas to validate on the server side as well. So for any reason, client-side validation fails, or if someone bypasses your client-side validation, it's really important, right? Because what if you had some really like confidential, sensitive information or whatever, you were asking something important, and someone bypasses your client-side validation and they go to the server. Now you have to check on the server as well. And the server-side validation cannot be bypassed, right? Client-side can be, but the server cannot be bypassed. You should be always making your server-side validation very like safe-proof, right? It could never be bypassed. So you should always be doing that thing. So what I've done in this build is I've done all of my schemas inside of the lib directory, right? So in the lib directory, you can create a new file called schemas or TypeScript. So all the schemas are going to live here because we're going to have loads of schemas there, right? In the project, it's a fairly large project, and again, we're going to have a lot of schemas. So first of all, I'm going to import Z. Now Z is coming from Zod. We're going to be using Zod to write our schemas. The first schema we're going to write here on the top is going to be for the post. So I'm just going to say post schema, and again, this follows the same structure as like ShadCN on the documentation there, so you can read that. Basically, it's going to be Z, and when you do Z dot, you can see you have a lot of different things. You can validate arrays, you can validate Boolean things, you can validate dates, you can validate enums. There's like so many different things you can validate, but we're going to focus on objects right now. We're going to say Z dot objects, right? So, and you can see, yeah, here you can see you have z.zod array, you have so many different things, right? So let's just focus, we're going to be using objects here. Now this object is going to have an ID. ID is going to be z.string. So post schema will always have, a post will always have an ID, right? No matter what, a post should always have an ID, should be unique, should have an ID. Second thing, we're going to have a file URL. Now the file URL will be of type z.string. And we are not going to stop just here. Zod also gives you additional options. So if I press dot here, you can see you get all these other things, like what type of string it can be. It can be CUID type string. It can be email type string. So email is also a string, right? Emoji is also a string. It could be any type, right? So we're going to do a specific type called URL. And URL means it should be a certain URL, right? It needs to be a file URL. So when we like submit to upload things server, we're going to get back a file URL. And that's what we are looking for. So we are basically validating not just by saying string, because anyone could do that, right? We can just easily say, okay, it's a string. But what type of string? It needs to be a certain type of string, right? So it's going to check for all the protocol and all those different things, right? And then we have our caption. Now the caption, whenever you do something like z.string and zod, it automatically becomes like mandatory. Like you don't have to specify here, but when you do z.string, it becomes mandatory that you require this parameter, unless you do something like dots and you say optional. So when you do optional, now the caption is not going to be required, but it's an optional field, because we don't require the caption in Instagram, right? It's an optional parameter. If you want, you can, but the images are something which are necessary. So I'm not doing optional here. Like I could have done optional if the images were optional here, but I'm not doing that because this file URL needs to be there for a post to be created. Otherwise, the post shouldn't be created. The next thing here I'm going to do is I'm going to say export const create post. Now the create post basically is going to be from basically we're creating another schema here, another schema here called create post, and what we're going to do here is we're going to say post schema which we created, and we're just going to use omit. Now what is omit? So there's like pick and there's omit inside of Zod, and you have a lot of these different functions. So these are all different useful utility functions you can use on the schema. So if you want to like combine different schemas, let's say you have like 3 different schemas and you want to combine those schemas. So here I'm creating a new schema like create post, And what I'm doing is I'm just saying omit. Omit means leave the ID parameter and give me the rest of it. So what it means, you can see here, when I hover over create post, you can see basically what's happening here is basically omitting your ID, which is the Z string, and it's giving me, stripping the ID. You can see strip. So that means it strips off the ID and only gives me file URL and caption. So when you are creating in post, you cannot have the ID when you're creating in post, right? It makes sense. The ID is going to be automatically generated from your database. It's going to be automatically generated from Prisma. So if you go to your schema.prisma, you can see here schema.prisma. If you go to a post, we don't actually, okay, so this is a really important thing which I just did, is we don't have a post schema. So we also need to have a post schema here. This is very important, right? Because what we'll be doing is we'll be submitting, we'll be creating a post from the post schema. We're going to come back to this later, but basically what I mean is in the schema.prisma, we're going to have a post model and the ID will be automatically generated from the Prisma thing, right? So we are omitting the ID because we won't have the ID when we're creating the post. However, we have something called update post. Now, if you can guess it correctly, for the update post, we are going to need all the things. We're not going to omit anything here, but we're going to create it as it is, like post schema, right? We're not going to omit or pick anything here. We're going to create it as it is, as post schema. And the reason we're doing it like this is because the post, when we're updating the post, we should require the ID, we should require the file URL, and if there is a caption, we should also require the caption, right? So that's what we are doing when we are updating a post. And the last one we're going to have will be for delete post, right? Now, I don't know if you can guess this one, delete post, but delete post is going to be post schema. Instead of the omit, it's this time, as Copilot suggested, it's going to be pick. Now, we are only going to pick the ID. So remember, when we are deleting like a comment, like a user, it could be anything, right? Whenever we're deleting anything, all we need is the ID of that document or ID of that field, right? And then we can easily delete that thing, right? So here, all I need for the delete post is I just need the ID. So I'm stripping off the file URL and I'm also stripping off the caption. I'm only getting back the ID here. And you might be thinking, oh, why are we doing this? But trust me, this process is really, really good. And this is how things are done in production. So to prevent like hacking attacks and a lot of different things, right? It's really important to write these schemas in production especially, right? And we're going to have the rest of the schemas like user schema, like schema. We're going to come back to this file a lot. But let's go back to our create now. And now what we can do is we can start working on a bit of the logical stuff, right? A bit of the logical stuff here. So first of all, what I'm going to copy is I'm going to get the form, the use form from React. So I'm going to get the use form hook from React. And here you can see I'm inferring the type of create post. Now create post again is a schema. So it's coming from our lib. You can see importing from lib/schema. So we can go here and you can see this is where create post, right? So because we are going to be creating post, this is where we are inferring and we are making sure it's of type create post here. And the Zod resolver, we also need to send the schema here. And here in the default values, if I change the type here, this is going to error out and you're going to see you won't get this type here. You can see it may only specify this is already properly type saved here. So now you can see I don't get the ID. So there's no ID here because remember, we are omitting the ID. So we don't actually get that, right? But we do get the file URL and the caption because that's really important. And the file URL, by default, it's undefined. I'm not doing it as empty. I could do this empty, but remember, I'm not doing this empty because this has to be of a certain type. And by default, we won't be having any file URL. So I'm just saying undefined instead of empty. So that's a very important thing to do. You shouldn't be saying empty string, but instead you should be saying undefined here. And for the caption, I'm saying it's an empty string because we don't have the caption. These are the default values which we have. And you can also have any other options if you want. And this is why you can see the React hook form is really, really nice. You can also have mode. So the mode is like, it gives you like on blur. So if you want to validate on blur, on change, on submit, on touched. So there's different modes here. Again, it's really nice to use React Hook form for these kind of things. But yeah, let's carry on. And the next thing, I'm also going to create a variable here, which is going to be file URL. And just like Copilot suggested, it's going to be form.watch file URL. So basically, this form gives you a lot of these things. Like if I destructure this, you can see it gives you a lot of these different things. You get watch, you get reset, you get control, you get a lot of these different different functions and different things, right? I'm going to use the watch function here, and you can see watch and subscribe to a single field used outside of render. So what this allows you to do is basically it gets you this field and it actually watches it. So if this if the user is typing into this field and there's like you know, whatever change is happening, it actually, as the name suggests, it actually watches that field, right? So we're going to do file URL form.watch because we're going to be needing this later on. All right. The next thing, if you remember, this form actually needs a lot of these properties, right? Now, these properties are the exact same properties as the form here. So what we can do is you can just spread the form just like that on the ShadCN documentation. And you can see now we're sending in we're spreading in all the form things there. So it's not erroring out anymore. Now let's keep going and let's start actually building this, right? So the first thing here we're going to do is we're going to say, if there is a file URL, so again, I'm double banging here. Now, yeah, I explained you guys before, like what double banging is. When you double bang something, it means it converts it into a Boolean. So file URL, you can see it gets me this as a string because this is a string value, right? So what I'm doing is I'm checking if the file URL exists by double banging. That means I'm converting into a Boolean value. And here, I'm just going to use a ternary operator actually. And I'm going to say, if the file URL actually is there, this means if it exists, then I'm going to display a certain div. And this is going to be, it's going to look like this actually. So I'm just going to copy paste this here from my code. It's going to display this div. Basically, this is going to have a height, and on a medium screen size, it's going to have a height of 450 pixels. And basically what this means is if we have a file URL, we're going to display an aspect ratio from ShadCN. The ratio is going to be 1:1. The class name is going to be this. And then we're going to have a next image inside, and the source is going to be file URL. And again, remember, we're going to be using upload thing, and we already whitelisted the domain. So we don't have to care about that anymore. And this is going to be like the post preview here. However, if we do not have the file URL, then we want to render a different kind of div. Now here, this is something which I'm going to create with you guys. Actually, I don't have to create this. I can get this from my finished code. I'm going to explain what I'm doing here, right? I think it's nice that way. So I can not explain all this entire thing, but I can explain, like I don't have to write this entire thing, but I can explain you guys in a better way, right? So we're going to have this upload button, which I'm going to comment out for now, which is going to come from upload thing package. But you can see what I'm doing here is if there's a file URL, then display the image, right? Because if you have a file, then we want to show that file, right? We want to show that file image. If we don't have a file, however, then we're displaying a form field. Now this form field, you can see it needs to have a name attribute, and the name attribute is super important because when we are doing server actions and all these things, we are usually using name attributes. So make sure you have this name attribute, and you can see the name attribute tells me only the caption, and this is what I meant by typesafe. You can see it's really nicely typesafe, right? So if I misspell this, let's say, to something like file URLs or something else, blah blah blah, it's gonna catch me here and it's gonna say, whoa, you don't have this, and you just need to use file URL or caption. This is why doing it in a schema way, having these resolvers to validate, you're gonna see it will play very, very nicely for us, right? Inside we have a form item, and again this follows the same convention as ShadCN UI. And then you have HTML4, which is the picture here, and I'm just saying in the label here picture, and you have a form control. The form control is a very important thing, which is going to have the upload button. Now this upload button will come from upload thing, which we're going to integrate, right? And the form description, which says upload a picture to post, right? So while we're at this, actually, let's also install maybe the upload thing. So there's going to be like certain steps in order to how to use the upload thing. It's not going to be complicated. It's fairly easy again. So how we can use that, and honestly, it's the easiest solution I've used till date to upload images and videos. And it's really like insanely easy to even upload videos. Honestly, it's such a good experience. And yeah, I mean, it works in really in a really nice way. So you guys are going to see how easy it is to upload. So usually it's a headache like with Firebase and a lot of other solutions, but with uploading, like, it's really easy. So let's actually see where this upload button. The upload button will be coming from our lib/upload thing. So we're going to create upload thing file here, which we don't have yet. But this is where our upload thing is. Oh, we already had this before. So yeah, so this is where it's going to come from. So for now, let's keep it commented and let's carry on actually doing this stuff, because we have a bit more left here. Outside this thing here, if let's say outside this thing, if we don't want to, like, of course we want to show more things here. So if we have a file URL, here I'm just going to say and then operator, and here we're going to have another form field, and this form field, by the way, if you guys can guess it, this will be for the caption, right? Because remember, the caption will only the caption input will only be shown once you have a file URL. This is exactly how it works on Instagram. Like, once you upload the image, then you can add the caption. You can't add the caption before adding any image, because the image or a video is mandatory, right? So that's something you have to do first. So here I'm just checking that if a file URL exists, then a form field, again, just have a form control. Here we are using a ShadCN input. And what we are doing, something really super important, which you shouldn't miss ever, is the render property. Here you can see the render attribute gives you back field state, and form state. These are really useful things, especially the field. You want to make sure you spread this out here, because the field actually contains the name, the blur, the on change, the reference, the value. So it contains all these different things. So you want to make sure you always spread the field on your input or on whatever component you're using inside of form control. So whatever component you're using inside form control, make sure to spread the field so you can spread all those props. And I have a type ID and a placeholder right over here. And after this component here, we're just going to have a ShadCN button. And this is going to say create post. And the button, this is going to be of type submit, because it's inside the form and we want the enter event. So it's going to be type submit, and disable will be true when the form state is going to be submitted. Now you can see you get all these different things where you get submit successful, loading, and this is the reason I mentioned why you should be using this, because you get a lot of these things and you don't have to do them yourself, right? It's really going to be a headache doing all these yourself, right? So you get submitting state, which is when the form is in submitting. When you're submitting the form, you get this nice little thing, and you want the button to be disabled, because you don't want to submit another action when already there's an action happening, right? So you have to make sure you say disable there when it's submitting, and just save that, and we should be able to see something at least on the UI. And here we go, right? Right now we only see picture and we don't get the upload button, but you can see we don't get to see the caption before we upload. And when I click on the create post, you can see that the create post, actually it's submitting the event, and I think we have the form and the action here. So I'm pretty sure. Okay, so the reason it's actually refreshing right now is because we haven't worked on the action stuff here. We didn't work on any action here. Sorry, not action. It's going to be on submit. So we haven't worked on submit. So on submit, we're gonna say form.handle submit, and this inside of handle submit, we're just gonna basically have an asynchronous function, and this asynchronous function is gonna contain our values, and basically what it's gonna do is gonna basically have all these things. Now when I hover over these values, this will be of a specific type. Right now you can see, here you go. So the values will contain .file URL, and you can see this is not undefined. This has to be there. It has to be present here, right? And the caption could be undefined, because you might say the caption, you might enter the caption or you might not, so it's optional field, right? So I'll just console log the values here, save the form, and let's try submitting again, and you're gonna see nice error states and error message. And I forgot to mention one more component here, form message. That's the component which is gonna be used for the errors. So if we get any errors, like, so if I press create post here you go, guys. You see this nice picture and required property. The reason this is happening is because I'm submitting this without an image. And you can see in our schema, so if I go to create post, you can see z.string.url is a required property. Now, I can add a custom message here. So if I do like, I don't know how you actually do that, but there's a certain way is you can add a message. Okay, I'm just going to see how we can add a message. Yeah, okay, you can do the message, I think, inside here. You can have a message, yeah. So you can see a message file URL must be a valid URL. So if I try submitting once again, right now I don't get this. It's because I don't even have the string value in. So what I can do is inside the string, right over here, we can have, I think it's called invalid type error or something. I'm not sure what it's called. It's required error or something, right? So basically it needs to be a required, and it's going to say file URL is required. So if I try submitting again, you can see you can also pass in nice custom messages. So you're not going to clutter your main file here with all these things, but you're only handling them inside of a separate file called create post, and you can basically change all these like into friendly error messages. And you can say file URL is required or file is required or something like that. I'm not going to do that right now, but I just wanted to show you guys that how powerful Zod can be in doing these different things, right? I'm just going to keep it the default, but really you can go as far as you want with these things, right? You can have friendly messages, error messages, whatever you like, right? So now let's actually integrate upload thing in our build, so we can actually upload the picture, and we can try to add caption and then try to create post, so we can add some data fetching logic, right? So I'm just gonna make this a bit bigger, and let's try going to uploadthing.com. So try to go to upload. So I misspelled this actually. Oh, I went to their GitHub repo actually. So I didn't want to show you this. Actually, it's uploadthing.com. All right. So go to uploadthing.com. I'm just going to make this bigger. And just log in with your Google account and just click on your dashboard. And it's really easy to integrate just set up your app. It's really easy. You can see I have a lot of different apps I was recently building. So we have like different things here. But yeah, we're going to create a new app here. And the app name, let's just say Pixelgram, right? And the URL is actually optional, but let's just say Pixelgram is my app name. I'm just going to create an app, and that's it. Literally, you have your app right now. You have created your app. Now what you have to do, the most important thing is actually you can go to a documentation, or what you can do is just click on API keys, because this is something which we'll be needing. Click on this eye icon, copy these two things, go back to your build, and remember we had the env file here, and these are the two things we need: upload thing secret and the app ID. So just copy paste them here. This is a super important step because you'll be needing the API key, the app ID to basically communicate with the upload thing API, right? And now let's go back to our files, and you can see we won't have any files here. So yeah, this is empty. So you see we don't have any files right now. But let's go to documentations. Let's click on docs. It's going to tell you what upload thing is. It's the easiest way to add file uploads. And you can see we manage file hosting like S3. You can read about all of these things, but honestly, it's really, let's just get started and let's honestly get this done. It also has a lot of nice API reference, right? So let's click on Next.js app directory here. The first thing we would want to do is install these two packages. So upload thing at React and upload thing. These are the two packages which we want to install. Let me just make it like that. All right, and let's open up our terminal and let's install these packages. The next thing, we want to add environment variables. We already did this. After these two steps, this is for setting up our environment. the next step is setting up a router, a file router, as they say, right? So this is going to be like our first like file route, and basically all the files uploaded to the upload thing here, it is associated with this route, right? And think of file route as similar to an endpoint. It's basically like an endpoint, and it has like permitted types, like what type of videos you can upload. So you can see here, I'm going to make this bigger. You can see here you have like different video types you can permit. So here you can say if you want for the type of the file to be an image, what type of image, what type of video, and different things, what the max file size should be, middleware, on upload complete callback, so different things, right? You have different things there. So let's just really like create this. So under API, we're going to create upload thing / core.ts. So let's open up our API folder, and again just click new file and just paste all of this in. We don't need to create this separately, right? Just create new file and create all this. And here we're just gonna copy paste this entire code, and this basically gives you a fake authentication function. So what this basically means, there's loads of comments, and it's just literally turning my OCD on. I'm getting frustrated by seeing so many comments. I really don't like these many comments, by the way. I mean, I hate them. I think I can explain them really nicely. Let's just remove all these different comments. All right, so basically this has something called a fake auth function. What this means is like this, you can also authenticate if the user is like authenticated before letting them, basically allowing them to make a request, right? So you can also have like authentication here. So they're using Clerk, so I think it's kind of following the Clerk's structure is a similar way. Basically, you can use auth, any auth here, right? Now we're gonna change this to NextAuth version, but it's really nice, and it allows only authenticated users to access this this middleware here, right? So you can set permissions and a lot of these different things, right? So first thing we're gonna do here is inside the middleware, we're gonna remove that one, and we're gonna say session is equal to await auth, but we're not gonna have request. And this auth, if you remember, is gonna come from our auth file, and this is, remember, this is the auth function which we had, and we're not gonna use this one. So let's just remove that. And here you can see you can have a user. So user is gonna be session.user, just like that. Now we're gonna keep this as it is. We don't have to change that. So what this is gonna do is this is gonna get, and again remember, we can use this auth, by the way. This is so damn powerful because this auth here, it could be used in any server context. You can see use it in server context. So you can use this in API routes, you can use this in server components. Of course, you can't use this in client components, but in any server context, you can use this. So even in an API route, this is just an API route. So you can use this here and basically see if the user is authenticated. If you have no user, you're going to return an error and say unauthorized. If you have a user, then you can return the user ID of the user, and what's going to happen, it's going to say upload complete for this particular user. This is what we're going to get in the console, and it also will give us the file URL here. So it's a really nice way to do this thing, right? Now I think that's pretty much it for the core. Let's actually see the next step. All right, so the next step is create a Next.js API route using the file router. So first we basically created a core.TypeScript. This is your file route, and the file path here, it doesn't matter. You can serve this. We recommend serving it from upload thing. So yeah, let's just stay consistent to what they're recommending. Now we're going to create something called root.ts, right? Now root.ts is basically our endpoint here, the main endpoint, which we will be using. So let's go in the API. Actually, we already have upload thing. So all we need to do is inside of upload thing, we need to create a new file called root.ts, close out the sidebar, and just copy the stuff here. And let me double check as well that if I'm doing it exactly like this, right? Yeah, so I'm doing it exactly like this, and you can see these are the export routes for our next app router. We get the get and we get the post, and we are using something called create next root handler. That's also coming from upload thing /next, and we are basically passing in our file router which we created, right? So this is our router. And by the way, this has a lot of different options. I didn't show you guys a lot of different things here. So you can have, like, for instance, you can see here, you can have a lot of different things. You can have image options. You can also do something like, I guess if you do like this, okay, you can't do it like this, but you can have max file size for an image. You can have max file count, content disposition. I don't know what that is, but honestly, you have a lot of different options. So I think if you do it like this here, you can say video, and the video format can be like all these different formats. So it gives you a lot of these different options here, which is a really cool thing. I really think it's nice. We're gonna stick to 4 MB, that's the default. But if you want, you can increase the file size here as well. I'm just gonna stick to the defaults right now. Also on upload complete, you get these metadata and the file, and you can check what else do you get. You only get these two props, these two things, and you can of course use the metadata to get the user ID, and the file, you can see it actually contains the key, the name, the size, and the URL, right? So we are only interested in the URL, and you can then also say it's uploaded by this particular user. So this is very straightforward. I think it's as easy as the upload management gets, honestly. It can't be more easier than this. The last thing I think we want to do with this is the third step. We want to add the upload thing styles, right? So if you're not using Tailwind, you go with this approach, but we are using Tailwind. So it's really damn easy with Tailwind. All you do is go into your Tailwind configuration and you import this thing. So you don't actually need that. I'm not sure why this was added. This is required when you are in a JavaScript file, but you don't actually need this. So just remove that. And what you can do is import with upload thing dependency, and all you have to do is change this old export way into this newer one, right? Which is export default with upload thing, and then you pass in the entire thing here, right? So it's a really nice way. So all you do is remove the module.export and just put a bracket, a parenthesis here, select in the entire thing, and at the end put a parenthesis here. So what's going to happen, everything is inside this, and it's still going to read all the Tailwind stuff. So it's basically a wrapper around the Tailwind config. You can see with UT comes with Tailwind config, right? So it requires Tailwind config. So you basically send in this Tailwind config, and in the end you're going to see 2 errors here for the height. So just select these 2 heights and convert them into string values. So just say 0 pixels like that. And this is much nicer because now you're not using that old ugly module.exports, and you're using the new modern approach with TypeScript, right? So let's actually, you can see here, wrap your Tailwind config with the UT helper, and here in the content they're doing this, but we don't have to. They're using a source directory, so they're doing that. And then the 4th step we have to do is it's a recommended step, but I don't think it's an optional. It's not a mandatory step, but it's recommended. So basically this step will allow us to get all the typings, and they're saying we highly recommend re-exporting them with the types assigned, but you can import the components individually. So I have actually done this step as well. So I have particularly created something called upload thing.typescript inside of my lib. So let's actually go there. And I'm just trying to find if there's a dark mode because it's hurting my eyes as well. All right, this is much better. Okay, yeah. So let's go back to our utils. So inside of lib, actually, we have a utils file, but inside of lib, what I've done is I've created a new file called upload thing.typescript, and in here I have basically copy pasted the generate components and our file router, and basically we are exporting these buttons. But what we are doing is we are providing this type here, so it's going to be like properly type safe, and it's going to match what typing we have in our routes, right? So if you go here in the our file router, whatever you assign, like this we assigned as image uploader. So if ever you change this here, the endpoint here to be, let's say, instead of image uploader, you want to say something like file uploader, right? So you want to say file uploader. This is going to update on our client as well, because we have this properly type safe with the file router. So it's such a nice thing which they added, and I really appreciate, like, honestly, this is really such a good library to use. All right, the next step we want to do is we want them, yeah, we're done. Essentially, we mount this upload button as we were doing before, and we start to use it. Now, there's one more super important step which I want you guys to see, and that's actually this upload thing SSR plugin. Now, if you don't like the loading here, so typically what happens when you refresh the page is you get this loading, because of course what happens is it needs some info to get the permission. So of course, because we are using server-side rendering, what happens is like to add this SSR hydration, and if you want to avoid that loading state, we simply render something called the Next SSR plugin, which actually it just prevents the loading, and when the button is ready, it shows you instead of the loading here. So it's just a much nicer experience. I like to keep this. I like to honestly use this because I think it's such a nice experience. It's pretty simple to use as well. So I'm just gonna honestly close this now and show you guys how to add this first, and then can go back to our app and start working. So first of all, go to your root layout. So we want to add this on our root layout, because that's where they want you to add this, and they want you to add this before your children. So wherever your children is, so it's right over here for me. So just over here, you want to add the Next SSR plugin. Now I'm not getting any imports. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to manually get this from, I'm going to get the extract router config, and we also want to get the our file router, and the most important is the Next SSR plugin, which we also want to get. So let's also get that. So you get the Next SSR plugin, and you can see we basically pass the extract router config, the our file router, and all these different things. And basically this will again prevent the SSR hydration thing, as we saw before, prevent the loading state essentially. So it's just a nicer experience overall, right? Let's go back to our building on the page here, and now what we can do is we can essentially uncomment this, and also uncomment this upload button right over here, because now we have the proper button, and now you see we're not getting any errors. And what's really nice about this is this endpoint, this type safe now. So at any point, if you change this, as I told you guys before, at any point you change this to some other name, this will be reflected right over here. And if you misspell this, you're gonna get an error. So that's really nicely like type safe and all. And then you get these other things called on client upload complete. So what do we want to do when the upload is complete, right? So what this button will do is essentially it will render a UI button here, and we'll click on it, we'll upload it, and this will entirely handle all the processes here, right? So if it upload completes is gonna upload it to like our upload thing dashboard, and we're gonna see the file there. What we want to do, if it's successfully completed, we want the form.set value to have the file URL. Basically, we want to set the value for file URL. The first property is the key here, and the second is the value. So this is like the key value pair here. So the key is the file URL. We want to set the file URL to be response. In the response, you can see it gives you back something called, it's an array basically, but it gives you back .url. You can get .key, .server data, different things, but we are interested in the URL. So what it's going to do is going to set the value of the file URL field to the URL which we got, right? And once we get that, you can see it's going to show this aspect ratio thing, right? So we're very smartly handling this, because once we have the file URL, then we're going to show the aspect ratio here, and if we don't have it, we're going to show this, right? However, if we get an error, what we are doing is we're console.erring the error out, and we are saying toast.error, and here we are just saying upload failed. I did forget one thing though, and I just remembered right now that we did install Sonar, but we did not actually have it in the layout. So whenever we use something like a toaster notification or some library like that, we always want to basically have it on the top level, like where will it actually render, because we are using the function, but where will it actually render, right? So again, go back to your layout. I just remembered this right now because we need to be able to render this, right? And I'm just rendering this inside of my theme provider here. So I'm rendering it right over here, and you can see this toaster is coming from Sonar, and I'm passing in a rich colors prop. Now what this prop is going to do is going to basically apply the color theme to the toaster, right? Otherwise, it's just going to look very dull and it's not going to be with colors, right? So if you want a nice color theme, and you can see you have other options, hotkey, loading icon, different things you can customize. But really, just save this. So this means it's going to render at the top level on your layout here. And now you go back to your create page, and let's test this out. So if everything goes successfully, it's going to set the value. And again, this is coming from form, so you can see we have set value, we have different things here. So I'm just setting the value, and I'm basically setting it for file URL, setting it to URL here. And once we get the URL, it's going to nicely update and are going to show us in the UI. So if we did everything correctly, this should work in the first go itself. So let's see. First of all, we get our beautiful button here. All right. So as soon as I click outside, I shouldn't be okay. So I shouldn't be actually. Yeah. Okay. You can see it was taking me back, and I was already on the create page. So you can see if I click create now, if I go back, I'm on the home. If I access this from some other page, it's gonna take me to that page itself, right? So you can see as soon as I click outside, I'm back on home. Right? But let's try and let's choose a file. Let's try to see if this actually works. And you can see we also have 4 MB here because that's the maximum file size we allow, right? So let's choose one of these unsplash images. Let's choose this one. I like this one actually. You can see we get a nice loader here. It's saying 40, 50%. So where it's at, it's a really big, huge file. It's gonna give us a nice loading state, right? So we don't have to do all this manually. And here you go, we get these nice toaster notifications. Let's go. That means we did this in the right proper way. And now we just don't actually see the image. That's the problem, right? We just don't. Okay, it was loading in, but we saw the image. So it was loading in. Now we get the image. And if we inspect the image address here, you can see this is optimized, right? Because we have the next image here. So you can see if I paste this again, let me show you guys. You can see it has underscore next image, so it means an optimized version, and I think that's the reason it took some time, because Next.js actually optimizes the image nicely. And now, if we click create post, of course, this shouldn't work. Now, if we go back here, this shouldn't probably work because I mean we should only right now we are only console logging the value, so we can actually see that out in our console. So what we are getting. So we get an object, you can see the caption is empty, and look at the file URL, guys. We get the new utfs.io because we are actually uploading this to upload thing. So that's the file URL we are getting back, right? Really, really nice, right? And let's also verify this and go to our upload thing dashboard. I'm just going to access it from here. Okay, for some reason I can't. Okay, let's just go uploadthing.com. And let's go and navigate to our dashboard. So what you want to do is go back to your dashboard, wherever you created the app. I created it in Pixelgram. You can see how many things you are using. I'm only using 300 KB. This is what the size of my image is. So 300 KB out of 2 GB. It gives you 2 GB, which is huge, guys. It's a lot of, really, it's a lot of storage for free, right? So this is like really incredible. And you can see I have a lot of big apps. They're not using nowhere near 2 GB, right? So it's completely amazing. So you can click on this, and when you go and click on files there, we should have the file. Here you go, WhatsApp image. So this image, if you open it here, and here you go, this is the image, right, which we uploaded. So beautiful stuff. We did this right in the first go, and you can see the status uploaded, the route which it was uploaded through. So it was uploaded through image uploader, and you'll get a nice table. If you want, you can delete this from here. And you know, you can so on do all these things. So this is just a really, really great platform. I really love uploading. I'm using it in production as well, and it works amazing. Really. So let's just close this now. We know that our upload functionality is working. Now, the next step for us is basically to work on the form submission. Now we're going to use server action here, and we're going to be submitting this form, the image alongside the caption, if we have a caption. Something like this here, you can see a caption here, and we'll be creating this this post here, right? So let's actually try to submit this, right? Now let's try creating now typically what you would do in this situation is you would go ahead in your API directory, and you would go ahead and basically create a route. You would go API, and you would do new folder, and you would say post. And then you would say like create post, and then create an endpoint, and then you'd have to do fetch, method, post, all these things, right? Or you might use Axios, or you might use React Query or other stuff. And I know React Query is amazing, so I'm not hating on React Query. I've used React Query a lot, and this is like a similar approach which you're going to be using in this build here. So, but it's going to save us a lot of time, which you're going to see right now. So in our handle submit, let me go back to my page and let me see what I've done here. Okay. So in my on submit, I'm going to replace this on submit with my version, which is going to be fairly small. So it's this is the code for our client. That's it. Everything else we're going to handle on the backend. We're not going to do on the client. Nothing else on the client. This is the code, right? So we're going to create a function, a normal function, because remember, server actions are just basically normal functions. They're nothing else. They're just simply functions, right? So we're going to be creating something called a create post functions, create post, and we will be sending these values, these type saved values to this create post, right? Then we're going to be handling everything in a separate file. We're not going to clutter up this file with a lot of the logic, right? Because what we have done is we have already handled everything. We have safely validated. If we didn't get an image, we were already showing errors and everything. So we're safely validated everything. Now all we have to do is do everything on the backend, right? So first things first, we have this error component, which I haven't created. So what I'm doing is we'll get a response back from the server action. And by the way, server actions are type safe. So whatever you put in the server action, like whatever you return from the server action is always going to be type safe on the on submit or an action. And it's not necessary that you use an action like this, but it's just some things which you don't get, like progressive enhancement or something, right? But the reason we are using on submit is because we have to follow the form.handle submit convention here, because that's what they're on ShadCN, right? So we have to follow that. So what we'll do is basically we'll get back a response, and this response basically will only contain an error response. If we get a success response, we won't be getting back any response. So this means if we get back a response, it will only be an error, and that's the reason I'm saying toast.error. And here I'm basically passing in a custom error component. So what you can also do here in this Sonar component library is you can also say, sorry, not the component library, it's a toast library. But what you can also do is you can say either assign a message here, which we have been doing in all of these other places, or you can also send in a component. You can see it can be of type React Node. React Node, it means it can be of a type of a component, right? And then also you can pass in some data. So if you want, you can pass in dismissible, duration, different props here, right? But what we are doing is we're passing a custom component here, right? So let's actually create this component. It's going to be error.tsx, and I'm just going to navigate in this component. And here, let's go back to our components. Let's see. PC is starting to lag a bit right now. I think we've reached officially I think it's already like a 6 hour mark now. It's going to be a 6 hour mark officially, I guess. So we're going to have an error component here, error.tsx. It's going to be RFC. Actually, I'm just going to copy paste it. It's a very simple, it's not that complicated actually. Let me know, guys, if this is complicated, but I don't think it's too complicated. It's just a simple error component. So basically what we are doing in this component is we have a functional component error, and what we are doing is the response here. Just let me check, by the way, what's taking so much memory. All right, so it's actually code insiders, and it's my VS Code. Yeah, so that's pretty normal. I guess I have to stick with this. All right. But yeah, anyways, what this error, the prop it's accepting is basically the response can be of two types. It could be of a type where we have errors, and this again, I'm just getting this from basically from the server action. When you return this is like the Zod validation error type. This is how you get the Zod errors like back. So this is the type. Just know that this is the type, right? And I just debugged this and I got to this point, right? So we have this, or it could be in a form where we have a message as a string type, and the errors would be undefined. So there could be errors or there could not be errors, right? Because you have both these cases of the response. And then what I'm doing here is the response is of type errors, and basically I'm destructuring the response errors and message here. And then what I'm doing is I'm returning a div if there are any errors, right, from the response. I'm just doing object.entries, and this means that basically what I'm doing is here, the errors you can see, this is of a specific shape. Now this is in a key value pair, right? This is a key value pair, as you can see. This is a key, there's a value, and what I'm doing here is I'm converting this into an array, so then I can use a map function on this key value pair, right? So once I convert this into an array, I can then use a map function. I can say key value pair, right? Key value pair like that. And then I'm implicitly returning a div here with the key as the key and the ID. And again, this key value pair is the Zod validation. Zod errors we're going to return in a form where we're going to return in a way where it's going to give us the key values of which, because it could be, the error could be for any fields, right? It could be for any of the fields. So that's like the key value thing which we're doing here. And here, we're just simply saying the ID is going to be the key error. This is the ID, some stuff like accessibility stuff here. And then we are also rendering a strong tag here. And then we are also rendering a span tag here. Yeah, right, to make it bold and like this. And then we have a span tag here, which is, again, the message or the typical message which we're getting, right? So this is our error component, and the reason this is like a very reusable component, all the errors will be handled like returned consistently like that in this manner. So we have this error component here. All right, now let's get this this error from our components, and you can see no more errors anymore. Now the only thing we have to worry about is this create post server action. So let's go, guys. Let's create our first server action now. Okay. So where do you start and how do you, what is a server action, by the way? What the hell is a server action, right? It's nothing but it's just simply a function, honestly. In replacement, I wouldn't say replacement, but instead of like doing all the API route and all those things, what you do is you just say the server action, and what you do is you, in the server actions file, you just, on the top of the file, you say it's going to be use server code. So that will only run on the server. It will never run anywhere else. It is only purely server code, right? So it will only be run on the server. And we can have all of our actions in those files. So we don't have to create like all the API endpoints and all those different things, right? Now for this build, I really kept it really easy. And I didn't create separate files for each of the server actions. I mean, you can do it that way as well. There's honestly different ways you can do that, but I basically just have an actions file inside of my lib, as the Next.js course does it. Honestly, I just mimicked that course as much as I could, you know. But we're gonna create actions.ts inside of a lib directory, and here we're gonna, on the top level, we're gonna say use server. So this means everything inside this file, or every function inside this file, will only be run on the server, right? So this is what a server action means. It will only be run on the server. Again, you can basically create separate files for this. Like you can have an actions folder, and then maybe have create post in a separate file on its own. But make sure wherever you have the server action, you have to make sure that you use server on the top of the file. So this is super important. You have to make sure you have use server. All right, so first thing I'm gonna be basically importing a dependency called Prisma. So we're gonna be interacting with Prisma here a lot, because we'll be adding, removing, updating, deleting a lot of the stuff, right? So we'll be using Prisma client here. Sorry, not Prisma client, just the Prisma dependency here. And then we will also be using a utility function, which I will be creating just in a second. It will be called get user ID here. And we are also going to be using two most important things inside of server actions, which are really documented really well in the Next.js course, which you can see. And they are revalidate path and redirect, right? These are two very important things you can use with server actions. You can actually use them in API routes as well, but Honestly, with Server Actions, it's way easier. What it basically does is redirect again. I think we already use redirect. You can use it in any server-side way. You can also use it in server components, but revalidate path, however, you should be only using in the server action, all right? Or in the, I think in the API route as well you can use. But I'll explain what both of these will do. Redirect, of course, I think we've used it before. It will redirect to a different route if you want to redirect it. And then revalidate path basically will if you have used React query before, it will be way easier to explain, because revalidate path essentially means that it will revalidate the entire fetch for that path. So for instance, for the fetch post, let's say if we revalidate the home page, whatever fetches are on that page. So what it essentially means is revalidate. It means like whatever fetches. So let's say on home page, if we have on home page, if you have, let's say, if you're fetching a post, and if you're fetching posts, different posts like this, let's just make it simple. Let's say we are fetching some posts. Revalidate is basically revalidate. You can see, and if you have used React query, it's pretty similar to like something called I think it's revalidate on fetch or something. There's a specific name for that. I'm not very sure what's it called. Basically, what it does is it's invalidate actually. Yeah. So in React query, it's the equivalent of like invalidate queries. It's not revalidate. It's very confusing sometimes that in Next.js is kind of like revalidate. In React query is invalidate query. So it's basically very similar. So what happens is like it invalidates your fetch request, and again it refetches everything. So you get the fresh instance, right? You get the fresh data, right? That's what revalidate is going to do. So for instance, if you revalidate the home route where you have the fetch post is going to get revalidated, right? So this is how it's going to work under the hood. But I'll explain more as we use this, honestly. But this is how it's gonna work here. So let's actually create our function now. Let's say export a synchronous function, create post. And this is the thing I love about Server Actions, because it's really just normally just JavaScript functions. You don't have to, like, if you know the fundamentals of JavaScript, you don't have to then learn API routes and all the get, post, all these different things, CRUD endpoints. You can really just use JavaScript functions to manipulate stuff, right? It's really nice in this way. But what we'll do here is we'll create a function, create post. Remember, we will accept values as a prop. And here, what will be the type of this values, right? So remember, we had our schema in a very nice, so I'm also going to import Zod, Z from Zod. If you remember, we had schemas in a really nice way I did before, right? So how I did is I created these schemas called create post. So I'm going to import that. And this was my reason of creating this in a file, right? So now you can see the same way we were doing client-side validation, now we're going to do server-side validation. So in here, we're just going to say that this values, this needs to be of type create post here. And inside here, what we're going to say is, first of all, let's actually create this reusable utility function, because we're going to be needing this. So what this function is going to do is going to be very straightforward, actually. And I'll actually show you guys what this function is going to do. So let's go to utils. It's coming from utility. And here, we're going to have this function called getUserID. Basically, this function is going to return us back a user ID from the session. And of course, I don't want to do this over and over again. It won't be good if we keep writing this entire code, because the whole concept of programming is do not repeat yourself in places like this, right? You don't want to repeat this entire code. So what I've done is I've created this in a nice utility function, and this gets the session, and then it gets the user ID. If there is no user ID, you're throwing a new error, and you're basically saying you must be signed in to use this feature, right? So if you're not authenticated for any case, you don't want to do anything, right? The user must be authenticated, right? Because we're creating a post, that means the user has to have authenticated access. Let's go back to our actions, and here we get the user ID. So here I'm just gonna say const, and I'm just gonna go back to my server actions, And let's actually work on this now. So user ID is going to be await get user ID. The reason I'm doing await because it's an asynchronous function, as we can see. So we're doing await get user ID. And then the next thing we want to do is we want to say validated fields here, right? So what this is going to mean is that every time we submit something, so let's imagine if you bypass the client validation, right? If for any case you bypass client validation, we are now validating the same thing on the server. So we are saying, give me the validated fields and do create post.parse. So we are saying .parse, and we are basically sending in these values. So we are not using these values. We are instead going to be using validated fields from this. So usually you would have seen me doing, and in a lot of places you would have seen that once you get, even in API routes, I think you would have seen this approach where once you get the values, you just like start using those values, right? You start using caption. But this is not really good for production because someone might have just bypassed the client validation, and if you had sensitive stuff, or maybe someone might just have like bypassed it by accident, or something happened, whatever happened, right? You know, and you must have written the client side validation in the wrong way, whatever case, right? You're going to protect on the server side this way, which is a really nice thing to do. Now you have two protection stages. You have client side validation, and you also have server side protection here, right? And here, what you can do is you can say if there are no validated fields. So this validated fields is basically a thing inside of you. When you do create post.parse, Zod basically returns you this validated fields dot. So if you do dot here, you will see that you're going to see. Actually, I just missed something here, and that's why I'm not getting. So there's something called dot parse, and then there's another thing called dot save parse. When you do dot save parse, usually you should be doing save parse because that's a much nicer way. What happens is then you don't have to actually use the approach here. So what happens with save parse is then you can say if it's not validated, it gives you a success property. So if it's not successful, that basically means that you can now return something here, right? So you can return errors here, and you can say validated fields. Now this is exactly what I was talking about before. When I was saying in my error component which we are returning, this is what the type here looks like. This is exactly what the type of error is here. So this is the type of Zod error. So we are saying validated fields dot error dot flatten. Now you're gonna flatten this, and we're gonna say dot field errors. Right, so when you flatten this, you get form errors and field errors. And this is a way where you flatten the errors and you return them in a nice human readable way. Because Zod errors, if you have worked with Zod before, they're actually horrible. Like they're really frustrating. Like if you show them to a normal user who has no idea about tech, they will get frustrated. Like, what the hell is this error, right? So this basically formats your errors in a nice human readable way with the key value things, and then what you can do is in the next field there. So this we are returning a object, remember, and this object needs to be of type errors and message, because if you remember in the error component, this is what the response is of type errors or message, right? So the next step is the message, right? The message, we're gonna say missing fields, and it's gonna say failed to create. And I'm just going to do this capitalized, just so it follows my nice convention, right? All right, fail to create post. So this is what we are going to return. So when we do create post function, and remember, this is the first time, so I'm writing this server action. So I'm just taking my time to explain you guys this thing very nicely. But once we get the hang of this will be super fast, and we are already using Copilot and everything. So every time we want some other action, Copilot's going to help us out, Prisma is going to help us out, all these different things, and we will be super fast with this stuff. We'll be protecting on the server side as well as the client side, and we are also going to return nice errors in a proper way, right? So we have this thing, and then we have const here. What we're going to do is the validated fields, after you do this step, the validated fields is then going to contain the data, because of course, like you completed this step. Now it's going to contain the data. Now inside the data, it's going to contain the file URL and the caption. Now this file URL and caption will be the proper file URL. You can see this will be a string, this will be the proper file URL you needed, and this will be a proper caption which you needed, the validated one, the updated one, right? And if they're not there, you will then return these errors, and you will basically return this early out here. So you'll just return, so it will stop the execution and go outside of the function. If this doesn't happen, then you're going to get the proper file URL and the caption. So a really nice way of validating with Zod on the server side, and I really like this approach. The next thing we're going to do is, now here we're going to write our code. So I'm going to open a try-catch block. Now here the try-catch block we're going to open up for Prisma. So I'm going to use await, and I'm going to say Prisma. Now remember, we have the model, the post. We don't actually have the post model. So now here we have to pause for a bit, and we have to create our post model first, because what we're going to do here is we're going to actually create. So I'm just going to comment out here. I'm going to say create a post, right? So it's going to be create post logic here, right? So we're going to basically create the post inside of our database. And by the way, remember, this is all happening on the server, right? This is not happening on client. This is happening on the server, and it's properly validated and everything, right? So we're going to create the post here. But before we try to create the post, we need the model in the schema.prisma, because that's how Prisma works, right? It needs to have that model in order to we need to create the table first inside of our database, right? So let's go back to schema.prisma. Okay, that's what I'm going to do on my finished build, and I will just copy for you guys the post model. So let me just get the post model, all right, just over here, and this will be our post model. There you go. Now our post model, I'm going to uncomment this out, and this user is going to have multiple posts, right? A user can have, it's a SQL relation, so it's like a user can have one-to-many relation, right? With the post, it can have multiple posts. So the post is going to be plural. It's an array here, so it could be multiple posts. And a single table of posts is going to contain an ID. Again, this will be auto-generated, remember. Created at will also be automatically generated with Prisma. Updated at as well. We're going to have a caption. I'm putting a question mark. And remember, do not confuse this syntax with the TypeScript syntax. This is .prisma syntax. So this is a .prisma file. This is not to be confused with the TypeScript. So if you are confusing this with the type definition file or something like that, do not try to do that, because this is a different syntax, a .prisma file syntax, right? And here we see file string, and this has to be a unique URL, right? And then we have likes and saved by and comment. So we are going to have these different models as well. And while we are at this, let's actually create these models as well. And they'll be fairly simple. So they're not going to be any complicated or anything. They're going to be fairly simple. So we're going to have model of saved post. We're going to have like, and then we're going to have comments, right? So I'm just going to copy that, and below this, I'm going to put all these different models, right? So here we have something called saved post, and I'm also going to actually uncomment these out, because now we have these different models. So a user can have multiple saved posts, right? A one-to-many relation again. A user can have multiple likes. Again, it's a one-to-many relation. A user can have many comments. Again, it's going to be a one-to-many relation, right? A post can have many comments, right? So it's a one-to-many relation here. And a post, basically, this can be saved by many users. A single post can be saved by many users, right? So it's, what I'm doing here is I'm saying saved by, and the saved post basically is going to be this model. So I've decided to use a separate model here. But again, if you really don't want to do it this way, you can just basically do it like here itself. You can just have like an ID or something. But I decided to use a separate model for the saved post. And again, we have these unique relations here. So what this unique post ID user ID means is that post ID and the user ID, they both should be unique fields, right? The post and ID user ID should never match together. So they both should be unique fields on their own. Then we have a like here. So the like model is going to contain the post, like which post that you actually like, right? It needs to be having a relation. with the post. And again, here at relation fields, it means basically from which post. And so basically, this is like a foreign key relation you can think of. It's basically having a relation with this primary key is having a relation with as a foreign key of the post ID. So the post ID is the primary key in the saved post here, but it's a foreign key right over in the likes table, right? Again, this is just schema.prisma, so it's an easier syntax to read. But in SQL, it's way more complicated than this. Then this should be referencing the ID, as you can see. ID, it just means it should be referencing the save post ID here. And then this, another thing you might be confused about is on delete cascade. Now, this is very simple. What this actually means is that whenever you delete, let's say on delete cascade on the post, right? Whenever you delete any user, right, you want to also delete all of their corresponding posts. That's what this means. So user on delete cascade means whenever a user is deleted, there's no point in having their posts, likes, and comments, right? It doesn't make sense when a user is gone, right? So similarly, even on save post, we are doing the same thing. We're saying on delete cascade, and if a post is deleted, there's no point in having the save post for that post, because like the post was deleted actually, right? And then same goes for a like. We're saying if a post is deleted, all its likes should be deleted, because it doesn't make sense to have likes if the post doesn't exist, right? So these are some things which we are doing. Then we have the comment model. Again, it's very straightforward. It's not that complicated. All we are doing is we have post ID, user ID, and these mappings which we are using, these are certain, again, as I said before, these are certain structure we have to follow, and we are using like databases like Vercel, Postgres, and PlanetScale. Again, this is not necessary actually. I think I was using a Vercel Postgres before this, and then I decided to switch to PlanetScale, and that's the reason. I think because of Vercel Postgres, I was using this user ID, but then I decided to switch to PlanetScale. But anyways, let's just keep it very simple. We have save post, like model, comment model, and the post model. I haven't done the followed by and the following model yet. We're gonna take a look at that later on. But right now, let's just because we changed the schema.prisma, now to sync it with our database, remember we have to basically say npx prisma db push. But before that, I also want to generate my Prisma client, right? Just to be consistent with our practice, let's also say npx prisma generate, and then we can also do and generate is gonna basically it's gonna generate the types for your Prisma, right? So we also want the updated types from our Prisma. So now it's gonna generate these updated types for us, and then we're gonna say npx prisma, okay, prisma db push, like that. Now this is gonna sync with your database. You can see environment variables loaded, data source loaded, and here this will give you a nice little message. It's running generate, and you can see your database is now sync with your Prisma schema and generated Prisma client as well. So beautiful. This is exactly what we needed, right? Now we can go back, and I will actually restart the server as well, because I think whenever you do this Prisma db push and generate, you should restart the server. Sometimes it's not like consistent with the updated stuff. So let's just restart the server as well, and let's go back to our code inside of actions, and here where we were creating our post logic. Again, if the Prisma syntax or this SQL syntax or whatever, this was too complicated for you, the schema.prisma, I probably just tell me in the comments if I should make a dedicated Prisma tutorial for this. I know that Prisma can be complicated. Honestly, in the beginning, it can be a bit. It's not as complicated as the SQL itself, but yeah, it can have a lot of different things like unique. This might freak you out in the beginning. What is this DB text thing? But really, like, all this is just some fields, and you have like models and stuff. I tried my best really, but this is not a Prisma course, right? This is a build which we are working on, so I can't just spend the entire section on Prisma. But yeah, I mean, you can really take a look at documentation as well and ask ChatGPT to help as well in this section. But yeah, let's just create the post now. Let's work on the logic. So how do we actually create the post? So first of all, we're going to say Prisma dot. Now we're going to get our post. As we can see, we can get the new post here. Then we can say dot. Now you can see we have update, we have delete, observe, insert, there's different stuff, but we are interested in creating a post. So we're just going to say create. Now we're going to open an object here, and this is going to require us to send the data, because what do we want to create, right? We want the data here. So the data is going to be exactly in the shape as we created our Prisma schema. So if you remember, our post basically contains all these things. So it's going to give us all these fields here in the actions here. So it's going to give us in all the fields in the data. And what the things we need to do is we need the caption, which we are getting from the validated fields data. And then we also have a file URL, which we are also getting from the validated fields. And then we are also getting back user. So remember, a user is also quite important. So we want this to be connected with the user. So what we can do in Prisma is we can say user, and then we can use connect here to connect this with the user ID. And we can say ID of the user ID. So the user ID of the user, because we want to make sure which user actually created this post. That's quite important, because we want to know which user's post this is, right? And unless we specify these things, this is not going to work. You can see the data is erroring out here. So this is something really nice about Prisma, that it gives us really nice type safing, because it knows that in our schema.prisma we said that the user is mandatory. There's a relation which is mandatory between the user and the post, right? Same goes for the file URL. If we don't send the file URL, it's still not going to work. You will see it errors out here and says file URL is missing. So this is why I really like using Prisma as opposed to like the NoSQL, which I used to do before, like Firebase and a lot of these things, because you get into a lot of like hurdles. But with Prisma and SQL, like it's really nice, and you get all these nice type safe things, and you know it's such a good experience, honestly. And in the catch block, you catch the error, and again, remember, you can return from the server actions, and you need to follow a certain pattern, and that pattern is basically sending the errors or the message field. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to say message, and all I'm going to say here is I don't want to expose my database errors. You shouldn't be exposing these errors. All you should do is you should just say database error and put a colon here, and let's just say failed to create post, because you might face any errors. Your quota might run out, your whatever things could happen. Like there's so many things that could happen. You know, your logic might have broken. There's so many things. You shouldn't be exposing the database errors. Usually all you should do is you should say database error, failed to create post. And what's going to happen is when you console log this console.error, this is going to be console logged on the server, not on the client. So you won't be returning those things, right? So it's really nice experience that way. And after the try catch block, remember, not inside the try catch, after the try catch block, we want to revalidate. And the path we want to revalidate is actually, so in the revalidate, you basically have to send in the path which you want to revalidate, and we want to revalidate the slash dashboard part, because that's the one which we want to revalidate, and then we want to redirect to dashboard as well. Because remember, when we are creating a post, we are on the slash create route, right? So when we create the post successfully, we want to navigate the user back to the slash dashboard route, right? And then we want to be for them to be able to see the post, right? So we have to do it like this. So first we revalidate. This means we refetch the query on the slash dashboard, which we're going to be having, and then we redirect the user to dashboard, and let's just save that, right? So this is our post logic. This is done, and here it is. Here is our first server action. So this is completely type safe, validated, properly written, and we have our nice server action here. Let's go back to our page, and let's import this from the lib/actions, and now you will see all the errors will be gone. And once you do this, you see it's expecting these values in that exact shape as we were sending. So you can see these values are in this exact shape, and what we are doing in create post is we are also inferring in the exact shape, right? So we can't send anything else. If we try to send some gibberish here, you can see we can't do that, right? If we try to send something else, we can't do that. So we have to make sure we send those exact values. And if for any reason this is bypassed, the client-side validation, this will server-side validate it right over here, and it will protect it on the server and return us something called the message missing fields failed to create post, like that, right? So that's such a nice way to do these things. All right, let's just save this. And if we did everything correctly, this should properly work here. And I think I did import the error. I'm not sure if I actually, yeah, I did import the error, so we can remove that statement here. We did also use mount, so we don't need that. Create post and all these things. Okay, yeah, we did import all of those things, right? So our create post logic is done. If we did everything correctly here, first of all, I think we restarted the server, so we need to make sure. Let's go on a bigger screen. Let's refresh this page, and let's try creating a new post. And if everything was correctly done, then this should work in the first go, and we shouldn't be facing any errors or anything. And our create post logic should work nicely. And then we're going to take a look at the fetching post logic, of course. Okay, so let's just see why it's taking such long. I think it just takes so long for me to start the server because of my Mac, and that's probably the logical reason, I guess, right? It lags a lot for me, yeah. Okay, so let's choose the file, and let's choose the same. I'm gonna upload the same picture now. Now again, I'm just doing the same pictures because I mean I refreshed this thing, but yeah, I'm just uploading that picture. And you can see I cannot submit unless this is uploaded, right? Upload complete. The caption is going to be optional. So if you try creating it this without the caption, right? Let's get the image first. Okay, the image loaded in. If we try creating this, you can see it submitted this event. This is disabled right now, so we can't submit it again. And here we go. We got redirected to dashboard. Beautiful, right? That means everything worked successfully, right? Everything properly worked. Because if it didn't work, then it would have just gotten into this error stage. So if we got a validated field error, we would have gotten back this message here. If we got the database error, then we would have gotten this message. That means everything works successfully. Now we can open maybe the Prisma Studio. I think this is a good time to open Prisma Studio to see if we have some of the stuff. I'm just gonna close this here because I really don't like that. All right, let me open it right over here. Okay, and here you can see as we updated our we added more models. All of this is updated, and here we go. We have a single post. Now let's go and click on the post table here. So this is our post table. And here we go. We don't have a caption, remember, because we didn't actually add any caption. It was optional. But we get the ID of a post, which is auto-generated. We get the file URL, all right? So that means it actually got the correct file URL. And now you can see we have 0 likes on this post. We have 0 saved. Like nobody has saved this post, so it's 0 here. There's no comments, so it's like 0 comments here. And the user is there because we can click on the user and can see which user uploaded this post. Here you go. So it's giving me a tick mark on Ali code. So this is the user who uploaded this post. And the user ID is also right over here, right? Beautiful, right? So we know that our post now actually successfully works. Let's go back to the app. Now what we can do is we can work on our fetching post logic, so we can display the post, because right now this is a blank screen right now. Okay, so what we can do is go back and work on the logic to actually display some posts here, right? So let's get back to our nice little post component. So here we go. So this is where we're gonna implement the data fetching logic. So this is the step we are on right now. So let's navigate to post component. Okay, I'm gonna navigate to post, and now here we're gonna create a nice, again, the main reason of this, like I said that this build is great, is because I'm enforcing a lot of good practices which you should be using in production. And some of these practices are like these mini things which I'm doing, like for instance, not like cluttering up your entire code base here with the logic which shouldn't be there in the first place, right? All of your create post logic should live under the server here, right? You shouldn't be having a lot of this. So I'm doing writing as minimal code as it's possible in the client, and doing as much as I can on the server, because I shouldn't be writing this entire function on the client, right? That's not good. And the same goes for when we are fetching stuff. So when we are fetching and when we're doing top level fetch, we want this to be as clean as possible, and we do not want to clutter up our components. Remember, we want to do it in a really clean way, right? So here, again, I'm going to be creating this fetch post function, and a lot of these things, again, as I said before, I got a lot of these inspiration and a lot of this practices from the Next.js Learn course. It's such a good course because it enforces a lot of these good practices which you should be using, right? So the fetch post, all of our fetching logic. Now, what we have done is we have separated, we will have a new folder inside of lib, which is going to be called data.typescript. Now, data.typescript is going to contain all of your fetching logic. So your actions is going to contain all of your actions, which is your mutations and all those different things. And your data is going to contain all your fetching logic. So in the data, you are going to have a fetch post function. Now, if I go back to my data, we will be basically writing a similar. Again, this is not going to be use server because this is not a server action. This is just some fetching stuff. So we don't need to type use server in here. But we just have to say export asynchronous function, and you're just going to say fetch post. Now, again, I just want to mention you could do this. You could do this right over in this component. You don't. Oh my God, I can't go back to post. Okay. You don't have to actually do it inside the fetch post function. Like you could really just do it right on the top level here, and that would be fine. That would just work fine, right? But again, this is just a good practice, right? Because you might have a lot of logic or a lot of things involved in here, right? So you do not want to clutter up your main like component or page, right? So this looks really clean, right? And if someone wants to check the code, they can just control click in here and go into the file and just look for themselves at what code is there, right? Now in here, we're going to be using something called no store, and that's this actually unstable because it's still not, it's still in beta right now. It's not basically in stable right now, so it's still in beta. But basically, what you can do is you can say unstable no store as, you can put it as an alias here. So you can say no store, so as no store, just like that. And here we'll be using this no store from Next.js. And what this is going to do, by the way, this is going to do a server-side render. So this is going to make the dynamic is equal to true always, right? And what this means is basically it's going to opt out of caching. So Next.js by default, it caches all. It caches all your pages, right? So what it does is every time I try to create a new post, it's going to cache the post, or it's going to cache the page by default, and it's going to show you the old stale data. And we don't want that. We want it to be dynamically like server-side rendered every time, because every time a user uploads a post, we want this your user page, your post page to be updated, right? So we are adding this no store, and this is again experimental, but it's such a nice way to do this because every time we use no store, it will be updated data. So it will prevent the caching, and basically we are opting out of caching here. So it's the same way as we used to do with fetch. If you have used this before, we used to do something like await fetch, and used to write an API endpoint here. And basically what we used to do is here we used to have something called next, and here we used to have something called basically there used to be a flag here. I'm not sure. There was a flag. I'm pretty sure there was a flag here. Like yeah, cache. So this was the flag, and here we used to use no store. So it's basically the equivalent of this thing when we used to do fetch. But here we are not using fetch. We are not using API endpoints. We are doing this in a server action manner. So we have to do it like this, right? So again, I just want you to be cautious. This might sometimes break because again, it's experimental. It's supposed to, but usually, for me, I think it works really fine. It worked really well. So it shouldn't do any problems. But yeah, it's just be careful about this, right? Okay, so in the try catch block now, I'm going to use a try catch. I'm going to fetch some data. I'm going to fetch my post here. So I'm just going to say const data is equal to await, and we're going to use Prisma again. So again, let's get Prisma, and let's make sure we get Prisma Okay, when I type Prisma in here, I can get it. All right, Prisma from, okay. So you can see I'm getting my Prisma from just over here. So I'm getting the Prisma from the lib. So await a Prisma dot post. Again, we're going to say dot post. And this time we're going to be using something called find many, because we want to get all the posts, not just a single post. We want to get all the posts. And now here we want to have a condition. We're going to say include. Now include actually means that by default it's only going to get us the stuff for the post. It's only going to give us, so if we go in the schema Prisma here, we're only going to get the post as the file URL, the likes. We're not going to get these three tables. So whenever we have like tables, we don't actually get the models. Like whenever we have these models, we don't actually by default get these models. The only stuff we get is we get the ID, the created ad, the updated ad, the caption, and the file URL. We never get these things like these models whenever they are in there, right? So what you can do is you can basically write something called include, and this will allow you to include comments table, a likes table, saved by user inside of your post, right? So here we're going to do comments, and inside of comments now, again, as I said before, in comments now, if you go to your comment model, this is not going to give you your user. So by which user the comment was done, right? We're never going to know that, because it's only going to return us the ID, the created, updated, body, post ID, user ID. It's going to give us the user ID, but we are not just interested in the user ID. We are also interested in the actual user itself, right? We want to know which user did the comment, right? Like what's the user's profile picture, what's the user's username, because this is just a user ID. Like we can get the user ID, but it's not very nice just to have the user ID. We want to also get the other fields, like the user picture, the user username, the user full name, right? So we need to know those things. Now again, because this is the model, we are not going to get this by default. So what we have to do again is you have to say include here. Include inside of your comments, and here you would want to do include the user. You can see here we only have one model, two, because we have post as well. So we just want, we are interested in the user, which user did the comment. And then we also would want to do order by, and order by is basically going to sort all your comments by descending order. So it's going to show the latest comments first, and then it's going to show the outdated ones, the old ones, right? Because that's the way we want this in, right? The next thing we would want to do here is we want the likes, and the likes should also include which user actually liked your post, right? That's something we also want. So include the user to be true here, right? And then we also want something called saved by. So we also want all the posts, all the saved posts, right? So that's something you would want to do. Now here I'm just saying true because we want to get all the stuff which is in saved post, and then we also want to get the user. So I'm just saying true, so we get the entire like user thing. Now after doing this, outside of this, we're also going to say order by here, and we're going to say created at descending, because how we want to structure this is we want to get the latest post first, and then we want to get the old ones, right? We want to get the latest post, so we're going to get an ascending order like that. All right. What's the next thing? The next thing is going to be, so first of all, outside here, we're going to also say return data. So we're going to return all this data. Now this data will be in a proper shape. Now this is something really good about Prisma, that's going to create automatic types from this, right? So you get these nice typings automatically when we fetch this data. So this data is not only going to include the user, it's going to include like, saved by, all these things, and we're going to get these nice typings. So if you do data, like let's say X is the first one. If you do dot here, you can see we get all the other things, all the things which we requested, right? So it created the types for us, right? This is insane. This is really, really, really cool, right? So you have all the typings here, which is completely amazing. Now in the error block, all I'm doing is I'm just honestly console.error, and I'm just saying, again, I'm not gonna say that, I'm just gonna say database error, and in this case we are actually saying error here. but it's the fetch error, so we're just saying whatever the error is, we would want to display that, right? And here we are also going to do throw new error and failed to fetch post. Again, this code will only be run on the server, so we're not going to be returning anything on the client, because that's the reason we're returning the error here as well, right? And then also we are saying throw new error, failed to fetch post if for any reason there's an error that happened. We're going to throw that error and we're going to say failed to fetch post, which is going to be actually handled by our error.tsx file, which I'm going to create in a few while, right? Okay, so now let's see if we actually get some post back. So let's go back to our nice little post components here, and remember we are inside of server component, so what we can do is console log here, console log all the posts, and let's just open up our terminal. Let's just brace ourselves and let's see if this worked, right? And here you go. Very, very nice, right? We got our first post. We have an entire array of posts, and this gives us only one object because we only have one post right now. We have the ID of the post, and remember we were doing an include here, right? So here we're including comments. So we also get comments which are empty, likes which are empty. We are also getting saved by, which is empty, and we're also getting the user object, which is giving us the user ID, the name of the user, and this is exactly what I was saying, right? We want to get all the stuff of the user, not just the user ID. We want the image, we want all the things, because we want to display which user actually posted this post, right? So really nice. And one more really good thing about this SQL and this all of this architecture is that at any point, if we update anything of the user, when we're gonna see this in a while, where when we go to edit profile section of the app, we're gonna update, let's say, the bio. We're gonna update, let's say, we can also update username, by the way. We can update gender. We can update image. Yeah, we can also update image, right? So if we update the image, this is going to reflect in all of these places, right? So we don't have to think about, and I've faced this with Firebase previously, that you have to think about how can you update how can you update the image now, because the image, if the user ever edits their profile, now you have to update it in all the other places. So this will automatically be updated because this is actually connected with the user table, right? And this will automatically get updated, which is something really nice about this approach. So now we know that we get the post. Now to actually render them out and render them out, render out beautifully, basically render out all the nice skeletons and everything. And we're gonna do this right now. So first things first, we're gonna say post.map every single post. Oh God, let's do it like that. Okay, for every single post, we're gonna render out a nice little post component, and the key, because remember, we need a key whenever we're mapping, is gonna be post.id, and we're gonna send a simple little post here. Now let's create this post component. Let's have a post.tsx rfce, and really quickly, let's have a post component. Let's also go back here and let's auto import here. And now we're not gonna get this error. We're just getting error because we're not actually accepting the post as a prop. So now let's actually create this beautiful post component which we have, right? And it's gonna be very nice looking component which we have here. First of all, when we go inside post, we are going to do post, and this is going to accept post as a prop. The post is going to have a type called post with extras. Now this is a custom type which I created, and the reason I named it extras is because if you remember, we are including a lot of the stuff when we are getting back the post. So I'm just saying post with extras, and this post, by the way, is going to have a few dependencies. I'm just going to actually import these dependencies because we're going to be needing these things. So we will be using card from ShadCN. We will be creating a timestamp component. We will also be creating post actions, and we'll be creating comments. So I'm just going to comment these things out, but we'll be having these components. We'll also create a post options component. But first, let's create a definitions.typescript file inside of our lib folder. So you can see how good our lib folder now is starting to look. We have Prisma, data, actions, and it's starting to look really nice now, right? We have a lot of things going on, and everything's nicely separated. And it's just a really good structure for a production level app, right? So you can go actually back to post, and this is going to be post with extras. All right, so let's create some definitions now. So my post with extras is going to look like this. It's going to have basically look like this. And where are these types coming from? These are there will be these types. They will be coming from Prisma client. Remember, the reason we generate, as I said before, when we do Prisma generate, is it generates all these types inside of a Prisma client, right? So we don't have the follows yet, but it generates all these other types, right? So this is super useful, because then we get these different types here. So we are also going to create these two other types, which is going to be comment with extras and like with extras. Now, what are these different types? Again, this is going to imply that this is going to have a single comment, and it's going to include the user. Like with extras mean it's going to have a single like, which is again coming from Prisma model. You can see this is a model like, and then it's going to include the user. The post, however, it's going to include the comments, and then it's going to include the likes. It's also going to include the saved post, and it's going to include the user. And this is the exact shape our data is coming back in. So we created these nice typings, and now we can go back to our post. We can see we have our nice post with extras here. And even if you go to your post, you see now it's not erroring out because it's the exact same type, right? So it's not erroring out. Let's save this in. Let's go back to our post. Let's install the card from ShadCN, because we will be needing that. So let's go to ShadCN UI. Let's say card, not accordion. Actually, it's going to be card. Again, this card is a very simple, like looking card. I mean, as the name suggests, it's not going to be it's going to be fairly simple, just some with borders and stuff. So yeah, it has header, content, and footer. It looks really nice. Yeah. So I'm just going to install this card. Let's go to our new terminal. Actually, let's cut the Prisma Studio for now. We don't need that. So npx ShadCN UI at latest add card, right? So we're going to add this card. Now, this card will be inside of our UI/card. And now let's actually get started building this component which we have, right? It's going to be fairly nice looking component. The first thing we also here, we need the session here. So let's also get the session. And remember our nice hook which we were using. And again, if you're doing a top level await, that basically means that whenever we are doing top level await, we need to make sure that this function needs to be asynchronous, because this is a React server component. We're not using use client directive here, remember. And then we're going to get the user ID. So user ID is going to be session.user.id, and then we're also going to get the username. The username is going to be session. Sorry, not session. Now this is where we need to be careful. The username, we need the username of the post user. So we need to get the post.user.username like that. So this username is going to be the username of the person who actually did the post. You can also say post username if you'd like here. You can say something like post username. I think it would be better if we say post username, but let's just keep it like that because I just kept it like this in the finished build. But yeah, we're going to get the user ID. User ID is going to be the current user, current logged in user's user ID. But the username is going to be the post user's username, right? And then we're going to also check here, and we're going to check if there is no session.user, and we want to make sure we do optional chaining here. So if there's no session.user, we want to return null. So we don't want to return the post if there is no user session here, right? Now let's actually work on this thing. Let's work on this. So we're going to have the top level div, and the top level div will have some styling like flexbox. It will be flex column, space y of 2.5. So space y of 2. Oh god, I can't type at all. space y of 2, sorry, not x again, space y of 2.5. And then we're going to have another div here. This is going to be of class name, flexbox, items center is going to be justify between, and we're going to have some horizontal padding, and on a bigger screen, we don't want to have that horizontal padding. Inside, we're going to have another div, which is going to be class name of flexbox, space x3, and items center, just like that. We're then going to have a user avatar. The user avatar, remember, it's a reusable component which we created before. It's going to accept a user, and now we're just going to say post.user. And you see it doesn't error out because that's the exact type we expected. And you can see this is the user type from NextAuth. So that's the exact type which we're sending it in, right? And we have our div in here after this. This div is going to be class name of text small, all right? And inside this div, we're going to have a p tag. The p tag is going to have a span, and the span is going to have the username of the person who basically posted the post, right? That's what the person will be, right? Font would be semi-bold. P tag is going to have space x of 1, and after the span tag here, we're going to have another span tag. And this span tag, I'm just going to copy paste from here. I'm just going to get this one because it's fairly complicated actually, this span tag. It's not complicated, but I just hate typing this dot thing. But yeah, we have a class name here, text neutral 500. On dark, we are saying we want it to be text neutral 400. Let's save that. After this span tag, we're going to have a nice timestamp component. And again, this is a really nice reusable component which is going to accept a created at, and this will be your post.created at. So let's actually create this timestamp, right? Let's create this timestamp. Let's go back, create a new file, timestamp.tsx. Again, I'm not naming this date because I was naming this date before, and basically date is a reserved, like it's a class name in JavaScript. So it's a class name, right? So you can't just use that as a component name. It doesn't error out, but it's better not to use that. So I'm basically using timestamp now as a nice little name here. So the timestamp is going to be a fairly huge component, but bear with me. It's going to make sense, a lot of sense actually. And we're going to install React Time Ago here. So React Time Ago, and again, I think I just got this from Stack Overflow, honestly. And what this is going to do is basically it's going to render out the React Time Ago component, and this accepts a prop called formatter prop. Now, this formatter prop actually it returns you these things: value, unit, suffix, all these things. And if for an example, like if it's 7 minutes, it will return 7M. If it's 7 hours, it will return 7 hours, like that. And this is how it actually works on Instagram app. Like if you go to an Instagram app, you don't see the entire 7 minutes, you see 7M, and for hours you see like 7H, like that. So it's pretty similar. So all we do is install React Time Ago. It's a pretty straightforward time management library. So what you do is npm install React Time Ago. So let's just install that. Let's wait for this to install. All right, let's go back and let's see. This should work. Most probably we won't have the typings. Yeah, I knew that. So sometimes this happens. You actually install the library, but you don't get the typing. So what you do is just go here and install the typings as a dev dependency. So you just copy that command. So the command which I copied from here, right? So sometimes the typing definitions file is separately done. So you need to separately install that as a package. Just like that. Now we should have all the typings, and this should probably work now. Should update in just a while. Okay, yeah, it updated, and we can get these value, unit, all these different parameters, and all we are doing is basically formatting them in a nice way, and then we are returning and exporting the default timestamp. We have some default class names here. We are also making this a reusable component, so we're accepting class names. If you want to customize it for any other any other component we can by just sending a class name prop, and such a nice reusable component. So let's go back to post. Let's import the timestamp just like that, and now we have our nice little timestamp. Okay, let's continue doing this. So we have this p tag. We're going to have another p tag here, and this is going to be for location, which I think I did forget. I forgot to actually add the location in the schema. I'm not going to do it for this build, but honestly, there was so much stuff. I think I forgot to add the location in my schema. But honestly, you can, if you want, just go ahead and in your schema Prisma, what you can do is where you have the post, you can also have location, right? So in Instagram, you basically have a location property as well. But I mean, I didn't do it for this one, but yeah, I'm in Dubai anyway, so wherever, I mean, it's gonna be from Dubai anyways, this post which I'm posting. But that's completely fine. Okay, so we have this as hard-coded as the pie right now for me. But honestly, if you want, you can just create this as a field. Again, I'm not going to do it right now. I'm not going to get into those things, but I'm just, there are some parts of the app which is not like fully complete, but I mean, there's a really good chance there that you should be doing those things on your own, right? So you can see we are getting this nice little updated values. We get Ali codes. We got 30 minutes because I just uploaded this post 30 minutes ago. So we get nice little time in there. Okay, so outside of this div, we're going to have something called post options here. So this post options will also be a nice reusable component. All right, so let's go again. And what this is, I'll explain what this post options component will be. Let's create this first of all, close my sidebar, come back to post, auto import this. So this post options will be basically, let me go ahead to the Instagram app. Let me close unnecessary things. We don't need Sonar, React Form, Avatar. I'm just trying to close stuff because I don't want this to lag again. And that's the reason I'm just closing all the stuff which we don't need. Probably not even PlanetScale. Yeah, so what I was trying to explain is if you go back to, like, let's say the actual Instagram app, you will see that we basically have something called a button here, right? So this button allows you to, about the user here, it allows you to basically see things. So if you are the user of this post, let's say if I posted something, so if I go to my profile here, and these are the posts which I have done, you will see that this allows you to, okay, for some reason it's not opening my post. Okay, yeah, so this is basically this thing that allows you to delete, edit your post. These are all the post actions. So you can go to the post, you can click on it, and there's like some different stuff here, right? So these are all some things which you can do here. So these are all post options, right? So here we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna have post options, and the post options, by the way, it's going to be basically send a post and a user ID in the post options, and we're gonna accept these things inside of our post options, right? So here we're just simply gonna say we have the post and we get the user ID, then we also get something called the class name, all right? And here we can write these typings. So the post is going to be post with extras. Then we have the user ID, which will be actually an optional field. We might have the user or we might not have the user. So we're going to say optional, and then class name is also an optional property here, but post has to be defined, right? It has to be there. So these are your post options. Now, one more thing which we'll be doing here is we will be creating a variable here called is post mine or is post owner. You can also say owner actually. So is post owner means whoever the person actually owns the post. So we can compare this by saying post.user ID. We actually don't even have to say user.id. We can just say user ID like that, because we also have a property field named user ID. So post.user ID is equal to user ID. So this means this guy is actually the owner of the post, right? Because his user ID, if you remember, inside of my post here, we have this user ID. This is the user ID of the logged in user, right? This is what the user ID represents here. So this user ID means if this is equal to the post user ID, which means it's actually the person who's logged in. And we need this. This is super important because we do not want to allow the user to update or delete the post of a person. We don't want to the user who's not the owner to edit or delete the post of someone else, right? We need to make sure we check this first. So now in here, we are gonna have a nice little dialog component, and I think I can just really copy this and explain you guys here. So I'm just trying to mix a lot of things. Sometimes I'm trying to copy, sometimes I'm not. But I think it's good to keep a really nice balance between both the things, right? So we can be fairly faster with the build. Here, I'm just basically I'm just saying this is post mine, so it's the owner. If it's the post of the owner, it just means mine. If it's mine, and then basically we're rendering a dialog here, and this dialog again, remember it's coming from ShadCN. And this time we are using a trigger. Before we were not using a trigger. This time we are. And we are saying we want the trigger to be the more horizontal icon, right? There's going to be an icon, and that's the trigger. That's what we want the trigger to be. And then inside the content, if it's my post, we have a form and then action here. So what we are doing here is basically we have a server action. Now here again, we are using an action at this time instead of on submit. I wanted to teach both the ways of doing and submitting a server action. So you can also do it with an action. And really nice thing you can also do with an action is that when you are deleting, so this is for the delete post mutation, which we haven't created the action for it yet, which we're going to do in a second. But basically what this is going to do is going to return us a message, and then we're going to basically toaster notify the user with that message. And a really nice trick here, what we are doing is we are basically whenever we use an action, we have something called the form data. Now this form data is actually the form data here is actually, it contains, if you do dot here, you will see this basically contains all the attributes here. So if we have an input with name ID, this is going to give us the ID. If we do form data dot get in the delete post, it's going to give us back that ID. And what I'm doing here is I'm not showing this ID. So we're doing type hidden, which means do not show the input field. It's not going to show the input field, but we still have it functionally there. So the name ID is present. That means the form data is going to read this ID from the name here. And this is like really the form basics. You should be knowing this. If you don't understand how the form basics actually work, I would recommend go and give it a MDN docs a read, and just see how you can connect these things with this. But basically this form data again, and I think this only, by the way, this only works I think in Next.js. So you cannot do this in any, you cannot do this in typical React. So this form data actually is specific to Next.js. So what happens is that this form data will contain all the attributes on the form here. So we are basically making type hidden and name ID. The value of the input, we are assigning it as the post ID, because this is the ID of the post we would want to delete. And then if it's your post, we also want to have an edit option. Now the edit option is going to take you to the slash dashboard slash p, which is going to be a route for us, and it's going to be the post.id slash edit route, where we're going to have the edit post functionality. And of course here lastly, where again I'm just having a normal form action here. This is not functional. Again, this is something which this is again your chance to do this and then try doing this on your own and make this form functional, right? So I'm just gonna save this, but of course we haven't completed this. And we also have a submit button, by the way. And what's this submit button? It's a very nice button which I've created, and what this will do is will allow it's a reusable button which we'll be using in multiple places. And I think I explained this before, but basically whenever you do like a form action, you can have a submit button, and you can use something called use form status, let's just create this right now so I can explain you guys why am I using a submit button, right? So I'll open this and let's open submit button.tsx rfce. Actually, I just copied that. Okay, so submit button is going to be a client component, and we'll be using something called useFormStatus that is going to be imported from React DOM, and the button is going to accept some props. Now these props will be the button props from ShadCN, and then it's going to accept a children, right? So children basically means that I will be rendering the button like this, and what I will do is I'll make this button of type submit, and inside the button I will have some text, so which will allow you to write some text here. And again, the useFormStatus gives you back some pending and gives you action, data, method, a lot of these other things. We are only interested in pending. This means when the form is submitting, the button would be disabled here, right? That's what this is going to do. And again, we have to do it in this way. You cannot basically have it right here, this button. You have to make sure, even though this is a client component, this is still, it's not going to work. You have to make sure you have a child here inside of the form for the useFormStatus to work. The useFormStatus only works when it's in a child component of a form. So make sure the form is the parent and you have a child here called submit button like that, right? So here, now the only thing that's remaining is the delete post action, which we haven't created yet, but our logic is done. So only if it's your post, we're going to see these two things. So let's try that now. Let's click on it, and here you go. We get to see delete post. We get to see hide like count, and we get to see edit as well. The styling is actually kind of messed up. And the reason it's messed up is because we don't have this custom style. So post option is again a custom class name which I have given, but I forgot to style this. So in our global CSS, we are going to have something called post option. So let's go back in globals, and we have our menu item, and now we're also going to have our, okay, my bad, we're just going to say post option like that. And we're going to style it like this. We're going to say flexbox. We're going to have some border, font medium. We're going to say on dark, we want the border to be neutral, 700. Some very straightforward styles, honestly. And we're going to apply this on this link. We're also going to apply this on this form here. And we're also going to apply this right over here, actually, as well. Let's save this and try again. And you can see, still, this is not exactly how we want it. I don't think this is how our styles look like, and I think that's because I haven't actually styled my post options dialog. I think I messed something up. Okay, yeah, yeah, of course I have. This dialog content, I haven't styled this up, and this is the main dialog content, right? So this is again another custom class name, and I really want to stress something here that you might be thinking that, whoa, I have done so many different class names, and what's the point of having so many of these custom class names? Again, guys, the reason I've done this is because we'll be using this in multiple places. So if you do this once in a nice way, the next time you're going to create something like this, it's going to be way faster, right? So you don't want to replicate. Imagine if I replicate these many styles right over here, and then keep replicating on all other of my components, keep copy pasting all this. Instead, I just have to remember this one thing called dialog content, and wherever I have to use this custom styling, all I do is I don't have to even copy paste and and do that. I just basically paste this class name, and it's going to update. So there's a very important reason why I decided to do it like this, right? Because it's really helpful. Okay, I think I kind of messed up here. I forgot to copy this from my finished build. Let me just copy it over again. Okay, so we have dialog content. Now dialog content is going to be background white. On a darker variant, it's going to say BG neutral 800, and padding is going to be 0. Again, I'm overriding this, overflow hidden, and the gap of 0. As soon as I do that, you can see our styling gets updated beautifully, just like how Instagram looks like. And we get this beautiful looking dialog. Now if I press outside of this, we get this closed, and just like how ShadCN beautifully works. If I click on the close button, it also closes. Now if I make this bigger, it has nice little rounding effects. On a smaller screen, it doesn't have rounding. it looks really clean, right? So let's try actually creating this delete post functionality now, because we have this entire thing done. All we need to do now is in our actions, we need to create delete post. Let's go back to our actions, and I'm gonna go back to actions as well, and here we're gonna look at delete post now. Alright, so let's create an action here for deleting our post. I'm just gonna say export asynchronous function, right? We want to export the function. Now this will be a delete mutation, so we're gonna say delete post. Again, make sure I have shown two ways in this build. I've shown one way where you can validate with Zoth schemas, and another way is using the native form functionality. So this is another way which I've shown, right? So sometimes you don't actually need that Zoth thing. I mean, it's fairly enough to say that, I mean, it's a good idea to use Zoth in every single place, like it's nicely validated and stuff. But sometimes, I mean, this is like fairly enough for smaller use cases where you just like can just invoke an action and just have an input and just an ID. Because in this case, all we are doing is just deleting a post, right? So we're sending a value in here, and that's more than enough, right? But again, see, I just wanted to show both the ways of doing this. But you can really, if you're really onto Zoth, and if you really want to validate using the ID and you want to stress about this, you can use the above approach here, which is the value z.infer. But I wanted to show both the ways here, right? So whichever way you guys prefer, right? For smaller use cases, I kind of prefer this way because there's no need to create use form hook and do all that, right? So we have form data. Now this form data is of type form data. Now this is an interface built in TypeScript, right? Built in Next.js here. I don't know if it's in Next.js or if it's in JavaScript. I'm really not sure actually. But this interface, it's built in. You can see it's highlighted here, and you can see it provides an easy way to construct, and it constructs the set of key value pairs from your form data. So if you remember, as I said previously, first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to get the user ID. So get user ID, and then we're going to say const, and here we're going to use delete post. Now this time we're going to use delete post schema. If you remember, we created the delete post schema, and what we basically did is this time we're going to use parse instead of safe parse, and there's a very good reason why I'm doing parse instead of safe parse in here, which I'm going to explain. And here I'm just going to say form data.get. So this is what I was explaining before, that when we use form data, what we can do is we can get the name attribute from the name attribute we were using here. So go back to the post options. You can see in the delete post here, we have a name attribute. So here, right away in the form, we have a name ID. This ID basically needs to match this ID here. You cannot mess the naming up. And that's, I think this could be one reason where you might think that let's just use like let's just do it in this manner, because in this manner you get everything type safe, and here you don't get this extra type safety. But I think you can argue here that it's a fairly small example, so it's completely fine. But honestly, what you do is this name needs to match, because you are basically retrieving this value here. You want to get this value, right? It's a key value pair. You can see the key is the name, the value is this post.id. So we want to get the ID here, and if I press like command space here, you get this nicely type safe ID, and that's the reason I was using parse. So if I try to use safe parse here, you will see that you cannot get the ID just like that. You will basically get the success state, and then you would have to do it like that. But here we already know that if we do parse like this, we will get properly the ID validated, right? So in some cases you might prefer parse, in some cases you might prefer safe parse. So again, I just wanted to show all the use cases here, so it's just a nice way to do these things, right? And now onto the post, we're going to say await prisma.post, and this time we're going to say first of all find unique. Now you might be thinking, why are we not using prisma.find post.delete instead of find unique? First of all, we need to also check that if this post actually exists, because there could be a case where the post doesn't even exist. So if the post doesn't exist at all, we cannot just delete the post if the post doesn't exist, right? So first of all, we want to check if this post exists. So we want to find the post, and we're gonna say find the post where the ID of the post, we're already getting the ID like that, so we're gonna say ID, and the user ID is also quite important because we want to make sure that the user who posted this is the only person who can actually delete this, right? Because again, as I told you guys before, we can always bypass the client-side validation. So what if someone was trying to access someone else's account, or what if someone was trying to hack into someone's account, or do whatever kinds of stuff, right? And basically trying to manipulate their post, right? If they're not the current user, they won't be able to do anything. So then here, we're just going to say, if there is no post being found, then here we're just going to throw a new error, and we're just going to say post not found. So the post is not even found, so we cannot do anything. We're just going to throw an error. And here we're going to just use a try catch statement. The try now this time is going to do await Prisma.post, and now this time we're going to use our nice little delete function here, and we're going to say where deleted where the ID matches the ID of the post, right? So we want to make sure the ID matches here, and that's literally all. That's it. We delete the post where the ID of the post matches. Here we're not going to check the user ID again because we already made a check here that if it's the post owner, then only we're going to allow this, otherwise we're going to throw this error. So we don't really have to do that again, right? And in the try block here, once we do this successfully, we want to revalidate the dashboard part. So we want to refetch, because once we delete this, we want to revalidate, and revalidate basically means what's going to happen is going to go in the data here, and if you see on the dashboard, we will have this fetch post function, right? We have this function, so it's going to basically invalidate this query and refetch this, and we're going to get this the new post again, right? The updated post basically. And after this, we also want to return a helpful nice message. So we want to say return a message called deleted post, just like that. So we deleted the actual post, and we want to catch the error and want to return message database error failed to delete post, just like that. And now our delete post action is complete. And just like it was super fast, right? I mean, once you get the hang of these things, it's really nice and easy to create these actions, right? And again, we don't have to write all the unnecessary boilerplate code as we used to do with API endpoints. We really don't have to anymore. But server actions is much easier, right? It's just naturally JavaScript functions what we are doing. And here we're returning a helpful message called deleted post. So we're going to show that in our toaster notification. So if we go back in our post options, we will see now here this is type safe, right? So you can see here I'm getting exactly as I said message here, because I said I'm returning a message. So this is what I'm getting back. So I'm just destructuring this, and I'm displaying this toast, this message in a toast like that. Now let's actually try this now. So if we did everything correctly, we should delete this post, and we should revalidate it on the home page, and we should not even have the post anymore. By the way, I did not complete the entire post. We do not even have the image right now. So let's just complete the post first of all. Okay, I completely forgot. I mean, I completely forgot to actually complete the rest of the post, because we have the username, we don't have the caption, and we don't have the image yet. So first of all, let's render. Let's test this out as well. Let's actually test this out first. Let's see if our delete post works. I know there's no image right now, but it's fine. Let's see. So you see, right now the button is disabled. I can't click again because you can see it's disabled. We get this nice message, really good. And now we don't see the post anymore. Deleted post, and that's gone. We don't see any post. If you go in the Prisma Studio, you won't be seeing any new post. Let's try creating another post, and let's try to choose some picture here. Let's try this picture this time. Let's choose another one, and we'll create a new post here. If I try creating, you can see it's giving us an error because there's no image yet. And then we're gonna basically complete our post options. Our post options are done. We're done with our post options. We want to complete the rest of our post because the rest of our post functionality is still there. And then you can see upload complete. We get nice little notification here. And this upload completes is only for the image. It's not for the actual post, right? Because we haven't posted yet. Now let's just say forest. I think I had a comment. Let me just say, okay, I don't even have forest here or something like that. I don't know. My captions are really bad. Okay. Here you go. We don't see the image yet, but we get the post, and 9 seconds ago, you can see the nice little timer here, right? And you get your delete, post, edit, and all these other functionalities. If you try accessing this with any other account, which we are going to do, we will see that we won't be able to see these delete, post, and edit things, right? Because this is only allowed to users who are the owner of the post. But let's complete this functionality. After this div in here, we're gonna now use a nice little card from ShadCN. Now this card is going to have some class name, but before that we're gonna have a next image, and then we're gonna get this from Next.js, and this image is gonna have a source property. Source is gonna be post dot file URL in here, and the alt is going to be you can say it's a post image, and it's gonna be fill, and the class name is going to be on a smaller screen size. You want this to be rounded medium and object of cover. So we want to maintain the aspect ratio, so we're going to say object fit of cover, and the card itself is going to have some class name here. Now the card is going to have a class name of relative. It's going to say height of 450 pixels, and we're also going to say a width of full. So height of 450 pixels, width of full, overflow hidden. We also want to do rounded none. So we don't want this to be rounded on a smaller screen, but on a medium screen size, we want this to be rounded medium. And let's just save it, and let's see if we get the beautiful image. And we already whitelisted, remember? So this is not gonna crash, and we get this beautiful image in a card-like shape. We make this bigger, we get these nice rounded effects, and it looks gorgeous, right? It looks really, really gorgeous. Once the image starts coming in, it looks really gorgeous, I guess, right? All right. Now let's move on. And here we're going to have another component. This is going to be for post actions now. I think I should have named it the other way around. I think I kind of messed up my naming here, because the post actions are, or maybe I think it's the right name. My name is horrible anyways. But yeah, all right, that's fine. These are the post options. These are the post options here. And here we will have like, comment, and we'll have other functionalities. So these will be the post actions for us. Again, post actions, we are going to be sending in some props here. We're going to be sending our post. We are also going to be sending our user ID, and we are also going to be sending a custom class name. The custom class name is going to be of padding x3, and on a smaller screen, we're going to say no padding at all. Now this will be a nice reusable component. So post actions, let's create a new component. You can see we are going really fairly fast enough now with the time, I guess. We have a lot of components. This is a huge build. This is really, there's loads of stuff going on in here. Okay, so post actions, let's import that. And now what we're going to do is actually work on these post actions. And then we will have our, actually let me just complete the full layout first, because I'll just forget this if I don't do it right now. So here we're going to basically have a post caption. And if the post caption exists, because there might be a case, remember, where the caption is null, right? Caption is an optional thing. So only if there is a caption, then you want to display a div here, and you want to say here a class name of text small and a leading of none. We want to say flex item center and space x of 2. We want to say font medium, and we also want to say px3, and on a smaller screen size we want to say px of 0, just like that. And this is going to have our nice little link from Next.js, and here we're going to, inside the link, we're just going to say username, and here we're just gonna say href, and the href is gonna basically take you to we're gonna string interpolate this, and we're gonna say dashboard slash username. So it's gonna take you to the user's profile page, and it's gonna have a class name, and this is just gonna say on bool like that, and this is going to be a nice little caption. Again, the caption is going to be in a p tag. In here we're gonna say post dot caption, just like that, right? And outside the caption div here, we are going to now have here nice little comments. Now again, I'm just gonna type this out. In the comments comment section, we are gonna send the post ID, which is going to be the post.id. We're gonna send the post comments. Remember, we were including the comments, so comments is of type comment with extras, and then we also have a user. The user is gonna contain the session.user, right? So we're gonna say session.user, just like that, right? We actually don't need to optional chain here. You can just safely say session.user because we are already doing the check here, right? So this will be our nice little comments. But let's first actually create our post actions. So let me go to post actions, and let's actually work on the post actions component. And it's going to be very nice little component. It's going to contain, and this is where we're going to be. So get ready to learn some things about optimistic updates and optimistic UI, right? It's going to be very fascinating. It's going to be very cool. It was very tricky, actually, honestly, to get this to work. But I really did got this to work. There were a few like edge cases here because a lot of the stuff is quite new. But I'll try my best again to explain it in as easy way as possible, honestly. So we're gonna have post user ID as prop, and we're also gonna have our class name. All these things, we're just gonna say the post is gonna be post with extras. The user ID will be a string, but it will be optional. The class name, same way, is gonna be an optional thing here. Now the top level div is gonna have, we're gonna use CN here because we want some conditional styling. So it's gonna be relative. It's gonna be flexbox item center. Width is gonna be full. Gap X is going to be 2, and we want to merge this with some of our custom class name. Now, this is a very useful trick because you can use this to have some default styling, and if ever you send some duplicate styles, again, this is going to be inside of CN, so it's not going to duplicate any of your styles, and it's going to merge it in a very nice way. Now here, we're going to have a like button, right? And the like button, we're going to be sending the post and the user ID, and then we're going to have a link here from next/link. The link is going to basically contain something called an action icon, and I'll just really just actually copy this and show you guys. It's very simple. So basically, we have a like button, and we're going to have a link, a next/link, and basically we're going to have an action icon, which is again a component. And the action icon component accepts children, right? So it's going to accept an icon, children. Actually, it could be anything. It accepts like a React node, okay? And here we have a share button, and here we have a bookmark button. So what I've done is I've created all of these in a nice reusable little components. So we can do that. So first things first, let's actually work on the like button, right? So we can comment these the rest three actually. What we can do is actually, I'm not sure if you can really, okay, yeah, let's just comment it like this. Okay, let's just comment it like this. Okay, so let's first of all work on the like button. Inside of our post, we have our post actions. I'm just gonna save the post actions, and you can see it's saying that it cannot import because we don't have these things. Again, I'm just gonna comment these things out, right? And I'm just gonna say like button. So let's actually work on the like button first, right? The like button, we'll create it. So let's go in our components. Let's say like.tsx rfce, right? So we're gonna have a like button component here, and let me just go to my component here, and this is gonna be a like button. So I'm just gonna say rfce again, and I'm just gonna name this like button, just like that, right? let's save it, and let's actually import this before it actually kills my Mac. All right. Okay, I think now it's actually defined, so this shouldn't error out anymore. But for some reason, it's still erroring out. Okay, let's figure out what this is. Okay, so the like button is going to accept. You can see the like button is going to, and this is, you might be thinking this is like some of like the things are prop drilling here because I'm sending this post through my little poster, but it's really not. I mean, it's just 2-level prop drilling. It's not that I'm going to be endlessly sending this post over and over again. And I think sometimes you might want to do this in order to ease the readability effect, right? Like it looks really nice like this, that we have 4 different buttons, very readable, and you can understand. So I really don't think there's a much sacrifice to be made here, right? So I think it's really worth it. But yeah, in here, and again, the point of this build is to show you that you don't even need complex state management libraries if you do things in a right way. And if you really, I mean, I haven't used a state management library here. I don't think I have, actually. I haven't used it. And the reason I haven't is because it's really like the way I've done this, even for the modals and everything, like I've created like create page and stuff like that. So if you do it in such a way, you don't even need state management sometimes, right? Unless like you absolutely need it. So we have post and user ID inside of the like button, and this is going to be the post is going to be post with extras again, and the user ID is going to be an optional string here. All right, so we have our nice like button here. One more thing I don't actually understand is I've actually saved this file multiple times, but for some reason it does not. Okay, it worked now. I did not save it, I guess. I mean, I did save it, but whatever. It's VS Code. What can you do? All right, let's just create this like button functionality. So this is going to be a fairly complicated thing, but I'm going to try my best to explain in the simplest way possible. First thing, let's do the first thing before we forget and everything crashes. Let's make this a client component. And that's also one more thing. The reason I didn't do this, because this is actually a server component. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the post is a server component for me, as you can see, right? I'm not using any client interactivity here. And similarly, post actions is also a server component. And I'm just pushing this to the root. I'm like pushing this in the deep nested structure, because your client components should be deeply nested. They shouldn't be like on the root of your app. They shouldn't be like in the top of your app, right? They should be pushed down your app. And this is also one of the good patterns to use, right? So the like button here, what we're going to be doing is, first of all, I'm going to explain this first, but we're going to have something called a predicate here. Now what the predicate basically means is that this predicate is just simply a function that will accept a single like. And what it will do is will compare this likes user ID, right? This likes user ID with the user ID which we're getting back as a prop, and then it will also basically compare the post ID with the post ID's prop, right? And we'll be using this predicate to basically find, and I'm going to be explaining this once we use the optimistic hook, right? So now I'm just going to paste the optimistic hook thing here. So I'm just going to paste this in, use optimistic. Now this use optimistic hook is going to come from React, right? And here we're going to be basically, again, it works similarly like you stated. You have seen we need to define what type of optimistic like it will be. So I have defined this shape of like. This is actually like shape, and this is coming from Prisma client. So we can import this. And what this is basically doing is it's saying optimistic likes. So give me the optimistic likes, the current optimistic likes, and then we're having a server action here. So we are saying add optimistic like, and this add optimistic like is actually a server action. Actually, no, this is not a server action, sorry. So we are going to be having a server action here. This add optimistic like is basically just going to optimistically add a like, and it's going to show us. So the first part here, what's important to understand is this functionality, right? How this use optimistic hook works, right? And the reason I'm doing TypeScript ignore here because it's still quite new and it doesn't have the typings here. It doesn't have the proper typings. Even though this is a proper way to write this, it doesn't like actually have the proper typing. So you have to ignore this this error here. But there will be a fix for this. I'm pretty sure it will be there pretty soon. And if someone already knows a fix for this, please do write it in the comment below, and I'll update this in the repo. All right. So we have optimistic like and add optimistic like. So the first thing is actually your existing likes, right? So my existing likes is going to come from post.likes. Right, this is where my existing likes are going to be. So I'm just going to say post.likes. And remember, it's not .length. It's actually my actual likes. That's what I'm doing. And this accepts an array of likes here. And then the second argument here, you can see, it will accept the existing state, which is going to be an array of likes. And then it will accept the new like, just like that. So you have an existing array of likes and the new like. And what it's going to do is here is basically, if I can explain here, we check if the like already exists, and if it does, we remove it. If it doesn't, we add it, just like how Copilot said it, right? So here we are using this function, and we're saying that state.sum predicate. Now predicate is again is a reusable function which I'm using here. So I'm just saying state.sum, go through this like and check if this like.userID is equal to the user ID. So if this like already exists, if it already exists, we want to remove the like, because there's two ways it could work, right? There could be a case where when we like the button, and there could be a case where it's already liked, so we want to unlike it. So we want the optimistic update to work in both these cases. It should be the both the cases where we want this optimistic update to work, right? It shouldn't be just when you like the button. It should be both ways. So here we are checking if it already exists. If it does, then we are saying state.filter, because what it's going to do, it's going to return us a boolean. You can see the result will be a boolean value of true or false. So when we get a true or false value, if this is true, that means that we're going to filter through all the likes, and we're going to say basically that remove the like where the like filter out the like where the like.user ID is not equal to the user ID, right? So you want to remove that, and otherwise we want to basically keep the existing state and give a new like here, because we want to actually show we want to actually add it, right? And I know if this is quite complicated, I know this for a lot of beginners it might be quite complicated. There's a lot of logic involved here, and you might be thinking, whoa, I could do this easily with React query. I mean, this is so BS. This doesn't even look great as an ugly syntax. I mean, I agree for sure. With React query, it might be a bit easier as well to do this. But honestly, these things are quite new. And again, my point was to teach a lot of the new stuff which came in Next.js. And honestly, I'm proud of the result here. Really, I mean, it works at least, right? And it works in a very clean way. So, and I'm not even using any other library. I'm just using React to do this. So that's pretty fancy, actually, pretty nice, right? So we get the optimistic likes, and basically the main thing which you have to understand is you send in the existing likes, then you have this second argument is what you need to understand, is where you accept the existing state and you basically pass on the existing state as it is. If there was no like already, and then you basically add a new like in that, right? So you basically update it optimistically. On the UI, you will see an instantaneous update, while on the server behind the scenes, what's going to happen is we're going to write the function, the server action here, is this is going to happen behind the scenes. And if for any case something goes wrong, it's going to revert back, and it's going to update your post as well, which is completely it's really a good experience, right? So as for the code in here, I've already I think fried everyone's brain off. So let's just I'm just gonna copy this div, and I'm gonna explain what I am doing here. Okay. So in the return block here, what we are doing is we have a simple div here first of all, and then of course we have this action icon which I haven't created yet, which I should. and we have this like post server action which we'll be doing. So let me just comment these two things out. I mean, let me explain the rest of the functionality, right? So inside the thing here, we have a div, and what we're doing is we have a form inside here, right? And here again, I'm just using the form approach, and I'm basically doing an action here. And what I'm doing here is I'm just basically having an input field the same way we did it for the delete post. We're doing it the exact same way for the like post server action, which we will be creating. And what I'm doing here is I'm just saying, get me the post ID again from the input type, the post ID here. And then I'm running this function called optimistic like. And remember, this add optimistic like, it accepts these two things. So if I just remove them, you will see what it accepts is, you will see this will accept these two things. So I don't think it has typing. Okay, yeah, I mean, I think it does have typing actually. Okay, so I think it doesn't have typings. I think most probably it does actually. Okay, this is an any here. But you can see, I mean, I'm not sure. I think maybe because you're using TypeScript, ignore, that's why. But this add optimistic like is going to accept your post ID, and it's going to accept the user ID, right? Now you can send in various props here. You can also send created that. Basically, what this will accept, it will accept your if you go and check your like schema, right? So your like schema.prisma. It basically has the post ID and the user ID. These two are the mandatory things, right? Which you need to send in. So what we are doing here is we're sending in the post ID. The post ID, remember, is going to be of this current post. And the user ID is, remember, is going to be the user ID, which we're getting back, the user who's actually liking the post. So we are adding these two things in the optimistic like here. And again, don't get too much confused in this. I recommend giving a read at in the Next.js use optimistic guide as well. I think that's very much simpler than this because there's very simple. I think it's a counter logic or something. But the like logic is a bit more, I think, a next level extra step here. So you'd want to know. So I think it might be better if you go take a look in the Next.js documentation. Just search for like use optimistic hook. And you will get to see a nice documentation there. And then you can come back at this later on if this is too confusing. But basically, we have add optimistic like, and the post, if you're sending the post ID, you can see the post ID is the form data entry value, and the user ID, which is of type string. And then here, we're going to invoke the server action, await like post. Now, here on the bottom here, outside the form, not inside the form, remember, it should be outside the form. We are basically saying that if optimistic likes.length is greater than 0, then we are going to say inside of a p tag, we're going to basically show the length of the likes, because Instagram also shows how many likes a post has, right? So we're going to say optimistic likes.length. If the length is equal to 1, we're just going to say like, otherwise we're just going to say plural likes. And at this point, I think it's a good idea to create this action icon as well. So I can explain you guys what this component is. And heart is just a Lucid React icon. And we are also using CN. So just import these two things. Let's create action icon inside of our components. Let's say action icon.tsx rfce. Now for the action icon, let's go back to like. And let's import this action icon, and the action icon is going to be a nice reusable component. Again, it's all about doing this in a very reusable fashion. So once you do this, you just really blaze through with the coding, because once I got this right, I really went really fast with a lot of the different coding stuff. So it's honestly really nice. The action icon is going to be just a function which is going to accept some children. So children is going to be your node here, whatever text you want to put in, or if there's something else you want to put inside the button. And we're going to spread the button props. Again, I'm using that nice partial trick which I showed you guys before of button props. So it spreads everything here, not just like all my custom props, spreads everything the button accepts. So I'm doing that, a nice trick. Type should be submit, the size should be icon. Class name is h9 and width 9. just like that. So I will just save that, go back to my like, and if I just save this, again, this is just a nice reusable component, so you get all these things, and you don't have to type this all over again, right? So you just use nice action icon, and you just put inside the heart button inside, because all of these icons are going to be action icons, right? So you can see nice little action icon has a nice little animation here. We are also getting our nice caption, and this is also a link. If I click here, this page won't be defined. We will see 404 because we don't have the profile page yet. And one more thing we actually forgot to do was the skeleton loading, right? We don't actually see that anymore. But we're gonna fix that as well. All right, so let's carry on. We have these optimistic lights, but let's actually test this. We haven't tested this yet. And also here, you can see that I'm making this text of red 500 and fill of red 500. So basically, I'm making this active, the heart icon, if the optimistic likes dot some predicate. This means if there was a like found there, right? Then I'm gonna make it like that. So I mean, we can't even test this right now because we don't actually have the like post server action. So let's also create this server action, which we haven't done. I haven't actually done this. So now I think we can go inside of our actions. Let's go inside of our actions, and let's create this export asynchronous function. It's really good after server actions. You can just really directly go into your actions file, create the create the function, and just get it done, right? Instead of going through all that endpoint headache, right? I just really like this approach much more. So in this one, again, I'm gonna do it a bit differently. I'm gonna say form data entry value or null. So what I'm basically doing here is the value which I'm accepting in this server action, it will be the form. It's not just gonna be form data. So if you see here, when we're adding this optimistic like, when I hover over this, you can see this is of type form data entry value or null. So this is what the type of this post ID will be here as well, right? And in here, I'm just gonna say user ID, await get user ID, and I'm just gonna say validated fields is going to be like schema. Now we don't have the like schema yet, so here I think it's a good point to create the like schema now. Just like we had the post schemas, delete post schemas, and other ones. Now we can go back to our schemas, and I'm just gonna go to schemas, and we're gonna have a nice little like schema here. So I'm also gonna check something out. If you're reusing this, again, we're not. So like schema is gonna be very simple. It's just gonna have a z.object of post ID, and this has to be a compulsory ID of z.string, right? It has to be existing. Otherwise, we're not gonna do anything, right? Beautiful. So let's go back to actions, and let's actually write this whole action out. So validated fields, again, is going to be like schema dot save parse, right? Remember, we're gonna use save parse this time, and here I'm just gonna say post ID is going to be actually the value. So what I'm doing here is I'm saying that save parse my post ID, which is what I'm going to be getting as the value, and this should be mapping to the actual value which I'm receiving, right? Because it should be the exact same. It should be the exact same. If it's not the exact same, then we can return something like this. We can say validated fields dot error dot flatten, and we can say missing fields fail to like post. For any reason we are not sending the exact same ID of the post, we will say that it has missing fields. So we are server side protecting our stuff, right? In here, then we can access our post ID safely, and here we can simply say have basically now let's just find this post, right? And let's just say where ID is the post ID. So we are basically checking if this post even exists. If it doesn't exist, then we're going to throw an error called post not found. In the next step here, we're going to say const like. Now in here, we're just going to say await Prisma. And now here we're going to access our like model, right? So remember, we have in our schema the Prisma. we have a like model. Like model looks like that. We have ID, post ID, user ID, and a relation with the user. So we're gonna now go and create a like inside of our like table. We're gonna say Prisma dot like dot find unique. Again, the reason I'm doing find unique is we want to basically check if there's a like which already exists for us, right? So here we're gonna say where, and here we're gonna use this weird syntax called post ID underscore user ID, and this is really powerful because what this will do is I think I did explain this before, but basically if I go back and like, you can see both the post ID and the user ID should be unique. They can't be similar fields, so they have to be unique on their own. And that's what this actually means, right? They have to be unique on their own. And we have, when we add this line in, this means we can basically do something like post ID underscore user ID. And here, what we can do is we can send our post ID and user ID, and both of this should match and they should be unique on their own. And it's a really nice way to do this. And then if we have a like, so if for any case a like exists, then we're going to open a try catch block. Inside the try block, we're just going to say await Prisma. So if the like already exists here, we would want to delete that like, right? Because we want to do the opposite. So where here again we can say post ID user ID, and again we're just going to say post ID user ID, just like that. So we want to delete the like if it already exists, right? And here after we do that, we also would want to revalidate, because we want to also revalidate the path, the dashboard path, right? And after we do revalidate, we want to return an helpful message saying unliked post, just like that. And here we also want to return an error message by saying database error, failed to unlike post. So you can see using Copilot, and Copilot here is really helpful and gives you really nice helpful messages. And I like to be consistent with the error messages as well. Like I want to have this database error property, so I know that they are all coming from my catch blocks, right? And it's really easier to debug after as well. So you can see if everything goes successfully in this if like block, we're gonna have a try catch, and we're gonna basically try to delete. When we delete it, we're going to say revalidate path dashboard, return message, unlike post, and then we're going to also catch the error if there's any error here. Outside this statement, what we can do is we can have a normal try catch statement. Here we would know that we want to create a like, because if the like doesn't exist, we can safely create a like. We can say prisma.like.create, and in here we can say data, and the data is going to be the post ID and the user ID, right? This is what the data again is going to look like. So data, we are only going to send the post ID and the user ID. And after this, we are again going to say not re-authenticate. I don't know why that was shown to me. Revalidate dashboard and the return liked post, just like that. And catch an error if there is. We're going to say failed to like post. And just like that, guys, we have our like like post server action complete. So we have a beautiful, really powerful like post server action here, right? Where we are basically sending the value, the post ID, and we're checking if it's the same post. If it's not, then we're saying fail to like post. If it is the same post, then we're going to find that post. If that doesn't exist, we're going to say it's not found. If the post is found, then we're going to basically check if the like exists. If the like exists, we're going to try to delete it. If it does not exist, we're just trying to create it with one single function here. And we can go back to our like file now, uncomment this, and we can just simply say like post server action. And you can see here we can send in the post ID as a data entry value. And now we can really check if our functionality actually works here, right? So let's try to check if anything's broken here, or if it actually nicely works, right? So we saw that our delete post functionality works. Now if I click on this, this should immediately turn red, right, without any delay and without any sort of loading, right? So when I click here, here you go, immediately turns red, and I see a like here. So you can see I see one like here, because of course there's a like happening. And I can also immediately click, and this you can see there's a nice thing here, right? Now I want to show something here which is quite important. The optimistic updates are working, but I want to show that what if some error happens, and like let's say we throw an error early on. So let's just say maybe in before we even like this, let's just maybe throw an error here. Let's just throw let's just throw an error like that. Let's throw new error not implemented, right? So let's just say we throw a new error here. So this is not like nothing actually happens in the below block of code here before we even do anything, right? So let's see if this fallbacks to the not like, right? Because that should actually work. So if I try to create this like here, you see it liked here, but of course I'm throwing a new error. So when we're throwing a new error, basically we need to use something called an error.tsx file in Next.js, so it doesn't like actually just crash our app. But instead, what I think we can do here is we can return. I think we can return an error message or something. But let's just say we can. If it's validated fields dot success, we can do that. Oh, we can't actually do that. But what we can do, I wanted to show you guys actually that if everything works successfully here, we can basically throw an error somewhere. I mean, if you try to throw an error, what it's gonna do is gonna show us an error right over there. We shouldn't be throwing an error like that, but we should just probably just returning something. So let's maybe say that we didn't even do this like functionality. Okay, let's try doing this, and let's just say the like post. Okay, I want to show you guys how to actually. Okay, I want to show you guys how this will revert back to the old thing. So we have our nice actions here. So what we can do. I'm just trying to find a place where we can actually, if we can't throw an error, that's the problem. If we try to throw an error, it's gonna take us to an error page, which we haven't created yet. So I mean, that's something which we don't want to actually do that. So I'm just trying to see if we can really return something. So let's just say if we return, and what if we do an early return of true or something like that, or if we just return like a message liked post here, right? So what if we just return the message liked post, an early return here, and let's just see what happens now, right? So let's save that file, and let's try clicking on like once again, and here you go. This is what I actually wanted to, exactly what I wanted to show you guys. So you can see, as soon as I like this, it likes. So this is why optimistic updates are really, really nice, right? Because this likes it, but as soon as it knows that something goes wrong, on the other hand, in the server action, it immediately like falls back to not being liked, right? And this is exactly what I wanted to show. This is like super powerful. Let's say anything goes wrong in your database or something, because immediately on the UI it's going to reflect, because we are optimistic that it's going to work. We are hopeful that it will work, right? But for any reason it does not work, or database error or anything happens, it's going to fall back, just like how we saw. Because what is essentially happening is basically we're saying add optimistic like, but in the end here we're updating the state. We're also sending our existing post.likes here, right? So that's what we are doing. And the really good part about this, we are basically combining this with a server action. So just as soon as we do add optimistic like, we're basically saying await like post, and we're sending this post ID in here. And we're basically sending a server action. So it's gonna get the updated likes here, and then it's gonna reflect that on the UI, and it's gonna check that if the likes don't even, it doesn't even exist, so it's gonna fall back, right? So this is why it really is super, super nice to do these optimistic updates. We're also gonna do this with our bookmark functionality. So this is our like functionality done. I think we really crushed it, honestly. I know it was a long lesson, but this was really worth it, right? We get this beautiful like functionality. So if I refresh now, So I'm not lying to you guys. Let me refresh. Let me show you. This is still like that. It's not fallbacking or anything because we still actually like this post, right? Okay, so let's go back to our, I think post actions is what we were working on, right? So inside of our post actions, I think we can uncomment these things. We have the link. We do have the link, next/link. We do have the action icon as well. And the message circle is actually just a Lucid React icon, right? So that's completely fine as well. We now want to work on the share button and the bookmark button. And before we actually do that, let's see how the link actually, the message circle link looks like, right? So this is basically just a link which is going to open, and this is where we are going to do intercepting routes, by the way. So we're going to have an intercepting model. So brace yourselves, we are not done yet. There's still so much stuff going on. There's still going to be more stuff coming on your way. But this will be a nice action icon, you can see. So when I click here, right now, I don't think the page exists. We don't even have the intercepting route even. We're gonna have intercepting route, and then we are also going to have a separate post page. So, and then you also have edit profile functionality. There's lots to do still. Okay, so first things first, let's actually work on this share button now. It's going to be very a nice little component. It's going to allow us to share. So basically, it's going to give us the link of the post page, which we can then share with any of our friends or anyone like we want to share with, and then they'll exactly go on that post page link instead of finding that post, right? So it will be a nice little component that will allow link sharing, right? So here in the share button, I'm just going to quickly get the share button. All right, and the share button is going to look something like this. It's going to be, of course, a client component because we're going to need interactivity in this one. Here, in the action icon, if you remember, what I was doing is in my action icon, I was using this partial button browse. That means I can also send on click. I can send any of the button attributes here, right? And that's exactly why I did that. So basically here, in this action icon, I'm sending this on click. And I'm using the navigator, which is it's coming from the navigator class name, which is built into JavaScript, and it gives you these nice little clipboard functions and some other nice functions. So I'm going to use the clipboard one, and what I'm doing is I'm writing text, and I'm writing the text as like this. Basically, what I'm saying, use the window.location.origin, and we can use the window because we are in the client component, right? And then /dashboard/p/post ID. So share this, and then it's going to show that in a beautiful, nice way in a toaster notification. It's going to say link copy to clipboard, and we are also then showing a custom icon in here. And we also have a send icon in this action icon. So if I save that, let's go to post actions and let's save this. Now you're going to see a beautiful share button here. Now if I click this, there you go. Nice little link. So you can see you get these nice, beautiful toaster notifications. And if we try sharing this, you can see it is dashboard/p/this. So it's going to exactly take the user to that particular route when we share this. A very simple, straightforward component which will allow a link sharing, right? The next component we're going to have is we're going to have a bookmark button. Now again, this bookmark button will be optimistic, because when we click on the bookmark icon, we immediately want the post to be bookmarked, and we don't want any loading, just like how Instagram works like, right? So again, let's create this bookmark button.tsx rfce, and bookmark button is going to look something like this. Again, I think I have already explained the optimistic UI part, so I'm not going to go ahead and just go through all over this again. But I've explained this part already, but it's going to be very similar, this whole bookmark functionality. So here, we're going to be having a server action called bookmark post. Everything else is going to be very similar. We have this predicate. The predicate, again, is accepting a bookmark. The bookmark user ID needs to match with the post ID. And then in here, what we are doing is we are saying optimistic bookmarks And the type here is it needs to be saved post, which is coming directly from Prisma client. And then as the first argument, we are sending in all of our saved bookmarks. And then here we are again saying TypeScript ignore. The first thing is the existing state, and the new bookmark which we want to add is new bookmark, just like that. Here, instead of using some, I'm using find. Honestly, I could have used some here as well. Like it doesn't actually matter. You can also use, so in the like I was using some, and here I'm using find. You can use whichever you want. You can also use some here. That's completely fine. So I'm using find here. I'm saying the predicate function again, and here I'm just again saying it's the same thing. So here we can see, we check if the bookmark already exists. If it's already, then if it does, we remove it. If it doesn't, we actually add it. The same way we were doing it for the like, right? And here in the form action, again, it's pretty exactly similar. We are saying add optimistic bookmark, which is this function right here. And remember, this function actually accepts these things, the post ID and the user ID. So we are sending the post ID, the user ID, and then we have this server action which we will create. So let's actually do and create that. It's pretty similar. And here, what we are doing is again an input, name, post ID, and I'm using the action way here to do these things, right? Pretty similar. So in our actions, let's do the bookmark post action now. Let's actually work on that. Let's create that. So here we're gonna say export synchronous function. This is going to be bookmark, and I can see that my VS Code has started lagging right now. All right, let's just keep going. We're gonna crush this. No worries. So bookmark post is going to be the same way. Form. Actually, let me see what Copilot is giving me. Okay. Oh wow, it actually got the exact thing which we're gonna be using. So you can see how this is really like very useful, right? Especially having the actions in the similar file, right? I think it's really super useful to have actions in the same file, because it actually, I think, constructed from this like and constructed a very similar approach, right? So I mean, it already suggested that, so I'm just gonna copy it. Honestly, I'm not even gonna do this because it's honestly very similar to the previous like post. And then I'm just gonna explain you guys what's happening, what's going on in here. So I'm just gonna copy paste from my, I'm not gonna still trust Copilot, but do it from my own. So first of all, let's create schema. Let's go bookmark. All right, let me just see where my bookmark schema. I'm just trying to find my bookmark schema so I don't do this in a wrong approach. Okay, I got the bookmark schema. All right, this is what our bookmark schema is. It's very similar, but again, it's a very good idea to always have them separated, because you don't want to imagine for whatever reason, if you change anything in the future, let's say for just the bookmark, you also require, let's say, any other field, then you can just change it right away here, right? Instead of using one singular thing. So it's always a good idea to have these separately done. So bookmark schema, I'm just going to import that. And first of all, we get the user ID. Similarly, we get the validate fields. If it's not validated success, we're going to show an error. Then we get the post ID. We try to find the post. And then the next thing, we basically try to find the bookmark. So we say prisma.savedPost, and we say find unique. Again, we use that same little pattern which we did right over here, if you remember, with the like. So it's pretty similar. Then if a bookmark is found, we're going to try to delete and we're going to unlike, basically we're going to undo the bookmark, right? And then we're going to revalidate dashboard, return a helpful message. And if this is not true, then we're going to create bookmark. Again, very similar. It's exactly the similar as the like one. Instead, we are just going in the bookmark model, right? That's the only difference which we are doing. So save this in, go back to your bookmark button, and I think you can just save that, honestly. And let's see, on the post actions, we haven't yet imported this. So let's import that, save it, and let's try to see what happens here, right? So the share button and the bookmark are not commented anymore. Here we go. Now let's try to see if this, so when bookmark button is being clicked, you can see here I'm just saying I want this on a dark mode, I want this to be fill of white, and on light mode I want this to be fill of black. So what this is going to do is going to turn this into white because you're on dark mode. As soon as I click, there you go. Let's refresh this and let's verify if everything stays the same. And there you go, the post is still bookmarked. And if I click again, again it works very similar to the like. You can see, and you can spam this on. Yeah? You can just keep spamming like this, and it will all be handled, offloaded by the server. I mean, you shouldn't do that, but yeah, you can spam this as well. And there's one more thing, which if you really want to extend this build, what you can do is use something like upstash rate limiter package or something, and you can really, what you can do is basically spam protect, do some spam protection here, right? So there's a nice rate limiter package Upstash has. I'll try to link all these things honestly in the description. If you want to extend it, what you can do is disable this spam, because someone might come in here, and remember, whenever I click on any of these things, these are all requests happening to the server, right? So someone might just like keep on spamming this thing in here, and this might just, you know, your app might, your server might offload or something, right? It would get lots of load. So you want to protect it, you want to rate limit this usually. So if you really want to extend this into a really production level thing, then also rate limiting might be a great idea here. All right, so let's just keep building this, and I think we are finally done with our optimistic update section. So we are done. Yeah, we are actually done with that. So we have our bookmark functionality. So I'm just going to go back to our post component. Let's go back, navigate to our post. Let's see what else is left here. We have the comments now, right? So we haven't created the comments yet. Now we need to work on the comments functionality. So we have our post actions. The last thing on the post component we need to do is the post, are all the post comments, right? So the post comments are going to be nice little component here. So we're just going to say comments. So let's create a new file, comments.tsx rfce. And I'm just going to close the sidebar, and here we're going to have our comments. So let's see what comments we're going to do here. So in here, we know that our comments actually accept post ID. Our comments is going to accept post ID, comments, and the user, and this is going to be of type post ID is going to be of type string. Comments will be of type not just comment, it's going to be of comment with extras, because remember, the comments are also including the user. So if you remember in the data, what we are doing is we're saying comments include user. So this means the comments also include user and not just the normal comment type from Prisma, right? So we created this special type comment with extras. And then for the user, we don't want this to be any, and first of all want this to be optional, so there might not be any user, and this user is coming from NextAuth, and this could be null, right? So user could be null, it might not be defined. And now let's go back to our post, and I think we do have the comments now. So we have our nice comments. So let's work on this comment section. So for the comment section, what we're going to do is we're going to have a use form hook again, and I think our comments section is going to be a use client. Yeah, it is going to be use client. The reason I'm doing it is as use client is because our comments is going to have some interactivity. We're going to add some stuff. We're going to add a comment, right? So we need the form, and we know we need those things, right? But you can see the way I've separated this from post is I have created a nice little component here. So my post still stays as a server component, but I'm offloading this the client interactivity to this separate comments here, right? So you can see already by using the new React Server component architecture, we are already writing really robust and really nice looking code, right? Everything that it needs interactivity, we are separating it into a different thing like timestamp, post options, actions, and all these things, and the comments as well, right? So anything which needs interactivity. So I'm going to say use client, and we're going to have basically we're going to have a bunch of dependencies. So let me just get them, and you can just pause and just get all these honestly just with me. So we're going to have basically we're going to have a server action create comment. We're also going to have create comment schema, which we're going to be creating. And the first things first, what we want to do is we want to get our React hook form, use form hook, right? That's what we need. So we're going to do that. And now let's first of all go ahead in our schemas and create this nice little create comment schema. That's the next thing we should be doing, right? This is the first step which we should be doing. So just like how we did for the post here, what we're going to do for the comment, we're going to follow the similar approach. We're going to create a comment schema first, and we're going to say this is going to be a z.object. Just with the post, we said ID. Here instead of the caption, we're going to say body, and the post ID is also an important thing because we want to make sure which post the comment actually belongs to, because there are so many different posts, right? So we want to also have that. So comment schema is going to look like that. The create comment schema is going to omit the ID because we're not going to have an ID when we are creating the comment. Updating the comment will be as it is, and deleting will only pick the ID. And just like the create post schema, it's going to be very similar. So we're going to save that, go back to our comments, and what we can do is uncomment this line here, and here we can see we are inferring in the use form, and now here we will have our nice typings. So we have post ID. Now post ID now is coming from our post as a default value, and the body is an empty string. Okay, so let's continue building this functionality for comments. The next thing we're going to do here is for the comments, actually, we will be using something called start transition. Now, again, I forgot to mention this as well, but there's another hook in React called start use transition, just like use optimistic. And I just completely forgot that even the comments are actually optimistic, guys. I completely forgot, and I I hate to say this, but yes, they will be optimistic. But honestly, it's for the good reasons, right? I mean, I didn't want to just leave you with just the like and bookmark. I know it's complicated. It is quite complicated actually, and you would be thinking that I'm not actually leaving the optimistic things. It just keeps on coming back. But really, it's really a nice thing, right? I mean, it's really nice touch to the project which we are working on, right? We have so many optimistic things like bookmark and the comment. Even though I could have just kept it like loading, but I did go here as well and added optimistic UI here as well. So yeah, for the comments as well, here we go. So let's actually try to add this. So we're going to also use two React hooks here, two new React hooks. We're going to use a use transition, and we are also going to be using a use optimistic, right? These are the two new hooks. So let me just first of all copy this use optimistic. So use optimistic hook is going to have optimistic comments. We're going to add an optimistic comment, and again, the type here I'm saying is going to be comment with extras here. And again, as a state, as an existing state, what we're going to send is we're going to send existing comments. And here we're going to say TypeScript ignore again, and the existing comment is going to be an array of comments. And here, what I'm doing is I'm just basically adding a new comment, and the new comment which I'm adding will be of type string actually. So this is something which we have to be careful. The new comment which we'll add will be of type string, and this will return me back as an it will return me back an array. Now here we don't actually have to delete a comment. It's just adding the comment for optimistic updates, right? So when we were doing like post and bookmark, we had two things, right? We had to think about like and unlike functionality, and for bookmark as well, we needed to think about bookmarking and unbookmarking the thing, right? But here we only need to think about one thing. We only care about adding the comment. We don't care about removing, right? We only care about adding. because that's the only thing we care about. So here I'm not doing any filter or find. All I'm doing is I'm basically pushing my new comment, which is right over here. So I'm pushing this in the body, and the body is what we actually expect in the server action, right? So if you see, that's the schema of the comment, right? So that's where we are saying the body, we're sending it as a new comment. The user ID is the user.id, and the post ID is coming from our post, and then we also have the user, which is also coming from our post, right? Have all these states, and then what I'm doing is I'm basically pushing this new field in, and then I'm basically spreading out the existing state as well. So this is how we will be handling comments. And the next thing we would want to do is, actually before this, we have this new hook as well. We have this useTransition. Now useTransition again is a new hook, just like useOptimistic in React. And again, it's a really nice hook, which can be used with which it basically typically is used with server actions. So when you submit a server action, you use something called is pending. You have this value, so you can show like a pending UI if you want to. So it's a really nice little thing, right? The last thing which we're gonna get here is we're going to be getting the body. So we're going to be watching the body because we want to see what the user types in, and like we want to keep track of that as in the body. And you can see the body is of type string, and then we also want the comments count. The comments count is going to be optimistic comments.length. And make sure you do optimistic. Do not make the mistake of saying comments, because we want the updated the optimistic comment count. We don't want the comments count because we want to optimistically update stuff, right? And I promise this is the last time we are using an optimistic update in the comments. After this, we're not going to be using it. I promise you guys. So let's keep going on. Now we're going to have a return statement here. Okay, so here you go. So here now let's build this the comment section here. So first of all, we're going to have if we have any comments count. So the comments count, if it's greater than 1, then we're going to display a piece of UI, which is going to say a link from next/link, and we're going to say this prop called scroll to be false. Now, what is this prop? By the way, this is basically it overrides the default scroll behavior, which the default value is true. So we basically say that we do not want to scroll, like for any case when we navigate to any other post, when we come back, we do not want to scroll to the top. We want to stay at the same spot where we left on, right? So sometimes it takes you to the top, and it's kind of annoying. So that's how you can override that, and basically it won't take you to the top of the page. You see, disable scrolling to the top of the page. So this will disable that. And we have a href here. The href is going to be we're gonna string interpolate this. We're gonna say dashboard, and no, we're not gonna say username. It's gonna be /p/post ID. So it's gonna take you to the post page. And then we're gonna have a class name in here, and the class name is gonna be text small. Is gonna be also font medium, and we're also gonna say text neutral of 500, just like that. So we'll have this class name. And then we're going to say view all, and we're going to say view all comments count, so view all how many ever comments we have. And here instead of comments, we're also going to check that if comments count is equal to 1, we're going to say comment, because it doesn't make sense. If you only have one comment, we don't want to say view one comments. It has to be a singular value, so we're just doing it like this. We're saying view all comments, like that. All right. So, and this only will be rendered if it's greater than 1, right? So that's also something which we have. And the next thing, I mean, fairly actually, I didn't even think about this, but if the comments count is greater than 1, then we shouldn't be actually even doing this check in here. Yeah, okay. I think I just completely lost this thing. We shouldn't even be doing that, because if it's greater than 1, this won't even be rendered, right? So we shouldn't even be checking that thing, right? I think I did that before when I wasn't rendering this conditionally, but yeah, we won't even be rendering. So or maybe this has to be greater than equal than 1. I'm not sure how I did this, but if a comments count is greater than 1, we will just show comments like that, right? Okay, the next thing we're going to say is we're going to say optimistic comments here, and we're going to basically slice. So I'm slicing this instead of mapping this time. And the reason I'm doing slice here is because I only want to display 3 comments. I don't want to display more than 3 comments here, and I want to map through each of them. I want to also get the index of that, and then I basically want to do an explicit return. Now, instead of an implicit, I want to do an explicit return, and I want to return a div. So a div, and again, because we're doing a map here, when we slice through, like, I'm not directly mapping, right? So I have to map through to display each of the comment, but before mapping, I'm slicing it. So that means I'm cutting the array, and I'm only displaying 0, 1, 2. So it's going to go from 0, 1, and 2. So it's only going to take the top three comments and only going to display them, right? In here, the key is going to be the index here, and the class name for this div, there's going to be a class name. I think it's going to be text sm, text small, flags, items center. It's going to be space x of 2, and we're also going to say font medium, just like that. And inside here, we're going to have a link. Okay, and the link this time is going to be, it's going to have an href. So this time the href, we're going to say again in string interpolation, and I'm just going to say dashboard slash dollar symbol here, and we're just going to say username. So this is going to be the user's username in here, and then we're also going to have class name. Now we don't have the username defined, so that's the reason we did an explicit thing here. And what we can do here is we can get the username by saying comment.user.username, right? I'm just going to optional chain here because this might be undefined. Okay, so we have the link here, and the username will be just like that here inside, and we also have a class name of font semi-bold. So font semi-bold, just like that. And below the link here, we're going to have comment.body, just like that. And I think we can just now save it. So if we have any optimistic comments, this is how we're going to be displaying the comments here, right? We're going to slice through them, only display the top 3, and if it's more than 3, we're going to display like a nice button then to the user to open the thing. But now I think the most important thing of this section is how do we actually add a comment, because right now we don't actually have any functionality to add a comment. That's what we are going to work on next. So after this thing here, we're going to use the form, the same ShadCN form. Remember, we need to use another form tag here. We can't use action. We're not going to be using action. So whenever we use ShadCN form, we are not going to be using action. We're going to be instead using onSubmit. Here we want to spread all the fields. And inside the form, we're going to have a bunch of stuff. First of all, let's actually have some onSubmit. So we're going to do onSubmit later on. First of all, let's give it some styling. So let's say border bottom, border gray of 200. Actually, it's not 200. It's actually 300. And we also have different border on a dark screen. So dark border neutral 800. We also have bottom padding of 3, a vertical padding of 1, a flex box, items center, and then we also have space x of 2, just like that. Now inside of our form, we're gonna have the similar pattern as we have been having, and we're gonna just like how we did for the caption, we're gonna do the same exact thing, and we're gonna basically have what we're gonna do. The way we're gonna do this is we're gonna have a form field. So I'm just trying to copy, but I think my Mac is kind of very laggy right now. All right, I hope it doesn't crash, honestly, because I'm on a more than 4-hour recording mark right now. So actually, in total, I think it's more than 7.5 hours or something. But right now, this is a new recording, so it's like 4.5 hours. I hope it doesn't crash, honestly. But the name here, we're gonna say body. So you can see if I do like this, you can get two things, post ID and the body. We're interested in the body here. So this is gonna be the form field. We wanna make sure we send in this control, form.control. This is super important. And then also the render, which is gonna give us the field. Now form item and the form control is going to contain this input. Now I'm not using ShadCN input. You might be asking why am I not using that? Because this is really a custom input. Like it doesn't matter, honestly. ShadCN input is just literally a normal input tag, but which has some particular styling. My styling was a bit different here because the Instagram styling looks a bit different, so that's why I didn't choose to use that input here, right? And all I'm doing is I'm spreading all the field stuff here, right, to make sure I get all the nice things here. Now, after this field here, what I'm doing is I'm also saying body dot trim dot length. So if the body dot trim dot length is greater than 0, this means after we trim the white space character, so it trims all the white space, and then if the length is greater than 0, then we want to render a button, because this is exactly how it works on Instagram. You don't get to see the comment, like the post. You see the post button when you are trying to type a comment, but you don't see it when you don't type anything, right? So you only see it when once you have some characters in there, right? So you can say post. This is going to be of type submit, just like that, and it's gonna have some custom styling. I'm really just gonna copy because I'm just gonna be lazy here and copy this stuff because it's fairly straightforward. So we have text sky of 500, some text small. We have font semi-bold, and when we try to hover, we get text wide. This on disable state, we get like text sky 500. It was very similar to how Instagram post button looked like, honestly. And I'm just gonna save that, and we will see if we get here we go. We get add a comment functionality here, right? I think I did miss some of the styling here. I'm pretty sure I missed some styling in some places. On the parent div, I'm not giving any style here. Yeah, so because it's not properly aligned, and that's what was actually something was catching my eye off, and I was like missing some styling somewhere. So on smaller screen size, we are missing the padding. Okay, now you can see it's properly aligned. So we have nicely aligned comment section. Now we have this thing. We don't actually see the post button unless we type something in. Even if you type space, you don't see this because space is technically an empty string. It's a white space character, right? So any white spaces, remember, is going to trim. So it's a really nice trick. If you just say body dot length is greater than 0, then what's going to happen is that if I save this, when I press space, you can see it shows me post, but it shouldn't actually do that because I didn't type anything in, right? So you do body.trim.length greater than 0, and then only you show the button. So let's say hello world. Now I think we do have the server action. We don't actually have the server action. Okay, so now this is not going to work because we don't actually have the server action implemented yet. So now we can actually create a comment here, and where we have the server action is we're going to have the server action on the form here, right? So this is the final part for us to be able to upload the comment. And this will be optimistically updated on the UI as well. So this part is fairly straightforward. So we're going to basically have a form on submit event. And basically what we're going to say, form.handle submit. Again, it's going to be an asynchronous function. If you don't like this approach, and if you want to basically have this as a separate function, honestly, just cut this, have a separate on submit function here. I really don't care. I honestly don't mind using it like this because I don't think it's a very big deal. It's not a very big little function. But if you don't like to clutter like this, just create it separately over here. You can do that as well. But I really don't mind. I like to have it inline like this. So you get the values, which contains the body and the post ID. And you see what I'm doing here is I'm basically copying this into a different variable. And the reason I'm doing that is because when I press enter, I want the form to immediately reset, right? An optimistic update should work like when I press enter, when you press enter on Instagram and you try to add the comment, it immediately updates, and it's not there anymore. Like it immediately resets the form, right? So immediately reset the form. I'm copying this in a different variable here, and then I'm using this start transition function. So you can see this function, this thing, if some state update causes a component to suspend, that state update should be wrapped in a transition, right? So this is exactly what's happening here. So it's saying if some state update causes a component to suspend, that state should be wrapped in a transition. So before I was doing this without this start transition hook, but on the client, like when I console logged the stuff, I was getting an error, and it was showing me that basically you can't use it without start transition. So whenever you have a server basically action, something like this, basically here what I'm doing is in the add optimistic comment, I'm doing it inside of this start transition, and this is the add optimistic comment. So what's happening is I'm sending the values copy.body, and I'm also invoking my server action outside of the start transition here. And this was giving me an error if I was doing it without transition. Again, I'm not super familiar with this hook, honestly, but it's just, you can see, you can use a synchronous function here. So even if you have an asynchronous function, you can do a server action. So you can also submit a server action here. I'm not doing here submitting a server action. I'm just doing the add optimistic comment, which is this function right over here. But you can also submit the server action. When you do that, you get this is pending, so you can also show the pending UI if you want to. So it's a really nice hook though. I'm not super familiar with this, and I think the syntax looks really ugly as well. But that's completely fine, honestly. Let's just save this, and let's now see. And now, of course, we need to create the create comment action, which we haven't done yet, right? So let's do that. Let's create our action, create comment action inside of our server action. So let's go in our actions folder, and let's go on the bottom right over here, export asynchronous. Export asynchronous function, just like that. And here we're gonna say create comment. And now this create comment, again, remember we are using ShadCN UI form, so this needs to be values z.infer, and here we're gonna say this needs to be of type of create comment, not create post. This has to be create comment. So we're gonna import that, and we're gonna infer it with that, because remember this create comment inside of our file here. So if we go back here, this create comment, this value is copied. It has to be inferred from the schema, right? So that's how it should be inferred. So here we have these values inferred like this. Now here what we can do, the first thing I always like to do is get the user ID to make sure the user is authenticated. The next thing, as we have done before, we want to safe parse all the values, and if we don't get a success, we then return an error message saying missing fields, failed to create comment, right? The next thing we want to do is, if we don't get an error, then we know that we have these fields safely, we can access them in here, and these will be a safe field, so it's not going to be text. You can see it just literally caught me out there, right? I was using test and I didn't remember it was body, but because it's type safe, it caught me out, and I changed the name of the variable here. This is why doing stuff like this is really nice, right? So now you can say basically find the unique post where the ID is the post ID. Again, just try to do the same old stuff. And you could probably honestly do this in a utility function as well, but I think it's fine for this use case. But yeah, if you're using this in a lot of different places, you can again create a utility function for this one as well. So if there's no post, you're gonna say post not found, and then you're gonna have a try catch statement, right? Just like how we have been doing before. In the first try block, we're gonna say await Prisma, and we're gonna say dot comment this time. We're gonna say dot comment, and we want to create a comment. Now here the data we need to pass on to create the comment is the body is an important, it's a compulsory field, because a comment can't be empty. We need to make sure that the body is there, right? So we need to pass in the body. And even if I go and show you guys the create comment, you can really see the body is a mandatory field. z.string means I'm not doing optional here, so it has to be there. The body has to be there. There's something needs to be there in the comment, right? So we have the body, we have the post ID, and we have the user ID. And then after doing all of this, we basically want to revalidate path. And again, I'm just revalidating dashboard because we are on the dashboard right now. So I'm revalidating that part, return a message called created comment, and we want to catch the error very simply by saying database error failed to create comment. And just like that, and you can see how fast we can create nice little functions. And I really kid you not, if you do this with the API endpoint stuff, it literally take you a lot of time to do the same exact things. And you know, it will really, like, honestly, this is so easy, right? And you're also doing this in a proper, nice, type safe, validated way, returning all the proper errors and everything. So yeah, the create comment looks nice. Let's go back to our comments. We're also going to have delete function, but for now, I think create comment, lib actions, we have it properly done. So let's see if this actually works. We save the actions file in here, and let's see if our optimistic comments actually work. So I'm just going to refresh this once before I try to do this. But now let's type something in. Let's say hello world or something. And just like that, on the screen, guys, look at that. Works in the first try. And I think all the stuff we have done so far, everything just worked in the first try. We haven't gotten into so many different errors, because I think behind the scenes I really got into a lot of hurdles as well, especially with this optimistic thing. It was really it was honestly a headache in the beginning for me, because I was trying to understand all these concepts, but yeah, behind the scenes there's lots of effort that goes into it. So do not think that I'm not getting any errors, or I'm too genius or something, and there's everything that works for me, because honestly I really get into a lot of debugging situations, especially with this optimistic thing. I got into lots of hurdles. Oh god, man, this was good. This was beautiful, right? So this was beautiful, and you can see we start getting more than one comment. We start getting view all to comments. If you try another one, this is good. Let's go here. I'm just gonna say hello world again, because I just love that comment. You can see it's only showing me the latest 3 comments. So if I try to add something like, let's see this, you can see only shows me this on the top, and everything else just goes behind the scenes here. So when I click on view all 3 comments now, you can see we are navigated to our post page. This is going to be an intercepting modal. So that's how it's going to work. But now it's really nice because it only shows us the top 3, the latest 3 comments, right? Now again, of course, you could make this as the top 3 comments based on the number of likes and stuff. So whatever the top comments are, just like on YouTube, you have top comments. So you can go really go crazy with this kind of stuff. So and it's really easy to do that as well. I mean, you can just have a filter and check that the top comments basically they have to be the most liked ones, right? So you can, in your Prisma schema, the way you can check that is you can get those values from the data, and you can basically do that condition, right? So yeah, I do recommend you guys to challenge yourself at all these different steps and try to do these different things, right? But yeah, this is amazing. We got our comments working. Let's refresh as well and make sure everything stays in there. Okay, yeah. One thing we forgot now is we didn't do for the post is the skeleton loading. And that's the missing piece, which is going to make it look absolutely elegant. But before we do that, actually, let's see if we are completely done with our comments. Let me just make sure, double check if we don't have anything left in here. I don't think so. I think we are properly done. It's completely responsive. It works in a really nice way. All right, I think we are done with our comment functionality. So our comments are nicely done. We have our nice little comments in here. Actually, it's just optimistic comments, right? So beautiful. Let's go back to my post and let's see what else do we have. So we're missing something. So if we go back to our where our posts are basically rendered, so where our posts will be rendered would be in the, I think they're, let me just find it honestly. So our posts are actually rendered on the page, on the dashboard homepage. So this is where our posts are, right? So navigate to your dashboard home page here. This is where we have a suspense boundary, and this is where we will be having our nice post skeleton. So this is where we're going to learn about skeleton. We're going to be using ShadCN skeleton, and we're going to be learning how these skeleton animations are so damn cool, right? So first of all, one thing which we are going to do is we're going to create a file called skeletons, and this will be inside of our components, and this will be called skeletons.tsx. And we're going to basically have all the skeletons in our app inside of this file, right? So all the different skeletons we're going to be having inside of this file. And I really, as much as I want to write this with you, but I really don't think these files are important. Basically, they're just loading skeletons, and I think you all can really figure these out. It's not that hard or anything. Basically, we're going to be using ShadCN skeleton. So let's first of all see how to install that. Then I'm going to explain this entire file. But basically, we're going to have a bunch of functions like post skeleton, post plural skeleton, and we're going to have edit post, view post, and all these are different types of skeletons. We're going to have user avatar, single post skeleton, and different ones, right? So we're going to have all these nice skeletons. So first of all, let's go back to ShadCN. Let's go to skeleton. Now you can see the skeleton animations look absolutely beautiful. You can see they look really gorgeous. Like this is just the avatar, a normal message one, but they really look gorgeous, right? They look really nice out of the box. It's more nicer than just the loading spinner, right? So let's add this to our app. Let's go back to create next app, and let's go back in here. Let's try to add this right over here. So let's try to add the skeleton UI component. And once this is done, basically, guys, what I'm doing here is these are all, as I said before, these are all reusable functions. So we are going to be, these are all just components, honestly. I decided to just have one file for them rather than having separate files. And again, this is something I learned from the Next.js team in their guide, as they had also one skeleton file. It's a really nice pattern to use. You don't want to have like different skeleton files. You can if you want, but this is just a nice way to do this, right? And what I'm doing is I'm just basically styling them according to what my content is going to look like. Now, if you think that this is like too much work or something, I assure you this too much work is completely worth it. Is because the UI is gonna look way nicer with skeleton animations when compared to like spinners. However, I've also done spinning loading animations as well where it's needed, right? So there's a balance. There's different things in different places, right? But I really recommend you guys like go ahead, if you have any app, basically shape it out in a way where your content is going to look right? So for instance, in the edit post skeleton, I'm actually using dialogues here. You can see I'm also using ShadCN dialogue because the edit post skeleton is going to be in a dialogue form. So what I'm doing is in a dialogue, I'm just keeping this open to true. So by default, I want this to be open. I have my content in here, and basically what I'm doing is I'm also saying dialogue title and aspect ratio. So what I'm doing is mimicking it as close to my content as possible. Same goes for my view post skeleton. So this is going to be my intercepting row. Now I haven't done this for every single page. I mean, I did this possibly for most of the stuff. We also have single post skeleton, user avatar skeleton. We have different ones. I tried my best to do it for as many of them as possible, but you get the idea. I just wanted to show you guys the idea of these skeleton loading animations, right? So let's close this file and let's go back to our page here. And here we have our first little skeleton. So this fallback would be post skeleton plural. So we're gonna just import this from skeletons and just save that. Now what's gonna happen behind the scenes is wherever you have suspense, basically what happens is the post here has some data fetching logic. So you see here there's a data fetching logic. So when you wrap this under a suspense boundary, what happens is it sees that this component, this post component has data fetching. So till the time this data is actually fetching, it will show these nice fallback post skeletons. So you see this a fallback directory to show when a suspense react.lazy suspense. What this essentially means is whenever the data is fetching inside here, it's getting populated, it's going to show this nice fallback. And the reason I decided to do this in a suspense way instead of, you might be thinking, in a loading.tsx file is because you might want to have additional UI here. When you do the loading.tsx, what happens is the entire page is blocked. Right, so for instance, if you have any presentational UI here, let's say you have some h1 tags, you have some different presentational UI, everything is going to get blocked, and you're going to see that loading spinner or the loading file unless this data is going to be fetched. With suspense, what happens is you only make this area blocked, not your entire app here, right? You can have presentational logic, only this area will be blocked, and a nice skeleton will be shown specifically for this area. So it's just a very nice way. It's a granular approach to take. Well, it's really such a nice way. So if I refresh this right now, you will see I get these beautiful skeletons, right? Really, really nice looking skeletons. Now I'm getting 4 of these skeletons. So I think by default I was just rendering out 4 of them. Yeah, so by default I'm just rendering like 4 post skeletons. But what you can do to be more granular and clean about this is you can randomly generate from, like, let's say between 1 to 4 or something, right? Because you only want to show the skeleton from 1 to 4 of your app, because in production you might be lazy loading, or you might only be fetching limited stuff. You won't be fetching like 1,000 posts at once. You would be fetching only 100 at a time, right? Or maybe 10 at a time. You would be fetching the posts which are in the UI, right? So it's basically the infinite pagination or infinite scroll and stuff like that, right? So you would be doing some stuff like that, which means that you should only be showing like skeletons between like 1 to 4 or 1 to 5, and make it like a random number, so every time it's kind of like dynamic. I just didn't honestly do this in this build, but my point was just to show and demonstrate that you can have these nice skeleton, right? But you can go ahead and, if you want, you can actually do that. But for now, you can see we have these nice little skeletons. It looks beautiful, and it looks very close to how my post looks like. Even on a bigger screen, if I refresh this, you can see it just makes the overall whole experience really, really nice, right? So we have these nice skeletons here. Now let's go back to actually our dashboard, and we can see that we have our nice little dashboard. So I think our dashboard page is complete now. We are ready, I think, to work on some other pages now. So I think we have our nice little post. Let's try to create new posts. And before I forget, let's try to log out. Let's maybe try to log in with a different user. Let's try to test in with a different user this time. Let me log in with my different account, and let's see if all of these things work. So I'm going to use my second account now, and I'm actually going to try to create a post with this account. First of all, let's try accessing this. You can see we don't now see the added post and delete, because this doesn't belong to me, and I can like this. Immediately I see the UI reflected here, and let's just add some comments in there. Oh god, I don't have any any comments. This is a comment, stress testing here. Okay, I misspelled this. I hate misspelling things. Alright, so you can see we have these nice optimistic UI, bookmark. I bookmark this post. Let's try to create one of my own posts in here. Let's choose a file, and let's try to choose this last image here. So we can see everything works and everything's pretty much functional. In the end, we're going to deploy this this banger of a build to Vercel, and we're going to have this live URL for ourselves. We see upload complete here. Let's see if we get the image. You can probably have some blur animations as well when the image is loading in. I have shown it one of my previous builds, I guess, where I do the nice blur animations. But basically, it's really easy to do. You can search on Google some nice blur animations when this is loading in as well. That's something you can extend it with, right? So this island looks really amazing. I'm going to do the same caption which I did before and just be lazy about this. So here we go. We have a new post and here it is. I'm going to like it. And you can see optimistic comments. Now if I try doing this, I can see we have delete post. So we have our nice post functionality. And you can see the timestamps. Everything just works in a nice way. And now I think the next thing we should be working on is actually we can work on the edit post functionality, and we can also work on the view post functionality actually, right? So when I click on the comment here, I should be going to the intercepting. So we can work on the intercepting route, and we can also work on the edit post. So we can do all those two things with server actions, and also teach you about how to do intercepting routes in Next.js, which is a really nice feature as well. It's kind of like a bonus feature, a nice feature to know of. So what I will do now, so let's actually create, when I click on this comment, we want to open an intercepting route. So let's actually explain that part, what intercepting route, how it works, and basically how it works like, and how we can do that, right? So let's work on that actually. All right, let me take a look at where I have added this intercepting route. So I'm just going to take a look in my other screen where the intercepting route is, actually, because we're going to work on that next. And I'm just going to explain for anyone who's new to this concept of intercepting routes. I did explain in one of my old videos, but for anyone new here, like who's not familiar with because I know many of you might not be familiar with what intercepting routes are, I'm going to try to explain that first of all. And basically, it's just going to be a dynamic page, which Next.js has. Like, it has a really nice functionality. It has a nice convention that you can use to basically create an intercepting route. So let's make the screen bigger first of all. And it's now showing 5 days, by the way, because I've started recording after 3 or 4 days. I had some like processing issues previously, and it was a headache, honestly. But yeah, that's the reason. So don't freak out if it shows 5 days right now, because before it was showing for today, and now it's showing 5 days. So don't freak out because of that, because it's just I have started recording last of my videos at a different date. That's why. All right, so let's take a look at intercepting route. So if you just search for intercepting route in Next.js here, you will see that if I open this first link, and you need to make sure you're in the using app router. So this is the one where intercepting routes are possible. So you can see intercepting routes allows you to load a route from another part of your application within the current layout. What this actually means is, I'm going to make it very simplified this for you guys. So what this actually means is that whenever, like, if you go to Instagram, let's go to the actual Instagram app, so I can actually demonstrate what this means. First of all, so again, I've just opened my Instagram app, and we're just gonna open, let's take a look at some of my posts actually, right? Let's just take a look at some of my posts which I've done. Let's open my profile, and let's see. This is a beautiful Vercel image which I got from Twitter, and that's what this is. But this is my post, and you can see that right now I've clicked on this, and if I look at the URL, you might think that this is Instagram.com, but it's actually this URL. You can see when I click on the modal, this is actually on a URL, right? So this is like on the post. You can think of this as like the post page, but it's actually not a page. It's just a modal here, right? And if I click outside the modal, and if I go back to the URL, you can see I'm back on my profile page. So the URL actually changes when you click on a post image, when I click on a post image, and this is the actual Instagram, guys. So I can click on my old logo image for my YouTube, and you can see again the URL must be changed, and here we go. Now the cool thing here is that, let's say the user went off for a bit and we were on the screen for a while, and then the user went off for whatever reason, the page refreshed or something, right? What's going to happen is you will be redirected when the user comes back, they will be redirected to a post page, a dedicated post page. And this is what's so nice about intercepting routes, is that what you can do, these are really powerful. So you can have, like, if the user was viewing a post and maybe they wanted to edit that, maybe they wanted to do whatever things with that post, what happens is that usually on websites, when you click on a modal, the URL does not change, and what happens is, even if it does change, you have no way of like tracking that thing back again, right? Here what happens is you kind of save this right in the URL. So what happened here is I'm back on the post page, but this is not a modal. Remember, this is a dedicated post page, and both the URLs actually look the same. Like, you might be wondering, how can we have two different things, two different pieces of UI showing on the same URL, because it's the same page, right? Technically this is right, but this is actually possible in Next.js by using a concept of intercepting. This is what interception means. Like, it's kind of the root is intercepting another segment here. So what this means is you can have intercepting routes can be defined with the bracket, like this is the convention, because in Next.js app directory you have a convention for pretty much everything, right? Layouts, error pages, you have loading, and all these different conventions for these things. So for intercepting routes, you use this convention with a parentheses where you actually open this up, and what happens is you put this inside of your a directory. So let's say if I wanted like a page interception route for a photo image or something, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create, you can see in 2 dots, and how would you know that you can use 2 dots or 1 dot or 3 dots? It's basically the file, where the file is located, right? The actual route is located. So for instance, if you were going to use 2 dots, if you want to match segments 1 level above, if it's on the same level, then you use dot, like if it's on the same level, both the things. And to match segments 2 levels above, you use this convention. So make sure you don't mess this thing up, because if you mess this up, it's not going to work. So this has to be super important, this thing. And if you want to match segments from root directory, app directory, you're going to use this 3 dots here. And I recommend you guys check this if you want to do this for your app, and it's super useful in a lot of use cases, especially for like even for e-commerce pages, right? So when you have like product pages and stuff, because what you want to do is you want the user to stay on that product page, right? They might come back later, and if the product's gone, if you're on the home page, they might not even order your product, right? They might not even order the product, and you're gonna miss that sale or something, right? I mean, they don't want to go through the hassle again and find the product again. But if you save that page, and if the page refreshes or whatever, and if they came back later again, they will be on the same product page, so they're more likely to actually add that product to their cart. So it's very, very powerful, these things, and they can be used together with parallel routes to create modals, and that's exactly what we are going to be doing. This is not what we're going to be doing. We are going to be using modal, but this convention here for the modals, I did try to do this, but there were a few errors I was facing. I'm not sure, maybe it's with Next.js 14. There were a few errors with this. I mean, it wasn't working in a perfect way. So I basically fall back to this one, which is the old one, and I didn't use this add convention. But you can also try to do this as well if this works for your use case. But yeah, let's just take a look at how we can implement this. I hope I explained this clearly. I mean, you can read the documentation. It's pretty fair enough, I would say. It could be confusing at times, yeah. But let's go back to our app and let's see how we can do this. Now, and the folder structure, what we have to do is basically this is going to be a dynamic route. So what this means is if I actually, by the way, I don't even have view post here. So I think we should have a button for view post, just like how I did in my original Instagram. So I don't actually have that. But by the way, if I click on comment here, we'll be able to see that we go to this dashboard/p/URL. But this is actually taking us to a different page right now. So what we're going to do here is, first of all, we are going to create inside of our dashboard, we're going to create a new folder. And this, remember, is going to be inside of parentheses, because this is going to be the route for your intercepting route, like for your modal or for the middle thing which you want to show the user, right? This is not the actual dedicated route. Remember, this is only the intercepting. And do not put the P inside. Whatever dynamic thing you have to put it outside the parentheses here, just like that. I know it's a weird convention, but this is how it's going to work. And then inside this, you create another folder. Here, I'm going to put in square brackets and I'm going to say ID, because remember, every single post is a dedicated post. You can't just have .p. We have to make sure that it's on a specific ID, right? So this is a dynamic post ID. This will be the dynamic post ID. And then inside of this, we're going to create two files. So first one is going to be loading.tsx. So it's going to be rfce. Let me just say rfce, and let's just change this to loading. For now, we're just going to keep it very simple. And another file that's going to be for page.tsx. So rfce, let's just do again. And I'm just going to see what I named this page. It's going to be post modal, right? So it makes sense, right? This page is going to be for our modal, post modal. And again, if you don't understand anything, feel free to just let me know in the comments, or just ask questions, join the Discord, just shoot me a text. I'll be happy to help anyone who does not. I know sometimes these builds can be complicated, but I just wanted to demonstrate in this one that you can do a lot of different things just with using Next.js, and there are a lot of new things you can take benefit of, right? All you got to do is actually build something, right? It's the more important thing is to build and ship something rather than using a lot of different things like, should I use this, should I use that? It's more important to actually finish something up, right? So on this page, what happens in Next.js, I don't know if I explained this before. I actually didn't. I don't think so. We use params. Yeah, we didn't use params yet. So what happens in here on this, because remember, this is a Next.js page. Again, it's nothing else. It's just a page. So what we're going to do here is we're going to receive params. In the old pages directory before, we used to get this through, like the client side used to use something called useRouter, and then we used to do router.params and stuff like that. That's how we used to get the dynamic page params, because how can we get this ID right here of this post, right? And in Next.js now, in the new thing here, what they give you is they give you these params. And just if I try to console log this and show you guys what this means is that, and remember, this is a server component, right? So we're not going to see the console on the client. We're going to see the console on the server. So here, if I try to do this, and by the way, this you can see right now I'm not getting any consoles here. If I clean up the terminal, that's because I have to actually go back now. And remember, I'm actually on the dedicated post page. So let's actually try to click again, and let's see what happens here, right? Let's see what happens. And here you go. Now you can see, like, straight away it actually changed. But remember, again, you might be thinking that this is actually the post page, but this is not this is your middle step, right? That's what this is, because when I refresh this, you will see that it's 404. So this is why this is so, it can be complicated, but if you understand this in the correct way, that what this means is actually when I refresh this, this is now actually going to become the post page. So this now is a dedicated post page, but we don't actually have this in our folder structure. So in our folder structure, we are doing an intercepting route. That is the reason we don't actually have a dedicated post page. And I'm going to make it super simple for you guys, even more simpler than this. So what we can do is also create the dedicated post page. And I'm going to type that out so we understand what's going on. So let's just close this up now. And let's create actually a dedicated post page. So again, at this layout level, we're going to create new inside of the dashboard. So make sure you do like, oh, not reveal finder, my bad. You do this new folder here, and what you do is just type P now. So the difference between this and this is that there's a parenthesis here, because it's one level, the actual post page is actually one level above this. So we're just doing one dot here. If it's 2 level above, then we're going to do 2 dots, but it's just 1 level above, so we're just doing 1 dot, and we're just saying intercept this page. So this page and this page, the name should be the same, right? Because what we are doing is essentially we're intercepting this exact page here. So now we're creating that page, and I'm just gonna see if I do have a loading in here, because that's actually important. Yeah, so inside this P, again, we're gonna keep the same convention, create another folder. Let's just say, because it's a dynamic post page, so we're gonna say ID, and after doing ID, I'm just gonna check that we're gonna have 2 different pages here. We're gonna have one for edit, and we're gonna have one for our normal page. So let's just create the normal page one first. Normal page is just going to be RFCE, and it's just going to be, I guess it's going to be the post page, right? That's what this is, right? So this is going to be our post page. Now this is the dedicated post page. I'm just going to make it very simple, and I'm also going to say the dedicated, or I mean the actual post page, right? This is the actual post page. So the one we are intercepting is this page, right? This is what we're going to be intercepting. And because the folder, you can see the structure, the naming is the same. So when we refresh that on the intercepting route, this is going to be viewed then. And we're just going to remove React because we don't need that. So this is the actual post page. And we can go back in here now, and we would be, and you just saw before, right, that we were getting this ID. So this is what I was talking before. This is these are the params actually. So you can see like these, this ID here is actually the post ID here, right over here, right? This is in the part of the URL. So this is what we actually wanted to get. And we can also create typings for this. So what we can do, and in Next.js, by the way, these are called params. So you can access multiple things, like you can have search params, and you can also access params. So these are like 2 different things which you can access. Basically here, what we're going to do, I'm just going to close the terminal, close the sidebar, and we're just going to say ID here, and this is going to be actually, oh, by the way, I just messed up. So it's not going to be right here, it's going to be here, because params is inside, the ID is inside of params, and then in here, we're just going to say this is going to be of type props, and the props, I'm just going to copy, just a second, guys. Here you go, and we're just going to paste it on the top here. So we go. Here we go, we get the ID, and this, the naming here, the ID is going to come from this dynamic name. If you change the name in here, this ID is, this one is also going to change, so you have to make sure you have the same naming here and there as well. Now, if you try to access the ID, you will get the exact ID, but you guys know that already, so let's just see. So this is the actual post page right now, and you can see as soon as I save this, this becomes shows me the post model again. Now if I refresh this, actual post page. So we come back to the actual post page. We're going to create 2 different views. We're going to have the post model once we intercept this. So when I click on this comment here, we're going to intercept. So here we're going to have our beautiful model. So let's, and this is by the way going to be a server component. So we're going to see how we can do this. First of all, we are going to get our post, and the way we're going to do that is we're going to use make this function asynchronous because it's a server component, and I'll use our nice fetch post by ID, which we haven't created yet, as you can see. So we're going to be using a function called fetch post by ID, because this is where we're going to get into the ID fetching, right? We're going to fetch one post from Prisma from our database, but we're going to use the ID, the dynamic ID for this. So let's actually create this, and here on the bottom, you're also going to say if there is no post, we are going to return something called a not found, and we don't have to type return here. Next.js documentation basically says that you don't type return, you don't do it like this, because this is there's a reason why you don't do it. It actually already has a type of never, so you can't actually do that. So you cannot return anything, because this is, you can see it has a type of never. So you don't have to type return, you just say not found. And what happens here, that this is going to then touch our not found boundary wherever it is inside of our app, right? And if there is no post being found. So this is very important, because in any case, you might want to protect and you don't want to show, because if there's no post, then you don't even want to show this, right? So that's something you might want to do here. and then you would have a PostView component, and this PostView is going to contain the ID of the post. So it's just going to say the ID, and then it's going to also have the post itself. So these two different things. The PostView component we're going to create, we're going to send the ID of the post, and we're going to also send the post itself. So these two things we're going to be sending here. Now let's actually create. First of all, let's create this thing. So let me just actually, let's just okay. I'm just gonna basically do something here. I'm gonna basically put parentheses around this, put it like that, and then I'm just gonna actually comment this out. So what we can do is just this, and for now let's just say we return a fragment, just like that. All right. So first of all, let's do this fetch post by ID first, right? Because we don't have this defined. So let's go back in our data. Remember, this is where all our fetching functions will be. So that will be in our data, inside of our lib folder, inside of the data.typescript. Again, you can be more granular and create separate files for this. I just like to have them in one file, because if they're not really, I mean, you can just search through them, and there's a lot of different ways you can do it, right? But I just like to have it like this, right? So fetch post by ID, it will be our function. Let's create this function. Now you're also going to see one more benefit of doing in the same file is that the Copilot is going to help us out a lot, right? So you can see already it gives me a lot of nice things. But let's just write it out so I can explain you guys what's happening, right? I don't want to just use Copilot here because it might confuse you sometimes. So we're going to say fetch post by ID function. And this is going to accept an ID. Remember, this is a function which accepts something, right? It's not going to be like fetch post, because in fetch post, we wanted to get all the posts on the UI. But in this one, we're going to fetch post by ID because we want to get a single post here, right? So then we're going to open up the function like this. Again, we want to make sure we use no store because we want this to be dynamic, right? We want this to be server-side rendered, all of our posts, right? Because all of our posts needs to be updated every single time. So again, it's the equivalent, as I explained before, of doing fetch cache no store, right? So this is the equivalent of doing that. I should actually write this out as well here. Equivalent to doing fetch. So inside of fetch, actually I'm just going to say fetch cache no store, right? This is equivalent to doing fetch cache no store, basically. So setting inside of your fetch like options cache no store. I hope this makes sense, right? So no store, and then we're gonna say here open a try catch block first of all, and inside the try block we're gonna say const data is equal to await, and we're going to use Prisma, of course. So we're going to say Prisma.post. This time we're going to use find unique. Instead of find many, we're going to use find unique because we want to get one single post. So find unique where we're going to say the ID actually matches the ID which we get from the post, right? So we want to make sure that happens, right? We need to get that specific post, right? And then we want to include some stuff here. Now, we want to basically, I think this is very straightforward. So I'm just going to really use Copilot for this. We're going to include comments firstly. So the comments are going to include, again, remember there could be include and before I explain that anything, I'm just going to go to Prisma files so I can show you guys anything which isn't so if you go to comments again, anything which isn't, where is it, includes which is the model here inside of your models, they're not going to be included by default, right? So you have to use include to make sure. So for instance, the post here, the user here. So these are different models. So models of inside models. I know it's complicated, but this is what it is, right? So let's say for the post, for instance, if we can go back at that, where's the, okay, here it is. So you can see here the likes, the save by, the comments, and the user won't be included. So we have to do anything that is blue, basically, right? That's a model. So you want to make sure you do include to make sure which user commented or which user posted that, and if that makes sense, right? So in the comment, you want to make sure include user to true because we want to know which user commented, right? And then we also want to do order by created at descending, so we get the comments in descending order, in the updated order. And then likes, we're going to say include user because we want to know which user liked the post. Same goes for saved by and user here. and then the catch block. And before even doing the catch block, we're going to return the data. And if there's any error that happened, we're going to say console.error, database error, and we're just going to basically show that error. I don't know if we actually are throwing, I wasn't throwing any error here. So I'm not sure if we are throwing any errors. Okay, so I'm a bit confused because I haven't used throw new errors in the other functions, but I've only used it in the first one though. I'm not sure why I have done that. Okay, failed to fetch post. We can throw an error. So when we throw an error, we can simply just say, or we can just console.error. We can also do that. Let's just do it. Let's just throw an error. All right, let's just throw an error, and let's see. Because what's going to happen when you throw an error is going to be this is going to be caught by an error boundary inside of our app. This is what's going to happen if we throw a new error right away here. So let's just say let's throw an error and let's see. This is our function, fetch post by ID, and this is done, right? So let's go back to our intercepting route page again, and let's just auto import this fetch post by ID, and now we should have a single post. So let's just console log and let's see. We're on the server, remember, so all of our console logs will be shown on the server. So let's see, and here we go. As soon as I basically use Command K to clean up my, so I press Command K here, you can see my logs are all gone. So this cleans up your terminal. I like to keep it nice and clean when I can see what I get the latest stuff. So if I refresh this thing right now, you see nothing happened here because now we got redirected to the actual post page, and we are not doing any fetching logic on that post page yet. So that's the reason we didn't get any logs, because remember, that's a different page. Let's go back to the home page. Let's click again on this post. You see loading. This is the loading we get basically from the loading file right over here, which we're going to convert it into a nice skeleton of the model. And you can see we get this nice little post, right? Looks clean, right? We get the likes, we get our user, we also get our area of comments, so we get different things. Beautiful. Now let's also, before I forget, let's just do the loading thing as well. And it's going to be very straightforward. Again, the loading files I'm just copy pasting because they're very straightforward. They're very small. So here I messed up. Okay, let me copy it again. And here you go. So all it's going to do, we're going to say view post skeleton. Again, remember, all the skeletons are inside of this skeletons.tsx component. So view post skeleton, let's just take a look at what this is, right? View post skeleton, right? This one. This is just simply a dialog from ShadCN, and what I'm doing is by default I'm saying I want this dialog to be open, because remember, this is actually a dialog, so I want this to be, by default, I want this to be opened, right? Because I want to show this skeleton animation in the dialog component, and then what I'm doing is I'm using the dialog content, and I'm just basically mimicking the styles of what I'm going to be showing inside of this intercepting route. So these are all, I've just copy pasted honestly most of the styles, and I'm just showing a bunch of skeleton components here. Again, so nothing fancy. If you're not a fan of using a lot of different skeletons, you can really just use a spinner. Instead of skeletons, just replace this entire thing with a spinner, a loading spinner or something, and it's just going to show the loading spinner. I just like skeletons because I think they improve the user experience a bit more, enhance it, because you're showing the user what they're expecting, right? So now that we know that we have a post and everything, let's try to do this again, and let's try to go back to our home page. Let's try and let's see if we get our nice animation. Here you go. Look at that, right? It looks goddamn beautiful, right? So let's remove this console log now. And by the way, for any case, I forgot to mention this before, and this is a super important thing. So let's just say that you want to style your skeleton animations, because I didn't explain that part, right? That how can you do that? Because I've already done that, and how would you, because it just automatically changes to this page or the intercepting route once it's loaded, right? And this happens so fast that you don't even get to actually see the skeleton. So how can you delay that artificially and do it, right? So it's very simple. All you do is you go back in your data file. I'm going to show you guys. There's these two lines of code. Again, I got a lot of these nice useful things from the Next.js Learn course. I cannot recommend it enough. It's really, really good. And it's not like I'm sponsored by them or something. I just really like their course. I learned a lot from it, and I think I think everyone can learn from that course a lot. So what we can do, go back to your data file and just go on this, let's say, fetch post by ID. And wherever you want to actually see the artificially like delay the loading, after this try block here, you can paste these 2 lines of code. And what this is gonna do is gonna delay this artificially for like, it's not 10 seconds, it's actually, I just made it like 100,000. So this is in milliseconds, remember? And I'll just basically increase this to some big value here, you can see. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fetch just a console log here, which is not even needed, honestly. I've just added. But now, if you go back, you'll be able to see that when I click here, you will still stay on this. Because this is still, remember, this is still loading, right? So it's not going to finish loading unless this resolves, this timer resolves right over here, right? And only then it's going to show you the post. Because it's still loading, so it's going to stay like this. And in this screen, you can go ahead and now style your skeleton. I mean, I know it's not the proper exact way of doing it, but this is how I did my styling. So I styled all of my skeletons here, and I made it as similar to as what we're gonna see in the post model, right? So you can do that, and once you're done, make sure to remove this, right? Never ever commit these things because it's gonna slow your app, right? So this is just for styling, and let's just save that. My computer is immediately started lagging because I'm loading this thing. So okay, let's just go back and let's see. Oh, all right. We are on the post page right now, so that's why we don't see anything. Okay, so let's just now create this beautiful post view component, which is what we're gonna work on now. So post view, right? So let's create this post view, and let's actually finish up this model nice and easy. Let's go back to our components, create a new file, postview.tsx, rfce, remove the reacting, and let me go back to my post view component so I can see what we have done there. Okay, there's a lot actually, okay. But I think it's going to be very straightforward. We have already used a lot of these things, right? So firstly, I'm just going to do, as usual, all of my imports, so it's easier for me to explain. And as, I don't know if you guys guessed it, this is going to be a use client. Why? Because we're going to be using the dialog, right? And we need to make sure it mounts properly and it does not give us that hydration stuff. And we're also going to be using use path name. We're going to be checking if it's that same path name. Because remember, when you click outside of that, we want to make sure we go back to wherever we were before, right? So that's super important to do, right? And in here, you can see we have a bunch of more components. We have view post, which we haven't created. We need scroll area from ShadCN. We also need to create a comment component, and we also need to create a mini post component. So these are some things which we'll be creating. For now, I think we can just, okay, not remove them, but we can just comment them up. So let's just actually comment these things, right? And let's first actually install the scroll area as well. So I can actually show you guys what this is. Let's go to ShadCN. Let's see scroll area, just like that. And scroll area is basically just nothing. It's just a scrollable container thing. So it basically, you can see, augments native scroll functionality for cross-browser. So what's good about this scroll area is that it's actually cross-browser supported, right? So again, this is something really nice I like about ShadCN. It's supported in a lot of different browsers. And all you got to do is you just basically wrap everything you want to put in a scroll area into this container of scroll area, right? So it can also be horizontal, you can see. So if you want horizontal scrolling, you can change this to be horizontal. I think it's an orientation prop which you can change it, but it's really nice. I really like this, right? So let's just install this. Let me copy this command. Let's go back to our app and let's open up the terminal, and let's just open up a new terminal here. And here we're just gonna say npx ShadCN UI latest add scroll area. So gonna add this to our components and close the terminal in here. And now let's start working on this because we have a lot of the imports. And as we go forward, we're gonna see which components we're gonna need. So first of all, the dialog. The dialog is going to be again the wrapper behind everything. The dialog is going to accept props with like open and open. We're going to determine based on if it's a post modal or not, right? Because we want to make sure if it's on the post modal page, right? So for that, we need two things. We need path name, which is going to be use path name, and we also need const. I think you're going to need the router as well, but first let's just do is post modal, and we're going to see if the path name not includes. We can do includes, but okay, I missed the equals here. Okay, path name is equals to, I like to do it like this because we want to be consistent with our conventions, right? Whatever we are using before. So it's going to be dashboard, and remember, I need to do this inside string backtick strings because we're going to be doing string interpolation here. We're going to say /p, and we're going to say /id, right? That's the reason we were getting back that ID from there, right? So here in the post view, we need to accept those things as well as props. So ID and the post. And here, we're just going to say the ID is going to be a string value, and the post is going to be post with extras, just like that. And now you see this is not erroring out, and this is only going to be open if this is the post modal, right? And then we are also going to do something called, I think we're going to get, okay, this is nice. Then we're going to use on open change, and on open change is going to give us the open state of the modal, and we're going to use that, and we're going to see if it's not open, then we want to again do router, and now we want to get this router as well. So let's just get this quickly. Remember, use router should be from next/navigation. Do not make that mistake of getting it from next/router. All right, let's just say router.back, and here we go. So if it's not open, go back to wherever we came from. All right, and then inside of the dialog, we're going to have dialog content. The dialog content is going to have a bunch of styles. So first of all, this is going to be flexbox. We're going to give gap of 0, so there's going to be no gap. Flex is going to be column. On a medium screen size, we're going to make it flex row. Items start, and remember, the content is the stuff you're going to be having inside the modal, right? This is what the content is. And again, remember, we're not going to have a trigger here because we are manually controlling this on the dialog parent. We don't want to have a button and use that button to control it. All right. So we're going to say items start, actually not center, and the padding is going to be 0 on a medium. Max width is going to be 3XL. Okay, I messed up here completely. Okay, large screen, we want the max width of 5XL. Again, I don't know why it doesn't give me the width ones. Okay, here you go. 5XL on an XL screen. We're still not finished. XL screen, max width of 6XL, and height of full. And then we're also going to use max height of 500 pixels. And remember to make sure you do it like this. So this is an arbitrary value, so you want to make sure you put like these square brackets. And on a larger screen size, max height of 700 pixels, and for some reason Copilot figured this out. Nice. All right, max height of 800 pixels on our Excel screen. And you might be thinking there's too many max heights and max width, but trust me, it's for a very good reason, because we want to make this responsive, right? And it's going to stay responsive like that if you do it nicely like this. All right, now inside this, we're going to have a div, which is going to be containing our link, our header. So it's going to contain our header. Basically, it's going to contain our comments and header and all this different things. So let's just style this div. And this is going to be a class name of flex. It's going to be flex column. And it's going to be justified between. On a medium screen size, you're going to make it height of full. And on medium screen size, you're going to say order of 2. We're also going to make this width of full. And we're also going to make this max width of medium screen size, right? So we don't want to make this stretch beyond the 448 pixels here. So inside the div here, we are going to have a dialog header. So let's just say dialog header, and the dialog header is also going to have some styling. So dialog header now is going to be flex. It's going to have a border B. It's going to be having a vertical space y of 0, a space x of 2.5, 5, just like that. And we're going to say flex row, and we're also going to say item center, padding vertical of 4, padding left of 3.5, just like that. All right. And also, I just forgot, padding right of 6 as well. There you go. So this is going to be our header, and it's going to have some padding, and it's going to have left and right. And there's again a reason why we have a different left and right padding. You're going to see because we're going to have a link inside. So link is going to have an href of we're going to say href, and we're going to create this href in a second. And inside this link, we're going to have our nice user avatar. So remember this reusable component which we have. All we need is we need to pass in the user, and you can see we can just do post.user. That's the reason we included the user, right? Because we want to make we want to know which user's post this belongs to, right? This needs to belong to a user, right? The post. And then outside of this link, we're going to have another link. So this link right over here is going to again have the href inside of this href again, and this is simply going to contain the username. Now again, for the username, we're also going to create a variable, and we're going to contain it, because we're going to, anytime we have variables which we're using in multiple places, it's a good practice to have them inside one variable. So if we change them once, we change everything, and you don't have to like find every single where they're being used in every single place, right? So it's just a nice practice to have. Font semi-bold, okay, and text is going to be smaller, just like that. Okay, let's go back on the top and let's see here, what do we have? Okay, so first of all, we're gonna have actually I'm just gonna get these things honestly, because I don't want to waste time on this. These are some really nice and easy things we already know. So first of all, we're gonna need the session of the user, and we're on the client, remember, so we're gonna use useSession. Then we also need the user from the session, so session.user. We're gonna have an input ref, and I'm gonna show you guys why we need that in a bit when we have the comment functionality. Then we're also gonna need the username, but username, remember, it's not the username of the logged in user, it's the username of the post, the person who actually did the post, right? And then the const href, the href is gonna be we want to take, basically this href is for the person's href, right? The profile href, right? I should have named this profile href, but this is gonna redirect to the profile page of that person who did the post. And then we are checking if this is mounted, and if this is not mounted, then we're gonna return null here. Okay, let's just save this. Here we go, nice. And let's continue doing this. Outside the dialog header here, so we have the dialog header. Outside the dialog header, we're gonna have a scroll area, and the scroll area is gonna be like this, and I forgot to uncomment this. Okay, so this scroll area is going to have some styling. So class name is going to be hidden. It's gonna be hidden on a phone screen, but it's going to be displayed on a medium screen size, border B, and then flex of 1. We want this to take as much space, because remember, this is a scroll thing, so we want this to take, for the comments, we want this to take as much space as possible. And I just realized we're not actually seeing this right now, so it might be helpful if I can show you guys what we're doing as well. So let's just refresh this, and let's see if we can actually take a look at this. We can't, because we haven't imported this. Okay, so PostView, let's save this right over here. Let's remove this console log. We don't need that anymore. Go back to our PostView, and then now let's click on this, and it's beautifully loaded the data here. Okay, here you go. We get an error right now, and this error is very common, and I get this pretty much every time I'm working on a build. So useSession must be wrapped in a session provider. What this means is, again, we're using a hook, and whenever we use some kind of hook, it must be wrapped in a higher order component. The parent, you know, it needs to have a provider pattern in some way, right? So in the layout here, we can see we don't actually have a session provider. We are using the session on the client. So if you use it on the server side, no problem, we can, right? There's no issues. We don't need a higher order parent or anything. But when we try to use this on a client, we need to make sure there's a higher component wrapping our thing, so we can have this in a nice way. And now here, what we can do is we can see after the theme provider here, we can have our auth provider. So what we can do is we can have auth provider like this, and everything inside of our theme provider, basically the children and the toaster and everything, right? And the reason I'm doing this inside the theme provider is because I want my authentication to also get the theming, right, from the next themes, right? And this auth provider we are going to be getting from our component, which we're going to create just right now. So let's create this auth provider component now. Create a new file, authprovider.tsx, and let's go to my auth provider. And it's a very simple component. All this is a use client, and we're going to say import session provider, just like we did basically for the theme provider, right? It's very similar, and all we're going to do is we're going to import this from Next.React, and we're going to wrap the children inside of it, right? Just like a higher order component, and then we can go back inside of a layout, and then what we can do is import this, and just like that, now it's not going to give us those errors anymore. So if we go back to our post view component, let's try this again. Let's see if this works now. Okay, let's click on this, and this time this should definitely work. Here you go. Nice, right? This works. We get the user's profile picture, we get the username, and we also get our nice little border here, right? So it works. It really nicely works, right? So this is why, and it works pretty much for anything. So if you're new to these kind of things, like anytime you use a hook and you get an error, make sure to have a higher order parent for this, and as a provider, wrap everything inside of your app under that provider, because typically whenever you use hooks, this is what happens, right? Okay, so we have this scroll area, and this is working, and inside of our scroll area, this is where we're going to have another component. It's going to be called mini post, and the mini post, we're going to be basically, mini post is we're going to be sending a single post there, the post which the user posted, and this will be the nice mini post component which we see on Instagram. So if I show you guys, reload this page, for some reason this also crashed. Okay, so when I actually open this, like let's say when I say view post or something, I think I'm already on view post, but yeah, this is what I mean. So you see this thing here, this is going to be the mini post, right? This single thing here right away here. So this is gonna be our mini post component. Okay, let's come back here and let's create this component as well. It's gonna be pretty straightforward. It's not gonna be too complicated or anything. It's gonna be very straightforward actually. Mini post.tsx, close the sidebar, rfce, remove React again, and let me just get what we have inside of mini post, right? I think I can really just copy paste this because it's very simple. I explain you guys what this is. So I'm just gonna do that actually. Okay, so our mini post component is gonna be a client component, right? And what we're gonna do here is we're gonna have our username. What I'm creating is a variable for username. Remember, we're getting post as a prop, and we get the username again, the same pattern we used, and we also got the href, and then we got the session from the current use session. And then we said if there's no user, return null. We don't want to return this component, and if there is, then we basically just show a simple link, and then we also show some user's username and what the user posted, like the caption or anything, right? That's super important. That's something which we want to show. And the user's username, the user's timestamp when the post was created. Again, remember, timestamp is reusable, a nice little component which we created before, and the post options. This is why, like, creating reusable components and reusing them over and over again, you can see how good this is, right? The post options as well, we can reuse them as many times as we want inside of our app, and it works in a really nice manner. Now let's just import this mini post, and let's save that, and also let's save this file here. I think I forgot to do that. Okay. And now again, every time I save it, sometimes you see it redirects me to the actual post page, because this is what the behavior is intended to happen, right? This is what the behavior is. So you click on this intercepting route, and yeah, now we actually don't even see our mini post. Okay, so that's something which is weird. We should be seeing our we should be seeing our mini post. We should be seeing our, okay, there's a reason why we're not even getting to see this in the first place. Okay, I think I might have not refreshed this or something. That's why probably sometimes it happens. Let's see again. Okay, let's click on this one. Okay, so it's showing me which user posted this. This was posted by Ali Codes here, and we do have a caption here. We do not have a caption here, so we do have a caption here, but it should at least show us the timestamp and all the different other things. I think they're only shown on a, okay, I knew it. Okay. So they're only shown on a larger screen, on a phone screen. This is not going to be shown, and I think this is again intended. It is again taken from Instagram, so it's an Instagram clone. So on Instagram, they actually don't show you these things on a phone screen, but they do show you this on a larger screen. So I'm pretty sure everything I'm doing here is taken from the Instagram clone, right? So here we only get this. You can see on a bigger screen we get the caption and we get different things. I think I might have messed up the styling, to be honest with you. Let's just keep this bigger and let's see, because I feel like I've messed up the styling definitely somewhere. It's not even taking the full width here. So there might be something somewhere, someplace where I've messed up the styling and I actually don't even realize that. So let's take a look at PostView component here, and we do have flex gap 0, we do have flex column, we have flex row, we do have item start, p0 max. We do have proper max widths actually, and throughout our app we have proper max widths and everything. We do have height of full, and then we do have an inner div here, flex column, justify between order to, yeah. So this is what we are doing here on a medium screen size. We're changing the order of this div, and basically what this means is we're going to change inside of this div. You can see this is the div, and we're going to have another div on the bottom, which we're going to see in a second, which we're going to create. So what I'm doing is I'm just changing the order of this div to be 2 on a medium screen. So I want this to be on the different side, right? And what I mean is on a medium screen here, you can see we're doing flex row. So what this means is on a medium screen, I want this to be on the other side. I want the component which comes after this div to be the first one, right? So we're just changing the order in which they appear. So that's what we're going to be doing here. But let's actually continue doing this because I might be missing something and I don't know yet. So here we're going to also do post.comments just after the mini post, and we're going to say if the length of these comments is greater than 0, then we're going to display a nice little fragment right over here. And inside of this fragment, we're just going to have a very simple comment component. And we're going to map through all our comments. So we're going to map through our comments, and we're going to just display a nice little comment component, which I haven't created yet, right? So I haven't yet. So let's also work on this one first. Let's make this a bit bigger so we can see. Let's open the sidebar, comment, not 6SX, TSX, okay? And here, RFCE, we're going to have a comment. Let's go back to our post view, and this is going to accept some props, right? So let's create this. Again, it's going to be very straightforward, this comment. It's just going to have the same, pretty much the same things like the post, mini posting. So I'm just going to honestly copy paste again, and I'm going to explain what we're going to have here. So we're going to have an additional component here called comment options. So this is for the comment. Remember the post options we had. Now we're going to also have comment options the same way. Inside of the comment, we're going to again get the username of the comment. This time we're doing it for the comment, but in the same way. And we're also saying getting the href property. Then again, we're going to show that display the link of that person which commented. And inside here, we're going to have a button to reply. And you can see in the props, we're getting an input ref. That's the reason we created that input ref. And you might be wondering that why have we created it there? We could have just created inside of this. The reason why is because we want this to be, what we are going to do here is that the reference where we have this is we're going to attach this to some other place. And when you click on that, that's when we want to trigger this button here. So we want to focus on this button here, right? So there's a reason why I have done it inside of the post view instead of the comment itself, right? And then here we're going to see commented user ID. If this matches the logged in user's ID, then we're going to show them the comment options, because inside of our comment options, we're going to have the option to delete the comment. And we only want to show this to the person who actually commented, right? And this is again exactly like Instagram. So if I go back and just show you guys what I mean, as you can see here, I get this thing because this is my comment, but if someone else commented, let me see if there's someone else who commented here. Okay, no one did. Okay, let's just take a look at some other post or something. Let's just see if there's some picture. Okay, let's just see this. Okay, no one commented here. Okay, here we don't have any comments. Let's just find a post. Yeah, here. So if we go ahead and click on this one, you can see here I do get this, but I do get this option. But what I did basically is I just removed this because we're not going to have report functionality here in this build. So what I did is I entirely removed this option. So when you hover, so you can see when you hover over any of the comments, you get this option to report the person, right? For any inappropriate comments or anything. But here we're just doing this. If it's our comment, we also want to have the ability to delete that, right? So that's what we are trying to create right away here, right? So here, that's what we're going to try to create for this use case. So for the comment options here, let's just create comment options now. And comment options are also going to pass in the single comment of whatever the user comment is. Let's create another component. Comment options are FCE. Close up the sidebar, and let's take a look at what I did inside here. Okay, now this comment option is going to be it's going to be a dialog. It's going to be a trigger. Again, it's very straightforward. Let me just actually get this. Again, you can honestly just like to get it from the repo, because these are very straightforward components, and these are something which we have already done before. So these are some basic dialogues again. And here this time we're using a dialog trigger, because remember this dialog trigger we are using from the icon. When we click on it, we want to show the dialog content, right? And inside here, what I'm doing is we have a form, and this form will basically allow you to delete your comment, right? It's very simple. As you saw before, we're going to have an action. We're going to do a server action, and we're going to get the message, and we're going to just use our toast component to display that message, and we're going to have a delete comment server action. We're going to have delete comment function, and here there's a custom class name of post option. So let's also see if we have that in here. And you can see this is something which we created previously, the post option class name. So it's also going to apply in here. And then we also have the delete. And here inside the submit button, remember this is going to use this pending state. So we know when the comment is being deleted. And that's the reason we have the submit button. And then you also have a custom dialog close for cancel. Now this is a very nice thing in ShadCN UI. You can also have custom dialog close. And what this is going to allow us to also cancel. So we don't even have to do on click or anything here, because inside, as the name suggests, the dialog close is coming from ShadCN directly, so the dialog component directly. So this is automatically going to, whatever inside this, when you click on it, it's automatically going to close the dialog, right? Now all we need is the delete comment action. So let's actually go into our actions file now. I hope this is straightforward, right? I mean, this is very easy. It's just a simple dialog, which and at this point we have created, I mean, honestly, so many different dialogues. So this might not even be complicated for you. So let's go here on the bottom, and let's export asynchronous function. Let's see how we are doing this. Asynchronous function, and here we're going to say delete comment, right? Now I think it's a good time for me to actually switch my screen, and let me take a look at what we have here. Okay, so delete comment here, we're going to use form data, because remember we're using a form. So that means we're going to use form data this time. And form data, we're going to say user ID. First of all, get the current user. So we're going to say await get user ID. So this is going to give me the user ID. And then remember what the name was. The name here, you also have to make sure what the name here says ID. So we want to make sure we destructure the ID here, right? So that's super important. We destructure the ID, and we're gonna also have delete comment schema, which we already created. So we're gonna say parse, and when we parse this, we want to use the ID, and we want to say form data.get ID. Remember, because it's the ID name, right? Again, you can change the ROM, but make sure you update this here, because you're not going to get that nice typing as we do get it with ShadCN forms, right? So that's something really important to keep in mind when you're using the normal form action thing. Okay, so after this, we're going to get the comment, and we're going to basically do await Prisma comment, and we're going to do find unique. So the reason we are doing find unique is, first of all, we want to see if this comment already exists, right? So that's super important, because sometimes it might not even exist. So user ID, and then if it does not exist, then we're also just going to throw an error saying comment not found. And then here we're going to have a try catch block. Now inside the try block, we're just going to say await, and we are going to say comment.delete. Now again, Prisma has all these nice functions, so we can say delete. So we want to delete this comment where the ID matches this ID. So remember, we're getting this ID from the input attribute, and then we're going to say revalidate path dashboard and return message deleted comment. That's what we're going to show in the toast, right? And in the catch block, we're just going to say return message database error failed to delete comment, just like that. Beautiful. So this is how we're gonna do this entire flow. So delete comment, I think that's done for us. So we're gonna say delete the comment if the ID matches. And again, remember, we are already using the user ID here, so we make sure that it's of the person who actually wants to delete the comment. So now we don't have to pass it in here again, because if we don't get the comment, we're just gonna throw that error out, right? So let's go back to comment options, and in here we don't have any more errors. Let's also go back to our single comment, and I think I forgot to save this in. Let's save this file, and then PostView, we also need to save that. So PostView also we need to save that in, and as soon as I do that, here we go, we get our nice beautiful comments. So we get all the nice comments in here, and you can see because this is me, I think I can get the delete option, but this here for this guy I don't get the option in the first place, because this is not my comment, right? So this is something which is nice about this, right? So this is my comment. I can click here, I can delete, I can click on cancel if I don't want to do anything, and you can see this is a nice scroll area thing, right? So it's a very nice thing in here as well. Okay, so next thing we want to do is we want to keep building this our post view component, because we have some more stuff here. Okay, so outside of this scroll area now, we're gonna have a component called view post, and this component, again, I think you have to create this. We haven't yet. So view post, we're gonna have another component, and I know it might be like confusing. My naming is always horrible. I swear to God. It's really horrible naming for me. Like, I always name these in PostView, view post. You can change them to be better, but this is what I did. But you can if you want to. So I just named it like view post, okay? And the view post is just gonna be a component for us, and then view post here is going to accept the prop call class name. Now the reason I'm doing this is because we're going to use this view post component somewhere else inside of our app as well. So here we're going to say hidden on a phone screen. On a medium screen, we want it to be flex, and we want also the border bottom. So let's create this view post component. So let's go in here. Let's say view post.tsx. Close up the sidebar, RFCE. And then I'm just going to take a look at what we have inside. So it's a very straightforward thing, actually, this view post. I don't have much here. So all we are doing here is it's just simply a button, actually. View post is just simply a button, and we're just sending this class name right over here. And all we are saying inside the button is we're just saying view post, right? That's it. It's a very simple button. And we can just literally save this. And on a medium screen size, we are on a medium screen size, we see this. On a smaller screen size, we're not going to see that, right? Again, for the smaller screen size, don't worry, we're going to create a different kind of view here. But for the medium screen size, you can see we got this beautiful working, nice little view post button. So if I click on this view post, what's going to happen is going to take me to the actual post page. And what happened here, by the way, so if I go here, you can see I'm not using router here. I'm actually using window.location to reload. You might be wondering why am I not using router? It's because we have an intercepting route. So if I use that, it's going to actually stay on the same exact route, and it won't work. And this is something I think the Next.js team, like, they will release something or about this, related to this issue, because what happens is then you would have to reload the entire page to go to the actual page, right? Now, if you don't want that, you can remove, or you can maybe have it in a different route. There are ways to do this, but I think this is like the fairly easiest way, honestly, because when you click on the view post, you kind of go and you do a hard reload and basically refresh the page, and then you go to the actual page, because when you refresh, you go to the actual post page, right? So this is what the way I'm doing it here, because you can't do it with the link or with the router stuff here. But let's just click on any of this comment here, and okay, let me click on the other one because they have more comments in here. Okay, here we go. Let's keep building. We have the view post, and after the view post, we're gonna have another div in here, and this div we're gonna create basically for our post actions. So we're gonna have our post actions here. The post actions, we need to send in a few things. First of all, we need to send in the post, and the next we need to also send in the user ID. The user ID is going to be the user.id, and we want to optional change because it could be undefined. So remember, this user, this we are getting from the session. So this is actually the current user ID, right? Because remember, in the post actions, we have this user ID, and we're using this to make sure that the user, we are sending this user ID to the bookmark and to the like, right? In these different components. So we want to make sure it's the current logged in user ID. And after this post actions, we have a nice little time tag. So this, if you have never seen this time tag, this is a nice, I also learned this about this tag recently, but whenever you have some kind of time stuff, you can basically use a time tag. And what's really nice about this tag is you can, inside of the tag itself, you have something called date time, which you can here then send it as a date time, a date, string here. So it's a really nice thing you can use inside of HTML. So nice way to do this semantically, I would say. New date, and we're gonna say new, not like that because it's a class, so we're gonna do it like that. Post dot created at, and we're gonna say dot to locale date string. That's what we're gonna do here. And here we're just gonna say ENUS, that's the language. And this is important. So we wanna make sure we say month is going to be long because you have different values here. And the day needs to be numeric. So that's the exact shape of the date I want this to be in. All right, and this needs to be inside of a time. And also for the parent div here, we're gonna have some class name, which I just completely forgot. The padding horizontal of 2, hidden on a phone screen, on a medium screen size. We wanna make sure to make this block, margin top of auto, and border bottom, and the last padding overall of 2.5, just like that. Okay, and then inside of our post actions, okay, we don't have any class name there. For the time, we do have a class name, and this is going to be very specific. So it's going to be 11 pixels. That's the reason I'm doing it inside of this. And uppercase, then we also want this to have text zinc of 500 and font medium, just like that, and let's just save that. Okay, remember this is going to be hidden on a phone screen and only going to be shown on a medium screen size. So here we go, we get this nice little view post. So we already had the view post. We get the post action, so you can see nice little post actions. We have 2 likes on this post. If we dislike, we can see we have dislike here, and we also get this nice time, just like how Instagram has it. So it shows me exact date. So I posted this on November 25, and you see it's also bookmarked for me. So some really nice things. Now outside of this div right away here, we're gonna have another component now, and we're gonna make this make a comment form, right? I think we already had this. Okay, we didn't. Okay, so we're gonna create another component called comment form, and again we're gonna be sending some props through this component. So we're gonna be sending our post ID and input ref, the same one, and we're also gonna do the class name. And that's the reason for having the input ref here, because when we click on that button from the input ref, right, we want to make sure we highlight on the comment form here. And that's the reason I kept it right over inside here, inside of this PostView component, right? Now, again, I'm not using any state management here. So you might be wondering, you can use state management, but I mean, for just something like as trivial as this, I didn't want to just, use state management. I just wanted to demonstrate, like, you can do a lot of stuff. Especially now that we are in server components and app directory, you can do a lot of things without even using state management. Like if you do things in the right way, right? Okay, so the comment form is something we are going to create now. So let's create that component, comment form, which will allow us to upload the comments from this model, right? So comment form.tsx rfce, right? And let's just see what we have inside of comment form. So again, our comment form, I think we already did this comment adding functionality on the home page. It's going to be very similar, but let's actually go through this step by step. So on Instagram, you can see that when you click on any post, you have this functionality. It's going to be very similar. We're going to have a bunch of stuff. We're going to have dialogues, and we're going to have some things, right? But instead of the home page, it was very simple like this. It's not going to be like the home page. And I think we are also going to be having the emoji thing. I think I did add that. I'm not sure if I did. I'm just going to search, guys, and let's see if I add the thing. Okay, I think I might have forgotten that. Okay, I think I forgot to add the emoji thing. But yeah, I mean, I did add some different things here. We are already having so much stuff that I almost forgot to do the emoji picker thing. But all right, let's just keep working on this. Okay. The comment form, first of all, is going to be a use line, because this is going to be a use line component. We're going to need interactivity here. There's going to be ShadCN form and a lot of different things. So firstly, we're going to get all these different imports. So we're going to get all these different imports. Now these are, again, we have already created this server action before. We're also doing schemas and different things, right? And this comment form is going to accept some props. So the props are going to be post ID, and we're going to have class name, and we are also going to have input ref, just like that. And the type for these different props, post ID is going to be a string value, the class name is going to be an optional string, and the input ref is going to be a react.ref HTML. It's not going to be ref object, actually. It's going to be react.reference and HTML input element, just like that. And this is also going to be an optional value, not a mandatory one, right? So just like that, we have a comment form. And also, we are going to have this nice little things we want to create early on. So we're going to have this use form from React form. We're going to send the resolver as the create comment, just as similar as we did before. The default values, the body is going to be empty string. Make sure we want to pass in the post ID to which post this comment belongs to. Then we're going to watch the body as we did before. And we're also going to get the if submitting. So when the form is in submitting state, we also want to get that. Now it's time for using the nice ShadCN form, where we need to also make sure that we pass in all the form attributes. So you spread it like that. And inside the form, we're going to use the native HTML form tag. And here, this time, because we are using ShadCN, we are going to be using onSubmit, form.handleSubmit. And this is going to be an asynchronous function. So we're going to get all the values, and we're going to do something with the values. So first of all, we're going to say await create comment. Again, this is very similar as we did before, right? So and let me make sure we did this before. I'm pretty sure we did this on the home page, actually. We use this create comment in our home page, right? So we can see in the comments component, we did this already, right? So it's very similar approach. The UI, I think, is a bit different. Everything else is pretty much the same, right? And we also want to make sure we do form.reset because we want to reset the form immediately once we submit these values here, all right? And the form is going to have a class name, right? So the border is going to have a border bottom, a relative. The border color would be gray 200, not like that. Border gray 200, like this. And on the dark variant, we're going to also have border neutral 800, just like that. And vertical padding of 3. It's going to be a flex box, items center, space x of 2, and width of full px of 3, just like that. And also, we're going to use CN here. So we want to make sure, because remember, we are also getting the class name as a prop. So if we ever want to change this around, we can use CN, and we want to do all these styling, and then we want to say class name just like that. So we combine this nicely with the CN, right? Now inside of our form, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to check if it is submitting. Then we are going to be showing a loading. So here I've chosen to show a nice spinner to show you guys how we can do that. So class name is going to be flexbox, justify center is going to be item center, width of full, absolute positioning, just like that. Loader 2, and it's also going to have some class name in here. So class name for the loader 2 is going to be height 4, width 4, animate spin, just like that. And again, animate spin is a nice utility class in Tailwind CSS. It allows you to have this unloading animations and stuff. So you automatically is going to animate when you're submitting this thing. And I think I just need to save this in here so we can see what the comment form actually looks like, right? Okay. So I think it's going to take a while. Okay, we do have this, but I think if I just remove this to not a submitting, you're going to see this nice loading animation. So you can see nice loading animation when the comment will be submitting. So we want to get rid of that, and let's keep working. So here, I'm just going to copy something, and this is going to be the form field actually. So the form field is going to be very simple. It's just going to be simple form field. Again, very similar approach to what we did, right? So a control is going to be the form.control. Remember, the name is going to be body, and we're going to use the render prop and going to get the field. Now inside my form item, we're using, again, I'm using a normal input tag. I'm not using ShadCN input because the styling looks a bit different here, right? So what I'm doing in the end is I'm spreading all the field props, and then we have a bunch of styling here for this input. We also have for message for validation errors or anything. Then outside this, okay, my Mac is lagging a lot, so let me just see what's taking. Okay, I think it's just normal stuff. Whatever. Okay, we're gonna have button. I'm gonna finish this build even with lag. I don't care because it's such a good build. So even if I'm facing lag, doesn't matter. We're gonna crush this, guys. Stick with me. It's going to be a very nice one. So the button will be disabled if there is no body.trim. Okay, this is quite a bit of a lag, and immediately just started lagging for some reason. I'm not sure what I did or something. I mean, you know, it just started lagging, and it's lagging quite a bit right now. So not sure what just happened. And okay, let's just continue. Let's just continue with this. Okay, so it's gonna be disabled if there are any white space characters, right? So I mean, it's still gonna disable the button. Or if it's in a submitting state, we also want to make sure it's type. By default, I think the buttons are type submit, so we don't have to specify this. But it's just, I mean, it's just for nice reusability, right? So I'm also gonna get my class name. I'm going to get that and just paste it right over here, just like that. So the button is gonna have this this extensive class name actually, and just for a simple post button. But you really need this styling because that's how, I mean, Instagram does it. You have different hover states, and like on dark, you also need different hover states again. And let's just save this comment form. Let's see. Let's just see what this is, right? So let's see how this looks like. Okay, beautiful. We have our nice little comment right here. And you can see it's disabled. I also get a nice cursor, not allowed. So as soon as I press space, it's disabled. Only when I type something in, it's going to enable the nice little comment functionality for me. So just a nice little comment here. Okay. And I think just at that point, our comment form is done. We have our nice little comment form. I think I've given all the sufficient styling it needs. And yeah, that's it. That's pretty much it for our comment form. So you can go back inside of our post view now. And let's see what else do we have now. So we have our comment form. That's done. Now outside of this division here, we're going to have a div. And this is where we're going to do, I think, the phone screen, right? Because we don't have this done for a phone screen. Now, phone screen, you can see still it's empty. So this is where we're going to work on the phone screen now. So first of all, we're going to say class name. It's going to be relative, overflow hidden, height of 96. And on a medium screen size, height of 500 pixels. If we want to do it like that. On a larger screen size, height of 700 pixels, just like that. On an Excel screen size, again, these are the same exact values as we're doing on the, if you remember the skeleton. Remember, so I just copied the skeleton actually, right? So this is where I copied the styling from 3XL. So if I just show you guys actually just a brief, you can see I pretty much copied everything from this, the parent here, right? So you can see exactly what I'm doing here. You can see I also have this styling here. So the dialog content, I copied this to the skeleton. I'm also doing it here, right over here as well. So some really nice and useful things. I forgot something, which is width full right over here after I'm doing max width of 3XL. And then here we're going to have an image. The source is going to be post.file URL instead. The layout is going to be not fill like this. Remember, this was the old way of doing in Next.js. The new way is just typing a fill prop. And the alt is going to be, we're just going to say post image. And it's also going to have the fill prop, post.file URL. And you're also going to have a class name. The class name, we're going to say on a medium screen, we want the image to be rounded left only from the left side. So we only want the image to have border top and border bottom left radius. And we're also going to say object cover, just like that. If you save this, here we go. We have a nice, beautiful image. Now, what's next is outside this div in here, we're going to have post actions. Now here, this post actions, if you remember, that's the reason. That was the reason of sending nice little, I think I was sending a class name somewhere. I'm not sure where I was, but okay, never mind. I wasn't sending a class name here. I was sending a class name somewhere else. Actually, I am sending a class name in here. Yeah, so here we go. This was the reason of sending a class name prop. So what we can do in here, this post actions, we can simply say, first of all, send the post like that. User ID, also make sure you send the user ID.user.id. The class name now is going to be on a medium screen, so I want this to be hidden, and the border B, and we also want some padding overall. So if you do this, what's going to happen on a medium screen size, this is going to get hidden, and this post actions is going to be displayed, right? So that's really useful of doing it like that, right? So you can see now in here, if I actually, and because remember this post actions was inside of a container or something, and this was already hidden. So you can see this was already hidden on the phone screen. On medium screen, it has to be shown. So this is what we are doing here, right? So on this post actions, if I make this bigger, you can see on a bigger screen, it looks completely beautiful, right? It looks gorgeous, right? We have the image, we have the nice little post actions and everything. We also have this nice URL thing. Let me check also one more thing. If I have something that's taking a lot of space, okay, never mind. So if you go on a smaller screen, you can see it looks nice, just like that. We have post actions in a column container, just like this. So after doing these post actions, we also need the comment form. Remember, that's also something we need for our nice phone view, right? That's something which we don't have now. So the comment form is gonna get the post ID, and the post ID is going to be the ID like that. The class name, we're gonna say on a medium screen size, I want this to be hidden. Input ref, we're gonna send, and we are also going to do the view post now. That's the last one. And that's the power of reusable components, right? You can really customize them however you would like. And this again is going to be on a medium screen size. You want to keep this hidden. So comment form and view post, just like that. As soon as I save it, you can see we have a nice little comment functionality. We also have this beautiful view post, and this looks very similar to Instagram now. So if you close this in here, you can see my URL changed, and I'm back on the dashboard page. And here, if I click on this image, let's say, beautiful skeleton animation, get the post just like that. If I try to comment something, it's not going to work because it's disabled. Now, if I try to type something in, you get this beautiful, nice loading animation. And this is submitted. And of course, we're not showing, remember, we're not showing the comments on the phone screen. We're only showing the comments on a larger screen. So if we make this bigger, you can see the hello world is right over here. And it's in descending order properly. So this is my mini post, and this is my comment, right? So if I type something like a nice addition here or whatever, right? I'm just lazy to type something. So when I submit this, here you go, we get this nice scrollable view as well. So when we have more than like 3 comments or something, we have this nice scrollable view. Make this bigger, it gets bigger, just like that. Make this smaller, it readjusts the size automatically based on the screen size, right? So it looks really gorgeous. Really nice stuff here. Let's go back to our intercepting route. I think that's pretty much it for our post view, right? We are done with our post view. So we can come back to our intercepting route, which is our post view just here. And this is it for our intercepting route. Now, the next part we have to do is we have to create the edit post functionality, and then we also have to create the actual post page, right? So if I refresh this now, we can see this is the actual post page. So let's just first I think work on the actual post page so we can quickly wrap that up. It's going to be very straightforward, and since now you guys have seen, it's going to be like a nice practice as well. So how we're going to do the similar things for the post page now. So let's go inside of the post page here, and I'm going to do that on my other screen. Let's see what do we have. So here now, how would we handle loading states on this page? Because this needs to also have some loading states, right? Again, we're going to take the use of suspense here, because we will have 2 different things. So our post page is a very nice actually demonstration of how you can use streaming and suspense, all these really powerful concepts, and really just render the page. I've done something here very nice, which I'll be teaching you guys, and it's a really nice thing to learn. So let's say I click on, I really don't like these posts. let's just go back to these ones. Okay, let me click on one of these Vercel posts, and you can see basically when I go to post here, you will see that when I refresh this page, this loads this thing, both of these things. We have more posts, and then we have a single post here. So what I've demonstrated on this post page is something different than Instagram. What I have done is the UI is going to be very similar, but we are using like 2 different suspense boundaries to basically render this thing first, and just use suspense boundary here. So whenever this loads in, this is going to stream this in, right? So basically just going to stream the content when this is actually loaded, the more posts. So you don't have to wait for these. It's called like a waterfall thing, right? So when you have 2 different fetches happening, what happens is like you have to wait for the first fetch to finish, and then you start the second fetch. And then basically what happens is like it creates a waterfall in that case, and then you load both the things, and the loading spinner is going to be shown. And this is what happens on Instagram. So if I refresh, you can see we get the loading spinner, and for any case my internet connection was slow, I wouldn't even be getting this post in the first place, right? Because let's say if anything was wrong in this section here, I wouldn't even be getting this, and a big loading spinner would be shown to me. So something really nice we're going to learn in this build is also very powerful streaming concepts, right? So how you can stream data in. So if someone had a slow internet connection, they wouldn't have to wait for the entire thing to like finish for the waterfall. But instead, what we are going to do is nicely use suspense boundaries to show nice little fallbacks, right? So the first suspense boundary we're going to be using here is it's going to be for this. We're going to be using suspense. So let's just import this, and we're going to be creating a component called single post. Now for this single post, we're going to be using single post skeleton, and that's something which I've already created. Remember, single post skeleton looks like this. It has a nice card, and this single post skeleton represents the single post on the top of the page, right? And after that, we have a nice little separator. So we have a nice little separator just like this. This separator is going to come from, again, it's going to come from ShadCN UI. I don't think I have installed this yet. But again, this is just a nice HR separator component. So we're going to use that. And then we're also going to create another component called more post. Now, this is what I wanted to demonstrate, right? So what we're doing here is we're getting the single post, and we're basically relying on this suspense boundary. But if this, for any case, was not loaded, or if you got an error in this suspense boundary, this would immediately load. Or if this took a lot of time, because like we have a lot of posts to load, right? Let's say a user has like a 100 posts, or if you're loading 100 posts at the same time, of course, it's going to take a lot of time. So what we're doing is we're using a different suspense boundary here, to tackle that problem. And I think I actually forgot to have a fallback here, but this will demonstrate the point really nicely. We can have a nice, let's just have a fallback. For now, let's just say loading something like this, right? But for now, let's just comment this entire thing, because we don't have that component. And let's work on the single post component, and let's also install separator from ShadCN UI. So if you go to separator, you can see this is just a horizontal row. It's just a horizontal line. You might be saying, why didn't I use the HR? You could, honestly, you could. I just like this nice component I wanted to use. It looks really clean, and you can also send different styles here. And then also you have dark mode and light mode, so you don't have to customize that, right? So that's really easy as well. So, okay, let's just install this, and let's go back to our build, and let's see what happens now. So firstly, let's also, what I'm going to do is a single post. Let's create that component, right? So inside of our components, let's create a new file, single post.tsx, close the sidebar, rfce, single post, just like that. Let's go back to our post. The single post is going to accept the ID, and what this ID will be, where this ID will come from. Remember, we have params, right? We have this ID, the dynamic param. So this is what Next.js allows us to do. So we're going to do the same thing. Params, get the ID, destructure that, and then inside you just do params and then ID string, just like that. Okay. And this ID, of course, the single post is not accepting any ID yet, so it's erroring out. So what we can do, we can now work on that single post component. So let's actually create that. So firstly, this is going to get this ID, and this ID will be of type string, just like that. So we're not going to get any more errors anymore. And now let's actually work on this single post component. Let's refresh this as well, so we see the actual thing, what's going on in here. Okay, so we get our nice separator, as you can see. So let's actually work on this single post component now. I'm again going to get my imports, because there's quite a lot of imports here. So single post, we have all of these different imports. We're also using a nice hover card component from ShadCN. So I'm pretty much using a lot of different components, and I just wanted to demonstrate like the power of like honestly using ShadCN. And it has a lot of different things, and if you combine it in the right sense, you get a lot of power in using ShadCN. So in the beginning of this thing, of this post, what we're also going to do is we're going to make this, first of all, because it's a top level, so we can say async here, server component. And what we're doing is exactly the same thing we are doing for the intercepting route page. We're doing it here. We're getting the post, fetch post by ID, and then we're also getting the session, but we're using await auth this time. And here we're getting post username, so the person who did the post, and the user ID of the logged in user. And if there's no post found, show me the not found page, right? Very simple thing. Now, in here, there should be a fragment. The parent, we are going to have it as a fragment. And then we're going to basically use a nice card component from ShadCN. So a card, not the hover card. That will be a separate component. We're now using a card. Now inside of this card, we're going to have a div, and inside of the div, we're going to have an image. And I think it's pretty simple. Again, is the same. It's going to be the same image as we did in the PostView. So it's going to be very similar. We have an image. We're going to say fill prop, and then we're saying relative overflow hidden, a height of 450 pixels, and again, pretty much the similar styling, honestly. And inside of the card, but outside of this div, we're going to have another div in here. And also, I forgot the styling for the card. So let's just quickly do that as well. The card is going to have a max width of 3XL, and on a larger screen size, max width of 4XL. Okay, I think this should work. All right. And it's going to be hidden on a phone screen, and then on a medium screen size, it's going to be flexbox and margin left right of auto, just like that. All right. And then what we're going to do is let's actually work on this next div here. So this div here is going to have some styling. Okay. So this is going to have some styling, flex, max width of small flex column, and we're also going to say flex 1. So I want this div to take as much space as it can, right? And then you have another div inside here, and this is going to have a class name called flexbox, items center, justify between, border bottom, px5, and also padding vertical of 3. Just a nice UI here. And now here we're going to be using a nice little hover card component from ShadCN, and I'm just going to copy paste that and show you guys what we're going to do in here. So we're going to use this hover card, right? But we need to first install this. And this is a really nice component. Really like this one in ShadCN. So if we search for hover card, we go here, and this seems like a very simple link, but when I hover over this, look at that, guys. It's a beautiful animated hover card, right? So it shows you a nice card, and this is what we're going to be using for to show for the user when we do hover over the username. So on Instagram, you might have seen if I hover over this user, you get this nice little hover card, right? So whenever I click on this, whenever I hover over this, you get this nice hover card. Now, I haven't created the entire thing here. You could go ahead and create the entire thing. I think I just created the image and the username thing, but you honestly can go ahead and, again, we have a time constraint for this build. It's already so long, so we have already demonstrated how to do this on the profile page, right? So we're going to create the profile page, and we're going to be doing this anyway. So we can replicate the same behavior here, but I have done this only this one here, so which we're going to see right now. But it looks absolutely gorgeous. Let's install this. And you can see there's a use it section here on how to use this. Very simple. All you do is you wrap everything inside this. You have a trigger. It follows a very similar pattern to dialogues and popovers. You have a trigger, and then you hover over that trigger, and then it will show you the hover card content, right? Very simple approach. So let's go back to our build, and let's see how this looks like. I'm just going to make this smaller again. And let's see if we have this installed. Okay, nice. So I'm just going to save this now. And the hover card, you can see the trigger. We just have a simple link which will take you to the actual profile of the user. And then inside the content, we have the avatar, and then we have the username of that person. So again, this is going to happen because remember, you have an intercepting route page. So typically, this is what's going to happen every time when you are on this page. So just refresh this, and okay, I completely forgot. It's not going to be shown on a phone screen. We're going to have a different section for that. So we're not going to show on a phone screen, but on a bigger screen, this is what we're going to see, right? So when I hover over this, and this looks gorgeous, right? Really, really gorgeous. We don't show the profile picture immediately of the user, but when I hover, we show the big profile picture. We also show the nice first name and last name of the person, right? And again, you can extend this if you want to, but this is how I did it. It has a nice animation to this, and you can see it looks really, really clean, right? All right, so let's continue doing this. And after this hover card, we then have the post options. Now, post options, again, a very nice reusable component which we created, we're going to send in our nice little post and our user ID, which is going to be user ID just like that. All right. And we're just going to save that. And now we're going to see our nice post options. So, okay. So you're going to get this thing. Whenever you get this, I think we can also, what we can do is I think I did a really nice thing. What I did is I just basically, when we're building this page, what you want to do is you just put 2 dots in here. I mean, this is just a thing while we're building this. Once we're done with this, we'll remove this and we're gonna just make it 1 dot. But remember, I'm just doing it right now purposely, intentionally, so we don't get to the intercepting route over and over again, right? So let's just import that and let's just save it for now. And if ever, for ever reason, you get this page, sometimes you get this inside of next folder. You just want to honestly just don't save and just close it. Sometimes it happens, but that's what you do. Okay, so in here, you can see you get our nice post options, and then we have the edit button. Edit functionality is something we have to create. We have the delete functionality of this post. But let's keep on working right now. We have our nice post options. Outside of this, we're also going to have post dot comments dot length. I think again it's pretty similar. I'm just going to copy that. It's going to be very straightforward thing, just like how we did in the post view. So we're going to check if the post.comments.length is actually equals to 0. If it's equals to 0, we're just going to say no comments yet, and then we are going to say start the conversation if you don't have any comments, right? So we're just going to save that, and I do think we have comments here. That's why it's not showing that. Otherwise, if you do it like this, sorry, not like that actually. If you do it like this, then you're gonna see we get this nice little thing. And there you go. It looks really clean, right? If you don't have any comments, but right now we do have comments. Okay, so outside of this, we're gonna do the similar thing as we did in the post view. We're just gonna say post comments.length is greater than 0. So it's greater than 0. We're gonna show a nice scroll area. And inside of each scroll area, we're gonna show each little comment just like that, and we're also going to show the mini post component which we created earlier. So we're just going to do that, and it gives us some errors. Let me just refresh this. Okay, I think I just had to refresh that because sometimes what happens, like we just updated that intercepting route, it was still doing that, and the styling kind of looks messed up actually. Okay, I mean, okay, we'll fix that. Okay. But basically, we have, I think that, yeah, the styling actually looks messed up. I might have messed something up here, actually. Let me just take a look at where my caption is. All right, let's just take a look. Okay, let's just search for your caption. Where do we have the caption? Okay, so we don't have the caption in here, but we do have a mini post thing, right? So yeah, that's what we have. Instead of mini post, and here we do, I think we might have messed something up here for sure. The mini post, we must have messed something up here. We do have a different mini post in here. We do have leading none, and inside of this div we do have, okay, I'm just going to take a look at what are the stylings here. So we have this as a flex box. So what it looks like, I think it just honestly on a smaller screen we don't even show that, so it just looks like that on a larger screen. We can change the max width if you want to, honestly, in this case, or we can just display them in a flex column way. I just didn't want to do that because you see, like, all the comments and posts, the mini post comments pretty much look the same. So we could fix this in a couple of ways. Either we could show this on a much bigger screen, and what we're rendering on a smaller screen, we can basically show that, or we can, on a bigger screen, we can show it like this. Yeah. So I think there's various ways of handling this. Yeah. I might have actually messed up my parent styling here. I'm just checking that out. If I forgot to say flex somewhere, if there's a place where I'm not saying flexbox, or if I'm missing something. Actually, I'm not. Okay, never mind. So I think I did this intentionally. There's a very good reason, because we're going to be showing a nice a component on the phone screen anyways. So what we can do is, you can see even here it actually kind of does that. Okay, let's just keep this as a like this for now, and we can change this. All right, we'll change this. Then go to the single post actually, and in the single post we have this scroll area. I think we were at this point where we added this thing called scroll area, and basically after this what we can do is we have this card. Okay, let's just create after this. Okay, so in here we're gonna have another div, and we're gonna say class name in here, and here we're gonna say padding horizontal of 2. It's gonna be hidden on a phone screen, and it's gonna be shown block, and margin top auto. We're also gonna say border y, and border y is just horizontal and sorry, not horizontal, top and bottom border. That's what it's a vertical border, and the padding of 2.5 overall. Now inside of this div we are going to be having our post actions, and the post actions in here is we're gonna be sending our post, and then we're also gonna be sending our user ID, which is gonna be the user ID, just like that again. And then we're also gonna have a nice little time tag here, just like how we added before, time tag, just like that. And then we also have our comment form in here. So comment form, and the comment form again, we want to make sure we send the post ID, and the class name is going to be hidden on a medium screen size inline flex. And outside of the card here we're going to have another div, and this is going to be for our phone screen. So we're going to have a nice little post component, and all we're going to do is send our post in here, and we're going to say on a medium screen, just keep this hidden. I'm doing this as a parent here because we could have done this as a class name, but I mean it doesn't matter too much. Honestly, we can just wrap this in a div and do it like this. But this is our nice little post component, so it will look exactly like that actually. So if I make this smaller, here you go, we see our nice beautiful post component here, and we still get our post actions and everything else. But as soon as we go bigger screen size, we get this different view, right? So it's just on a bigger screen size, you get it like this. All right, but I just like to keep this small, so let's just keep it like this, and let's continue. Okay. Oh, all right, that's done. Okay, so our single post is complete. So we have our nice little single post component, and I'm just gonna check something. And the parent, we don't have any parent for them. We just have them as inside of a fragment, and then we have a card on a bigger screen, and on a smaller screen we just have a simple post component. Okay. So what we can do at this point is, okay, just close this file and go back to our post page, because this is our post page. We still haven't created the header. Remember, we only did the header, I think, for the home page, not for the post page, I guess. So if we take a look at the header, actually we did the header, but we only did the header, I think, yeah, we didn't do the header for the, so if we take a look at Instagram, actually, if we reload this, we will see that for the post we have a different kind of header. So we're going to have this in the layout file, which we're going to be creating. Actually, let's do that right now, because when we go to the home page, you can see we have a nice little header like that, right? But there's going to be a different header when we click on any post. So when we click on this post, let's say, and I think even the skeleton wasn't actually showing, right? So we refresh this right now. All right, so we are not showing any skeleton here. And okay, so we're only showing the skeleton on a bigger screen size. We're not showing the skeleton on the smaller screen size. So that's something which we would want to change actually. All right, just I think I forgot. I did mess up my styling. As you can see, like this image should be taking the full height here, but for some reason it's not. So let me take a look at this actually, because I did mess up some styling. Maybe I think I did mess up the styling in my page somewhere. So it's actually not the page, so it needs to be the single post. And for the image, we need to check. So inside of the single post, we need to check where we are using the image. So we are using the image right over here on the top. So height of 450 pixels. We are saying max width of large, and we are saying height of 450. I think this should be the point where we are messing this up. So we are only restricting the height for this to be 450 pixels, but in fact this is not. This should not be the case on a bigger screen. I'm just trying to see because I don't have any styling, and I think in my finished build this wasn't the problem. Actually, we were properly doing this. Okay, but here we're just restricting. So you can see here we're just saying height of 450 pixels. So if we just say height of full, this should probably take the height of full, right? This should probably take the full height here, and yeah, okay, it's gone. So I think it's just gone because what we have to do when we put the fill attribute here, we have to make sure that we actually give a height and a width. Actually, that's really important. We have to give that, but we are restricting it right away here. Okay, I'm just trying to see where I have messed up. Where is my styling? Where have I messed up in this case? Because this is inside of this parent. This is the parent for this, and this is the single post. So there's only a few places where I could mess this up. There's only either it's on the card, I guess, where we haven't messed up anything. Actually, it's actually correctly done, and we have the height here. So this height could be something which is, yeah. So I think this is the only place where we could mess this up. Or I think it's the entire thing where we could have messed this up, and that could be the case as well. Or maybe I'm not actually rendering my suspense boundary here, and that's the reason this is getting messed up. So when we do this more post, I think then it might fix this. So let's actually wait. Let's see what happens when we create our bottom section for this, and if that fixes this up, then this will be fixed, right? Because I think there might be an issue here where we haven't yet created the more post section on the bottom here. If it still doesn't fix, then we're gonna fix it manually, because I don't want to mess up the styling right now. All right, so let's actually create this more post component right now. So we can go back to our components and say more post.tsx rfce, and we are also have to create the header. So I think I got it. I just got it now, and I think it's probably in my layout somewhere I've messed up, because I haven't done the layout, sorry. So I haven't done the layout, and that I think would be the case where I would have to change something. So let's take a look at this ID here, and I think that's it. I think I got it. It should be in probably in the layout somewhere. Okay, so this is the post page. I'm just gonna check where my layout is. So inside of this, we have post, we have an ID, and then we have a page. We don't actually have the layout as such. We do have a layout, but this is actually our dashboard layout. This is not the layout we want to be using. Okay, so this is actually our dashboard layout. So this is not what we want. We do want the header though. I'm just gonna check where my header is rendered, because I can't see a layout file for this. I can't actually find that, and that's something which I don't get it, because there might be a layout for this as well, but I can't actually see that layout, to be honest. Yeah, I can't actually see that. So this isn't the correct file. So when we open this page TSX, and if I close the sidebar, this is inside of my correct file, but we don't actually have a layout here. Okay, that's interesting, because we do need the header as well. Okay, so let's see where we have messed up, guys. There is some place where I have messed up, and I'm just trying to find where my header. Let's see what stuff do we have here. We're just showing a post. Or maybe I don't even have the header component here. I might not even have that, to be honest. Yeah, I think I didn't even have this. I think I didn't have the header in the post page, I guess, because we don't actually have a layout. If I did have a header, we should have had a layout file in the post page right over here, but I actually don't have the layout. I'm just gonna try to see again, but I actually don't have a layout. Yeah, I do not have a layout. All right, so I think I'm just confusing everyone and myself as well, but I don't think I have a header for this. It's pretty easy. If you want to have a header for our post page, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a layout file right over here at this level, not at this level, remember, because this is at the dashboard level, but we want to create a layout at this level, and then we want to basically have a layout file, and then inside of that we can have a header, so that will apply to all of our post pages. But let's not waste time. We already got so much stuff to cover. We're gonna take a look at those things later. First of all, let's work on this more post component, and let's just go to this more post. All right. Okay. So in this more post, we're gonna accept the post ID. So we're sending the post ID as a prop. So we're gonna accept it, and then here, what I'm doing is I'm actually getting. So I might be doing something of an overkill kind of scenario here, but I just wanted to demonstrate a point here, as I said before. So what I'm doing is I'm actually fetching a single post firstly. And I'll explain why. You might be thinking, why am I doing this again? Because I could have just have both of them in one single place, and I wouldn't even have to do this, right? But there's a point I want to demonstrate here. So when I do fetch post by ID, you need to send in a post ID, which is what I'm doing here. And I'm getting a single post. And the reason I'm doing that is because I'm getting that specific post. And then what I'm doing is I'm using the post username, the person's username, to get all the different posts they have posted, right? And here I'm basically just having another function, and this function is going to be called fetch post by username. It's something which we haven't created yet, and this is going to accept two things. The first one is going to be post username, which is going to be sent like this. The second one is going to be the post ID. So we're going to be sending two different things, and we're going to be creating this function called fetch post by username. Now, you might be thinking, and you are right, that why am I doing this again? Because I could have just honestly done this at the top level, and what I mean is I could have just done this at this level here, and I would get the post and wouldn't even have to do fetches in two different places, right? Because I'm doing a post fetch right over here, and I'm also doing a post fetch right over here. But the reason I did this is because I wanted to demonstrate this point right over here, is that if we forever have any case where we are having, let's say, some different data fetching logic. In this case, we didn't have any different logic in here. But if for any case we have a different logic, we can have two different suspense boundaries, and they would be independent, right? Because this wouldn't depend on this. This would load in as the data is loaded here, and will show the fallback for this. And this would load in as well on its own time, and we're going to see something on the page. So I wanted to just demonstrate that point, and you're going to see that in a second when we actually fetch these posts, right? So first, let's just create this function inside of a data file. So I'm just going to get this, and we also have a post grid component which we'll be creating here. It will be a very nice looking grid. So it will basically look like this. So if you go to Instagram, you can see this is a nice grid, right? It shows 3 by 3 grid. So it's a very nice responsive grid which we'll be creating just like that. But let's go back here, and in our data file, we're just gonna create. Let's do that actually. Fetch post by username. Again, I'm using username here because we get the person's username, and we're gonna be fetching posts using that username because it's a unique field, right? It's a unique field, so we can actually use that. And we're going to say export asynchronous function, fetch. I think I already copied that. Yeah, fetch post by username. The username, it will be accepted as a string, and there will be a post ID, which would be an optional prop. And that's, there's a reason why I am doing the post ID as well. Then we're going to say no store again, because we want this to be dynamic. and we're going to use a try catch block. Inside the try block this time, we're going to have data. We're going to say const data is equal to await Prisma. And by this time, I think you guys have just got the drill here. We're just going to do find many. We're going to find where the user, and then we are also going to use like this. We're going to say where the username matches. And we're going to do something very interesting here. We're also going to say not. Now, you can use these different operators. You can say not operator or operator. Just like JavaScript, basically, you can use these operators in Prisma, in SQL. So you can say where this does not include the ID of the post. And that's the reason you have the post ID, because this function which we are fetching is actually fetching your more post. And we don't want to fetch this exact same post again. And what we're doing is filtering this on the back end. So we don't want to filter. You could do the filter on the front end, but it's always more optimal to do these things on the back end. So what we are doing is filtering this post out from all of the posts, and we are actually removing that by using not. So you can use these operators by saying not. It shouldn't contain this post inside of this data right over here, right? So these are my conditions, and outside this, I am going to say include, and again, I think I'm just going to use Copilot for this. It's very similar. So we're going to include the comments. Comments are going to include the user. Again, we're going to say order by created at descending. We're going to include likes. We want to include user in likes. And then saved by and user needs to be true. Lastly, we want to also create it at descending because we want to sort them in a descending manner, right? In the catch block, very simple as we have been doing. I'm just going to say console.error and fail to fetch post, just like that. And we have this different thing. Okay. All right. So I think that's pretty much it for fetch post by username. Yeah. So that's it for this function right over here. I think I forgot to do the most important thing, which is return the data back, which we didn't do yet. So we got to return the data just like that. So return the data and then go back to our more posts. And here you can see this not erroring out anymore. It's going to give us back all the different posts. So I'm just going to go back to more posts and let's see what we can do here now. So in here, we have a simple p tag. And again, I think I'm just going to copy it. Honestly, it's a very simple component. I'm going to explain what we are doing in here. Okay. I shouldn't have removed the return. Okay, all right. Let's remove this. And we have a simple div. And this div is basically a flex column. And we have a simple p tag where we're saying more posts from. And then we get the username of that person. And then all we do is we display this nice post grid component which we'll be creating. And we pass in all of our different posts. Now here we don't even have to do that logic of removing this current post, because we already did that on the back end, right? So, and that's the reason I made this optional, because let's imagine we want to use this in any other place. Like we want to use in a place where we want to get all the posts. We don't want to do this filter. So if we don't pass in any ID here, this won't filter and this won't use this condition anymore, right? So this could be undefined, as you can see. So it's completely fine, right? But if we pass in any ID, then it's going to remove that post ID from our fetch post function, right? So it's a very handy thing you can do in Prisma, right? So let's create this post grid now. Let's open up this postgrid.tsx rfce, and inside of this function now we're going to take a look at how we can create this beautiful post grid, just like how Instagram does it. All right. First of all, what we're going to do is we're going to basically, and this is going to be a server component as well. So what we can do is get our post, and all of our posts will be of type post with extras, and it's going to be an array, or it could be undefined. So we want to make sure we say undefined, because these posts could be undefined. We are not actually saying that if only we have the post. So all I'm doing is I'm accepting this as undefined, and we do this. And then in the first part of this, we're going to return something like this. So if for any case we don't have the post.length equals to 0, we're just going to say no post yet. All right. But if we do have the post, then we're going to display a different piece of UI. and I think I'm really just gonna copy this. Very straightforward. I don't want to do this, and I can explain what we're doing here. It's just a simple grid. So we want to get the next/image, and we also want to get the next/link, just like that. The heart icon, get it from Lucid React, and the message circle as well. And what we are basically doing is we are mapping through all the posts, and every single post is a link. Which we are doing is we are using group in here, and what we are doing is on the image, what I'm doing is I'm using this really nice trick of hover blur of 2 pixels and reducing the brightness. So what this is going to do is it's going to allow you, so when you hover over the image, it's going to filter it. And let me just save it so I can show you guys. And what I'm doing is I'm saying group hover. What this means, you hover over the entire parent, but only apply this styling on the image. So only group hover, apply this on the image, but reduce the brightness of the image. So what we're going to do then is we're going to use this nice trick of saying opacity 0 on this div, and then we're also going to show the nice little, so if you go on Instagram, you can see when I hover, you get the nice little likes and the comments like that, right? And that's exactly what we will be doing here. So we just need to save this thing right here. And I think if we go back in here, we need to also save this. And just like that, now this should actually work. Here you go. More personal encodes. There are no posts yet, so it's showing me no posts because I've only posted one single post. So it shouldn't actually say no post. Actually, this is something which I think I've done it in a wrong sense, because I do have one single post. Let's just say no more posts. No more posts. That seems a better thing here, right? Because I do have one single post, but I don't have more posts. Like, so no more posts. So I only have one single post which I'm showing here. But if I created more, then it's gonna show me different posts. So let's just create more and let's see how this looks like, right? We just have 2 posts. Let's try creating new post. So let's go. Let's choose a file here. And here we go. So let's choose a simple beach thing here. Let's choose this file. Let's upload this in here. And once this uploads in here, we're gonna add a nice caption, and then we're gonna say upload this post, so upload complete. We can just create this. Right? Let's just create this right now. We're gonna say create, and now we're gonna see our nice little beautiful post here. So here we go. We get our nice post. So we get our nice post here, and now if I actually click on this comment, you can see this is exactly what I wanted to demonstrate, right? So this loaded in, but this doesn't have to depend on this, right? So I mean, this thing doesn't have to depend on the more posts, and this will load on its own time. So if I refresh and show you guys again, you can see this loaded in before this, and this streams the content in. And for some reason, we're getting this error. I think that we're getting this because we actually changed, we might have messed some timestamp somewhere, or we actually also changed this thing, which is our intercepting route, which we can also fix. So this usually happens when you have 2 different timestamps actually, and this is something that happens. I'm actually gonna also clear the cache. So I'm not sure how you do this in Arc, but there's a very nice way you can clear cache or something. Okay, I think I know how you can do it. You can go here, and yeah, here. So you can just clear cookies, refresh, ignore cache, and do it. Okay, I think it still didn't load. But you can see it's a really nice thing. Okay, so we are shown the login page for some reason. Let's just try to log back in. Let me log in from the same account I created my post. But you can see the power of streaming in this case, right? So this is exactly what I wanted to like demonstrate. So let's try to go at this thing, and you can see this will load in before this, and as soon as this is loaded, you get this nice little image. And you can see what's really nice about this is you get the hover, but there are no comments and likes here. But if I go to this one, and if I load this back in, you can now see we get this nice animation, right? We get this nice blur, so the brightness is reduced, so you focus on the comments and the likes. So the comments are 3 comments on this post, and we have 1 single like. So very beautiful looking thing, and you can have as many as you want, and this will be in a nice grid manner. just like that. So here we are also checking that if the comments.length is greater than 0 and the likes.length is greater, because we only want to show if this is greater than 0. Otherwise, we do not want to show this, and we want to actually do this. So a very nice little touch, I would say, by doing this group hover brightness and group hover blur 2 pixels, right? So I really like this approach. All right. And I mean, I think you guys got the demonstration. What I wanted to demonstrate is this suspense thing. When we load this in, it's independent of that, right? So this is why it's extremely powerful, because I can refresh this and we get a nice little loading skeleton here, but this will load in on its own time. And in the finished build, I mean, I didn't even have this any fallbacks here, but I think this is I want this to be a challenge for you guys. Go ahead and create a fallback for this. Literally a very simple fallback here, and put a fallback, and then you're going to get a nice little skeleton animation while this is loading. But this is going to be both independently loading in. And as soon as this streams in, it's going to load that in. But we can remove that suspense now. And again, if I refresh this, you will see that this loads in. And as soon as that's loaded in, boom, just like that. So this is a very powerful thing. I mean, I'm super impressed by this demonstration, because not even Instagram actually does this. You can go on Instagram and check, right? When we refresh the page here, everything we get this initial loader. First of all, we get this Instagram logo. That's the initial loader that we get, and then we get another loading spinner, which is this spinner right over here, right? On our app, when I refresh this, we don't get any initial loading spinners. We get this fallback. We get this beautiful post, and you can then see as soon as this streams in nicely when the data is loaded here. So that was my overkill explanation for this. I hope you guys liked this one, because this was something really nice, which I wanted to really demonstrate the point here. And it's also completely responsive, so even on a bigger screen you can see actually really nicely responsive. So yeah, it looks really nice. All right, so we have I think we have done our post page now. So I think we honestly finished our post page. Okay, so that's done. We have a nice little div. That's done. Our post page is done, guys. The only thing I encourage you all to improve is this fallback here, right? This fallback, just like we have single post skeleton, I encourage you guys to have, just go ahead and, just create a nice skeleton for this. I mean, we already have so much to do. I might do this after we finish this build, and I might attach this in a GitHub, but yeah, you can also do it honestly on your own. Just a simple fallback you have to create, right? Okay, let's move on and let's see what else do we have to do. So we have this done, but now one more thing that's actually left when you click on this and we click on edit. So we don't have edit functionality right now, so we need to create the edit post functionality. And if I make this bigger, you will see that we are going on a /edit screen. So now we need a different page for this. So let's actually create that. Now again, we're going to do this inside the same exact P folder, inside this ID folder specifically, because this is for a specific post we want to edit, right? And again, remember, the edit functionality is only going to be allowed to the users who are actually the owners of the post. So that's something we also will have to check in here. So let's create a new folder at this level, and we're just going to name this edit. Inside, we're going to have a simple page.tsx, rfce, and we're just going to say edit page. Close up the sidebar, and I'm just going to go back to my edit page, and we will create a nice edit page right over here. First of all, the page itself is going to look like this. So we're going to have edit post page, and we're going to create a nice little edit post component. So here, and one more thing which I don't know if you guys have seen in this build, and as soon as we progress along, I try to mention these things because these are really good things, right? You might have seen me not cluttering my top level pages, right? So you might have seen a lot of the times I'm actually doing it in a nice way, even though I could have made this itself. I could have cluttered this edit page, but instead I chose to create a nice component. So these are really nice practices you should be using. You shouldn't never be cluttering up your main top level page, because all you should be doing is you should be doing server-side logic here, right? You should be doing server-side fetching. You should be checking if there's no post, And these are really, trust me, these are really nice tactics which you can use later along when you want to come along and edit the screen and you want to change some stuff, right? So it really helps keeping these nice practices. So firstly, before I forget, we are also going to have a loading page here on the edit. So we're gonna, now here I'm demonstrating a loading screen because we're going to be using a separate loading screen because we only just have one component. So there, it doesn't make sense to use suspense because it's only just one component we have. So we can just use a loading screen in Next.js here. And I think we have used the loading, if I'm correct. Yeah, we have used the loading previously as well. I'm not sure if we did actually edit this loading previously. Okay, we did. We did use it for view post skeleton, so that's why. All right, so this loading in here is going to be edit post skeleton here. So we're going to create a component edit post skeleton. I've already done that before. So edit post skeleton looks like this. We have an edit info, and again mimicking the same behavior as we're going to see in the edit post dialog. And then what I'm doing is edit post skeleton here. As for the page itself, we also have a not found page here. So we also have a not found. So not found.tsx. And if for any reason we do not found this thing, I also was doing this not found at the top level. So you have two options here. So you can do the not found either here, or you can also do the not found at the top level, where anytime you hit a not found boundary, you go to that specific not found page. And at the top level, I mean like at the dashboard level. That's what I mean, right? So you can actually do the not found at that level as well. And I think this is what I did before. I was using the not found here, but let's just upgrade this to at the top level. So I'm just going to delete that. And what we will do instead is at the dashboard level, at this level, we'll create a new file and we'll just say not found.tsx. Again, remember, make sure to name it exactly like this, because this is a conventional file. This is not something intentional I'm doing. So I'm not doing it by myself. Like I'm not. This is actually a convention which you have to follow for not found boundaries, right? Whenever you return a not found. So you do not found.tsx and you just paste this thing in here, and this is very simple. It's just a simple frown icon from Lucid React, and all we are doing is just the page we're looking for does not exist. Again, if you want to tweak this with like separate different pages at different levels, what you can do again is be more granular, have a little not found for this edit screen, and then have a little not found for create screen, and like different levels you can do it as well. But you can also have the top level. So if for any case you don't have it on this level, it's gonna look at the top level, and then only it's gonna apply the top level not found page, only once it's not in the nearest level. So I hope it makes sense, because it looks from your, so in your same folder. So if it does not found any not found here, then it will go ahead in the top level, then it's going to look in the dashboard, and then if it founds there, and it's going to render that one out. So that's how these conventions, these things work, right? It's the same for loading, it's the same for everything else, right? This is how it works in Next.js. All right, so let's just see edit post. That's the component we'll be creating. So let's open up our components folder, edit post.tsx, RRCE, and we're just gonna say edit post, close up the sidebar, remove this, and let's just go back to this. Here we go. So we're gonna accept an ID and the post property here. Again, very straightforward. Just gonna save it for now, and let's just see if we save this. And here we're gonna go to edit post now. Let's create that. So this will be our component for our modal, actually, for editing the post, if you ever want to change the post, right? So here let's actually also demonstrate the not found page. So when we did the not found, let's imagine if I go to something like this URL, I change the URL, right? Now this is going to take me to this beautiful not found page. You can see 404 not found, the page we're looking for does not exist. Please check the URL or go back. I'm just going to click go back, and it's going to take me back to the dashboard. So you can see, I mean, this is a really nice addition to your UI. So what I've done is I've created a custom UI for that in the not found. This is a custom UI. You can change this however you like, and then it's going to show that piece of UI whenever a page isn't found or anything. And it's just a nice way to do this. All right, so let's create this edit post now. We want to create this component. So I'm going to accept ID and the post property. For the ID, it's going to be of type string. For the post, it's going to be of type post. But this time, I think the post is actually of type from Prisma client. Yeah, so this is from Prisma client. This is not post with extras. It's actually from Prisma client. All right, and then inside we have a bunch of imports, just like how I do for every single one of my components. I'm gonna import it right on the top. It's gonna be a use client because remember we're gonna have interactivity here. We didn't create this server action. We're gonna create update post, and we already have this. So post, and this is the only thing we have to create. We're also importing the error component. We're importing aspect ratio, forms, and all these different things. Now, firstly, at the beginning of this, what we're going to do is we're going to do this. The beginning of the component, what we're going to do is we're just going to say mount is equal to use mount, and if it's not mounted, return me null, as we have been doing for all of our dialogues. For path name, we're going to say use path name, and then we're going to check if it's the edit page, then the path name needs to be exactly matching this thing. And then we're going to say form, and we're going to use update post. So remember, we created this update post, which is exactly the same as post schema. So we're using that update post schema. And then, of course, we have the default values. Now, the default values, we have it like this, and we want to also watch our file URL. All right. Now, let's actually create the dialog. So let's do that. So first of all, again, we want to have the parent dialog. The parent dialog is going to have open state. Now, how we're going to determine it's going to be open, we're going to say is edit page, if that's true, and then on open change. I'll actually do this on the next line, on open change, just like that. And the on open change is going to accept open prop, and then it's actually going to, I'm just going to do it manually, open. And if it's not open, then it's going to say, it's going to just do router, okay, not this, definitely not that, router.back. Just like that. So wherever you came from, just go back to that page. If it's not open, then inside we're going to have the content. Again, we don't want to use trigger because we're controlling it right over here. So dialog content is going to contain a simple dialog header. So dialog header is going to contain a nice dialog title this time, and it's just going to say edit info. And again, it's very similar to Instagram. So this is what it says when you click on edit post. And then we're going to have this nice form, the ShadCN form. It's just going to spread all the form fields. And by this time, I mean, you must be used to this thing. What we do, we use the native form tag. In here, we do have a class name, and we want to say spacing between the children of 4. And then again, let's also do on submit while we're at this. So on submit, we're going to say form.handle submit, as we have been doing previously, asynchronous values. So put this inside this, asynchronous values. And here we're going to get the response back. In this case, we're going to say await update post values. And then if there is a response, then we are going to return a toaster notification. So we're going to say toast.error, and this time we're just going to say error, and we're also going to do error, a custom error message, just like that. So not an error message, actually, this accepts a response, if you guys remember, and this is what we're going to be sending back. So if we get back a response, we know that when we do update post, I don't think we have created it yet, but when we are going to do update post server action, the response, if we ever get back, we're going to get in form of the error. So we're immediately going to display that error, and we're going to say send the response as well. So if we ever get the response, because that's how we'll be structuring our server action here. And inside this div in here, we're going to say height of 96 again, and it's pretty similar. I'm just going to honestly copy this div. It's what we have been doing previously. This div is just going to honestly have our nice little post image, as we have been doing. So height 96, the aspect ratio component, the ratio is going to be 1:1, relative height of full, just like that. And outside this div, we're going to have our nice little form field. Now, form field is going to be for our caption. So if you want to change the caption, we can do that right over here as well. And you can see we have an input, and we can, what we are doing here is we're spreading this field. So if we have a caption, it's going to spread that caption out here as well. All right. And lastly, we have a nice little button, which is going to say done, right? So done, disabled, it's going to be disabled if it's submitting stage. Then it's going to be disabled. Save this. We still don't have the update post, so we need to create that. So let's actually do that. Update post. All right. So we see this beautiful edit post, edit info. Let's create the server action now. So let's go inside of our app actions, and now let's create this server actions called update post just right over here. So export asynchronous function. We're going to say update post, and we're using ShadCN form, so we want to make sure we do z.infer, and here when we do type of, we want to say update post. So instead of create, we're going to use update post just like that, and then we're going to say open this function up, and then we get the user ID. Sorry, I'm just going to do this step by step, not use Copilot for this, so we all understand what's going on. So you get the user ID, and then again, we want to use the validated fields thing as we have been doing. So we're going to update post.saveParse. We're not going to use parse because we're going to use saveParse, and we're going to check on these validated fields that if there is no validated fields of success, we're going to return this in a nice format, these errors, and we're going to say missing fields, fail to update post. However, if we do have the fields, then we're going to get ID, file URL, and the caption, right? Because that's what it's going to return us back. And then we're going to just say post. Now again, what we're going to do here is want to try to find the post, because there might be a case where the post isn't even found. So we're going to say where ID is the ID, user ID is the user, the logged in user's ID, because remember, this here needs to be the post, the user only who's the, actually the logged in user needs to be able to edit this post, right? So that's what we are doing. If there is no post, we're going to throw a new error, post not found, and then here we're going to open a try-catch block. Then inside the try block, we're going to say await Prisma.post, and this time, I think you guys guessed it already. We're going to use update, where we're going to say ID is the ID, and the data, we're going to send in the file URL and the caption, because that's what we need to update, right? When you get this file URL and caption, that's exactly what we need to update. And we're not going to return here anything. Remember, we're not going to return. We're only going to return if we get an error. So that's why when we have the response, we only check for, we only return the error, because we're not returning anything here. So return message, database error, failed to update post. And outside the try catch, we're going to say revalidate path, and we are also going to say redirect, because remember, we are on an edit page right now. So we want to do revalidate path and redirect. Now, you could argue here that what if I don't want to redirect to dashboard, and instead, what if we try to edit page from the post screen? I mean, you can send, there's a way to also change these based on the, based on the URL. You can also do that. But I mean, for this bit, I wanted to keep it very simple. You can, if you want to, you can also do it the profile page if you want to. You just have to do basically, you just revalidate. And if you want to redirect to a different page, you can just simply use this, like, string interpolation, use the users, get the user basically, and then use the user's ID or username or whatever. But honestly, for this bit, I wanted to keep it very, like, that simple, right? In this case, because most of the times it's going to be like that. All right, so update post, we have it. Let's go back to our, I think, is it edit post, right? Yeah, it's edit post, yeah. So I've named the component edit post, but the server action is actually called update post. So you can change the naming if you want. Again, don't rely on me for the naming. All right, let's go back to our edit post, and let's see if this actually works. Let's see if this functionality actually works, right? Because you have this post. Let me first of all go back, and let's see if we do have, let me make this bigger so you can see this. So we don't have any comments, and we don't even have any caption right now. So let's click on edit, and you see how nice this skeleton animation looks. So let's say air balloons or something, right? And let's just save this. Now this should basically take me, because it's revalidated, so, and it's redirected, so it should take me to, you can see, took me to the dashboard, and I have this beautiful post, right? Now if I go back to my post page, you will see it should have updated here, but I think it doesn't show when you don't actually have any comments, so it doesn't actually show you the caption. It probably should. I'm not sure why I did that, but that can be updated. All right, but you can see on the home view here, you can actually see that now. Even if you try to edit this, you will see now there would be air balloons already populated, because that's the, yeah, you can see right over here, right? So now you can change this. If you want to remove it, just do done again. This is gonna revalidate, redirect back to home page, and you can see no more caption anymore. So really nice. You can change this, and you can also update this however you'd like. On Instagram, you don't actually get the option to update the image actually, so that's something you don't get to do once you post with an image. You can only delete your post, but you can't update the image. So I didn't actually do that functionality, because it's how Instagram works. But if you really want that, honestly, all you have to do is have a cross icon here, and just on click, you remove that image and upload a different image, right? And just use the same upload button to do that. But I don't think it makes sense, because once you, I actually had that before, but once you choose an image, it doesn't make sense to edit that, and you can delete the post, but you can edit the caption as well, but you can't actually do that, right? So this is how it looks. So we have the nice edit functionality now. So we get the new nice edit. Next thing we want to do is, let me just see if this is done. Yeah, this is actually done. We get the edit post done. All right. So let's go back to our edit page, and that's pretty much done. Now what else is left? So first of all, I mean, we really need to update the font as well, because that's looking not really good, because we need to update the font to nice CalSense font. And then we also, I think, need to work on the following functionality, and I think that's pretty much it. That will be the last part of our app now. So that's something which we need to work. We need to work on the profile page, where we're going to be working on the nice follow and the following functionality. And I think that's really the last part of our application, because we have completed the majority of our app. We have the create functionality, we have the update functionality. We do have this light mode and dark mode as well. Let me just switch appearance and let's see. Okay, so this is glitch out sometimes. Okay, so dark mode is on. It should have been on, honestly. I'm not sure why that was, but yeah, you can see we have light mode, dark mode functionality here. Okay, so this is the light mode. I'm sorry to flashbang again, guys, but just wanted to see if this actually works. So you see nice, beautiful skeletons, and we can create posts, right? We can create that, we can edit, we can also do comments, and we can do something really nice. You can do optimistic updates with comments. So you can see nice optimistic updates with comments. So even if I open this up, we also worked on the nice post page. So if you ever open this up, and everything works in a very nice manner. Optimistic update. See, this is my comments. If I want to delete this, my delete functionality should work. Deleted comment, boom, I get to see that, and you see my comments gone. And there's no more comment of mine. Now, if I delete that, nice addition should be deleted. So that's also deleted. So our deletion works, update works, and logout works. Authentication works. A lot of our app is beautifully responsive as well. Let me change it back to dark mode. Yeah. It just freaks me out, light mode sometimes. And now I think we can work on the profile page. Yeah, that's something we need to work on the next, right? Okay, so let's do that. And that's honestly, guys, we are close to finishing this. I know it's a very long build, but we're close to finishing this. All we have now is the profile management page, where you'll be able to edit the profile, and then we also have following functionality. And we're also going to create these beautiful modals, right? So if for some reason Instagram just shows me something went wrong every single time I try to visit it back again, right? So when you go to a profile, you'll be able to see that you have this followers and following, right? So when I click on following, I get all my following, and I get these nice modals, right? So we're going to be creating these modals with nice skeletons and everything. So we're going to be doing that. And we're also going to be having this tab section here. We're going to have different tabs, different posts and everything. And we're going to use our nice post grid components we created earlier to populate this as the comments, right? So let's actually do that now, guys. Let's work on this, right? Okay, so where do we start? First of all, we want to make sure we create this dynamic page because it's not found right now. Now, where do we actually do that? Where do we create this dynamic page? Now, this should be done inside of dashboard, right? Because you can see, like, as after the dashboard, there's a dynamic username, and that's the page we want to visit. So inside of our dashboard, what we can do is open up a new folder, and in the dynamic param way, again, just say username like this, right? Because this will become the dynamic username on the page. This is what we're gonna be getting, right? So username, and on this username, we're gonna have a bunch of stuff actually. Oh, okay, we do have a bunch of stuff. So inside of a username, we're gonna create a folder called followers, right? And this is very, very nice. Like, it's very powerful, by the way. So we have followers, and inside the same username, we have a new folder called following. And we also have another 2 folders for reels. I mean, we're not going to be creating reels page, but I'm just demonstrating a nice little point here. And we also have saved folder. And then also, inside of our username, we're going to have layout.tsx, just like that. And we're also going to have the page. I'm pretty sure this layout and page belongs to the username, right? Yeah. So we're going to have a nice little layout. So we're going to say RFCE. And we're just going to say, I'm not sure what we set this page to be. It's going to be profile layout. All right. Profile layout, right? I'm going to remove the React. I'm going to use this. And remember, we need to get the children, and the children needs to be of type. So they need a particular React type, and then we also need to make sure that we actually send the children just like that. So children like this. So we have a profile layout on the username level, because remember that username page will contain a separate layout file inside of it. And then you'll also have at the same level, we're going to have the page, the actual profile page, which we will be creating. So RFCE, I'm just going to name this profile page, just like that. And this page will be called profile page. And this page will have some params, because remember, these dynamic params are what we want to get. So again, we're going to use the params like that, and we're going to destructure. But this time, it's not going to be ID, it's going to be username, because remember, our folder name is username, so it needs to be destructured as the same username, right? And then inside here, we're just going to say params username is going to be of type string. This will be our nice profile page. And all we will be doing, guys, here, we will be displaying our same nice looking post grid, which we already created. Use that same component. And here we'll be sending our nice little post, which we will be getting. So this is a top level thing, so we can do await, and we're going to say is equal to await fetch post. And if you guys remember, we did this function called username. And this time, we're not going to pass in the ID. We're only going to pass in the username, because we're going to get all the posts, right? And we don't want to do the not filter. We're going to get all the different posts. So we use that same function, and in here, we then send our post, which we get back, just like that, and we have our nice little profile page. So this will be this is what will be rendered on our profile, actually the /username page, and you can see here we go. Immediately we have a nice, beautiful post for this particular username user page. Now, one thing I want to mention in this build, I haven't done the public and private functionality which Instagram does. Like, basically it allows you to have private posts and private profiles and public profiles. So again, this is something, I mean, you can give yourself a challenge and go ahead and do it, because all you'd have to do honestly is in the schema, the Prisma, is you would have to have a field for the user. You'd have to have a field called public profile or a private profile or something like that, right? And then you'd have to filter some stuff based on that. So that's something you can do as well, but I haven't done that in this, but again, it's a very complex already. So but you can do that with Instagram. But here you can see we have the nice little so I'm going back to page, and you can see we have a nice little grid here. All right, now let's actually go back to the layout, because that's where we are going to have quite a lot of stuff. In this page, we're going to do a lot of different things in the layout, actually, because the layout is quite a huge file here for us. It's quite a huge file. Yeah. So, okay, what we can do is go to our layout. All right, let's start working on the layout. And before I work on it, let's also demonstrate something. I'm also showing how to do the dynamic metadata in Next.js, by the way. This is a very nice way to learn the dynamic metadata thing inside of Next.js as well. But I wanted to mention this thing called that on this page. When I click on, this is the actual Instagram, and you can see, again, something went wrong, keeps happening constantly. All right, so when I click on followers, you can see this actually is a route when I refresh this. So you can see my route actually changes to /username/followers. That's the reason I created a separate folder for followers and following, right? Because these are special routes in Instagram. So if I refresh them, you can see my follower modal actually opens up, but behind you can actually see that all of the rest of the stuff is actually also part of the layout, right? Because they should be a part of the layout, because all of the other rest of the things I actually see behind these followers, right? So that's exactly what we will be doing. So then I click on following, for instance, you can still see everything behind is actually part of the layout. That's why we are able to, like, see this thing behind the scenes. But this actually is a route. You can see it's a special route because this is what's happening here. So this is not just a model, it's actually a route, and that's exactly how we'll be structuring and doing this thing. All right, so let's actually work on the profile layout now. And here we're going to learn a lot of nice things. We're going to learn how to do the dynamic metadata. Actually, let's firstly do that. We're going to learn about that nice dynamic metadata. So what I mean, by the way, is let's say that on Instagram, what we see is when I do this, you can see, like, when I try to do this, you can see I get my name here for my profile, the person you're visiting, the person's profile page name, and then you also get the @username, and then you see Instagram profile like this. Now, how do you get this thing, right? Basically, this is your top level head thing, right? I'm not sure how to explain this, because in Arc you don't actually have a way of seeing this. You do actually. Sorry. So you can see it right over here. Yeah. So on the sidebar here in Arc, on Chrome it's going to be somewhere over on the top, but it's your head tag, right? That's what we want to change. But here the question is that how do you get this dynamic thing to work right over inside here, right? Because this is actually a dynamic username. We don't know that inside of the metadata property, right? We need to get this. So here we need to dynamically generate this metadata, and this is what we're going to be learning right now. It's a very powerful thing in Next.js that you can, especially in the app directory, you can actually do this. So just above the profile layout, we're going to use this function called generate metadata, and we're going to have props. Actually, we're going to do props like that. And we're also going to do the same props right over here as well, by the way. We're going to do the props here as well. And it's worth mentioning that the layouts also do get the params. So these params, the username one, we also do get them in the layout as well as the pages. So we get in both places, the layout and the pages. We don't ever get this in components. So don't confuse these params. This only works in pages and layouts, but this would never work in components, right? These props are only sent in layout and the pages. So we also do get them in the layout. Now, what we are doing here is, and this is, by the way, all of this is inside of Next.js documentation. You can go and read it. But what we are doing is we are generating metadata based on this username we are basically fetching a profile. So fetch profile is another function which we'll be creating. we will fetch the user's profile, because remember, what we do need to get here is we need to get the first and last name, because if we see on Arc, it does not only show me my username, it also shows me my first name and last name. Now, how do you get your first and last name? Because you do have the username, like I can just basically render this username, but how do you get the first and the last name? That's where we use this function called generate metadata. And this again is a special function. This works in Next.js app directory. In your layout files or in your pages, whenever you want to generate like a dynamic metadata, you can use it. And what you do inside of this function is basically accept the same props as params here. So you could have also, I could have also done it like that, honestly, and reduce this params of the username, but whatever, just keep it like that. But basically you get the params, and then you also get another prop called parent. We are not using that, but you also get that prop. And what we are doing here is just getting the username. Now we are doing the fetch inside of this generate metadata function. And what it's gonna do is gonna first of all get this and then only load the page for us. So it's not gonna like start loading the page. It's only gonna get this first, and then it's gonna. So whenever we try to like prefetch a page, it's gonna get this for us first, and then it's gonna show the nice little the head. And this is really performant for SEO as well, because what's gonna happen is every single time when you it's gonna prefetch the page for you, it's gonna load this up, and it's gonna show you the dynamic metadata for your head tags. And it's really powerful, guys, because then it's gonna take this in, and what it's going to do is going to return the title, and you can return more things here. So you can return all the different, you can basically return the entire metadata. So you can see what we're doing here is we are saying promise, return a promise and metadata inside that promise, right? So we can return honestly anything. We can return app links, bookmarks, in the entire metadata, keywords, description if you want to. We can also do description, and you can say profile.bio, because you also have a bio field, right? So honestly, you can go as far as we want with this approach, and this is exactly how I'm doing it in the same Instagram approach. We are doing profile.name, and I'm also doing profile.username. So this is how you return very powerful metadata. Now, I didn't see this kind of thing in many videos, so I thought that it would be a nice thing to explain whenever you want to generate dynamic metadata. It's really useful this way. But let's actually create this fetch profile function now, so we can see how this is going to work. So let's go back to our data. All right, and inside of our data, let's work, and this is our last function, by the way, guys. So if this is like good news that we're very close to finishing our build, this is going to be our last function inside of our data. So we're going to say export and asynchronous function, not function, it's going to be function. And we're going to say fetch profile, because we're fetching a user profile, right? So that's what it makes sense. Username is going to be type string. And we're going to do no store as usual, as we've been doing. Use a try catch block. Inside the try block, let's get the data. So the data is going to be await prisma.user.find unique. First of all, we want to check if this profile even exists in the first place. Where we're going to check based on username. So remember, we are saying fetch profile, but we are sending a username. So we're using that username and checking based on that username. And then here, you know the drill. I think we're going to do include, and here we're just going to say include post. And this time the post is going to include everything, but we're just going to order by created at descending here. That's what we're going to be doing. All right. And then we also have something called saved. So we can see we have saved. And for saved, we want to do the same exact thing. This is going to get me the saved post, because remember, on the profile page, we do have the saved post as well, right? So we're going to say order by created at the ascending, and then after this we're going to get followed by, okay, we don't have this. Oh, all right. So here now we need to create our follow by and following. These two models we need to create follow, and this is the last time we're going to be changing our schema Prisma. Trust me, guys. And we're going to create our follow and follower models. and then we're going to basically be getting these things in here. So I'm just going to write them out for now, and then I'm going to explain these things later on when we come back to this thing here. So what I'm going to do for now, I'm just going to do it like that. And I know it might not make sense right now, but we will come back to this. So I'm just going to comment this out. Basically, we're going to have followed by, and then going to for every single follow, we're going to have followers, and then here we're going to have for following, we're going to have following functionality, and then inside we're doing double include here. So we're doing double include because for every single follower, we want to check that if we want to get their following and their followed by. For every single following, we want to do the same because we want to know on Instagram, if I make this bigger, and we want to know if we're following this person. So first of all, we get this user's profile, and then when I click on the person I'm following, I want to also check that if I am following these people, right? So then we get this following functionality based on that, and that's the reason we're doing a double include here. So we are also getting, and it's going to make sense once we take a look at our model in Schema.Prisma, right? Firstly, let's just do return here, and inside the catch block, we're just going to do the same thing, console.error, and let's just save this. Let's go back now to our Schema.Prisma. Let me make this bigger because we're working on schema files now. All right, in the Schema.Prisma now, we're going to create this nice little following functionality. Now, how is this going to work? I'm going to try my best to explain. This might be complicated for some of you, to understand the following functionality, and it was for me as well. Believe me, when I tried doing this, it was kind of a headache. That following, it gets stuck in your mind, and after a while you just lose your mind. But honestly, trust me, I'm gonna try to make it very easy. At least I'll try, But basically, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a simple model called follows. Let's just have this just over here. So, and we're gonna be doing like this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have this model called follows. Now, this model called follows, it's gonna have relations basically. And what I mean by relation is basically it's gonna have relation with the user. And you see, as soon as I uncomment these lines, the errors are gone, right? So let's just first take a look at what these relations are, right? So you can see we have a model called follows. Now the follows model is going to contain a follower, and the follower is not a different specific model, but it's just a user model basically. That's what it is, right? Because all the people you are going to be following and all of your followers are just simple user models, right? They are all just users. They are not something else. They're just users, right? So what we are doing here is we're just simply saying that we are just having a separate model, and then we're saying followers are going to be of type follower model, and again following is also of type following. But one very important thing which we're doing here is we're saying the follower and the following ID should be unique, right? They should be unique on their own. And then we're also saying add index follower ID and the following ID. We're also adding this thing here as well. And then inside of the user model, we're saying give me the user's following and give me the user's followers, right? And now this might trick you a bit, that you might do something like when you are doing followed by, you might do something like follower, and for following you might do relation with following, but it's actually the opposite relation, right? And this is what might confuse you, that why is this the opposite relation? Because the user's following would be the actual user's followers, right? I mean, whoever is following that particular user would be the followers of the user, and the users followed by, the user who the user is being followed by is actually the relation with the following, right? Like whatever following of the user is. So these are two different things, and it might take some time to wrap your head around this, but honestly, I have a really nice resource I got to learn this from, and I'm going to show you guys if this helps you a bit. So where I got this from is actually the official Prisma docs. So when we search for follow schema Prisma or something like this, you will see on Prisma you have a nice little so in here you will have if I search for follow, you will see that we have a nice little thing here. We have a really nice little thing where they show you this example. Okay, it's not actually this page, it's actually, okay, I'm just trying to take a look. It's actually, yeah, it was the Stack Overflow, I think. It was somewhere where we had this, yeah, so self-relation relation article, yeah. This is something which I would encourage you guys to read, actually. I think it's this thing where we have follow models. I'm actually going to search again. I don't think we do have, let me just say follows. Okay, we do have follows. Yeah, here we go. So this is where we basically have this, and this is where I got this from, which this is the official Prisma docs. I'm going to try to attach this link in the description. Where basically, you can see, you can read this, and you can see this relation expresses the following. A user can be followed by 0 or more users. So it's like a one-to-many relationship, right? The user can be followed by one or many users. And the user can also follow 0 or more users. That means it's a both way, it's a one-to-many relationship, right? Well, actually, sorry, it's a many-to-many relation. You can see this many-to-many relation is implicit. This means Prisma maintains a relation table for it in the underlying database. If you need the relation to hold other fields, you can create explicit, and you can honestly read about this. So basically, all you do is you have this user model. As you can see, we have the user model, and then all you do is you have the followed by and the following. And all I'm doing, guys, is I'm just creating a follows model, and then inside the user, we are just saying follows model like this, and then we are also just doing it simply having a relation. But remember, we need to have the opposite relation for the user itself, right? And that's super important to understand. Now, again, I recommend, honestly, giving this a read. And also the Stack Overflow post, actually, this guy explained it in a very nice way. You can read this as well, that the follower ID and following ID are made mandatory. It doesn't really make sense to have a relation table when either of those are absent. So you have to make sure that you have either both of them, right? So then also you say at that ID represents the primary key in the follows table. You can read this, honestly. I'll make sure to attach these links in the description. But you can read about this, and then you can also read about these different things. And then for more reading, I recommend you go and check the blog on Prisma. But again, this explains it in a really nice way, right? So this is what we are doing. Honestly, it took me a lot of time to wrap my head around this in the first place. But then eventually I got to understand that why we have a opposite relation here instead of the same one, because it doesn't make sense. The users following needs to be the followers of the users, right? That's the people who are actually the users following. That's what it makes sense, right? But again, take your time to wrap your head around this. Honestly, take as much time as you need. But this is a very nice little functionality that we have, right? I'm gonna again try to make sure to attach all the links for you guys to make it easier for you all. But now we have this fetch profile. Let's make it like that again, so we can see on the side. And now you can see this doesn't error out. We have the profile.name, we have the profile.username, and if I save this and if I comment these 4 different components which we'll be needing, we should see our nice little thing update here. And I just saved that, and here you go, just like that in real time, right? Liu Cage. This is the name, the first and the last name we got from the metadata, and just like Instagram, we got this at Liu Cage. So this is how you can use a dynamic metadata inside of your app. If you want to, you can use this generate metadata function. And remember, this function has to be the same name, generate metadata. Again, you cannot mess this up, so it has to be the same name here. And this is how you're going to be using that. But as for the Prisma schema, I forgot to do something, and that's really super important. Whenever you change in schema, remember to do npx Prisma generate and do sync it with your DB, because I forgot to just do that. So let's say npx Prisma generate, and let's say npx space Prisma DB push, right? So we want to sync it with our database because we changed our schema. Right now we have our nice little follow by and following in our follows model. We have this nice little model now. So let's do that. And here we go. We have our nice, and it's, you can see your database is now in sync. So what we can do now is, I think we can refresh the app as well. We can run the app again, close the terminal, and let's just go back to profile layout, and let's just complete our layout. Crush this now, because we all know how this will work now. And let's just complete this build really, really strong. All right. Okay. So the first thing we want to do in here in the profile layout is, again, we want to get all these. So we can take a look at this profile again. And only one thing which we have to understand is we have to do this fetch again here for the profile, because this is for the actual page now. This is for the actual page. This was only for the metadata, but now this is for the actual page. So we want to fetch the profile using the username. Again, we want to make sure we get our params, and then we want to destructure our username from the params, just like that. And then we're going to say get the profile, get the current session. Then we're also going to check if it's current user by checking the profile.id, if that profile ID matches the actual session.user ID, because remember, we are also going to be creating the nice little edit profile here, right? So we only want to allow the people who are actually the logged in users to edit their profiles, not someone else, right? So that's something really important as well. Now, here on this layout, we are going to make this, first of all, a fragment, and this is erroring out. Let me just check why is this erroring. Okay, so you can see sometimes this will actually happen when you do this kind of stuff. I think when you restart the TypeScript server, so what you want to do is maybe Command-Shift-P and restart your TypeScript servers, because sometimes, you know, the schema syncing, it takes some time it takes some time to load this in, or it might be something else. Oh, all right, okay, my bad. Okay, that wasn't the case, guys. I did comment these things out, so we need to uncomment this as well. In here now, let me explain this a bit as well. So here what we are doing, again, when we're fetching this profile, what we are doing is we're getting the, honestly, we're just getting the followers and the following, right? That's what we're doing. But we're doing a double include here is because, remember, we want to also check that the person who this profile, like the person of this profile, or the people he's following, we also want to check that if we are following those people or no, right? So that's why we're making another include. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to do this include, right? So we're also doing include for every single follower. We're saying get that following and followed by, because then we're going to check, right, if we are following them or no. And then we're going to do the same for following as well. So basically do the same exact thing. And then we basically save this, and that's the reason this was erroring out. And you can see why really nice type safety is really important, because this was commented out. That's the reason this was giving me an error. And now you can see we have is following. Now is following basically means that I'm going to go through the followed by from this profile, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a sum function. Now you can use a filter or a find function here. Now I've just demonstrated using a sum function, but you can see sum function allows, you can, if you type this in with Copilot, you're going to see, so allows you to check if any of the elements in the array passes. Sum means it allows for some of the elements. If any of the elements pass the test, that means the user ID is found. Again, you can use filter, you can use find, whichever you like, honestly. But we know that only one of them is going to pass. So what we can do is following and say dot sum user.follower ID should match the session.user.id. So from there, the following of this person, right, we are checking that if the follower ID, remember the follower ID, so when we do user dot here, we get the follower itself, so that's the follower itself, and then we get the follower ID, and then we also get the following ID. Now this might confuse you a bit, but what we're essentially looking for is the follower ID. And again, if I try to comment this, the follower ID here is the ID of the user. You can see is the ID of the user who is following the profile, right? Who is actually following the profile. This is what this means. And then we are doing is following, and then we're comparing and matching this with the session.user.id. So if that is the case, basically, then we know that we are following this person, right? That's what this means. And then also, we are here also checking that if there is no profile being found, then we are going to return not found here. And then on the top here, we're going to say a component called profile header. We're going to create a component, profile header. So let's just uncomment this, and we're going to create this right now. And this component, we're going to pass the username, just like that. And we're going to pass the profile.username. This header component will be this header right over the profile header, just like this. So we're going to create that header right now. So let's go to our components. Let's go here. Let's say profile header .t, okay, .tsx, just like that. Close the sidebar, RFCE. Okay, the profile header, let's open that up. And it's going to be very simple. So I'm just going to copy and paste. But I'm going to explain a very simple component. It's just going to be for nice semantics. I'm just using a header tag. So the header tag is going to have a button on the left. It's going to say a settings button. And we're not making it functional again. If you want, you can go ahead and make them functional. But then on the middle, we have a division tag with the chevron down and the username. And again, on the right, we're having a user plus. Again, you can make them functional if you want. We're not doing it in this build. But you can if you want to make them functional. But let's have the profile header, and let's actually save that. But we're going to see it nicely appear right over on the top here once we actually save this. All right, it's taking a while. Okay, I think I need to refresh it because I did restart my server, and I think I forgot to refresh my app, right? So we're going to refresh that profile header. So let's go back. Again, it's very simple. For the styling, we're just passing the username. For the styling also is very simple, it's just giving some backgrounds and stuff. Very straightforward header, honestly. And then in here, let's check that why it's taking such a while to actually getting compiled. All right, I mean, it's going to compile anyways. And here we go. You get a nice little header, right? So a beautiful looking header. It's not going to be there on a bigger screen, you can see. It's only going to appear on a smaller screen, so it's not going to be there on a bigger screen. Only on a phone screen, it's going to be a nice little fixed header on the top. All right, next thing we want to work on is actually have a div. So children will be on the bottom, because remember, the children is actually the page content. So the page content is actually the PostGrid stuff, right? That's the children. So they are going to be on the bottommost section there. But after this, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class name. We're going to say max width of 4XL, and we're going to also say MX auto, just like that. Inside there, we are going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class name of flex. We're going to say gapx of 5, like this. On a medium screen size, we're also going to say gap of x of 10, just like this. And we're also going to say horizontal padding of 4. And we have a division tag here. Inside this division tag, we're going to have a nice little profile avatar. So the profile avatar, I don't think we have created this yet. Okay, we haven't. Okay, so we're going to create a nice little profile avatar. Now, this will be a very important component, by the way, because in here, we're going to basically allow the user to change, basically going to allow the functionality to change the profile picture of their profile, right? That's something which I've never shown in any of the builds before, and I haven't seen like many builds show this. So this is something which I wanted to also demonstrate, that this will allow you to completely manage your profile as well, right? So when I click on the profile, it will allow you to do this thing: upload photo, remove current photo, and cancel on all these different functionalities. So that's what we're going to work on in the nice little profile. And you can see profile avatar actually accepts children. So we have made this a very nice, powerful component, because this accepts React nodes, right? And what happens is that this is actually a dialog, and it accepts children as the trigger of the button, right? So it makes sense once I create this. But this is a very nice component which you should keep in mind. So profile avatar, let's create that. Let's go back to our components, and you can see we have loads of different components now. RFCE profile avatar, and let's go back to our profile avatar, and then let me create this. So this will be a very it looks small, but this will be a very nice like component which will allow you to change your photos and everything. So first of all, it's going to be use client, and I'm going to get a bunch of imports, just like how I do every single time. So use client and a bunch of these imports. So we're going to get update profile. We're going to create this server action. We're also going to create a typing called user with extras, and we're also going to have a schema update user inside of our schema. So we'll be creating these things. So Let's first do that actually, or let's just comment these things out for now. And let's just, okay, let's comment these things out for now. But let's accept the props which we're getting. So the props in this function which we're getting is the user and the children. Remember, we are also sending a children inside of this component, right? So the user is going to be the user with extras, and the children is going to be of type React or React Node. So let's maybe create this user with extras. And this is going to be the type definition which we're going to be creating. And it's going to be very straightforward. All it's going to be, we're going to export a type, basically. Just over here, we're going to export the type. I'm going to say this type, user with extras, is going to be, remember, when you're getting fetching the profile from the data, we are also including, so whatever things we include, remember, we have to make sure we have it in the our typings as well, right? So we're including post, we're including saved, and we're also including followed by and following. And inside of followed by and following, we're also including following, followed by, following, followed by, like this. So we also want to make sure we do this. So here, what I have done is I have also created two separate typings for follower with extras and following with extras, right? And again, this might confuse you right now, because this might be a little bit like, oh, what the hell, following, and all these things. But honestly, this all makes sense. Follower with extras is going to give you, return back the follows model. And then it's also going to return you the follower. Now, this follower is going to be a user with follows, right? This is going to be, again, because remember, there's a double include, right? So this is going to be user, and then user will also have a follow. So it's not going to be just simple user. It's going to have a user, but also this user will contain the following and followed by. So we're going to have a user with follows, which is going to be a part of this follower with extras, following with extras. And then inside user with extras, what we're doing is we're saying follower with extras and the following with extras. So this will all then make sense. And if we go back now, we won't be getting any more errors, because remember, this is a double include, right? So if we go back to profile avatar, user with extras, now we're not getting any more errors. And even if you try to go back to our, what is it? I think it's layout, right? So even in layout, you can see no more errors anymore. So user avatar is accepting a proper correct type. And now we can go back in here. Sorry, no, it's not user avatar. Sorry, it's a profile avatar. Inside the children, we have the user avatar. So that will be basically the trigger of this, of this component. But let's go inside profile avatar and let's finish that functionality. So inside of our profile avatar now, we're going to have a bunch of stuff. And again, we have been doing this stuff like, honestly, a lot of different times. So I honestly think that this will be self-explanatory what we're doing here. So first of all, what we're doing is we're getting our, because we're on the client, we're getting the session as use session. Then we're getting is current user. So the logged in user, if it matches the user.id which we're getting, right? Because we want to make sure if it's current user who's editing their profile, right? And then we also have schema update user, which we haven't yet created. That's what we're going to do next, right? So let's go to our schemas now. Let's go into our schemas. And for update user, first of all, we need to have a user schema, right? So we're going to have our nice little user schema. So we're going to have our user schema. Our user schema will be a Zod object of type ID. It's going to have username. Remember, username could be optional. Someone might not even want to have a username. The name, we're gonna actually username won't be optional, but I think in the schema we have kept it like that. So if you check the schema.prisma, in the user, I think we have kept it like optional. Yeah, you can see it's an optional field, even though it's unique and it's there, but it's an optional field here. So that's the reason we have it optional. The image, we have it optional. Image, we need to keep it optional because someone might not even want to have an image. So we need to have that functionality. The bio also, we want to keep it optional. The website, just gender, all these things, we want to keep them optional, right? And the bio, you can also see I'm also giving a max constraint. So I don't want it to be more than 150 characters. And this is exactly what Instagram does as well. So I'm doing that. ID is the only field that is compulsory because the user needs to have an ID. For the update user, we want to make sure we get all the fields. We want to have all the ID, username, everything. And then for the delete user, we only want to pick the ID. For the follow user, we only want to pick the ID. And again, the follow user is another, it's another schema type, which we're going to take a look at later on. we're going to use this follow user schema as well. So let's go back actually now into our nice profile avatar, and let's uncomment update user here. All right, now we have our nice little update user, we have our use form hook, we have our nice little default values, we're also doing input ref here, and then we also have something called open and set open state. Now you might be thinking, what the hell is that open and set open? This will determine the dialog which we're going to be using. So we're going to be using ShadCN dialog, remember. Now this dialog will have the state of open based on this open, and then it's also going to have on open change based on set open. Now we're going to do this like that because here in this time in the dialog we're going to have a trigger. So the trigger for the dialog is going to be this thing called the children, right? So here what I'm doing is, this is a very nice thing to do, because the reason we are doing it like that, you might be wondering, is because if you go back to the original Instagram here, you can see here that when I click on the profile avatar here, this triggers this change profile photo dialog, right? But when I go to edit profile, I'm going to show you something similar. So you see here the image is actually smaller. It's still the same profile avatar, but it's actually smaller. You see still we get the same dialog. Then if I also click on this link, we still get the same thing. But nothing happens on the username here. But still on this link we get. So the reason we're doing it like that is because the children, the trigger could be any children here. It could be any child. We could basically put anything, and we can use this in any part of our application, because you might want to use it, like, you know, reuse it across our app a lot of different places. So what we are doing is we are just saying open equals to open, on open change equals to set open, and what we are doing is the dialog trigger, we're saying as child. So whatever we put as the children here, we want to apply to that functionality, right? And that's going to pass this dialog trigger functionality to this thing. Which is like really handy to do, right? Because then we can reuse it across different portions of our app. So that's what we're doing in this. Again, for the mount, again, as you know, we do this. And for session also, we are checking here. If there's no session, we want to return null. And one more thing we are doing here is we are also saying if it's not his current user, then we also want to return a user avatar. But this user avatar won't have this dialog functionality. So this will be just a normal user avatar. So on Instagram, if you go and take a look, if you make this bigger, and if I show you guys, this is my profile, so I can see the dialog. But if I navigate to someone else's profile, let's see, let's navigate to someone here, I don't know, someone's profile here. You can see here, I can't click on it. This is not clickable anymore, right? I can't click, and this is not my profile, so I'm not able to click. But only if it's my profile, I'm able to click like this. So this is what we have here, that if it's not current user, then we only want to render user avatar, and we want to say some width and height and everything, and we want to basically do it like that. So if I actually save this right now, we should actually see something here, because in the layout we do have a profile avatar. We didn't just save it, so we just need to save that. And I think now we should see something at least. And here we go, we see something. The styling's messed up. But we actually see the image and we see the icon, right? So when I click on this, I don't get the content because there's no dialog content anymore. So I don't actually see anything. So now let's render something. Let's render dialog content. Now dialog content, we have a nice little class name here called dialog content. I think we already created this before. So let's take a look. Yeah. So you can see we are reusing the same class name, dialog content, for this. And inside we have a nice little header. I'm again going to just copy paste this because it's honestly a very simple header we have been doing. So the dialog header is just a simple dialog title called change profile photo. And then in here, we're just going to say if it's current user, then we want to basically show something and we want to show a form, right? So this form will be a ShadCN form. Now, the way I'm actually doing this is I'm actually using my update profile server action, which we'll be creating, because updating your profile image is actually a part of your, it's actually part of your profile. It's actually part of updating your profile, right? So your profile needs to get updated. So I'm using that same update profile function, which we'll be reusing this in our edit page as well. If you remember, we're gonna have the edit screen, and we'll be reusing the same function
on our edit screen as well. So it's going to come in really handy in that sense, right? Okay, now inside the form, we're going to use the same form like this. All right, and now this form is going to have on submit because we're using ShadCN forms. So on submit, so let's just do that actually. We're going to have on submit, just like always. I'm going to say form.handle submit, asynchronous values, and I'm just going to do it like that. And in here, we're going to destructure a message which we're going to get from the, we're going to get from the server action. So await, and we're just going to say update profile. And update profile will accept these values. Again, we're going to validate everything on the server side as well. But if we get any message, we just want to toast message. And we also want to do set open to false. Because remember, we also want to close the dialog as well, right? So we want to do set open. And that's the reason we have it as useState, because we want to control this internally like that, right? So I think we can create the update profile as well, and then we can actually have our nice form logic. Or let's actually just comment this out for now. And first of all, let's have our form logic. Okay, I'm just gonna do it like this. All right. Okay, I'm just gonna do it like this, so it's easier for me to uncomment later on. Okay, so let's just work on the first form field which we're gonna have. So form field is what we're gonna have. So this form field actually is going to have control. It's gonna be form.control, and it's gonna be for actually the user image. So we're gonna say name image, and then we're gonna render. And remember, inside the render, we want to destructure our field, and then what we want to do in here is we want to render a nice form item, and inside the form item we have form control. So form control is going to contain your upload button. Now upload button, if you remember, we are using the same upload button as we were before from upload thing package. So we're going to be using that same upload button here, but this time of course we're going to have some different things for upload button. So first of all, we're going to use this upload button. The endpoint, we're going to keep the same endpoint because we are uploading an image. But in here, when the upload is complete, what we're going to do is we're going to say form.setValue of image, right? So we're setting the value again with the image, with the URL here, and then we're also checking if there's an input_ref.current. What we want to do, we want to basically say input_ref.current.click. Now, this is something which I will explain why we're actually doing it like this. That if there is an input_ref.current, we are basically want to click this. But there's a very nice reason why we are actually doing it like this. And if there's an error, we want a console.error, and we want to also show a toast notification, right? Now, let's save this one first. And outside this form field, we're going to actually take a look at user image. So if we have a user image, then we are going to say that you render a submit button, because remember, this submit button is going to be for removing the picture, right? So if the user has an image, we're also going to render a submit button here, and this submit button will have an on-click property. And what we're going to do is inside of this on-click, we're going to say form.setValue and set the value of the image to be empty string. So we are emptying the string because the user does not want to have the image. They want to remove the current photo. And again, we're checking if input_ref.current is there. Do input_ref.current.click. Now, I'll explain you why we are doing this, because on the bottom, just after this here, we're going to have this input field, and this is going to be hidden. This is just going to be hidden. This is not going to be shown, but it's going to have a type of submit. Now, the reason we are doing it like this is because we need an input field here, and we want to basically submit the form. But what's going to happen is that here, we only want to submit the form. So if you go to take a look at Instagram, as soon as the thing changes, so let's say I want to try to update my photo on Instagram here. So let's say I try to upload a photo, and let's just try to see that if I try to upload this photo, right? So if as soon as I do that, you can see immediately my modal closes and my form submits, and my profile picture will be updated. So this is how Instagram does this handling, right? But in our case, we don't have any submit button. So this is exactly what this means, right? We don't have any submit button. Even if I do remove current photo, you're going to see that it's going to remove, it's going to submit the form and everything, and it's going to do it like that. So what this essentially means is we don't actually have any submit button. We don't have a submit button to submit the form. So what I've done here is I've created an input, which is going to be hidden, but it's going to have a type of submit. And I've given it as a reference, as an input ref, and you can see we have this reference. And then what we are doing is we're using this reference, and we're basically saying that if we have the current, just click. Just make this click, and then when you click this, because it's a type of submit, it's going to submit the form. I hope you understand this. I know it might be like, what the hell, why am I doing all these different things? But I'm doing all these things to make it work like Instagram, because we don't actually have a submit button. That's the point, right? We don't have a submit button. And when we don't actually have the submit button, this is how we need to submit things, right? We can have an input, make a type submit, and then click, basically make the input click when our things are done. So when we upload an image, when it's complete, then we make it click and we submit the form. And the same goes for removing that as well. So we submit the form, and when we go inside the form, we also close the modal. You can see we set it open to false automatically like that, right? So if this all makes sense, this is what we are doing right over here. And lastly, outside this form right over here, we're also going to have a dialog close, because a custom dialog close of cancel, because that's also there on Instagram, right? We're going to do all this, and now the last thing to do here is actually our on submit, right? That's what we need to do. So inside on submit, we have update profile. That's the function we need to create. So let's create this server action, and I think this is our last server action as well. This is our last server action which we're going to be creating, because we're going to be reusing the same server action. We're going to be reusing the server action in the other place, the edit page as well, right? Okay, so let's do this. Let's get it done. Okay, in the actions, we're going to export a synchronous function. All right, and we're going to name this update profile. And here, remember, we're using ShadCN form, so value z.infer. We want to make sure to server-side validate this, and we want to do update, because this is update user, right? So update user like that. And then again, we're going to get the user ID and then validated fields. So update user.save bars. If there's no success, you flatten the errors, missing fields, and then you get all the different fields. So you get all the fields. So first of all, let's do validated fields.data, and here you will get all the fields: ID, bio, gender, and you're going to image, name, and then you're also going to get username, and you're going to get website. So you get all the destructure all the different fields in their proper validated way, and then you use a try catch block here. Now inside the try catch block, okay, after this we're going to have one more server action, which is going to be for follow user, and I promise that will be the last one. I know it's a very long build, but I honestly wanted to make a really sick comeback for everyone, and wanted to do something really sick. Yeah, guys, that's why I think I lost it. This is why I did this build. Okay, the ID is gonna be the user ID. So okay, I hate Copilot sometimes; it annoys me so much. Okay, so in here, the where we have the ID needs to match the user ID, because remember, we are here. This is super important to do, because we don't want to change someone else's profile, right? We are updating our own profile, the person who's logged in, and you know, this is really secure, because what we are doing is we are server side. So if anyone, for any case, bypass the client validation, we are also validating this on the server. So there's no way of knowing, there's no way of bypassing this on the server, right? Because this code you can see use server. This is all server actions are all run on the server. So what we are doing is we're getting the user ID, and then we're checking. Where is this? Okay, we're checking in here that if this ID matches this user ID, there's no way of bypassing this. So if for any reason someone bypassed our client, tried changing someone else's profile, this is never going to work, because we are also getting the user ID on the server, right? This is something really nice we should be doing, right? This is just like Firebase rules basically. In Firebase you have to write all the rules and everything to make it secure, but in here you just do it right inside here on your server-side logic, which is much easier. I'm really a big fan of this Prisma now. Okay, so we have bio, and then gender is something, and then again we're gonna get website. So we're gonna update all these different things if for any reason user decides to update these things, and then after we update this, we want to revalidate path, and we want to revalidate path dashboard, and then we want to also return actually. So we don't want to redirect here. We don't want to redirect. We just want to revalidate, and then we want to return a message saying updated profile like that. If there's any error, we want to return a message saying database error, failed to update profile, just like that. All right. So when we get this message, okay, I'm not actually using any ID. Okay, so ID we can just, maybe we don't actually need that because we're not needing the ID. But you can see in the profile avatar, we are updating this thing here in the update profile, right? And then we will display a nice toast because we'll get this message property, and then we'll display a nice little toast message just like that when the profile gets updated. So I think our flow is done for updating the profile, and I think we can try it out. I still feel like some styling is messed up because this is not how I styled it, honestly. So let's just try this out. Okay, let's just try this out. Okay, if this works. I know the styling's messed up. It's not right. I will change that. But you can see we got our beautiful dialog. So let's try to remove the current photo. You can see I cannot click this button anymore because I already submitted this event, updated profile, and here you go. We don't have this profile anymore. Now, it's giving me the alt stack, but it's not displaying the proper image, which in fact we should fix it right now. So what we can do is we can take a look at the profile avatar, right? And not even actually in the profile avatar, it should be in the user avatar. And this is what we should be, we should be getting this picture. So let's take a look at if this URL even works in the first place, right? Because this might not even work. Yeah, you can see the URL signature expired here, right? So that's the reason this didn't work actually, because this actually expired. So what I did is I used Instagram's fallback image here as my fallback. Let's just go to Instagram. That's completely fine. Let's get a new one. So you see, copy image address for this fallback. Okay, not paste and go, but basically go back to our build. And in here, all you want to do is want to change this signature, this URL to this URL. Now, if you save that, yeah, we might want to change our host name, right? So you can see this changes from time to time. So I think what would be better is to get a different fallback from Google Images or something. So go and search on Google Image. Maybe you can do that right now, actually. Instagram fallback avatar image. So if we search for something like that, and if we go to our images, I'm not sure if you'll find it right now, but I think you guys get the idea. Basically, what I mean is like just get a fallback image or something and just replace this with this one. I'm just doing this for the build purpose right now, but I'll change this later on because I just want to get this done. But what you can do in here is replace this host name with this one now, because our thing has changed, and now we will have the proper image. So you can see this actually changes from time to time when you because I think this happened. I think I know why this happened. Maybe I changed my picture, or I did actually change some stuff here. So then it gave me a new URL, and then that one expired, and that's the reason this happened. All right, so we should probably have the proper fallback image once this is done. Because it automatically restarts the server, and now we can get the proper image, hopefully. And you can see, here you go. So we have our nice little image, and now you can see we don't actually see that button anymore, because in our logic here, what we have done is in the profile avatar, we have said that if only we have the user image, then we show that. We don't have a user image, so we have nothing to remove right now, right? Now we can choose a file, And let's key Elon again, and let me just upload this. So this is gonna upload button, and it's gonna upload this entire thing again. And once this is done, this is automatically going to close the dialog, and it's going to close this thing for me. You will see it will automatically close this, and here you go, updated profile, and I'll get this picture updated in just a second. And here you go, my picture is being updated. And this is a nice, I have a nice picture now, and this will persist. So even if I refresh, this will have the same picture now. And you can see I can pretty much click on my avatar, remove, cancel, do whatever I want. So at least the functionality, we know it works now. So now we can fix the UI, and let's go back to our layout. And let's actually see what the UI is and why this is messing up. All right. So profile avatar, we have a gap ax here, we have a max width of here. Okay, we have some things. I think probably it's messing up because I haven't completed this yet, and I think that would be probably the reason why this is kind of getting messed up right now, because you didn't actually complete this. You're gonna have a lot of different things yet. So let's keep building this, honestly, because we just built the profile avatar. We have a lot of different things now. So let's have a div here. And in here, on a medium screen size, we're going to make it a horizontal padding, space by 4. And inside this, we're going to have another div. And this one is going to be very interesting. It's going to have a grid layout. So grid, and grid calls to, on a medium screen size, grid calls for an items center and gap of 3. So that's what we're going to have. Inside the div, we're going to have a p tag. The p tag is gonna just say profile, profile dot username, just like that, and the p tag in here is going to say font semi bold, and then it's also going to say text XL, like that. All right, so we save that, and we'll have a nice little username. Okay, and then after this is current user. I'm gonna use a ternary operator. I'm going to render out a fragment right over here. So if it's a current user, we want to render some different UI, right? We want to basically render the edit profile button and the view archive and all the other ones which Instagram pretty much shows, right? So this is what we're going to do if it's current user. We're going to render a button for settings. Now the settings one is not functional. The edit profile is the only button that's functional right now that works. But the other two buttons, of course, if they're not functional, you can make them. But the edit profile is going to allow us to edit the profile, and going to take us to, you can see, it's going to take us to dashboard/edit profile screen. However, if that's not the case, if it's not is current user, then we're going to have a different fragment, and that fragment is going to look something like that. So if it's someone else's profile, then I'm going to see a button, a more horizontal. Again, this is not functional. The message button, again, it's not functional. The middle one, follow button, which we're going to be creating. And that will be to allow you to actually follow this user. So this will be a follow button. This will be a reusable button which we'll be using, and this will accept a prop called is following. If I'm already following this user, I want to see something else. But if I'm not, I also get the profile ID of the profile I want to follow. So this will be a nice reusable button which we will be creating just now. So let's do that. Let's go and open up our components. Open up a new file, follow button.tsx, rfce, remove the React thingy, and let's just say follow button, a very simple follow button. So I'm just gonna copy it right here, and you can see the follow button basically is gonna look something like this. Now here we're gonna have a server action follow user, which we'll create in a second. But here the follow button accepts props of following, is following, which is true or false, profile ID. And it also accepts a button class name and a class name property as well. So class name is for the form one, the parent, and the button class name is for the button right over here. Now what we are doing inside this button is we are basically just rendering out a form, and for the action we are just saying follow user, which we'll be creating, right? And then input value and the name, we are just saying ID. So what we want to do is here we want to basically have one single server action called follow user. And that will basically determine that if you're already following the user, we'll unfollow, or if you're not following the user, we will follow. So we only have one single server action to do that. You can go ahead and create two separate ones unfollow and follow user, but I just found it more useful, more helpful to have one single function and just have one single form element here and conditionally render styles based on that. So also the variant, you can see if it's already following, then it's going to be secondary. If it's not, it's going to be default like that. So we're going to do it like this. But first, we have to create our follow user action, which will be our last action of this build. So let's actually go and let's create that functionality right now, so we can see that button. So export a synchronous function. We're gonna say follow user. So we want to follow someone, right? Or we want to unfollow someone. Now you can change the naming again if you want to, but we're gonna use form data here because it's a form tag which we're using. And then here we're gonna get the user ID. Is equal to await get user ID, just like that, and here we are just gonna say ID. So update user is not gonna be you can do update user, but I just like to be more like granular with these things because it's not an update user function, right? It's a follow user function. So there, it makes sense to have a separate schema, even though it's the same. I know that it's going to pick from the same user schema. It does make sense to have a separate name for this because it makes sense, right? You don't want to do update user here because at any point you might want to change something, and then you should have it a separate schema thing here, right? So instead of update user, we're going to do follow user.parse, and we're going to do the same thing, ID. So we are interested in getting the ID from the form name attribute, and then we're going to say user. So await prisma.user.findUnique where the ID matches. And remember, the ID of this, the one which the user we want to follow, right? So we're getting that particular user. Now, if we don't have that user, we're going to say throw new error, user not found. And after that, we're going to create a variable called follows. Now, this variable, what we're going to do is we're going to say await Prisma. If you remember, we have a follows module. So we're going to say follows dot find unique. We're going to try to find this particular person's follows, and then we're going to check if we are following this person, right? So if we are, then we're going to try to delete, and if you're not, then we're going to try to create that, right? So I don't know if it makes sense, but this is how we're going to do this. So first of all, we want to get the follows, and we want to find unique where we want to say, now here, remember we did use the, if I go in schema, we did use in the follow model, we did have this thing, this at ID and at index. This will allow us to now have a relation like this by saying follower ID underscore following ID, where we need to basically just say follower ID, which is the user ID. Remember, the follower ID is the person who wants to follow, right? So that's me, actually. I'm trying to follow someone. So the follower ID should be mine. And the following ID is of the person which I want to follow. So, and I think it makes sense if I actually write this down as well for you guys. Follower ID is of the person who wants to follow, right? And the following ID is the person who is being followed, right? So who I want to basically follow, who's being followed. So this is what we're doing here. And remember, we're passing like different IDs here, right? And after this, what we are doing is we're just checking if follows is true. Then we're going to use a try catch here. And what we can do is in this try catch, I'm just going to get this actually and explain it. So in this try catch, what we're going to do, if follows is true, we're going to say that because I'm already following, try to follows, prisma.follows.delete that following relationship, and we're going to send the same follower ID, following ID. I'm going to revalidate path and then return message unfollowed user, right? Otherwise, if if follows isn't there, because it might not be there, then we're going to do another try catch statement here, and we're going to try to create a follows, right? That's exactly how we're going to try to do this thing. If it's not there, then try await prisma.follows.create, pass in the same data, and then revalidate path, and instead of the message unfollowed, just send in followed user. So this is one single function, follow user, and this is a really nice function that allows you to handle both things. So first we're getting the follows, and then we're checking if it's true. If I'm already following the user, then I would want to unfollow them. If I'm not following, then I'll try to create a nice follows relationship between me and the following user, right? So this is how we're going to be doing this thing. Now let's go back to our follow button, and let's actually, okay, let me just see, what do we have right here? Value, profile ID, name ID. Okay, here we go. So we have our nice little action. Now all we need to do is we need to check if this functionality even works, right? And before that, we also need to make sure that this needs to be saved right over here. So the follow button, we need to save that, and we also have profile tabs in here. And you can see as the follow button comes in here, we get the nice added profile. Like, of course, I can't follow my own self, right? So I don't see the follow button anymore, but I get this nice thing. And we're gonna fix this in a second as well when we have the entire post thing. And this is gonna get fixed as well. But you get our nice added profile and everything, and we can also remove our photo if you want. Now let's try to go back to a different user, because in our app right now we only have 2 users. So this is actually me, because I changed the image. Remember, I changed the image to Elon, and this is Aliko. So this is a different user. So let's try to maybe navigate to this person. I think I forgot to do this in a way where I forgot to add this as a link, but what you can do is honestly just have this user and wrap this image inside of a link and then navigate to this user profile page. I think I forgot to actually do that. We can click here though, Ali codes. So you can click here, and here we go. We get this profile. First of all, we don't actually see the update profile. We don't see the update profile photo model, right? We don't actually see that. But now we also see follow and message and different buttons, right? Now let's try to do this, and let's try to see if this actually works. So let's try to click on follow, and let's see if this actually works. Here you go, right? So as soon as this was followed, it changes to unfollow now, right? Because I'm already following this user. Now we're gonna get to see this once we have our follow count here. We're gonna see nicely how this user will have a single follower, and that will be me, right? We're gonna just see that. So let's complete that functionality, right? And also try to unfollow this, by the way. So if I try to click on unfollow, you're also going to see this will change back to a follow button. Here you go. Changes back to a follow button nicely, right? And also you can see this in Prisma Studio. When you try to follow, it will create a follows model. Inside of a table, you'll have one field. And if you try to unfollow again, it will remove that field, right? So this is how it's going to work. But now let's go back to our layout and let's complete this so we can see the following count and everything. All right, so just after this div right over here, we're going to go below here. We're going to open up a div, and this is going to have a flex box here. And we're going to say item center gap x of 7. Inside, we're going to have a p tag. The p tag is going to be class name of font medium, like that. So it's going to say font medium, and inside the p tag we're going to have a strong tag. That's basically for making the text bold. That's why we use a strong. It's like a nice semantic tag here. So we're going to say profile.post, or the length of the post, and then we're going to say post here. So we're going to say like that, and then outside of this p tag we're going to have a few links. So I'm just going to copy this and show you guys. But inside the same div, we're going to have this. So we're going to have these links. The next one is going to be for followers. Remember, we have them as links because these are also some pages, right? So these are also follower and following pages. So when the model is going to open on these different pages, so that's why we have them as links. And now you can see it's showing me 0 following. But if I click on follow here, and if I try to follow this user, this following should update here. Sorry, not the following. The follower should update because this user now has 1 follower, right? So now if I click here, this will open up that page, which will be 404 not found, just like that, right? So if I make this bigger, you can see it's taking me to Ali codes / followers, which is the followers of this person, right? That's what it's actually showing me. Okay, that's nice. So what we can do now, we can actually work on these modals, or we can actually finish. Let's first finish this entire profile page, and then we can actually maybe work on the follower and the following model, because it's going to be pretty straightforward. And then we also need to work on the edit profile page, right? Because that's also one page we need to work on. Let's first finish this. So outside of this div, In here, we're going to have another div. Here, we will have a div, and this will contain basically the profile dot name of the person of the profile, right? So the div here is going to be text of small, and the profile name here, we want to also make it bold. Actually, we want to make it bold, and then here we have another p tag. Here we just want to say profile dot bio. So you can also, we'll also have the functionality to add bio to our profile. So when someone adds their bio, it's going to show just like Instagram, their bio. And you can see now it's already starting to look a bit better. I mean, it's not exactly there, but yeah, we have at least some spacing now. So unfollow, follow, and I forgot to actually explain that part, but there was a very important part right away here. I apologize if I forgot to explain this, but basically, somewhere here we are using the order property again. Yeah, here on this button, the more horizontal button, you can see that on a bigger screen, when I make this bigger, this button is actually on the last here, right? As soon as I go on a phone screen, the button actually is next to the text, the username here. And the way we're doing this is we're just saying on a medium screen, it says make this an order of last. And because this is, remember, it's inside of a div which is of grid. So what it's doing is actually making it on the last when you make it bigger. But as soon as you go smaller, that does not happen, and it's on the, you know, this button is actually in the right place, right? So this is exactly what we are doing. If you were confused about this, so we are using the order property to change that layout, right? All right. Now the next thing we want to do is we are going to have some nice profile tabs. So what they're going to do, first of all, I want to put the children inside, and then here we're going to have our nice little profile tabs component, which we're going to be creating, and this will look really beautiful, nice profile tab. So what we're going to do here in this component is we're going to create this functionality. So we'll be able to switch to Reels, we'll be able to switch to saved, and we'll be able to switch to tagged. We'll be able to switch to all these different tabs. And by the way, these tabs are also different pages. So that's the reason I created separate pages inside of my username, route. If you remember, I created different pages. So if I show you guys, in the username we have followers, we have following, Reels, saved, all these different things. The reason we have this is because on Instagram you can see even when I go to save, this is also a page. So even when I refresh this, you can actually, you know, share this, and you can share this with someone if you want them to look at your Reel section or something. You can see these are different pages, right? So we're going to do it like that and have these nice little tab like functionality, just like Instagram. It's going to look very nice with this thing. All right, let's close the sidebar and let's work on this profile tabs right now. That's what we need to work on next. Let's uncomment this profile tabs. Sorry, profile we're going to be sending here. So profile tabs, we're going to be sending a profile prop, and then we're also going to be sending is current user if it's the logged in user that matches the profile user, right? So let's go to components and let's create profile tabs.tsx, close up the sidebar, oops, just like that, and do it like this. And then in the profile tabs, let me just go navigate to my profile tabs. This will be a very nice looking component we're going to see, and this will be use client firstly. So it's going to be use client, it's going to be a client component. And we're going to accept a bunch of props here. So we're going to say we're going to accept profile prop, and we're also going to accept is current user. Now we're just going to say the profile is going to be the similar one, user with extras, and then we're also going to do is current user, which is going to be a Boolean value, just like that. Now on the top of the function, we're going to have this array where we're going to say profile tabs. Now this profile tabs is going to contain, this array is going to contain each object of that link which we're going to be using, right? Post, Reels, saved, and tagged. We're going to have these 4 different links, and if you ever want to increase them, you can also add them just like in the array. And I'm also going to get all of my imports which I need. So for this component, we're going to need this imports. I'm just going to remove that and get all these imports here. So here we'll be using another ShadCN component that will be called tabs. that will make it look really elegant. So let's go to ShadCN. Let's search for tabs. You can see tabs here. If I make this bigger, this is really nice, like looking tabs here. You can switch between them. These are basically like panels. Very straightforward to use them. So we're going to take a look at how to use these tabs thing. Go back to our build, and let's open up the terminal. Let's install these tabs. All right, let's let them install. Okay, and let's go back here. So these will be like our profile tab section here. And what we can do is, firstly, we want to get the path name, because remember, we want to know the active state. So on Instagram, you can see we have this active states, right? So if I'm active on Reels, it actually highlights this tab. If I'm active on saved, you can see if I'm on the save page, it highlights the save page, right? So we need to know which path we are on. So again, you're going to use basically use path name for that. And we already have that import. So now inside the function here, we're going to return the tabs, and that will be the tabs parent. And inside here, we're going to return tabs list. Tabs list will also be like this, and the tabs firstly is going to have a few props. So firstly, it's going to have a default value. Now, what will be the default value? It's going to be account. That will be the default value. Actually, it won't be account. I think it would be. I think it will be post. Yeah, default value should be post. By mistake, I think I just made it like account, but it would be post. The class name is going to be padding top of 14. So we have some padding. The medium screen size, we're going to have padding top of 32, and then we're also going to have padding bottom of 16. Now, inside of our tab list component, we're going to have class name, padding of pixels. So padding pixels just means it's going to be a padding of 1 pixel. So if you didn't know that this exists in Tailwind, so you don't have to write it like this and in an ugly way, just write px, it means 1 pixels. BG zinc 300 on a dark variant. On a dark variant, we're going to say BG neutral 800 like that. And we're also going to say height of pixels. And then we're also saying width of full. And what I'm actually essentially doing here is I'm creating that nice little separator, the nice little border basically. And inside here, what we're going to do is we're going to map through all of our profile tabs. So we're going to map through each of them. And we're going to do an explicit return. So I'm not going to do an implicit return. So put curly braces and do an explicit return here. And then we're going to say const profile page. So the profile page is going to be equals to this, right? We know that because this is how the profile page should look like, right? This should be /dashboard/profile.username. Now here, we're going to determine the is active state. So we're going to say const is active. It's going to be is active based on the href from tab. And if that exists, then we're going to say the path name is going to be equals to profile page. And we don't want to do includes here, and there's a very good reason why we don't want to do includes. We only want to make sure it's exactly equal to that profile page. Otherwise, we want to make sure, again, we want to say path name is equals to, and again, just in your string interpolation, you want to say profile page /tab.href. This is how the path should look like if it's not active. And I explain this in a second. Let's firstly return something so it doesn't freak out. Tabs trigger, let's return that. Tabs trigger. All right. So let's return that component, and now I'll explain this. So what this basically means is, first of all, we're creating a variable saying a profile page. So what is our profile page? Our profile page is going to be /dashboard/profile.username. Now we're determining if this tab is the active tab. So firstly, the reason we are checking if the href exists is because in the post, we don't even have the href, and the reason why is because if you go back to Instagram and see, if I click on post, you can see that my URL actually stays /username/ nothing else, right? There's empty. There's no. It's not like it has post. So by default, whenever you go to like a profile page, it's always going to be on the post one, right? It's going to be active. This is going to be active. It's only going to change once you click on Reels. And once you click on saved and once you click on tag, then the URL is going to change. So what we are doing to make this get the same behavior is we're saying that here the href make it empty because there's no href, right? It's going to be empty. And then for the reels, we're saying reels, and for the saved, we're saying saved. And here, what we're saying is that tab.href, if it exists, then we're going to check if the path name is equal to the profile page, because it needs to be for the post, right? We need to check for the post. Otherwise, we're checking that if the path name is equal to the profile page slash tab.href, because if the tab.href exists, that means we don't even have this post as an argument. This is not going to be there, and only it's going to check for these three, right? So then we need to make sure we add this slash tab.href. But if we do not have an href, then it's going to do the other way. So this is what it's gonna. Oh, by the way, I made a big mistake here. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I made a very big mistake. It should be equals to empty like this, and this is what we're checking for. We're gonna be checking for if the tab.href is empty. Then we want to do it like that, right? Like this. Path name is equal to profile page, because if it's empty, that means that it's for the post. But if it's not empty, then it means that it's for the other links, right? So we want to make sure we have this href, right, just like that. And this is going to determine our active state. Now, inside of our trigger, we need to send some mandatory props. Value is actually mandatory. We also want to make sure we have a key, because we're mapping through items. So a key like that of a value is going to be tab.href. And then we're going to have some styling, and this is going to be conditional styling. Based on if this is active or not. So we're going to say styling, and then lastly we're going to say as child, because we're going to have a link inside of this. So this class name, what we're doing, if it's active, we are basically saying make it text neutral 700, on a dark screen make it text white, otherwise just make it text neutral 400. That's the color of this separator, by the way. The color of this separator is text neutral 400, so by default that's the color. So that's exactly what we're doing for each of the tabs trigger. And inside we have a nice little link component. So I'm just going to copy that and show you guys what this is. So this will be inside of this tabs trigger. We'll have this nice little link. Firstly, the link is going to contain a separator. So you can see a separator. This, again, I'm getting this from ShadCN. This separator, just like that. And you can see this is also conditionally rendered. We are making it important because we are overriding. Remember, we are overriding ShadCN styles. So here, when it's active, what we want to do is we want to make sure that this BG neutral is of 700, and the dark on the dark as well, we are saying BG white. And then if on a darker variant, we are doing it separately. And then we have a div where we are basically saying tab.icon, because we have an icon for each of the tabs, and then we are also showing the title. Now, if I actually save that, you will see that we will have a nice little tabs section here. We'll have a nice little line here. I think this should probably work. Maybe I didn't save the layout. That's the reason it didn't work. All right, so I need to save my layout. Okay, so I have saved my layout. And now you can see it say cannot read properties of undefined, but now it's right over there. We just needed to refresh that. So you can see we get the nice little Instagram-like tab section. I'm going to make this bigger. So if I make this here bigger, you can see it takes a max width, and even the layout is being fixed now. Before this was rendering on the wrong, it was too close to this. Now it's nicely centered here. You can see post, reels. By default, see how the post is active, right? Because we made sure to check here that if this active tab.href is equal to an empty string, because we are sending an empty string here, right? So we made sure to check that, and then the path name matches the profile page. So this is actually active. Now, if I click on Reels, you're going to see 404 not found, because we don't have the Reels page yet, right? So we're going to create followers and following and all these different pages. We're also going to have a saved page. It's going to be very similar. It's going to contain all of our saved posts. So we're going to have these different pages. And you can see it looks really, really clean, right? So even if I refresh this now, you will see that basically I have this loading. So this is of course going to load in, and then it's going to show me the profile picture. I think I forgot to do one thing here. I might have forgotten to do the loading for the username page, or I don't even have the loading in the first place. Let me just check this, guys. So I might have a loading or I might not have a loading. So I don't have a loading for my username. So this is again something which I think you can go ahead and add, because we do have some data fetching logic here. So you can go ahead and add suspense. I mean, I already showed enough of these suspense and loading things. I think you can achieve it yourself easily. So if you want, you can also add a separate loading if you want for this page. But honestly, I think I didn't do that because I can't see in my finished build, so I didn't actually do this. All right. So anyways, we have our nice little profile tabs. And again, if you're confused about the styling, again, it's very simple. Take a look at ShadCN UI and you will understand. Basically, the tab list is my line here. This line which you see, this is my line. And each tab trigger is this little thing right over here. So just to demonstrate you guys, if I change, let's say if I just want to demonstrate you guys, if it's not as active, instead of neutral 400, if I change this to red 500, you're going to see it's going to change to red now. You see the text now changes to red. Now the separators on the top are these things here. These are the separators. Now you can change them as well. So instead of neutral 400, neutral 800, you can see if I do red here, this separator should be changed to red now. You can see now these separators are red, right? So this is how I've achieved this same behavior like Instagram, and looks very clean and very nice, just like Instagram. All right, now let's also do the saved page. Now the saved page is going to be very easy. What I did is we just have a fetch function there, which is going to get us the fetch saved post. Then you click it and it's going to render the same grid element which we use here, right? So it's going to be very straightforward. So what we can do is quickly just finish up the save page here. So let's go here and we're going to create a new file. Inside save, we're going to say page.tsx here, and here we're going to just paste this bunch of stuff. We're going to paste this in here. So it's going to be a synchronous function. We're going to say saved post. Again, we're going to get the username from the params. And what we're going to do here is we're going to have a fetch function called fetch saved post by username. And this will basically get all the posts, all the saved posts by the user's username. And then on top of that, we're going to get basically all the posts. And then what we're going to do is we're going to map through each of them. And then we're going to display, get a single post. There's a very good reason why we're doing the second thing here, which we're going to see once we do this fetch function. So firstly, let's actually copy this. I promised you guys that this would be the last fetch function, but I was wrong. I think there's one more. So I didn't lie, I just forgot. So I think this is truly the last one, which we're going to have. So let's also have this fetch function. Let's work on this one. Fetch saved post by username. Okay, so let's just go ahead here. Export a synchronous function. All right. And in here, we're going to say fetch saved post. Fetch saved post by. Okay, I think I did. Okay, I did copy the name. So this is going to be getting our fetch saved post. Now, we have a different function for this because we have a condition here, right? You only want to get. If you guys remember, we have a separate model for our save post. You can see there's a separate model. If we were doing it in the same model, then you could have probably reused this, the function, but we are doing a separate model. So the way we need to do this is have a separate function for this as well. And again, we're going to just do not this, no store. All right. Just open up a try catch block here. In the try block, again, let's try to get the data. Data is going to be await Prisma. This time we're going to use save post, right? And we're going to find many. And inside of find many, we're going to say where for the user. We're just going to say, okay, not like that, maybe like this, username. And then after this, we're going to also say, so where user is going to be the username, right? This is actually erroring out. Okay. I think I messed up here. User can't be the username. Username needs to match. Okay, just like that. All right, and then we also want to include certain things. Now, the things we want to include here, we want to include. So if you take a really like close look at our schema or Prisma here, we're including a post here, right? So this is a post model. The saved post is not going to give us directly the post just like how post does it, right? So the post directly gives us the post and everything, but the saved post is only going to give us the post ID, user ID, and then these things are something we have to include, right? So again, we are going to do include here, and that actually means that what we have to do in here is we have to then include the post here, and then the post we have to include. I'm just going to copy the Copilot suggestion because this is exactly like this. So include, we're going to include the comments. The comments need to include the user. They have to be in descending order. Then we also need the likes, and the likes need to include the user. And then we also need the saved by and the user property. And lastly, we also need to make sure that this is all in descending order as well. Then after this, we want to return this data. And the catch block, again, we're just going to throw an error if there's an error, and then we're going to console.error out the error. So what we're going to do is we're going to just say fetch saved post, all of the fetch saved posts by username. This is what we're going to get, right? Now let's go back to maybe our username here. Let's go back to username and let's see. And that's the reason, that was the main reason of me trying to map through the save post, because this is not going to give us the post. Inside of this map, we're going to get individual posts, right? And that's what we need to return, because remember, the post grid accepts, if you try to do it like this, and if you try to do it like this, you're going to get an error and going to get confused at why is this not working. This is not going to work because each of this post, you can see, it actually contains a post. You can see like this, right? So this does not have the post by default. So you have to map through them and then basically get the exact shape like this, and then you can send your post like that. So you have to do it like this, and then if you save that, this is going to give you back your return post. Now this is only going to show you the post which is going to be saved. So now we can try this out. Let me refresh the page here. So I'm just going to refresh. Let's actually make it bigger. You can see as well. Now I'll try to click on save, and we will see. And let's try to see, and you can see no more posts. One more thing which I forgot to actually do is we shouldn't be actually showing saved if it's not you. If it should only show this if it's the current user. Now we can actually do that very simply. I think I forgot to do this, but we can really simply do this. We have our profile tabs here, and we can remove this link. So what we can do is we can honestly, we can do this a couple of weeks. Either we can check it here, and I mean, we don't want to map through the, we can basically slice this off or something. There are a few ways you can do it, and remove this saved, as you shouldn't be doing this. So what this is doing is, this is not me, this is not the current user, should not be showing me the saved here, because this is not my account, right? So this is something which we need to filter out from this, and there's a few ways. I don't want to get too much into this, but honestly, in my finished build I did not add this, but I think it's very simple. What you can do is also, you can check, and you can somehow you can slice this up, or you can just send in a prop here for the save post. There's a couple of ways you can do this. Honestly, you can do like maybe slice here in here, so you can dot. So you can do it something like this, right? So you can dot filter for every single tab if it's current user, or if the tab.href is not equal to saved, right? Then you do it, basically you filter out this thing and you don't actually display that. So if you save this, probably you can see right now it does not work. So it's very simple. Like, you can do it something like this, or you can, if you don't want to do it like this, you can maybe send the prop in. There are a few ways you can, right? You can also use the slice actually to do this. There's a couple of ways you can do it, but you can see now what the condition here, you can see here, is actually that filter for every single tab. You want to basically check if it's current user, or if the tab.href is not equal to saved. If that is the condition, if either of this is true, then you basically want to filter this one out, and you don't want to like display that, right? And then you want to use the map function. So you can see now we don't have saved, but as soon as I go to my profile, you're gonna see I do have saved here, right? So I do have saved here. but on this profile I don't. On my profile I do have saved. Now if I click on saved, you can see I have this post as saved, and even if I click on it, you will see that I'll have this as bookmarked, right? So if I try to navigate to this post page, you will see this will be bookmarked. As you can see, this is bookmarked, and that's the reason it's showing me in the saved. Now let's go back, and you can see this is how this is going to work. For this user, I'm not even seeing the saved thing here. So this is how you can do it. There's several ways again, but you can quickly, if you want, you can do it like that. All right. What's the next thing we want to do? Okay, let me see. Reels tag. We need to do the follower and the following models, and we do have the unfollow and the follow functionality complete. We need to also change the fonts, just so I don't forget that. Again, for the tagged, I haven't done the tagged in the Reels functionality, but if you want to also have functionality to upload videos to your platform, you can maybe create another endpoint instead of upload thing. And just to give you a hint of doing that, is actually not that complicated. I was gonna probably add that option, but this build is already too long, and I mean, I didn't want to make it like extra long, a never-ending video of features basically. But you can if you want. So all you have to do is, honestly, in your upload thing, in your core, here you need to have another endpoint. So just like the image uploader, you can have a video uploader endpoint or something else, right? So that endpoint will only be able to accept videos, not images, and you can use that endpoint basically to create a Reels kind of functionality, where you can also are able to upload Reels to your app, right? So if you want, you can also do that, but I'm not going to get into that right now. Let's get back to our layout, and I think our layout is finally complete. This is done. We have our functionality beautifully done on the layout. Now we need to work on our follower, following, and our edit profile page as well. There's still quite a lot, guys. It's gonna take, I think it's gonna be like 1 or 2 or more, 1 or 2 hours more. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it takes that much. All right, let's go to followers and following. Let's firstly finish these two. Followers and following is going to be very straightforward because we already have the functionality complete. So let's quickly create these. So inside of our followers and following, we're going to have separate pages. So we're going to create page.tsx in both these files. And this is RFCE, and this is going to be following. So this, I can't type. Okay, following page, right? And this is going to be actually for your followers, right? So this is going to be followers. So RFCE, close up the sidebar. I can't type this at all. Okay, followers page, just like that. So let's firstly maybe work on the followers screen, right? That's what we want to work on. So the follower screen is going to be very straightforward. We're going to basically have a simple component called followers modal, which is going to show us all of our followers, and this is a top level asynchronous function. So here we're getting back the username, and what we're doing is we're fetching the profile using the username, and then we're basically, all we're doing is we're getting the followers of this profile, right? That's what we need to get. Whatever profile we're visiting, we need to get their followers, and we need to basically pass that inside of our modal, just like that. So profile.followed by is going to be the followers of this profile, and then we pass that inside of our followers modal, which we'll create just like right now. So let's go to our components. Let's create this followers modal and RFCE. All right. I'm also going to go to my followers modal. Now I'm just going to honestly copy paste this because it's very straightforward, and I'll try my best to explain what's going on here. So this will be our followers modal, and here we also have additional component, which is going to be a follower component. Okay, let's first explain this, and then we can create this additional follower component. So firstly, the followers modal here, this is going to basically render out a dialog, a simple dialog, this ShadCN dialog, and we're going to determine when we're going to keep this. And again, remember, this is a client component, so I'm going to determine when we want to open this. We only want to open this when it actually is follower space. So we're going to use our same pattern which we have been using. On open change, we're going to get back our open state, and we're going to check that if it's not open, we want to go back to wherever we came from, And then we're going to have our content. Now, inside the content is very straightforward. We just have a simple header which says followers, just like Instagram. And then we say if the length is 0, then we're going to say the user has no followers. And then we're going to also display a scroll area. We're going to map to every single follower. Because remember, the followers is an array, right? It's actually an array of follower with extras, which we created before. If you guys remember, we created this this type definition for this, right? So this is the array, and then what we're doing is for every single follower, we're displaying a simple follower component, which we're going to create just like right now. Let's create follower.tsx. All right, and I'm going to go to this component. Now this component is going to be very straightforward component again. I'm still again just going to honestly copy this because we still have the edit post, edit page functionality, guys. So I'm just going to breeze through these things because honestly, we have completed the functionality. All this is just the UI, right? So on this follower component, you can see we basically are getting the session. Remember, this is a client component. Why? We don't have to specify it because we are inside of followers module, which is already a client. So you can, if you want to, you can go ahead and explicitly say use client here. If you really want to be explicit, you can. I think it's also good to be explicit because you don't want to break your app for any unexpected reasons, right? So you want to be explicit. So whenever you're using hooks, make sure to be explicit here. So this is going to be a client component, follower. We're going to get the use session. And what we're going to do here is we're going to determine if I am actually following this user, because all I have to check is if I'm the person who's following this person, right? So if I'm getting a single follower here, what we have to do is we have to check by saying follower.follower. Now this might be confusing, but this is just the follows model. Honestly, that's what this is, right? But follower.follower dot followed by. I'm gonna check in my in this person's followed by. I'm gonna check my user ID if my user ID is present, because if my user ID is present, then that means that I'm actually following this person, right? So I'm going to determine if it's true or false. As you can see, this is a Boolean value, right? So we're going to check if user.follower ID, right? It matches the session.user.id, because remember, this is my current logged in session ID, right? This should match with the user follower ID. So if I'm a follower of this user, I should already be, should be true, and I should already be following this person. And this here, you can see, I'm sending it right over here to the follow button. And remember, the follow button is following prop, which is a nice prop. It conditionally shows unfollow and follow. So it's going to show that conditionally. And here also, we are also checking that if it's not current user, because there might be a case that the person who's following, I'm checking is also following me. So I don't want to show the follow button for myself, right? So that's something very important also. And otherwise, it's very straightforward. We're also checking if it's current user like this. And honestly, is very straightforward. I think it's not that. I think we already understood the functionality before on how the follow button and everything works. We just render an avatar for that person and just put it inside of a link. So if you want to check that person's profile, we are able to do that. So we save this. And we also save our followers model just like that. And also, let me save our, I think this page. We also save that. Now, if I click on the followers, we should have a nice little modal open up. So let's click here. And let's see if the modal actually opens up. And you can see Ali Codes has 1 followers. And here you go. I see myself as the follower here because I'm following this person. And you see how I don't actually see the follow button because it doesn't make sense, right? I mean, I'm following this guy and, I'm the current user, so I don't actually see the follow button. But if someone else is following this person, then we're going to see the nice follow button here as well, just like that. So you can see I can go and click on this, and this is my profile, so I can edit my picture and everything. And you can see for my profile, I'm actually seeing 1 following instead of followers, right? So I'm following 1 person. If I click here on my following, I should still get 404. Actually, I shouldn't get 404 because we did create the page, but we don't get the modal because that's not working. But if I click on followers, you see the user has no followers because I don't have any following right now. So that's what it's going to show me. But this is very useful because it just works like Instagram, because now you can see even if I refresh this page, because I know that I'm on this route, it's automatically going to open up my modal and it's going to load that the person up. And we don't have spinners here, we don't have the skeleton here, but you can again go ahead and create a nice little skeleton animation here. So when you load this the first time, you have a nice animation happening. I probably didn't do that here, but you can go ahead and create the skeleton animation as well. But yeah, this is how it's going to work, right? You have nice little followers, and if I click outside, I go back again. So it works in a nice way. Now, we also want to check if someone else is following this user. So let's say I log in with a different account. Let me just log in with a different account. Let's log out, and let's wait for the logout here. And let's log in with a different account. Let's maybe log in with my third account. And when I try to log in with this account, I'm going to try to follow. I'm going to try to go to this user's profile, and then we'll see how it's going to be different, and it's not going to show us a nice follow button. So let's say we get these different users here, and now let's say I want to follow this person right over here, so I'm going to click on their caption. And when I click on their caption, you see how I can't click on their profile. They have 1 follower, so I can go and click on their followers, and this time you will see that I have a nice follow button here, right? So I have a nice follow button because this is not me, this is some other user. I can click here, and as soon as I click, you can see this is submitting this event, and now here you go, unfollow. I am following this person. Now if I go to their profile, they will have a follower, and you can see 1 follower. If I click there, this will be me as this user. So you can see this is me as this other user right over here. And if I go to my profile at this point, again, I'm going to see 1 following because I'm actually following this person. And now we're going to work on this following. So let's actually create this following. And it's going to be very similar to the followers one, right? So what we're going to do, firstly, go to the following page. So let's go to the, all right, let's go to the following page. I'm going to go to my following page. Firstly, we're going to replace this following page with this. So we're going to basically have a following model, similarly to a followers model. It's going to be very similar, but we're going to just basically from the profile, instead of followed by, we're going to get the users, the profile following instead of followed by, right? That's the difference. And here we're going to have a following model. So following model is going to accept the following. So let's go ahead in our components, create this following model. And please, guys, just take your time with this. If this seems confusing, just maybe slow the speed of the video, pause, go back. You know, take as much time as you need with this kind of stuff. I know this can be confusing at times, but honestly, it's such a good build because you demonstrate a lot of different aspects of Instagram here. You display edit profile, which we're going to be creating. You're also displaying following functionality. There's just lots of things to do in here, right? So it's such a huge build to work on. It's such a good thing to add to your portfolio, right? And then if in the end, if you also add something like AI related to this, I wanted to do all those things, but again, with time constraints, I couldn't. But if you can, like if you add those things, you can then make this build so damn sick, right? I mean, there will be everything you need in a perfect Instagram-like build. So in here, we have a nice following model. And we did create the following model. Okay, we didn't actually. I forgot to actually create the model itself. So following model is very similar to the followers model. All that actually is different is actually the path name right over here. So instead of followers, there's going to be following this time, right? And the open is going to change to is following page. And then here we're going to basically have a following component. So instead of follower this time, we're going to have a following component. So following.tsx, we're going to create RFCE. And in here, we're going to have a nice little following component. Now, the following component is going to be very straightforward again, just similarly to the follower. Only difference here in the following component we're going to do is here, we're going to basically do the following dot followed by. So if you remember in the follower component, what we were doing is we were basically doing followed by, right? In the following, we're basically getting the following. So here we're saying following dot followed by, and then if I'm following this user, again, we do the same exact functionality. We get a render a follow button, and we do all these different things, right? So we save this. Let's go back here, And let's also save this page. So if we save this, now we should have the following functionality as well. Now if we make this bigger, and as soon as I do that, we have the following functionality. And you can see I'm actually following this person, so it's showing me follow. If I can also unfollow from here. So when I unfollow, I shouldn't even have this user in my following. You can see this user has no following because I'm not following anyone anymore, right? So just like that, you have a beautiful looking functionality here, and we have our followers and following functionality complete now. So we can basically follow people, and we can unfollow people. We can go visit their profiles. So if I try to visit someone's profile, let's say I want to go at this user's profile, we can visit people's profile, and we can follow them up. If I try to follow them, we can look at their post, and we can basically comment on their post. We can basically delete our own post if you want to. Now you can see 1 followers. So you can see it's going to show us our name. If we go to our post section, our profile section, we can upload our photo. We can remove our current photo. If I don't like this photo, I can remove this. By default, it's going to be my Google account photo, right? Because I'm trying to log in with my Google account. So I can remove now. My profile picture will be updated. And you can see I can view my saved post. I can create my post. And I can do a lot of different things, right? Now, the last thing we want to work on actually is the added profile screen. So that's the last thing of this build which we want to work on. And then we can integrate some nice looking fonts, and we are done, guys. Officially, we'll be done. All right, let's do that. Let's actually finish this build now. Let's create our added profile screen, and let's see how that's gonna work now. Okay. So firstly, let me show you guys again. Let me give you guys a demo of Instagram's added profile screen. So on Instagram, you can see if I try to go to my profile, I actually see this added profile button, and when I click on this one here, okay, something went wrong again. Let's reload the page, and you can see here I get my added profile, and basically we have a nice little profile here, and we can change a lot of different things. And these are some privacy settings, so you want to be very careful and not giving access to some other person accessing someone else's profile, right? So I have this nice little section where you'll be able to add bio, some website, or some gender stuff like this, and we'll be doing this submit event again. So basically we'll be using the same endpoint which we created before, which will be the update profile. And another interesting thing we're going to have is this layout for our added profile page. So that's what we're going to be building now. All right, so let's start. And I think first of all, when I click on added profile here, 404 not found, that's exactly what I wanted to see. Now first, let's create this route here. So let me close everything, and I'm just trying to see where I have, and where this added profile is going to live. It's going to be living inside of your dashboard, right? So if I search for it, I completely lost it actually. It's going to be in settings. Okay, so I did create another organizational route. So basically what I did, guys, is remember these grouped routes, right? So these grouped routes are really helpful. Again, there's a place where I want to have a different type of layout again, right? And again, there's a certain layout the dashboard has to follow. So we cannot put it inside of dashboard layout here. But what we can do is at this level, at the dashboard level, we can create a new folder, and we can create another grouped route. So this we can call it settings, right? And this won't be a part of your router, but this will be a nice group layout where we can have a separate layout for this. So what we can do in here, guys, is we can now inside of settings have a new folder called added profile like this. Now this added profile alongside the settings here, we can basically do, but make sure you do this at the settings level, the layout, and you have a page at the added profile level. So the page should live here, but the layout should live in the settings. So we can do RFCE, and this will be the added profile page. So we can say added profile, and you can remove the React thing here. And then inside the settings, you can also create a new file, layout.tsx, and this will be your layout for your settings, right? For your entire settings. Because remember, this on Instagram, if you go and check, even when I click on professional account, if I click on what you see or something else like that, you will see that I basically get the same layout, right? I get the same sidebar and get this entire same layout. So this is your settings route, right? So this should be your settings layout, and this should be the same for no matter how many routes you have. So let's imagine I want to have another route inside here. Now we'll give the same layout to those things, right? Because they're inside of one single grouped route like that. So that's like really damn powerful to do, right? And now we're going to say RFCE. We're going to just say settings, layout here, remove React, and in here we're just going to say children, and again the children will be of type React node, and inside we're just going to render out the children, right? So we're just going to say children just like that. So we have our settings layout, and then we also have our edit profile page. So let's first work on this layout. Inside of our layout, we're going to have an array of tabs, which is going to be above this function right over here. So it's going to be right here. And these tabs basically will be different tabs, like different values of your tabs. So you're going to have different things, right? You're going to have professional account, notifications. Remember these tabs on Instagram? So these are all the different tabs which you have. So you can have these different tabs in your settings layout here. So you can have these tabs. And then what you can do is your entire div here, the parent, you can make them flex. And again, we can use the same ShadCN tabs, basically. That's what we'll be using here. So I'll import these things from ShadCN, actually. And remember, this is a server component, right? Your layout file needs to be a server component. Your layout cannot be a client component. So these tabs, you're not having any interactivity right now. However, if you want to have interactivity, then you would have to basically create another component and basically have it as a client component inside of your layout if you want to do that. But we're not doing any interactivity right now. We just have some simple styling. So I'm just going to paste it, honestly, right here. So I'm going to paste this div. And basically what we have essentially is just have the tabs similarly how we did before for our post page, our profile page. We have our tab list, and then we're mapping through all the tabs and displaying a trigger, and then we just have some UI here, right? So if I save that, you will see that we'll have our nice little tabs. Here you go. We have our nice little tabs, and this added profile is coming from our page. So if we go to edit profile page, you can remove that, and this won't actually show anymore. And you can see it looks really, really clean. And if I click here, you can see it switches these tabs, right? So again, it's really like very simple. Again, all of these don't work. The only one we are focusing on right now is the added profile screen. We're not going to make other ones functional. But I just wanted to show you guys how you can do it if you want to. You can have these different tabs as well. All right, but as soon as I refresh this, you can see it will automatically default to edit profile, just like that. And you can see these are some default styling. Again, this is again coming from ShadCN. So I'm just using data attributes here. So these data attributes, you will see that they will be there inside of ShadCN. So if you go inside of tab trigger, you see that when basically ShadCN here, he's using the state active data attributes here. So when the data state is equal to active, then he's putting the background to a different background. So I wanted to change that. I wanted to overwrite that, right? So what I did is I did the exact same thing, but I didn't put it a different color here, give a different color. And then I used button variants because I wanted to give them the same styling of a button, but of course I wanted them to be inside of a trigger here. So I just give button variants here. And this works really nicely. And then also we have an H4 tag here for settings. So next thing we want to do is we want to put our division, our children, also inside of another division tag here. So what we want to do in here is we want to do it like this. So we want to make sure that this takes the maximum space. So we're doing flex 1. We're also giving margin left. The reason we're giving margin left now is because this is actually a fixed, right? So these tabs, guys, they are actually fixed layout, right? So they will be fixed on the screen. And the proof of that is actually if you go to Instagram, you can see that if I go to a section where I have more stuff, I don't know if it's professional account or something, but yeah, it's professional. You can see I can basically go, scroll this, and this is actually fixed on the screen. So this is actually a fixed thing. That's the reason we are doing a margin left here, because remember, this is fixed. So this means that we want to give some margin left, and this margin left is actually the same value here. So you can see this is of width 250 pixels, and on a medium screen we are also giving margin left here, because remember this is also should be a bit of a left side from your site navigation. So when you make this bigger, we also want to take into account the width of this side navigation, because this is fixed. That means we also give some margin left from here, right? So this is honestly just some layout stuff. This is just some CSS styling. And what I'm doing is I'm also saying orientation vertical, because by default, the tabs are horizontal. So you can see the default value is horizontal. You can change the orientation to be vertical here. And you can just save that, honestly. And at that point, you can then go into the edit profile page. You can go inside that, and you can actually show the edit profile page here, and then you can work on that. All right, let's go to our edit profile page, and let's actually finish this build now. Let's actually quickly, here we're going to have a very simple thing. So again, this is what the edit profile page will look like. We have some metadata. We're just going to say edit profile for our SEO. And then we have an asynchronous function. We want to get the session, and then we want to get the profile of basically using our session, right? So we want to get the profile of the person who's logged in. So this is what's different here, right? We are using the fetch profile function, but we are making sure that the username which we are passing in here is of the person who's actually logged in. And this, remember, this is a server component. So, this is secure. This is actually a server-side thing. This is not on the client. This is happening on the server. So this is a very nice way to do this, because we are using the same function. But the only difference we are doing is instead of passing in the profile username, we are passing in the session. So the person who's logged in can only edit their profile. They cannot edit someone else's profile. They can only edit their profile. And then we have this profile form where we're going to pass in this profile. So let's actually create that now. Inside of our components, create new file. Let's just say profile form, and I think this will be our last component, probably. And for some reason, my editor is just lagged out right now. Okay, so I'm just gonna check what's actually happening. I think sometimes it does happen. You can see it's taking a lot of space. That's the reason. Sometimes it just crashes. This randomly happens. I'm just glad it came back, honestly, because I'd have to stop the recording and then restart the recording back again if this didn't work. Because sometimes it does crash like that. All right, let's create the profile form now, so we can edit a person's profile. And let's go back. I'm just trying to navigate to profile form. Okay, let's create this. So our profile form is going to be a use client component. That's the first. All right. And then there's going to be a bunch of imports, guys. This is, I think, is one of the biggest components in this build. Okay, it's not the biggest, but yeah, it's fairly big. Okay, so we're going to have a bunch of imports here. So we're going to have all these different imports. So we're going to install select, and then we're also going to install text area. Now, text area we're going to be using for the bio, and the select we're going to be using for the gender. So we're going to have these two fields as well. So what we need to do now, go back to ShadCN UI. I'm also going to close in any unnecessary tabs. If I don't want to have them, I'm going to close them just so it doesn't lag out for me. Okay, and let's go to ShadCN now, and let's install select. So the select, when you see, it's actually a very simple thing. So for the gender, we'll keep a nice little select like this. So you can see it looks very beautiful. What you want to do is copy this command, come back to your VS Code, basically open up a new terminal, paste this in right here, and then you want to also install text area. Now text area again is a very nice looking text area component. Basically it has something called I think it has like very nice looking like functionality, so we can have a nice looking text area, but nothing fancy, honestly. It's just a very simple text area component. So let's just install this, and then let's go back to our app, make this smaller. Let's also install that in. So install these two components and then close the terminal, and then let's start working on our profile form. Firstly, we want to get, and this is not going to be a dialog, so we're not going to need any dialog stuff here. So what we're going to do, firstly, we're going to get the form. So the form is basically going to be, we're going to use React hook form, and then we're going to pass in the user schema here. Because remember, this is going to be updating the profile, so we're passing in the user schema here, and this should accept the profile of the person, and the profile needs to be user with extras like that. So this is how we're going to do this. So we're going to get the profile, and we're going to pass in all the default values, the image, the name, the bio, the gender, the website, and everything. And then from the form.form state, we're going to destructure is_key. We're going to get is submitting, and then we're also going to get is a valid property, just like that. All right, and then we're going to have our nice little profile form. So let's actually start creating this. Let me make this smaller so we can see them on the side. I'll also save this in so we can actually see something on the side. Okay, so let's actually create this profile form. So firstly, you can see we get to see this text, edit profile form. So let's remove this text in here, and for the parent div, we're going to give a class name. We're going to say space y of space y of 8, like that, py of 10, and on a larger screen size we want overall padding of 10, max width of XL, just like that. Inside the div, we're gonna have a very simple we're gonna have another div here, and this is gonna be of class name flex and items center. We're gonna give a gap of 2 between them, and we're also gonna say on a medium screen size we want to give a bit more of a gap. We're going to say gap x of 5. Now inside here we have our profile avatar component. Now the profile avatar, we need to make sure we send in the user, and the user needs to be the profile, right? That's what the user is. So we send in the profile avatar, and remember the profile avatar, I made a mistake, it needs to accept children. So we need to send in a children here. Now for the children, we're going to send in a div here, and this div is going to be very simple, very straightforward. It's going to be a user avatar. And what we're going to do is we're just going to basically send in this div. This is just going to have some styling on a medium screen size. It's going to have a width, and this will be a user avatar. But remember, this user avatar is a small user avatar. It's not going to be huge, right? Just like before. So we're going to do the profile, like add this inside of the profile avatar. And let's just save this firstly. Okay, after this, we're going to have a div. Here we're going to have a p tag, and this we're going to have profile dot username. So we're going to say profile dot username. The div doesn't have any styling. The p tag, just we're going to say font medium, and you can see we get a nice little thing. And when I click on it, we get the same change profile photo thing, right? So this is why it's super useful. It's super nice to have nice reusable components throughout your entire app, right? So here we go. Okay, I think I'm forgetting something. Okay, actually I am forgetting something. Okay, I am forgetting something, and that is this thing. So this should be inside here. Okay, so I think I'm messing something up here. So there should be this div, and the profile avatar should contain just a simple div. Okay, no, my bad. This shouldn't be inside there. The profile avatar can only have one child. So we have a user avatar, just like that, and then we have a div, which is a p tag. Yeah, all right. I was getting confused by something else. Okay, then we have another profile avatar, because remember, there's the profile avatar is a reusable component. So this profile avatar also accepts the same profile here. So we're gonna do the same profile, and here this time we're gonna have it inside of a p tag. So we're just gonna say, and this is the main reason of doing it like this, right? So we can have change profile photo here. And then here we can also have some styling. So we can, I'm just going to get this styling, change profile photo, so I have the styling. So text blue 500, text small, font bold, cursor pointer, and when you hover, text white. So this also is a change profile photo button. This also is a change profile photo button. And this is why I did it like this, right? So beautiful. Now the next thing we want to do is outside this div, we want to have the form. Right, so ShadCN form, we're just gonna do dot form, and inside we're gonna, now you know the drill. I think it's just it's something which will make you very consistent with forms and everything. And honestly, this is like really good way of writing forms using ShadCN with this, because it allows you to really write really nice looking forms. And also they can be updated very easily, right? Because the way you write them with complete type safety and everything is just really good. So you get the message from the server action, and then you basically want to do await, And we're doing update profile values, and then we're gonna just do toast message like that. And after this, we're just gonna say class name, and in here we are just going to do space y of 8, just like that. All right, space y of 8. So we have the form. So here we're gonna submit, and we're gonna use the same update profile server action which you already created, and we're gonna pass in all the different values. Now inside the form, we are going to have a form field. Now I'm going to copy the form field here because it's going to be for a website, and it's going to be very simple. So firstly, we're going to have a form field for our website. So we'll basically tell the user that editing your links is only available on mobile, because this is how Instagram works. Like, Instagram does not allow you to add website links they don't allow you to add links on your actual website. You're not allowed to do that. So this should probably be disabled. Okay, I'm just trying to see. This should be, the form input should be disabled. Okay, this is actually disabled. So it's not showing me a disabled UI though. So I think I am trying to do this. Okay, so I'll just try to refresh this, because this should be disabled and this should not allow us to enter a website here. Okay. Okay, so for some reason, this is not actually working in the proper way. Okay, we'll see why this is, because this should probably be disabled. Yeah, this should be disabled placeholder website. But this is what the website one will look like. It won't allow you to enter something. It would be disabled probably. I'm not sure why it's not getting disabled. Maybe we have to do disable like that. Anyways, I'll try to find the reason why this is not working in a proper way. But there must be something that's not correctly done. I'm just taking a look at the form. Okay, we are passing in the form correctly like that. We also have the on submit nicely, and we have the class name and everything. Okay. So we must have missed something. We'll take a look at it. Don't worry about it. So we'll see why it's not getting disabled. But we do have disabled property right over here. We're also doing area disabled here. So I don't know why this is not working. All right, let's move to the next bio. So we're gonna have another field here. We're gonna say bio. So this is gonna be for your bio. So you'll be able to enter your bio and everything, and that will be a nice thing. And then after this, we're gonna have another form field. And remember, guys, everything will be inside of your form field. So even if it's the text area, so here you can see I have a text area inside of my form control, right? And here inside my form control, I had my input. So anytime you have select, you have anything, they're going to be inside of form field. So form field needs to be there. It is kind of like the hierarchy of writing your form inputs and connecting it with the form. Now this is going to be for your gender. So in the gender one, we basically have a select. So we have select trigger, we have select value, and then we have some select content. So here we're just basically allowing the user select the gender here. So you can see prefer not to say, and you can see we have nice descriptions. This won't be part of your public profile. So you can basically choose a gender. So I choose male here. You can by default choose any gender if you want to, and then you can also change your bio. I'm just gonna say hello world. That's my favorite bio, so I'm just gonna say that right now, and then we'll see how we can submit and save this after this. All right, so then after this one, we're gonna have a submit button here. So this submit button is going to be disabled on these three states. So what we're doing is basically we're saying if it's not is dirty, or if it's not is valid, or if it's in submitting stage, we want to basically disable the button. So what does is dirty mean? You might have seen me using is valid and is submitting. Well, what is dirty? So is dirty just basically means if I'm trying to submit the same thing over and over again, it shouldn't allow me to submit, right? So for instance, let's just remove the bio, and let me just refresh this actually. So we'll refresh this, and we will see we still actually don't. I'm just getting confused on why this is not getting disabled, because this should definitely be disabled. Maybe it does not have the disabled UI, but it should definitely get disabled. And I also think that it also has a nice disabled UI when you disable an input field. it does show you really nicely when you disable that. So I'm not really sure why this is not working. Maybe I'll do disable here. Okay, we can just do disable here on the form field itself, because yeah, okay, I think I was missing this disable here, maybe that's why it wasn't working. But yeah, you can see now I'm unable to basically add a website, and you can see even the UI actually changed. It does not allow me to enter anything here. Right now, let's try to actually submit this, and let's try to change something, and let's see what happens, because we definitely have the server action already done. So that's the update profile, and let's try to actually do this. And if everything is successful, it's gonna give us show us a message with the toaster notification. So let's make this bigger, and you can see how nicely it's responsive, right? So even on a phone screen, it's not showing me the sidebar, and it's completely responsive. So even on a mid-size screen, you can see it looks like that. So it's beautiful and it's completely responsive. Let's try, and let's try doing this one, right? Let's try basically updating our profile picture first. And even for profile picture, I want to show you guys something, and that's basically that for the profile picture, you can see this is our profile avatar. So the profile picture is not a part of our form. If you guys remember, that cannot be part of our form, because that profile avatar which we just created is actually itself, it's a form, right? So it's also itself on its own, it's a form, and it's updating the profile picture. So we cannot make this a part of our form, and that's the reason I excluded this entire div, you can see above this form, right? Because this cannot be a part of your submit event. So let's maybe try to do and submit this one. Let's say hello world, and let's try submitting. And now you should get a message called update profile. Here you go, beautiful, right? You get a message, it revalidates, redirects for us, and now this button should be disabled. So now if we refresh this, okay, this is nice. Now if I try, and I think there's something completely messed up, because the button is not getting disabled when it's actually not as dirty. So this should be getting disabled. All right, we'll take a look at that. But basically, we have a hello world. Now, when you go back to our profile, now we should see a bio, because yeah, there you go. We see a nice little bio here because we updated the bio. And now if we click edit profile, we get the same exact bio here. We can also change this to, let's say, male, and let's submit this, and the updated profile. And now if we try refreshing this page, this should be still on the male one here. And you can see now it by default, so even if I do a different one here, and if I refresh, it will still fall back to male. Right, so you can see here, now even if I do the same thing for a mistake, I opened up the sidebar. Let's try to maybe change the image now. But the image, remember, it's not a part of the form. So let's try to add the Elon image again. And I think I'm doing too many Elons now, so I think I should probably choose a different image at this point. But I think I just completely messed up, because I think it was trying to upload that image for me. Let's try to upload some other image. Let's do like, oh yeah, okay, that's updated for me because that already ran. So you can see my image actually updates here. And if I go to profile, you can also see here that the this image is updated. I have my nice little bio. Now if I try removing the bio, and if I try submitting this, you can see the button's disabled now, and now we won't have the bio. Also, I want to change it. I want to remove this photo, so I'll remove it and updated profile. If I go to my profile, you can see now my profile is in sync. I have no bio, and I also removed my picture. Beautiful, right? So all these things work. We have our complete edit profile section done, and it works in a very nice proper way, right? So we get this done. Now I think like this was honestly the main portion of this app, the last portion of the app, honestly. And I think we are way above and beyond time. It's already like 5 hours for me since I record this third stream, like third recording for me here. And I think we've done a good job, guys. Like if you guys stick to the end, completely phenomenal job, honestly. We have beautiful looking app. Everything works. We have our nice little create post functionality. So let's try to create something. We have edit post functionality, we have delete post, we have add comments, optimistic like, optimistic bookmarks. We have so much stuff, guys. We have literally crushed this. If you guys stick till the end, I know you guys would have learned so much stuff here. And still, we are still not done. We still have to update our fonts, and then the last step, we need to deploy this to Vercel upload complete. Let's try to see what the image is, and let's try to create it. Try to create the post, and then we're gonna basically deploy this to Vercel, and then that will be our final step, and then we will be done. Okay, nice. You can see we get the post. And even if I click on this, you can see we can't delete their post. I can delete my post here. I can edit it if I want to edit this post. So if I click on edit here, of course it's going to be slow in the local, but in production this will be insanely fast, guys. But you can see nice skeleton animations. Go back to our profile. And when I click on my profile, here you go. I have my profile. I'm following one person. So following functionality, that's something which we did as well. And we also did saved posts, different things, right? So it looks absolutely phenomenal. I just really love the UI of this app. ShadCN UI just makes it so damn elegant. But I think it's just, yeah, it's a complete. And we also have edit profile. Completely forgot. Yeah, we just created edit profile screen on top of that. So beautiful, beautiful work, guys. Absolutely phenomenal job if you stick till the end. And now let's actually move on to integrating our final thing, that is our fonts. So how do we add something like a local font to Next.js app directory, like and optimize that, right? Now we all know how to do the fonts, where when it's like when you go to a root layout here, you can see we all know how to add these fonts, like these ones, because you can just import the Google fonts, right? But how do we add a local font, right? It's very simple. It's very simple, guys. All we have to do for the local fonts as well. Firstly, I also want to actually see. I'm just trying to find wherever I've used that font. So I'm just gonna look inside of my finished app, and first of all, we're gonna see. So we have our fonts.ts file, which we did not create yet. So that's what we're gonna do. So what we are gonna do firstly is inside of our app, we're gonna create a font file. So we're gonna create a new file, and we're going to call it fonts.ts, and all of our fonts are going to be living here inside of this place here. And here what we're going to do is we're going to basically have this. What this is basically, we're going to basically import interfont from Google, and inside of Next.js you have something called a local font import. Now you can name this whatever you want, but basically you import this from a package called next/font/local. And the reason you do this is to optimize these fonts. So whenever you are trying to use any local fonts, you want to optimize them, and Next.js automatically does that, but you have to make sure you wrap them with this function. So what you do is, I'm trying to use this CalSense font. It's a very, very beautiful font, and if you're not familiar with cal.com, they're a very beautiful library and for scheduling and management. So let me just show you guys this thing. It's a very beautiful library. It's a very beautiful looking product. I'm not sponsored by them, but I really would love to get sponsored by them, and I think they're incredible. They're really amazing, honestly. So huge shout out to them. My website just, I think, okay, my arc, I think it's just crashing, my arc. Okay, I'm just gonna close that. But basically that's where the font is from. They have basically their entire project is open source, so feel free to contribute if you want to, and it's an amazing project. It's a scheduling infrastructure platform, so it's completely phenomenal. And they have this font called, if you search for CalSense, I think it's this one, Calcom. So complete attributions to them. Basically, it's their font I'm using, but it's a very beautiful looking font. You can see it looks completely, really, it looks timeless, you know. But yeah, this is the font. So what I basically did is I installed this font locally, right? Because you need to install this, and you can see there's an example usage guide here. So when you click here, you can see they show you import the local font, and then basically what you do is you have this font inside of your app, and then you basically import this. So let's actually do that now so we can see this update. So here we have our public folder. Inside of our public folder, what we're going to do is, first of all, let's close this app and let's go to our public folder. Inside of a public folder, we're going to create a new folder and we're going to call it fonts. And here I'm just going to get the fonts, and I'm also going to link this font in the description. And really, it's very easy to actually just link this. What you want to do is you want to download this, and all you want to do is you want to basically put this right away here. So I've already done that. This is the file name. Again, just to show you guys, if you go here, just go to the repo here, and what you want to do is you want to download, just search for download. Okay, there's no download here, but basically what you can do is go inside of fonts here, and inside of the OTF, or actually it's the web fonts, I'm not sure which one, yeah, it's actually this one, and then you go inside of here, and then from here you basically click on the download button and you download this font, and then you're done. Basically you download it, come back to your app, and then basically what you do is you close the sidebar here first, and then here you just export cons, whatever the name you want to call it here. I'm just going to call it CalSense because that's what the name is. And then you want to make sure in the source here, you want to make sure you point it to the right directory. So if you have this inside of like the source, you want to make sure you have this in the right directory. Like if you have this in the public fonts, for me, it's located in the public inside of fonts, and I have all my so if you want to have any additional fonts, you can also put it right inside this folder. And then what you do is the same thing over. You just basically export that font, right? And you can send in different options there. You see like weights and variables and adjust font fallback if you want to have any fallbacks. But for us, it's going to be very simple. We're just going to do it like this, and then come back to your root layout. And what we want to do here inside of our root layout, firstly, not the root layout. Let's go back to our header. Let's change this all over wherever we are using this this font. Go back to your header. Inside of the header, that's where we are using this. So in header, we're basically using this right over here. I'm just going to copy this thing, and we are using it right here. So inside of this string interpolation, just you want to do import CalSense from app/fonts, you can see, and then you want to do .class name, and this will basically update this font right over here. This should update just in a second. See, it's loading in, and here you go, guys. This updated to the new CalSense font now. Now I have this beautiful looking font. If you want to use a different font, feel free to do it. But that's the way you import local fonts inside of Next.js. And then where else are we using this? We are also using this inside of our login form. So make sure you go inside of your login form. And inside of this H1 here, we're using this again. Make sure you import this. This is the reason why we did it in one single place, because from this place we can import it anywhere across our app if you want to. And you just want to say CalSense.class name, right? That's what you want to do. All right. Where else are we using this? We are also using this inside of our logo component. So lastly, go to your logo component, logo.tsx, and here also paste this font and just auto import this and CalSense.class name. That's it. So we have the font everywhere. And now lastly, you want to basically go to your root layout. Okay, I already had these comments, but I mean, it doesn't matter. All right, let's go to our root layout. And inside of our root layout, we also want to do something, and we also want to do inside of our body, the inter.class name which we're getting, we can basically just remove this one here, and we don't need to do it from here. And what we need to do is we can just simply import the inter font as well. You can see inter because it's coming from this font directory, so you can just simply do it from there. And you can say inter.class name just like that. So you can remove the fonts from here and just do it in that way, and it's way cleaner that in that way. All right, and that's it, guys. I mean, that's literally it. We are also officially completed our Instagram build, our Instagram clone, our Pixelgram clone, whatever you want to call this. But it looks absolutely beautiful. We have a lot of cool features. And I don't want to take more of your time. I know it's a very exhausting build if you guys stick till the end. So honestly, feel free to extend this in however way you want, and just add more features to this, play around with this. whatever you feel like. But yeah, I mean, that's literally it. We have completed all the functionalities. We have our nice looking light mode. Even if you go to a profile page, you will see this nice light mode. So you can see, even on the profile page, it looks elegant. It looks really, really nice. You can click on edit profile, and it's going to take you to edit profile. You can edit your profile here, and you can also switch the appearance. Let's switch it, and let's just keep it to dark mode. The last thing I want to do before we end this video is we want to deploy this to Vercel. Now, there are a couple of ways of doing this. I still like to basically, first of all, create a GitHub repository and then deploy this. But there's also another easier way which you can use, and you can basically install the Vercel CLI. So if you search for Vercel CLI, click on the first command here and just install their CLI globally. The reason I'm showing you guys this approach is because once you install their CLI, this is really powerful because firstly, like, it will give you a lot of the nice commands you're going to be needing, and you can also pull different environment variables. I recommend reading this section, honestly, the Vercel CLI. It's really, really cool. Basically, you can pull different variables. You can you can sync your environment variables with Vercel dashboard and do a lot of cool stuff. So what we want to do is we want to deploy this in a very easy way. What we want to do is in here, open up your Command J, just open up your terminal. Just maybe go into the new terminal here, and here you want to basically just say Vercel. Once you install the CLI, I think it's going to ask you to log in with your account. Once you're logged in, then just type Vercel --prod. When you type this in, this is going to deploy to production. So if you don't want to deploy to production directly, you can just say Vercel, and that's going to deploy to the test staging branch, but we're going to deploy this to production. So Vercel --prod, and then it's saying setup and deploy. So you're going to say yes here, and then it's going to ask you the scope which you want to deploy to. I'm going to deploy to my main account. Then it's going to ask you to link to existing project. If you have a GitHub repo for this, I recommend linking that. But if you don't, then you just say no. And what's your project name? This is what my project name is. Which directory your code is located, keep the default. And it's going to upload this. And what's going to do, it's going to give you a nice inspect URL. Then what you do is use that URL and you go to that link, open that up, and that's going to show you your deployment. Right? And one last step we'll have to do to make sure the authentication works for us once we deploy this is we have to make sure that, I mean, once the way we're going to do that is the authentication is going to work. We need to update the Google Cloud Console with the new production URL, right? That's something super important. And also, I was almost going to forget. You see auto-detected project settings. Want to modify these settings? No. So you don't want to modify. You want to keep all the default settings. Now here it's going to give you this inspect URL. You want to copy this. And you want to basically open this up. Now it's going to show you this link. And what you want to do in the meantime, basically open up your environment variables here. And that is the .env file. Okay, it's not showing me right now because I have added to my gitignore and stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to search for this. And right now, my Mac is lagging like crazy. I'm not sure why that's happening. And probably because I have Vercel open. I don't know. Is that taking too much of space or too much of memory? I'm not sure why. Okay. It's crashing like crazy for me. All right. Let's just go and navigate. This is the last step, and then we're done. Let's navigate to the env. What you want to do, copy everything inside of your env. And this is super important because we want to link it. And you can see once you open that inspect URL, this is going to error up because what's going to happen? Firstly, we want to add this command, which I completely forgot. We want to do this in a second. And then firstly, you go here, copy your environment variables, go to your settings. And in here, you click on your environment variables tab. In here, you click on this and paste all, just Command V, all your environment variables right away here. You're going to need the app ID, the app secret. The NextAuth URL is not important because that's going to be picked up by Vercel URL. So you don't actually need this. So just remove that. The secret is quite important. Secret, client ID, database URL, all these things are super important. So make sure you have them. Then you can also choose environments here and just save it just like that. And one more thing which I forgot to mention here As you can see, the build errored out. Now Vercel actually shows you really nice logs why did it error out. So you can see Prisma has detected that this project was built on Vercel, which caches dependencies. This leads to an outdated client. So what we need to do is, basically this is something we have to do when we are deploying Prisma in production. So to fix this, make sure to run Prisma generate command during the build process. Now what this means, once we start building this process, so when you open up your package.json here, what you have to do is you have to add this script command. So once you are building this, you want to basically have this post install of Prisma generate. So what you want to do is, after this lint command, be very careful and do this after this lint command, and just say, actually you can do it anywhere. You don't have to do it after the lint command. You can do it anywhere, but make sure you do this inside of your scripts, not outside the scripts. It has to be inside your scripts, because this is a script that's just going to run, right? So post install means run after the npm install is run. So after npm install is run, after a package install is run, then this is gonna basically do Prisma generate, and that's gonna, remember, it's gonna generate all your Prisma types, so it's not outdated or whatever this is saying, right? It's not caches dependencies and stuff. So to fix this, we do this, and it's a very common approach. It's a very common tactic to do this in production. And what we want to do now is we want to do the same thing now. We want to say Vercel. Okay, let me just type it out again. Vercel -- prod. Let's just do Vercel -- prod. And now let's wait for this. And this time we also have our nice environment variables. So our deployment should not error out. If it does error out, we're gonna fix it. We're gonna see what the errors are. But let's just go to our deployment now. You will see it's building, and you can open this up. You can see the environment is actually production environment. It's building in here. What it's going to do, you can see installing dependencies. As soon as this is done, it's going to run Prisma generate, and then it's going to generate all the Prisma types for us. All right, this is done, and then it's going to check it, validate the types and everything, and then we're going to deploy this bad boy. All right. Lastly, we also need something called, once this is deployed, we'll need the domain. And then we need to go to cloud.google.console.com and then change the domains there for the authentication to work. So that will be our last step of this build. You can see it's linting and checking validity of types. What's really good about the Vercel CLI, guys, is that it will give you the logs here and then also in your VS Code. So even in the VS Code, it's saying building. So before it errored out, so you can see it actually showed you right over here that it errored out, right? So it gives you the logs both here, I mean, and then also in here. I mean, if you want to see the logs, of course, you can see it here, but it also shows you the status of your deployment here, right? So which is really nice. Okay, so you can see, all right, I think it's done for us. Okay, you can see it's a green light for us. So this is ready. We have our authentication page, but this is not going to work. So you can see this is our custom domain. So if you try to open this, pixelgram, yt.vercel.app, this is the domain we'll need. So make sure you copy this one first, only the first part of this, HTTPS, this one. But if I try to log in with Google now, it's going to give us an error. You're going to see, here you go. So it says you can't sign in because it sent an invalid request. Now, what you want to do is you want to click on error details here and you want to get this redirect URI, all right? Get this redirect URI. Now, you want to go and open up your cloud.google.com. Make sure you open the same project. Firstly, like go to your console, and from here you want to open. So I'm already on my project here, or I think it's a different name for me. I think it's YT. Okay, I think it's pixelgram. This is my project name. So I'm already on that same project. So I'll open this. You can see you can change the project from here. Open your project. Go to the dashboard, API and services, credentials, click on credentials, and then what you want to do is, remember, we created this web client before when we were doing the local development, right? So you click on this web client, and in here, what you want to do is just in the authorized redirect URI section, add another URI, paste this in, paste the same link. Do not mess that up, paste the same link, and it has to be with HTTPS. Then copy the first part here, save this firstly, and add another URI right over Okay, I forgot to do this, but add this URI right away here as well, and then save that. What this is going to do basically is going to whitelist these domains inside of this Google web client. So it's going to allow you to access authentication from these domains. It's basically a nice protection Google does, right? So now if you go back and if you try accessing the app again, firstly, if I try accessing the dashboard, let's see, it's not going to allow me. So let's see if I try accessing the dashboard. You see, it will redirect me back to login. You see, I'm redirected back to login. So it's not allowing. That means our middleware is working. Our font is working. You can see we had the new font. Now let's log in with my main account. Now you see this, the error is gone. There's no more that error anymore. Now let's log in with my main account. Here you go. We logged in. And this is deployed, by the way, right? This is deployed. We're on the dashboard. We logged in and this works. Beautiful, right? This actually works. So you can see the like functionality works and you can create posts. So let's try creating something. Let's try creating a post. Let's try commenting, adding and stuff. Let's try creating this image, this beautiful picture. And this is beautiful. Let's also try submitting. You can see required because we need the image to be there first. First, the image needs to be uploaded. We'll also try to add the caption in here. And you can see, guys, this will be very fast because this is in production. So this will be really, really nice. Nature is beautiful, let's say. Okay, I messed this up. Okay, I didn't. Okay, I didn't. All right. Nature is beautiful. And I added this comment. Nature is beautiful. There we go. We can, if I click on edit, you'll see how fast this will be. So this is insanely fast, right? Because it's in production right now. And hello there. And hey, man, this is amazing. You can see all the optimistic comments working. If I click on this, okay, I think we forgot one very important thing. I think we forgot to actually change this intercepting route. If you guys remember, when we were developing this, we changed the intercepting route to double dots here. So what you want to do is you want to basically change this back to 1 dot so your intercepting route works. And then you want to do Vercel --prod again. I'm not going to do it again. We're just going to demo the build without this, but this is going to work. Trust me, right? This is just going to work. It's just this one single dot is missing here. You want to basically add, remove this double dots and put it back to 1 dot. I'm just going to actually, in fact, do it. And then you just want to run. Actually, let's just do that. You want to run the same Vercel --prod. And then it's going to try to build again. But I recommend, honestly, connecting this with your GitHub repo. So when you commit the changes, it honestly, redeploys. So whenever you connect it with your GitHub, every time you commit the changes, it automatically pushes a new deployment. So that way is much better. You don't want to keep doing the Vercel --prod over and over again, right? So I recommend going with that approach. But yeah, you can do that. So just change to single P. That's the reason our intercepting route didn't work, by the way, guys. That's the only reason. All right. So you can see we have this beautiful post, and you can also add comment from here. This is cool. Let's also take a look, and you can see how fast this is, right? Switch appearance. So okay, our dark mode's kind of messed up. It wasn't showing you the proper during the first time. Well, we can fix that. I think it was a very small glitch there. But yeah, I think we can fix that. It wasn't showing the proper state. I think we forgot to mount or something. Okay. Anyways, it's not a very big deal. We can fix that. But you can see it looks beautiful in light mode, right? And we have our profile. Let's take a look at our profile section now. So you can click on profile, and this is all deployed, right? So you can see the picture loaded in. I can change my profile picture. If I want to remove it, let's try to remove this. I don't like it. And you can see it's really fast, right? I try to follow this person, and you can see I'm following this guy now. Now if I want to unfollow him, I can unfollow, and I can follow back again. I'm following back, and now I have 1 followers. I'm following 1 person. So I click here, I'm following this guy, and this guy has 2 followers. So basically he's following, basically he has me as a follower, and he has this other guy as a follower. Now if I want to follow this guy, I can follow him and go to his profile, check his post. He made this post. And I can click on that, delete it. And honestly, guys, just play around with this app. It's amazing. It's phenomenal. and it just worked, right? It's completely phone responsive. We have a beautiful menu bar, and then we have our nice little header as well, and everything just works beautifully. I'm proud of this build. I'm super proud, and I hope you guys really loved this. I hope you guys liked it. All right, and on that note, I will actually see you all in the next video. And peace, guys. Take care of yourselves, and yeah, see you in the next build.